it's make or break, the Razer Black Shark V3 Pro is a real difference maker. Its wireless connection is so fast, there is zero delay to how I play. With the best mic in the business, my shot calls are always on point. To top it all off, active noise cancellation, so that I can focus on what matters most, winning.
Inevitable.
Armed and dangerous! No mercy.
There is only one path to peace, the Avengers' extinction.
Avengers, assemble!
Widow style.
Friday, lock and load.
This is for Pietro!
Everybody is afraid of something, but true legends rise above the nightmare. Available July 30th at 7 p.m. PT, remember who you are. The past may haunt you, but the battlefield belongs to you.
and welcome to the Day 2 Rapid Rivals recap as we look into day number 3. Now, if you missed out on yesterday, we started off with a banger, Na'Vi versus 100 Thieves. And Chip, you brought in that action, that game wild.
Yeah, Navi's looking the same. They're looking like a problem running that Penny Ultron comp. It's been a threat, and honestly, it's the new big threat in my opinion. Thieves, not the best performance by them. They get knocked down and go against Gen G, and that was a series you should absolutely watch, especially in Museum. Gen G takes the series 3-1, knocks down the Thieves, but the Thieves started looking more like themselves. Unfortunately, just not quite enough. Gen G, however, that's a team that I think we need to keep eyes on.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Gen G is something special. We've been calling them the America Slayer because they were able to take down team after team now and just looking sharp at it. I think Na'Vi, no surprises there, but 100 Thieves, it felt like something was missing. RAD, the clutch factor, whatever you need to say. Playing stage went well. Nothing here to say on main stage.
I think it was the Terra I remix trash talk at the start that really startled him. Like, it was the height difference as well, I think, in the argument. But yeah, it just felt like Na'Vi, they sort of made those adjustments, took that old, like, 100 Thieves player of Terra onto their roster. He's looking like an utter king when it comes to, like, the duelist role. But like you mentioned, like, actually getting to see the Penny that people have been talking about with the Ultron composition. And 100 Thieves tried to sort of, like, match it in areas, but ultimately it was just, like, Museum of Contemplation looked relatively close. But that was about it. Everything else, Na'Vi looking probably favorites in the tournament so far, judging off all of the results we saw yesterday.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. I think it's tough because any great stories obviously going to have some losses of favorites. The hometown heroes are gone in 100 Thieves, but with that, you get a rise of other teams, right? That's what has me excited in general. Looking at it, Gen G win against VP. VP, we say land buff, right? We say land buff is strong for them. Rao, go to you as the EMEA. I mean, they looked the part.
I mean, yeah, I think it's like continuing on. Yeah, mostly, yeah. I think for like all of the teams for EMEA, everybody's looking like pretty experienced, like Virtus Pro. More pushed, I think, just from what we saw from like Gen G, right? But for Na'Vi, it felt pretty much continuing on with what has been a win at preseason, a win at stage 1, and just looking and having utter panache whilst they do it as well.
Yeah, H-Chip, I mean, Swamp, can we talk about them? Because this is the team people are sleeping on just a bit.
Yeah, see, when I watched Swamp and I watched how dominant they were in the performance, I thought maybe OUG was lacking, but then we got to see what OUG did later, and I'm realizing now Swamp is just built a little bit different. This team is very consistently strong.
I think that's well put, actually, because they look strong. Some people are like, maybe it's just a regional pick, but it was just Swamp being Swamp, and they continue to do it with quiet confidence. They said family, Valentina on stage is what keeps them together. OUG said the same thing, but it was looking like one team united as one. Now, going back to what I thought was an incredible matchup. Na'Vi, we said best of the day. TLC is the other really top team, and there was some shakeup there against RAD.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like 25-0, I think, Team Liquid Citadel are on domination, so that continues on as well. But it was actually seeing RAD sort of make that jelly pick that they tried against 100 Thieves on the first day, actually work a lot more well. Like, they were able to sort of, like, dig their heels in, fight on the defense. It was just Yggdrasil, which we've only seen a couple of times from Team Liquid Citadel. It feels like they only bring it out in case of emergency, looking really strong, using stuff like the Storm and everything else, like Energy looking really good on Magneto. It feels like, yeah, they were pushed a little bit, but they needed that to make sure that they were ready for the bigger games that are about to come on.
It was quite a sight seeing Vess actually playing the Strange and allowing Energy on the Magneto. I was like, something's wrong here in the multiverse. But
and he went crazy. One thing we talked about with TLC and looking to today as well in day 3 is that because they're so good at Dom, it allows them to kind of control the rest of the Destiny. Like, even if they lose one, they get map choice after that. And that is what allows them, and we saw this against Swamp back in even preseason, to eventually squeak out that overall win. They're going to be a tough team to take down, but Destiny expect the expected right now in the upper bracket. Now, of course, OUG went up against RAD, with RAD being sent down there. And I have to say, it's a tough look because the China teams that have come here look so strong. But Chip, it just feels like they are falling just a bit short when it matters most.
Yeah, there's some just small plays that didn't, like a lack of Strange Portal sometimes from OUG that kind of just, I don't know, there's something missing. And also RAD, they've just looked pretty solid. They have a similar story to what we've expected from RAD in the past, all the way from the lower side, potentially scooching all the way to the very end. But I don't know, I think OUG looked all right.
Well, it's like, also we sort of mentioned it on the desk as well afterwards, of like, you've got OUG, you've got to prepare for Swamp that had never played on a LAN before, like at least an international international land and looked very comfortable. There was a lot of tech pauses, which I think just allowed the players to just sort of soak it in, take a minute. Okay, I'm on stage. Things are looking good. We're looking strong. And then you go up against RAD, who are also just a dark horse for this tournament. That's two hard opponents. And OUG, they've picked up maps before, but both them and Iconics leaving back to China with not even a map win, never mind a series win.
Listen, I mean, I know I would say the game of the day that circled talent-wise is the Gen.G VP matchup, but now it's the inevitable, as Thanos would put it best, right? All the matchups we have cooked up for day 3 are the best of the best, and somebody's got to fall. Someone has to take it now, the other the W, and so that's where all the excitement is today. I know you folks are ready. We're at the halfway mark. It's day 3. Get ready for an absolute show that we've got cooked up today.
It's time, Los Angeles, California, where stars are born and the impossible becomes possible.
Going, but Crook is closest on an ultimate, but still they believe it's winnable. Na'Vi say we don't need it. Because of their failure to finish the attack, it's not going to matter.
Then we will beat you again.
Gets left tracks the damage boost, but I don't think it's going to be enough tonight. Execution!
10 teams, 4 regions. The wait is over. The world is watching. This is Ignite. Los Angeles, day 3. Are you ready? Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite. And my God, we got ourselves a day today. Because we said yesterday, millions of people playing this game turned into thousands of believers that thought they could be the best of the best. It gave us our hundreds of pros, and we've gone from 10 to 8 to 6 today to find our one. And ironically, every region, they think they're the best of the best. But today, they're gonna have to prove that within to each other before the rest of the world. Because you see, civil wars, they're not fought because new enemies arrive. No, it's because only one truly can lead. This is our Marvel Rivals Civil War. We're gonna find out a lot with the best of the best. Are we ready, guys? Now listen, if you missed out yesterday, let's walk you through the action, what we're gonna see today. First up, we've got VP versus Na'Vi. This is for the crown, for the EMEA. The story of revenge on both sides. VP beating Na'Vi last year. Na'Vi hasn't looked back since. But the action only gets better, my friends, as we do this very same for America. These two teams have defined the region, if you will, but the story's been the same result, time after time. Can Swamp Gaming rewrite history? We're about to find out. And well, if survivors are your thing, well, the lower bracket has 2 absolute lovables in both Gen.G and RAD that have gone against everything thrown at them to survive and thrive. There's nothing harder in esports, I can tell you, than the lower bracket run. Are we ready to get this thing started? Well, let me tell you, they are going for $500,000 for a prize pool. Big time money, big time ego. Everything is on the line as we have 2 days left. Now, with all the action, the schedule today, let me tell you, is packed from head to toe. If you thought yesterday was long, well, we're only getting started today. And I mean, yesterday we opened up with the crazy Na'Vi versus 100 Thieves. Today might even top that by a mile. Let's get match 1 going, yeah? Well, let's go and meet our 2 teams. First up, everybody, once again, give it up to your 1 seed in the EMEA, Na'Vi. From Raj, never mind Fear Magneto, fear this man. Trust me, the leader. Terra, considered the greatest DPS in the world. Jerky the Flux God and the godly backline of level 1 Crook and Faith. that will get right to you. Trust me. But we've got to meet that other side. That side that you met not long ago in the grand finals. Again, your former champions in 2025. Give it up for Virtus Pro. From the vanguards of Nemix and Finzi, calm, cool, and collected. Sparker, your 2025 Grand Finals MVP. By the aggressor, side by the strategist GOAT, and Dredro, the lifeline of this team. We've got our two teams ready. Let's pull our two leaders here. Sparker, trust me. I'm gonna start with you. Trust me. This man, this team, they took, step up with me, both of y'all. This man took your dream last year on the stage. You're here now, 2026. You're facing against him. What do you want to say?
I'm out for revenge and we will win.
Out for revenge, we will win. Sparker, to that, if y'all win, push him down, win this whole thing. Is the rivalry over? Is it one-sided?
I think we're going to take it back this time. No more losing to Na'Vi.
After today, everybody will remember Virtus Pro is what?
A good team, but we're better.
A good team, but we're better. Again, brought to you by Disney. No, Sparker! Trust me, the team over there, everyone's saying Terra, best in the world. You're the MVP. You're the duelist. Are you the best?
I don't know, but we're both great players.
I love these. Hey, you know what? Harmony. We'll get, let's get this to the grand finals again. Then we'll get some heat talking. I love it. Well, both of y'all, best of luck. Give it up for your two teams as it's going to be VP, Na'Vi in the rematch. The Civil War for Marvel Rivals starts now. And we're going to be bringing it to you with the heat once again on the mics. I run ship. Dogman, you ready?
Oh, I am so ready. Welcome, Rivals, to the Marvel Rivals Mid-Season Worlds Day 3. I'm one of your casters. I run Shib here with the birthday boy, Dogman. Happy birthday, my brother.
Well, Shib, what better way than to watch some Marvel Rivals to celebrate your birthday? I'm so excited for today, and I'm sure the rest of you guys are as well. This is the highlight of the year for all of us, and it gets even better with the grand finals. But this is going to end very soon, Shib, so I'm pumped, and I want to see what the desk has to say.
Yeah, a little bit of friendly fire going on today with the regions. I'm stoked for them to break it down. So why don't we toss it over right now to our Des Tetcher. Take it away.
I will do so willingly. This is a rematch. We already mentioned that Virtus Pro are the current reigning and defending champions, but there was another that was born last year. Mid-season finals last year, Na'Vi were our champions. Virtus Pro didn't even qualify. I am Tetcher. I'm going to be joining you on the desk, and I'm going to be joined by, from the EMEA, representing them here, it is going to be Vodable, and representing Americas later on today, but to also celebrate EMEA with us today due to some spiritual heritage.
I was going to say, every day I have to represent America. Can't I just be my own man?
His own man is Gaskin.
Thank you, thank you. It is good to be here. Also, happy birthday to America Man as well. It's good to see
He shares
America
a birthday
Man.
with Dogman.
They do. I've heard they share a birthday. I don't care about Dogman, but America Man, happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday to America Man. But also, happy birthday to this series. I mean, we got to see this twice in the grand finals last time, and now Na'Vi, they are here for revenge.
Let's have a look at some of the players here. We have had Sparker, the MVP of the Grand Finals, but we also have Terra, who is making a big play for MVP of, well, the entire stage. Stage 1 in EMEA, he was putting on a clinic. And when we were talking about the actual damage numbers, the actual statistics of those Grand Finals, there were 3 players in top in terms of damage and KOs, and those were Sparker, Terra, and Jerky, 2 of which are now on Na'Vi, and Sparker now has to basically, with the help of Fi, attempt to 2v1 the other 2 who were in that top 3 with him, Vod.
Yeah, I mean, looking at how things have progressed from RAD EU all the way to Na'Vi and then facing off against each other plenty of times throughout the competition, RAD EU without Terra and without Jerky was the first team ever to take a series off of Virtus Pro. But now the issue is on the other foot, right? Na'Vi has not dropped a single series this year to VP 4-0 currently.
They haven't really dropped a single series at all outside of like a little trip up
Preseason
earlier.
stuff, yeah.
Preseason, how much does it count? Speaking of which, I do have an apology. Yesterday I did say that Swamp have never beaten TLC. They did in preseason. My bad. I have to say that or Forks will find my knees and he did some terrible things to them. Gaskin.
Hello.
You have now had the experience of seeing Na'Vi on the main stage. You've seen them perform. There's a team that so many people were expecting to potentially take it all. You've been covering Americas recently. Now you've had the chance to see Na'Vi. What's your opinion of them?
I'm not impressed yet.
That is a wild take.
I don't know. I've heard a lot about Na'Vi and I've seen how good they were online, and I was expecting them to be a dominant force here, but they've only played 100 Thieves, right? And 100 Thieves looked a little bit lackluster in that series. They did get better, dropped down into the lower bracket. Sadly, did see them eliminated yesterday. But to put it bluntly, they played a top 8 team and they looked okay, but maybe they weren't showing much. So I think this is going to be the first proper test for them now. You're going up against a Virtus.pro roster who are going to be hungry to try and take them down to prove a point. So I hope that Na'Vi will show me why they could win this event, right? This is the time now to be at your very best.
These are the total stats for the event so far, taken as averages, so you can see that already we're starting to get a few standouts here. Nevix is getting hit pretty hard in that front line, but the fact is he has taken his team to several victories to find himself in that upper bracket. But when we start looking at those damage numbers, we're seeing Terra, 28,000 on average, which is almost the exact same as Sparker. This is why we went for the comparison VOD.
Yeah, the head-to-head, I mean, we saw the parallels throughout the preseason into the group stage and then the Stage 1 playoffs as well. And that's where, you know, typically Terra would be the one to elevate the competition. It felt like VP didn't have a full grasp of the meta, but it's a different story here, right? Everyone has been singing the praises of Virtus.pro, being undefeated in scrims typically throughout this competition, but scrim bucks only go so far. It all comes down to cashing in on these maps. And Krakoa, kind of interesting they're facing off against each other on this one, because the one series this season that Na'Vi has lost in Stage 1, or lost the map to Virtus.pro, it was Krakoa is where things started out.
Very interesting. Obviously, there's quite a few teams that have trauma maps throughout history. There's a lot that can go into it. We talked a little bit about Berlin T'Challa being a VP one yesterday, but Na'Vi do have one of their own that might show up later today.
Yeah, Central Park, I mean, that was the boogeyman, I would say, for Na'Vi for a bit, especially preseason, starting out with Shikigami. Shout out to them, playing like the Human Torch Flyer composition there with Torch Ultron, but we haven't seen much of that yet, so I don't know if people are hiding those strats.
Krakoa, I mean, we know Na'Vi have been unbeaten on pretty much everything. They are unbeaten. They're 3-0 at the moment throughout Stage 1. VP are 2-1. They did lose in that match you were speaking of, right? They started on it and they lost. It was a 2-0. It was pretty easy.
Well, Gaskin, there was something you were talking about while we were getting set up today that I want to bring up for you, and that is the fact that Na'Vi have been at the top of EMEA for basically the entirety of this year, but they find themselves in a similar situation that VP were in previously, where there's been a lot of time to look at that team at the top and research, right?
When you're at the top, you have a target on your back. It's as simple as that. Everyone's going to be studying you. Everyone's going to be looking to take you down, and that's exactly what Na'Vi are going to be feeling here, I'm sure. And we'll have to see whether Virtus.pro have been putting in that time to try and work out how you defeat this Na'Vi roster.
Heading into the mutant nature and mutant nation of Krakoa. And we're starting off with a couple mutants in that ban phase, as we will see the Gambit taken away by Virtus.pro. Mantis is, of course, going to open it up. One-sided Gambit secured by Virtus.pro, which means Magneto slips a little bit further down. Na'Vi could secure it one-sided here.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised on this, right? In the two series that we saw, one from each of them yesterday, the Magneto was the prioritization on domination for Na'Vi. Virtus.pro, the exact opposite. It was the Gambit. That's the typical 50-50 that we're seeing right now. The Loki band, of course, do not want to give VP double Gambit ultimates. Not a fun time.
I will say, for the most part, the one-sided mag seems to have been better than the one-sided Gambit. So already I'm like, okay, I'm leaning towards Na'Vi just seeing these first four. But all this talk with both these teams has been about this kind of Penny plus Ultron team-up. Are we going to see any of that? And is anyone going to try and hit a ban here to try and put it their side?
I think a big thing here, too, to note is the save from Virtus.pro on Thing. They have a 100% win rate with Thing saved for their team, especially against Gen G like we saw yesterday.
It's great into that anti-dive, and we know that Na'Vi do have the flexibility to get that dive going. In fact, we even saw level 1 Crook during the Stage 1 play actually bringing out the Daredevil themselves. He was the mid-season finals MVP. So we have basically all of our LAN MVPs in one game together. And Na'Vi, they're going to secure the Lunar Snow. Another hero who's massively jumped up, while Virtus.pro will remove the Ultron. They want to try and prevent that strategy that, well, Virtus.pro are widely considered to be one of the teams that popularized that Ultron Penny Adam team-up.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Virtus.pro do roll out with it at some point here on Krakoa. That being said, you just have to have the versatility. We've seen some of these teams try and roll out with it, struggle a little bit, and not willing to necessarily bounce off of it.
I want one-word answers. Gaskin, who have you got?
VP!
Vodable.
Na'Vi.
VP Na'Vi, we've got the perfect split. Let's find out what our casters think. Let's send it over to Iron Shib and Dogman.
The moment VP have been waiting for. Can they finally crack the Na'Vi code? Looking forward to this matchup today, my friend.
Absolutely. I mean, the code has to be cracked to get the trophy once more. My name is Dogman, joined by Shib once more. And today, I mean, it's going to be another rematch between two phenomenal EMEA teams and some of the best teams in the world, if not the best. Last two winners of the mid-season in Na'Vi, formerly RAD, and VP, our grand final champions.
Yeah, there are folks that are thinking this could be a run back of the grand finals coming up here for this tournament, but we'll have to see what they look like right now, setting the tone and the pace for today. You've seen the comps, you've seen the bands. They look pretty similar to what we've expected from these teams, and looking forward to seeing how they match up.
Starting off, I mean, he was Storm alongside the Punisher. So we'll see that Penny maybe come out also for Vinzi and Virtus.pro's side. Na'Vi probably understanding that, want to play a bit slower. Maybe for that damage output. And Sparker going to be building up that instinct, trying to get as much damage down range as possible.
Penny Parker being more of a mainstay, immediately going to find Trust Me on the Thing, who does come back with the BRB, so the numbers are evened out, but still a very good start here for Virtus.pro, who will have that BRB on their side from Fate as well.
Constant poke across map. I mean, you still have that soul bond out on the side of VP. Ultimate's built up.
Two teams kind of slowly feeling each other out. Nevix, though, going to find Rajaro, and now they're walking forward once more. Nevix with a two-piece onto Terra, and Virtus.pro are coming out hot with 7% climbing.
Yeah, that was incredibly fast, and it's interesting that we didn't get the one-sided thing as Nevix gets another haymaker to the face, or Rebel Cook does, rather. And you know, it's interesting that Na'Vi so far in that first fight opted for that Punisher team up with the Rocket Raccoon, obviously the full enhancement. But that decision between both, you know, the Punisher alongside the Rocket team up or the Daredevil is always one that's been interesting to keep our eye on. For VP, they're running that triple strat of this comp alongside the Gambit, playing it slow. Yet again, we saw this comp kind of dominate the other few days. We talked about how good Ultron has looked so far throughout the tournament.
They're trying to take advantage of not having that Magneto. All this damage here. Terra with some insane accuracy. Ice in the veins right now as Nevix gets deleted. A bunch of shots there from one of the goats of the DPS role. See if he can move forward on this duelist, and that's going to be another pick, this time from Trust Me onto Finzi.
Yeah, that was honestly interesting that VP kind of played in that position. I mean, they were very far back. Obviously, Nevix is a bit far forward. The only way I feel like we would have seen VP maybe even take that fight is through Dridro, you know, maybe harder off angling or whatever. Because Na'Vi didn't have to deal with that. They just played front to back style, just tracked down. Trust Me, hit him with the vulnerability. In this upcoming fight, a lot of ults available. Large rocks for VP. Also a fast-paced push, maybe, with the Raging Roll Flush in Na'Vi. They do have Punisher ult.
This next fight is going to be tone setter here up on the high side once more. Terra set up with that turret, trying to provide some damage towards that back line. But again, here comes that commitment. The Raging Royal Flush begins. Match back by the boundary of level 1 Crook. Terra going in with the final judgment. Does anyone go down? No one yet. Just feeling each other out for the moment. Trading ults back and forth, but the point ever growing. 40% and climbing here for Na'Vi. There's that Rage of Ultron now for Fi. Can that Trust Me, who is low. Match back with the Meteor Ram, but launched a little bit too early there. Expecting a bit more damage, and instead it's just going to be answered into nothing. A bit more play from Finzi on the Penny, but again, nobody has fallen just yet with all of these commitments of ultimates.
Still sit with the Glortruck's right side. Rajaro poke down low, has a ton of healing though. Nice job to keep himself alive.
Oh, Sparker right there on Rajaro. Terra falls from Nevix, back in. Oh my goodness, Sparker put that on a highlight reel, who's locked in with a Quadra now as he finds Trust Me.
Is Elsa in a similar position to, you know, what we saw yesterday, just popping off one of the best duelists in the game as Jerky tries to fall back, does get it out with his life. Regardless, back and forth so far between the two top squads in EMEA, and for Na'Vi, no ultimates on their side too. 60% of the board is a lot of potential for VP to finish up on this series. Maybe the portal play gonna have to come through from Na'Vi or an early pick.
Yeah, you can see the Glartrox going right into the Penny Mines here potentially in a moment, cooking the meal. The Glartrox Sparker's able to find, trust me, Finzi onto Terra. Finzi doing such good work here on the setup into this team. Multiple mine KOs is just exactly what you're looking for prior to every single one of these fights.
Hey, trust me, gonna have to portal out of spawn, everybody going together. This is gonna be such a hard fight to win. You're against so many ults on VP side, or rather now, just Dridros. So I wonder how Na'Vi do it. It's gonna be tough against the Penny as well. That's been popping off.
Yeah, it seems like they're running like a spawn break comp, and it doesn't seem to be working as much for the moment, and ult advantage still up here for VP. Dridro has that res. Both teams once more setting the tone, playing slow, feeling each other out, trying to force out some cooldowns. Bond gets committed. That's a huge one to call out here, playing around the spawner, which does go down. So ready for the Karmic Revival. OT takes down, though. They do touch at the last possible second. That was dicey.
A huge invisible boundary from level 1 Crook, but they waited out. VP does lose 1-5, but the BRB, or rather the resurrection from Dridro, comes out.
Yeah, an early res here, so the team can slowly fall and play for that res. But the point gets capped here by Na'Vi. It's going to be a neutral trade. Everyone will be back into this fight. Cooldowns are going to be reset. We'll see who finds more value. This next pick is going to be massive. Terra going in with a judgment, finds Fi in the sky. Goodbye to 1. 86% now and moving upward.
Yeah, great job from Na'Vi to fully push into that point, and VP not to lose any more. So they actually play it slow, come back in, ultimate advantage.
Yeah, really good pacing there, forcing out two ultimates, and now coming back in with the Raging Royal Flush. Finzi, Nevix now, Dridro, and again, and that could be it here on the retake for VP. No portal to touch. Point 1 will go to VP, who have done their homework here, and they're trying to shut this down quickly.
And that's the crazy part too, is with the BRB from Fate, it brings back, trust me, the only guy who could portal from spawn. Excellent job from VP. Patience, which you rarely see on domination like that in such a tight situation. They knew they had time to retake together if they didn't lose everybody. The disengages are perfect. VP are playing back on such a high level like they did yesterday.
That's a great call out. It was a huge disengage. As soon as they saw the CEO with the judgment, they walked backwards. They reset with the Raging Royals flush, came back in and found 2 instantly. And from that point on, the fight was already won.
Yeah, this is why people talk about VP being one of the best teams in the game at all times. And you can see for Na'Vi's side, they're trying to figure out maybe they have a solution to this Sting Penny Parker tandem. People talk about how that thing is dominant now, catching up to even Magneto. You saw it. We saw how good Magneto has been throughout the tournament and how strong he is. But honestly, just like the trees on this map, Rajaro, or rather Nevix, is just unfaltering, unwavering, except when everybody shoots at it. It's looking more like Rajaro in that case.
A look there at Krakoa, the living island. Like to see that face, very cool. But then you immediately go and just destroy all those trees. So a little damage there, but
deforestation is actually something that I promote, but definitely not in case of Marvel usual.
First one to break those trees immediately canceled. But we're going to start off right now with the setup. I love this top-down view. We talked about the chessboard. Nevix, hyper aggro. We talked about the thing. I think it's a great call-out. Looking very strong. Fi finding, trust me, instantly into the Omega Hurricane coming out from Jerky. Is that going to land? Oh, man, Rajaro taking out Saipe. We know how valuable that is.
We talk about how good these Magneto players are at hitting those shots. Jerky can't find player at the very end. Fi trying to escape via the air and cannot avoid the other flyer, Jerky.
Good movement here by Jerky, and that hit scan team up. So much damage going on the field right now. Both teams dropping backwards, and Na'Vi coming out on top after that first pick. Well done by Na'Vi.
So far, Na'Vi in this front-to-back style should be able to get the advantage in the neutral with those engages. Also against the Glartrox coming from Sparker. I'm curious how they play it. Nevix has set himself up in the past. But I wonder if they disengage Terra and then come back in with some ultimates.
Again, we talked about yesterday, Jerky being so versatile on so many different heroes, very difficult to ban him out. And you see the engage once more. The bond goes out. Every cooldown matters. Getting that cooldown out is going to allow Na'Vi to move forward a little more aggressively. And limited ammo popped right there. Terra trying to take advantage of that.
Well, you can see they're trying to show pressure, bait out ultimates, and then fall back. They've not used any ultimates on VP's side. Na'Vi now understood that also aren't using ults that early.
Yeah. See that now, Terra commits heavy. See if this works out. Judgment does as Jerky cleans up Nevix. A second pick here onto Finzi, but there's that Karmic Revival. Everyone back in the fight. That's what they were looking for.
Yeah, I don't know if they expected maybe Nevix to ult there too, though. So out of this res, they had to use 2 for just 1 on Na'Vi's side.
Yeah, I think they were hoping to see some more commitment. Well done by the side of Na'Vi to think through that. Fi able to find Terra, who comes back with the BRB. Another cooldown burned here. Saipe trying to build towards that ult after just using it. That's a nice pick from Terra once more onto Sparker, who have been on the stage together in the past and both called each other the GOATs. Terra finds Dridro, who is not, or actually does have res, excuse me.
Terra doing a good job walking around that tree, which is broken, but generally too much damage coming out from Terra, who uses the grapple, comes back in. Momo might have got the KO there in the case of Pirate King Momo. Not in that fight, though.
Sparker dropping Terra now once more. Now VP up a number. The Meteor M does not land again, trying to eat some of that damage from the Rage of Ultron. Very difficult to find a target that quickly. Nevix gets very low, playing around the spawner. The team has taken the space. The Glartrox lands. Doesn't find a few. No one gets burned instantly. Sparker trying to get the pick on the front line. It does. Make it 2 as Nevix cleans up Trust Me. The Reds comes back onto Trust Me again, and the space has been claimed, but 90% here for Na'Vi. They want to make this a 1-1.
And this is what makes the top teams in the world so good, even in this front-to-back style, which we know VP is really good at dive and playing hyper-aggressive. Can also play a very, very classic front-to-back style round Sparker, like you said, finding those picks early on. Na'Vi does sit on some ultimates here. They've been using level 1 Quick's ult to kind of secure and anchor on that point, but it will be against VP and their Vanguard line, who do have double ultimate.
Balance of power has shifted into VP's favor, but is it just a little bit too late? 90% here for Na'Vi. Their goal is to just have one committed ult fight and win this thing here as the Omega Hurricane heads towards the back line. Forcing out Bond likely in a moment, but in a tough spot, goes to the sky with the flight. Now Bond gets committed. Terra finding Finzi first. Na'Vi up a number with no BRB available. Finzi got to come back from the spawn door with no ultimate. Saipe very close, but it doesn't matter as Nevix falls here, likely going to hold. Maybe come back with a portal on a retake. We'll see what that looks like as Terra has a disgusting shotgun shot to the dome of Fi and Sparker, and that's going to be a quadra here.
I can't believe that Terra used to be mainly a melee Iron Fist player with how he plays this hit scan. Na'Vi tied up 1-1 against VP.
World-class patience from Na'Vi there, trying to force out some cooldowns and then committing as a unit. VP will have a ton of ults available for this next map, though. Both teams leaving it all on the line.
Yeah, I like that Na'Vi was playing incredibly patient. Both teams are. And realistically, like, this has been a very unique style that we've seen on Dom, too, on Domination in general. In the past, I feel like we've seen more Venom and stuff, and people have kind of figured out, and I know early on in the tournament, trust me, I was seen as crazy for saying that Venom doesn't feel that good. Everybody was like, Venom's broken. Towards the latter half of the tournament, this slower, or not slower, but maybe higher HP kind of characters have been #1 priority and just keeping alive as we had a pause, bit of a technical issue on the main stage. But tied up 1-1 now, Shiv, between both teams. Na'Vi do have the ult advantage for the upcoming fights, but how VP played that last round, do you think they still have a shot on this?
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing to mention that I actually didn't even catch until we're seeing here. I think Saipe tried to commit all at the very end there to try to get the team to the point, and that is a mistake that you don't typically see from Saipe. I think that will put them in a tough spot. I believed that they were trying to hold on for that next match.
And maybe it's that mid-season diff in that case, because Na'Vi, they played it so patient. You could see if VP was starting to crack at the seams. I mean, Finzi goes in with an ultimate towards the very end, does get KO'd. Same thing with Nevix in the previous fight with a clobbering time, and then Saipe at the very end. So Na'Vi not making those same mistakes, and I'm wondering how that happens and how that plays out the upcoming map.
Yeah, Na'Vi playing like the pressure just does not exist after being down a map and playing lights out there as we head to our third map for game 1. Who will take this thing home?
Na'Vi, I think, like I said, playing that Punisher alongside this very, very slow style composition, trying to pick out VP, force out bad ultimates from them. Can they do it? Can they find the pick through Finzi, who was finding the penny mines previously? It might be a bit harder or rather easier on this map type, so because it's so more close, maybe the mines actually do get those KOs.
They call this discovery phase here as teams are just trying to play slow. Out goes the Psionic Seduction, and everyone is seduced here as Trust Me finds Dreedro 1 down. There will be a res available for him. It doesn't matter when 3 of you fall here. Dreedro, Karmic Revival, Psychic Light, everyone's back in the fight now. There's the double commitment. Final Judgment out with the Sia. Glartrox gets launched, but it gets deleted, I believe, here. As immediately Na'Vi will take this point.
Yeah, why is Sparker Glartroxing that? I mean, they're using ultimates in such odd spots. Crook pops the invisible boundary. Can't even find the KO with it. Maybe we could use the Glartrox now.
And just championship composure. This team saw the res, played slow, and knew exactly what to do, and just traded so many ults there. Still with a point.
What are we doing?
Okay. A lot of commitment here. I think the team is panicking a bit. Na'Vi, once again, just staying so calm, cool, and collected. Terra almost finding another pick. Able to drop back. Good focus by the backline there. Looking at Dreedro, there was some good flight to escape.
To me, this reads as a team that's starting to lose confidence in their composition versus Na'Vi. I mean, the fact that we're trying to panic ult last second, it's a bit, sure, you could say is on the players themselves for not playing up to par, but I think that they're just not as confident against Na'Vi, who have figured out how to play slow versus this Penny Parker.
I think a lot of teams struggle with not committing too many ults when there is a res available, but Na'Vi's doing a great job of really just finding value with one and trading one ult for one on that Karmic Revival. Meteor M available here. Rajaro, here goes the commitment. Rage Royal Flush. Will there be value here from VP? They need it now. Up in the sky with 150 HP and a dream. Bang, that's going to find one. Rajaro goes down from Nevix to even the odds a bit here. And out goes the Hurricane. Will this one land onto Sparker? A ton of damage, but this time into the face of Jerky, who's able to drop back and get the pick on a 5.
Rajaro with the follow-up, with that damage boost from the Storm provided, he's just able to clean him up. And this is 65% of the board now for Na'Vi, who are looking clinical. And maybe last fight territory coming up soon will result in a win first map for them.
They're holding on to that judgment again. How fast is this dude farming this ultimate? It is insane. Now it's like every single fight here. Invisible Boundary for an answer. Sia there for Fate as well. Na'Vi looking like they're in a very strong position to take this home. And here begins the next fight as Rajaro's holding this angle, trying to find some damage onto that front line to build towards ultimate. The sword comes out, pressuring that back line. The commitment again from Nevix, who's doing a great job taking the space. The problem is when you've got somebody like Terra coming in hot, Fade able to clean up Finzi. Rajaro drops Saipe, and this point is going to immediately be taken by Na'Vi.
Wow. Absolutely dominant after the first round for Na'Vi. They figured it out. They played against the Penny Parker a lot better. And I mean, that first round as well, when we talk about Cradle, it's a very good Ultron map maybe, but those other two, well, you think maybe the second one, but there's nowhere to hide.
Yeah.
You saw Fi at the very beginning get picked on the second round, and then the third, they never could find positioning, and they kind of panic ulted, like you said. I think, yeah, easy MVP for Terra in that squad, and Na'Vi put themselves up a map, and because it's BO3, I mean, this could be very fast unless the VP figured out the next couple maps, because that comp that Na'Vi just played, I wouldn't mind it if we go over to, more of these convoy convergent map types.
Yeah, it's like a Professor X comp. I think it's genius. They're going to run heavy damage when you know you don't have Magneto. And it's like a spawn break comp, but without needing to spawn break. It's beautiful. It's working so well. 13 finals with almost 40k damage for Terra there.
That's a great point. I mean, Desk pointed out perfectly earlier that the general fact that you get Magneto usually in the protect phase instead of the Gambit feels like it's more impactful.
Yeah.
And they were 100% on the note there, or on the point there with that. And at the moment, that's the best one with the Rajaro playing the Magneto.
No, I got to give you credit for that too. You made those calls early saying I think Gambit, although incredibly strong, maybe not the same meta pick in terms of priority as Magneto now is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is going to kind of continue as we move on, is that not that Gambit is necessarily bad, just feels like you mentioned the Magneto, the Vanguards are kind of the main characters of this patch.
Agreed. I do think the team ups for Vanguards are very impactful, where the duelists don't necessarily have as much power out of those new team ups.
Maybe we should do like a one-to-one comparison. Like if we take even like the Rocket Raccoon team up, maybe that's a bad example. Maybe like let's think of like a Strategist team up or something, that like the Luna Snow team up with White Fox, the fact that you can CC immunity. Yeah. Compare that to what's the Thing team up and stuff. Like,
yeah, I mean, Thing becomes. I mean, I think the Thing team up pushed them right back into the meta to the point where now when teams aren't having Thing, it's becoming a win condition. It's very similar to the Magneto and conversation we have with Gambit, where Thing now can essentially attack almost twice as fast, get more over health, and just pressure frontline just as much as he was able to kind of peel for that backline. Became a new hero with this team up. So those kind of changes have been just so influential in the meta, and I love how different these team comps have been and how much variety is in this hero.
Oh, absolutely, you're right. The variety is something that you mentioned countless times, because even though that is so good and the Thing is so dominant and hard to KO, you can see if you play Storm and freaking Punisher just like the olden days.
Yeah, bring us back.
Bring us back, yeah, and you don't have any flankers on the side. The BRB found value every time for the side of Na'Vi. I mean, that was perfectly played, and kind of also calls back to the mid-season back a year ago, where RAD at the time were playing a little bit more Rocket, I think, than other teams were, and Jeff and like those super mobile heroes, because everybody was so focused on the ultimates and that kind of stuff. Na'Vi was always thinking a step ahead, where they're thinking how to counter that. And right now, in that replay, you can see it was all Na'Vi after round 2. It was just consistent success, and VP have to figure out what to play against it. And this Ultron Atom comp is always going to be a mainstay. The Loki ban also had a big, focus in terms of the overarching strategy of VP. Unfortunately, that getting banned is kind of tough in terms of, maybe getting that Atom kind of lock alongside it. But I wonder if they prioritize away from the Gambit, back towards the Magneto, because that all kind of comes back to what you pointed out earlier with Rajaro getting the Magneto one-sided.
No, it's a great call out, my friend. But looking here, I mean, Fate not going down a single time. This guy's been playing lights out in this tournament. So much flexibility. I'm actually surprised with the amount of Rocket that's been coming into play. I know Rocket's a strong hero, but being able to not fall one time, allowing your BRBs to always be available, farm that ult incredibly quickly, and have it for a combo ultimate with things like Terra on the Punisher is just, it's crucial. It's next level. It's a playmaking move there. Fate's just been playing so well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading to Araco for map number 2, and it's already map point, Shib. So this could cement one team in the upper bracket finals already into one of the best teams in the world yet again. And you can see EQO, the coach in the background, trying to give his team a bit of an edge on VP side. And meanwhile, our new guy, Shu, by the way, brand new coach for Na'Vi. Just talked to him in the lobby the other day. Great guy. He's been around the block for quite some time. And he's definitely been a huge factor in the fact that Na'Vi has been able to stay as a cohesive unit and look so dominant.
Yeah, stoked to see Araco, too. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen Araco. And we talked about, yesterday, teams have been running Museum a ton, and that's because it's a scrim map. But now we're going to start seeing these maps that the teams have, had in their back pocket, something to surprise, something they've been working on, maybe cheese comps that they can use at different locations. So I'm excited to see what we're going to see from VP after their map choice.
Well, we'll see. They're looking at it, talking about it right now, and we'll have to see how the ban phase goes. And I think it's something kind of interesting, too, that we saw the Penny Parker kind of get countered that last map, Shib. That was something that we haven't seen as much. I mean, you talked about it before. Yeah. Remember when Penny Parker was showing up at the beginning, you're talking about where's the Moon Knight, where's those kind of classic characters. You have the Punisher alongside the Storm, and you usually see that for spawn breaks and stuff. But on Domination, that's a bit of a interesting choice, and it worked out for Na'Vi, right?
Yeah, I think, Ultron Storm, you just want to get in the sky and find that spawner and prioritize that. It really puts Penny in a much worse spot. I do think Penny in this meta right now is incredibly strong, especially with the team up with Ultron, giving everyone drone, being able to actually stack those drones and multi-heal at the same time if your team is stacked, which you will be in that composition. Super synergistic, but if you have found a comp to counter that and they're going to continue running it, you don't need to change a thing.
You don't. You're right. They don't need to change a thing. And Na'Vi, I'm sure they're thinking about the draft phase for the next map, and same thing with VP, like you said. They've kind of probably figured out, at least on Domination, how to play. And this is the thing with VP. Yesterday, they looked great. To me, in terms of performance, they had a very, very good matchup against the teams they played against. And for Na'Vi, they, I would say just looked good too, but it was a bit of a difference in terms of those matchups. And I think that kind of goes back to what we always talk about, is it's not cut and dry every single time we talk about teams, right? There's always matchup dependent.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's so much into it. I'm actually surprised, too, because I know that before VP has beaten Na'Vi on Central Park, so my assumption was that is where it was going to go. But then you also say you got to get more in depth. Na'Vi's a smart team. They know that it's a weak map. I'm sure they've been practicing. They've been working on how to find a way through that and not have that loss happen. So instead, they elect to take it to Araco, which I don't know if is a very practiced map, but we used to see this map all the time when dive was super prevalent because you have those escape routes.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. Dive was super good on Araco, getting those flank angles and stuff, the portals and stuff, always mattering.
BP times, man.
BP times, yeah. Yeah, Rip Self-Soul BP gameplay.
Yeah, where's that at?
Yeah, he's been playing nothing but Black Cat, and has looked good alongside Crazy Kitty. But none of these teams, by the way, these top 2 teams, haven't played a ton of, or top 4 teams rather, haven't played a ton of Black Cat in between Na'Vi and VP. They've looked good on everything else, a lot of the hit scan characters alongside those. I mean, we talked about how Vanguards look so good this patch, but the Duelist, it feels like people haven't fully decided on the best kind of characters to play. You saw Storm and Punisher that game, and hit scan characters.
Yeah, you're right.
Really good and have been showing up later on.
It's funny. We were kind of discussing the other day in the green room that where's this front-to-back poke comp? I think it could work right now in this meta. And you know what? Here it is. We've been seeing it, and we didn't even discuss that.
Yeah, and it kind of goes to how strong Magneto is, how strong Thing is. So kind of all ties together as we enter the map, enter the ban phase in Araco. This Convoy was the map chosen by VP. So that means Na'Vi's going to be on the defensive side, VP going to be on attack, and I mean, that was chosen by Na'Vi to be on the defense, right? So kind of see how that plays out with these 2 squads.
You can see the immediate ban coming across from Mantis on both sides, and then the lock-in of Loki. The Mantis ban, I believe, has been the same mainstay in every single game we've seen so far.
It has. And taking a look back at the overarching view, behind our players, you can see the ban phase and below take place for our live audience, which is awesome, as well as the fact that you can see that Loki protected for the side of VP and the Magneto for Na'Vi. Again, they get the one-sided Magneto. But I guess, I don't know, Shib, it feels like the Loki and the Magneto kind of in terms of how they play are a little similar. Maybe obviously the Magneto does provide more damage to the front line, but the same kind of
last second protection.
Yeah.
Actually, I see where you're coming from with that fully. I mean, the crystals is a huge cooldown. I think Bubbles is a similar story, right? Especially when you see a big ult come up, you know that you can essentially be immune in that moment for whatever's coming at you. So the removal of Adam too, I think, is a smart play here by Na'Vi, because you're trying to protect against some of the cheese defense comps that can come in at Araco with this triple spawn door hold.
Absolutely, you're right. Adam's been dominant this whole tournament. It looks so good. VP's adjustment this game is to ban Rocket Raccoon on the opposite side based on what Na'Vi was playing. Yeah, because nobody's finding the BRB. They're always getting in the fights. They're also having a ton of damage to the See You Later. You talked about that. And the Gambit Protect comes out from Na'Vi, so we're going to get Magneto Gambit. This is the first time, I think, in a while that both these characters were available for a team, a single team, as our audience obviously is getting into this game between VP and Na'Vi.
And there's that removal of Penny, too, from the side of VP. They do not want Na'Vi on that hero for now, which can also run a very similar comp that they were running the last go-around. I thought we might see a mirror there on Dom, but instead, through the ban phase, goes another way. The final lock going to be the thing, which makes a ton of sense to me based on what we were talking about last time.
Absolutely. I mean, this is kind of something that was that needs to be called out. Definitely VP's priority towards the thing has been something throughout the tournament. A lot of teams are focusing on definitely keeping one or two characters in their hero comps, the thing being one of them. Penny Parker obviously shown by VP they don't like to play against it. And for Na'Vi, they look like they're countering that comp and they're countering the thing. They've thought of the ways to deal with the thing. That's why, trust me, and this Na'Vi crew seem to be a little bit ahead in terms of the draft phase, is because they're thinking, what is everybody playing and how can we counter it? What's the good stuff to play right now? And it seems like that is it. They get thing through on the other side, though. This time it is not going to be a little one-sided.
Yeah, we're going to have eyes on what Na'Vi wants to run here on defense because they're going to get out there and set up. But then you look over at Virtus Pro, likely just kind of thinking through what they want to do here through the ban phase, trying to find a solution to break and get out the door. But again, this is their map choice, so let's see what they have cooking.
I think they know they have to mix something up, too, because that last map we saw, they played front-to-back style on domination, of all things. And you played Ultron and you played the Atom Warlock. Now that it's banned, it obviously forces them to mix it up and change something out. And Na'Vi are now the ones that have to adjust to what VP is going to have to do in their 2-2-2 style.
You can see everyone locking in right now on the stage. Currently, if you're just tuning in, Na'Vi up 1-0 into Virtus Pro. A tale as old as time with these two teams, but although it's a 1-0, Virtus Pro held a fight there, was able to take a map off on Dom. Can they move forward and take this game home, making it a 1-1 series on their map of choice? Let us begin.
Starting off, going for that counter spawn hold against Na'Vi, who are playing triple Vanguard, triple Stratus line, alongside the Gambit and Magneto. One of the first times we get to see that, as well as VP having Sparker back onto his Elsa. Oh my goodness, hit scan again in the fight.
Right now, the point just kind of moving for free. Not a lot of stall, nobody holding too tight, as what we typically have seen from Ignite in the past. Instead of trying to play around that lower side corner, notice look at this level of play, not really holding that top side. It kind of puts you in a tough spot for flank angles, and there is the commitment now. Finzi walking forward heavily. The whole team being driven backwards all the way to that backside corner. That's a lot of free space here by VP. Give them an inch, and they will take the map, it seems.
This also doing so much. They soul bond back into it, kind of like the Loki crystals. Both teams playing it out, though. Finzi using the card as cover. Now they go for their counter engage. It's a bit of a yo-yo in these two compositions right now compared to the last map.
Taking their turn on the fight here goes the engage now from Sparker. Out goes the Yancey Street cooldown. Invisible boundary already from level 1 Crook. That's an insane amount of healing. Jerky able to find 5, though, and the pace is back in Na'Vi's favor as Rajaro drops Nevix, and that's going to force them back to the door. Terra cleaning up another.
I think VP's a bit mistake there was just playing a little bit too fast. I mean, we saw for VP against Na'Vi the last map, it was being countered on the other side. But let's listen to a Razor listen in for VP.
I pull Loki, shoot him. Loki low.
Keep on. Ding is gonna do the same. Ding is gonna slam us against the top, I think.
Yep. Okay, we have Gambit in turn. Guide the rocket ult, they might go with it.
Do you want to play first?
Guide.
Wave rise.
We can lift this for free. I put them back, don't worry.
Tell me, Yeah, you're good. Yeah, they will have Elsa roll. Hear me out. I'm with. I have res. That's the bottom right.
I can
Shout out to Razor for giving us that sneak peek on some of those comms. Back in we go. Fade holding on here. Raging Royal Flush available. Out goes the Sonic Seduction from Rajaro trying to walk forward, but nobody has been found as it's matched right back by Finzi. Clobbering time's out, and that's going to be able to find one. Actually, this time, turned around on to Trust Me. Well done there by Nevix on that ultimate. The res comes out here from Terra. The Karmic Revival. The numbers are even once again. Saipe going to start off with a Royal Flush with some great positioning and head immediately into Nevix, as that's going to be one. Level 1 Crook dropping Nevix. Sparker taking out Trust Me, and Rajaro drops by. It's back and forth for days here as they take the third turn.
Oh my goodness, Crystals to save that front line, blocking off the heels of the Rocket. Actually, Jerky falls back to the main side, looking like Rajaro in that last flank with how much he did on just Magneto in the fight. And we might get staggered here too. Sparker on the right side flank could find a last-second Glortrox, but Na'Vi are trying to make them uncomfortable.
There's that huge Glortrox out of the front line. Sparker dropping Terra. Is that res available? Yes, it is. Terra going to drop back to the team. Will still be a 6v6 in this moment. Decent trade for the... Oh, that's going to be a nice boundary right on top of the head of the Vanguard line, but they are immobile right now, or not immobile, excuse me. They have no reason to slow down their pace. Still moving forward with the Sia here from Dreedro. Is that going to be launched and committed? Yes, it is.
You're right. There will be even the fight with Sia later.
There's more. Yancey Shri trying to take Phi, slow down that pace here. Nevix gets the next pick. Sparker drops Rajaro. Virtus Pro trying to move forward on this attack, and it looks like they actually will. Finally getting the pace back in their favor, but the portal from level 1 Crook is guaranteed to touch. Will it be enough for them to retake?
There it is, last second. We have a few meters to go. With 2 meters, he's touching, but against the Storm, it's going to be hard to keep on this objective.
Oh, Sparker with a 2-piece instantly. Ice in the veins, trying to get on that highlight reel. Phi dropping Fade, and the whole side of Na'Vi has to drop back for point 2.
Well, VP fully camp out, but that was a bit of a struggle bus. Now into the second phase, and we talk about teams, you know, either full holding on these convoy maps or almost full camping. Usually the second phase is hard to hold, so let's see how Na'Vi do against VP's comp, which they were doing excellent first point, I think. They held for a long time, but Sparker was a difference maker with the Glartrox. Can he do it again against Na'Vi?
Shout out to the Storm mates across Rivals. Heroes get a ton of play. Give you some confidence. Sonic Seduction getting launched now. Looking for Jerky. Great bubble there. You talked about the protection from Mag. That's a great example. Does not get tranced in that moment. Drops back and is forced to reset as an answer comes through.
Oh no!
And that is a massive pick on a Saipe. Nevix goes down. Saipe back with the BRB, but it doesn't matter. That was already committed.
Yeah, he copied, but didn't get it off.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Sonic Seduction. Or actually, no, it was just raw attack power.
Yeah, Saipe is going to be blacklisting Emma Frost from everything in the future. VP now, again, getting caught in these situations with ultimates or wasting ultimates in that case. It was not necessarily Saipe's fault. It's just Na'Vi are playing so good at the current moment.
Yeah, it's just good focus. I assumed it was Seduction, but no, it was just Sparker damage. Oh, my goodness. Sparker finding Jerky early. There is going to be Phi coming in with the Omega Hurricane, trying to force out some cooldowns onto the front line, heading back towards the team. Typically the path you want to see from your Storm here. Nevix taking this space, clobbering time in, but Sparker says not up in here. Goodbye to Terra. Up with the Meteor Ram. Rajaro looking up towards the sky of Phi, but no, it does not land. Does a ton of damage. Great movement there. Oh my goodness, Sparker with another huge Glartrox, but goes down to Jerky.
I can't believe he just did it by himself. He literally did it by himself. He flanked up topside, got the Storm, who's caught above the high ground.
Oh, wow.
He literally did it by himself. He flanked up topside, got the Storm, who's caught above the high ground. And Sparker again. I mean, MVP for a reason. Talked about on the stage. Both good players giving a bit of a shout towards the other squad with a minute left to go. Sparker puts the team on his back.
Doesn't want to go down like this. I don't believe Portal is available. They got to make this work out now. The side of VP, Nevix with the clobbering time. Dreedro going in now with the Sia. Jerky in the Hurricane of Oh my goodness, everything's getting committed. Who's going to be the first to fall? The Sia gets burned instantly. Clobbering time's out now too. Doesn't seem to land too hard as no one falls just yet. A neutral trade for the moment with first two ultimates. Out goes Crystals too.
I mean, this is kind of all on Sparker too. No ultimates available besides Saipe in a moment. Same thing with Fate. Both teams playing a slow. Terra now on the Elsa as well can got a match.
Oh my goodness, Terra almost gets that pick there on a Nevix with some really good movement. Sparker in a tough spot. Terra trying to get this pick. Both go down to like 30 HP, but still no one falls. Trust me, you gotta find the first pick out of Finzi. Oh, this could be big. Raging Royal Flush, 15 seconds on the clock. Gonna be forced to Portal here for the final fight. Everybody drops back. They need to go down now, or there won't be a unit together on this Portal. Gets caught. Finzi will go down just a little bit too late with 5 seconds on. Can this Portal get here? It does not. That's going to be a hold on point 2 by the side of Na'Vi.
Man, they were figuring it out. I mean, there was some good plays out of VP, but it's kind of rare that we see teams get held in that second phase like we saw in all convoy maps, basically, right? That was kind of a first.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen a ton of Araco, so it's hard to, especially at this level of play, it's hard to get a good judgment, but definitely a decent push there from Virtus Pro. Again, this is their map choice. We'll see what they elect to do on defense. They could have something up their sleeve.
This is the map that always makes me contemplate why I use red outlines. Because I'm like, do I need to go back to yellow? It's such a red map. There's so much evil here.
I'm a bright green guy. That's where I stick with it. I feel like that's safe. But looking at the stats across the board here, 11 for Sparker. We saw that presence in this map. Dreedro doesn't go down a single time so far on that attack.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, being the difference maker in those fights, like you said, between that matchup with Terra on the Elsa and then Sparker on it. That matchup, I think, slowed down Sparker's pace because they were on the Storm earlier. And then the difference maker there was, trust me, full energy on the Elsa, which you talked about earlier, has been so good and can match against Thing really well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you just stay at 100 charge. A lot of the times you'll see pros use Diamond Form just to stay there. In between fights, you get those. It's 4 seconds until your charge goes down. So why not hold in Diamond Form, get those extra seconds, reset the next fight at 100. They're not expecting it, and your front line falls over. So well done there by Na'Vi, who are looking to try to get out this door with the comp they have used time and time again. Sparker with a nice natural cover peek, playing around unbreakable walls is going to be a common theme here. Doing a good job holding them at the door, and they're just trying to figure out which door to go out of here into Penny. Those mines have been a threat here. Finzy doing a great job. Coming back now, the whole team charges with Bond. And Tara's going to be the first one to find the pick on a Sparker.
Excellent pick by him, doing it with the Storm too. They understand how to play against this Penny Parker. You know, I thought this Penny Parker comp was pretty much impossible to beat, but especially against this spawn hole break, it's definitely going to dominate based on what we saw on Domination.
Yeah, I mean, the playstyle into Penny is just angles. You know, they're going to dominate whatever specific zone they've chosen to lock down. You've got to play around that. Really good decision-making there by a super cerebral team. I'd love to see that thought process coming out the door right back in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, Tara doing a good job escaping, evading with his life, understanding. Oh, never mind. Wait, where are those mines even coming?
Predicting the movement. That was dirty there. Well done by Finzy, who again finds another one of those picks in the neutral prior to the second fight.
A little bit too aggressive there by the man who allegedly doesn't play a ton of ranked, but is a bit of a genius when it comes to Marvel Rivals.
Absolutely. Setting up for the next fight here. Ult advantage going to be with level 1 Crook, and Virtus Pro not really close to an ultimate just yet. Level 1 Crook always seems to be the first to it. That's just a testament to the strength of him on that backline roll.
Whoa!
Ew. Rope shot there by Jerky. Jaro again onto Dredro. It kind of seems like the pacing is just heavily in Navi's favor here, even being down a number. Virtus Pro kind of just played slow. They were afraid to move forward and try to attack off that, and it shows here as the portal's already being committed here by 5.
That's an excellent point. How Navi's playing right now is world champion tier. Tara with a pick on a Nevix too, and that makes it worse, makes it 2 onto Finzy and through the portal. Is anybody else even touched? The answer is definitely no. We're in the second phase with so much more time in the bank than VP had.
And Navi's just downloaded this team right now. They look like they've got it on lock. Still, we'll have that Royal Flush coming in with Rajaro, Trust Me, Jerky, and Tara's ult here. Going to be matched back by a few from Virtus Pro. Eyes on as we will likely see the commitment from Saipei as well with that Royal Flush.
And this is really interesting. When we talk about matchups, I feel like a lot of the Black Cat teams would play Black Cat at this point. Fi doesn't show it. He's playing the Psylocke instead.
Psylocke coming into play. Not as much of a mainstay in this meta. There is that Meteor M available now for Rajaro. They're just holding this high side while the cart just gets free push. Nobody's stalling it for now, but it's, you know, still a little bit back. You want to hold this corner as your first defensible spot.
The reason we're bringing it up too with Psylocke versus Black Cat is they both kind of do the same things. They both get target focused on the right side. Finzy does find Tara. But the point of Fi is not to necessarily find those KOs, just to bait out cooldowns, or, just to say that, Caster Blessing for Fi in this case takes down Jerky.
Down early. There's that space. Rajaro dropping 5. That was just
I thought that was a clone with how AFK.
Yeah. Not much you can do, and you can knock back like that right into a sword. Oh, from downtown, Jerky using the ult over 100 meters away so they don't hear it. It's going to land and just send in, but right on top of the mines might be Dicey, waiting to burn that ability first, and now walking in, heading back towards the team. But good decision-making and thought process as out goes the boundary. Meteor M lands, doesn't seem to hit, though, as Rajaro now cleans up Nevix.
I mean, I guess he didn't even need to. He soaked up all the output from the healing the damage.
Wow.
And this is one-sided with 3 minutes to go. There's no portal here, Shib. And Na'Vi look like they're going to close out on VP in the upper bracket to cement themselves in the upper bracket finals. 2-0, Na'Vi.
Clinical here by Na'Vi, not missing a beat. The map choice by Virtus Pro was not enough to make them shake in their boots. Instead, they were on solid ground and walked right through them.
Na'Vi to get into that upper bracket final to go one more game to be, in this case, the reigning mid-season champions, right? That would be insane with how good Na'Vi looked yesterday and how good that VP did look as well. It's a bit of a surprise that I think Na'Vi just dominated the game throughout map number 1 and 2. Round number 1, you could see they made some mistakes, but when we look back at the map number 2 and also the last 2 on the first map on Krakoa, it was all Na'Vi.
Yeah, it was like they figured them out. I think they were just trying to find a solution, or at least the playstyle changes. It wasn't even a major change in comp a lot of the time. And once they had that figured out, it was nothing. I mean, it's just world-class execution. You talked about it yourself. This team just looks so dominant. Once they find their solution, I think a lot of Rivals is trying to find the comp that is going to work well into what you're struggling on. And this team always gets there.
Absolutely do. And Na'Vi obviously have a bit fans of the crowd. this team always thinks a step ahead.
Yeah.
It feels like when we saw the Penny Parker stuff, I was kind of on the boat where Penny Parker seems OP, and the teams that are playing it to a very high level and it's hard to counter. Na'Vi said, no, we figured that out. We played Punisher and Storm against it on domination.
Yeah. It was crazy to see there. Jerky was using that Omega Hurricane around corners to try to get to that spawner without it affecting him. That was just really smart decision making, always getting the spawner prior to the engage. They would fully commit together, and it worked every single time. I mean, coming out that left side door instead of center, when they saw the Penny setup, and immediately walked through the team. It was like after that, VP could not find their footing. They didn't really know what to do, and they never actually did.
Yeah, and this goes back to, I think matchups matter a lot. Like, I wonder how this team would play, versus other squads that can play Black Cat and stuff like RAD, and that's why we saw in RAD, or rather at EMEA, a lot of the top teams were having a tough time versus teams like RAD, but the interview is ready on stage with Cozy. Joining him, I believe, is that's Jerky on the main stage.
Yes, it is. It is Jerky from Na'Vi. Everybody give it up LA one more time for Na'Vi. Now, Jerky, want to ask you, I mean, this was a different story last year. In fact, they were the team that sit you down and then, of course, ultimately beat you in the grand finals. I mean, what is the difference in this team versus the team that was there not long ago? And also, like, is revenge sweet? How does it feel?
Revenge definitely is sweet. I think the biggest difference is not actually in VP. I think it's in us, because in Atlanta, I think everyone kind of knows this. I was a Psylocke OTP. I think I had a very good Psylocke, but nothing else. And now I'm kind of the flex god, as people like to call it. So yeah, I think that's the biggest part. And of course, Terra, right? Terra is Terra.
I'll never forget when you did say, I remember talking to you, like, I'm just a Psylocke one, and it was looking good for a day before the nerf happened, and now, hey, the Swiss Army knife in the duelist position. I think one of the most important roles, honestly, in these teams is that flex duelist. There's so much responsibility for the role. I want to ask you this. It's been TLC, saying we want Na'Vi. Na'Vi saying we want TLC. Now, that matchup with Swamp still has to be decided. But if it is TLC, how do you feel matching up? It's always been the conversation. Best in the world. Y'all are them. Any words?
I think TLC and us are the best in our respective regions, right? No doubt about that. And I think the draft, the ban phase will go very, very deep in with them, right? Like every game will change, every ban phase will be different. So I think it's just whoever is better on the day, man. I think they're a very good team. I think we're a very good team. So all respect to them, and yeah.
Amazing. And anything you want to say to all your fans of Na'Vi here in LA and all over the world, the viewers, anything you want to say to them?
I mean, thank you guys for coming out. I mean, it's very nice to see everyone, right? So yeah, of course. And if you have the time for it, I want to give a quick shout out to my team, of course, and the people behind the scene. I mean, Debit and Kirill and our coach Shu, right? They do the best possible thing for us, get us the scrims and everything. And of course, for me personally, to the girl that's been supporting me throughout this whole thing, right? Throughout Atlanta, throughout everything. She's been the best, and couldn't do it without her.
Appreciate you so much, Jerky. And once again, that was Na'Vi taking down VP. And to close it out, bring up all the action, Des Stetcher, take it away. What did we see?
We saw what felt like a prophecy coming to pass. In fact, multiple prophecies coming to pass from Na'Vi there. We saw what everyone's been talking about of this incredible Penny Ultron composition from VP, and Na'Vi, despite struggling a little bit, beat it. Vodable, what a start for them.
Yeah, the big problem here, it felt like Virtus Pro were stuck into this Penny comp and didn't really have a different game plan afterwards, and Na'Vi had completely figured them out, right? Especially the flexibility that we saw from Jerky. He's saying it himself, used to just be that Psylocke OTP, no longer one of the best flex duelists in the game, and proving it here as well. I feel like the Storm is a perfect answer to that Penny Parker, but Gaskin, I mean, you were doubting Na'Vi before. How are you feeling now?
I mean, what? It's two EMEA teams, right? I've got to doubt one of them.
That's true. That's true.
Back someone, and I'm going to be honest. I think VP threw this in the ban draft. I don't think that they did very well at all. I think that Na'Vi got a one-sided mag to start, then they get a one-sided mag and one-sided Gambit. And what are we doing with a Loki as your first protect? I just think VP completely got outsmarted in the pick and bans. It was a great effort map one. They were looking good, but Na'Vi, we know what they're capable of. They're a team who adapt so quickly. As soon as they saw what VP were trying to do, they came an answer to it. And yes, I will say, Na'Vi have impressed me now in this series, and I'm very much looking forward to see what happens between them and either TLC or Swamp.
The second prophecy coming in as well there. It wasn't against 100 Thieves, but during their interview of that series yesterday, Terra came forward and said, well, iRemix is just going to first protect Loki and we're going to win. It wasn't Thieves, but Virtus.pro tried it, and, well, Na'Vi showed that it's not always a good idea. Another solid setup here, and there is the man himself. Terra, he is hunting for that first LAD victory. And Gaskin, you barely missed him in terms of casting him for the Americas, but he looks like he might be earning it.
Looks like the real deal, and I think he's going to be a key factor if Na'Vi are going to go on to win this entire tournament. If you can keep him hot, if you keep him playing this way, then I think Na'Vi are going to be in a very good position. That being said, I still think VP gave Na'Vi an easy win here. I would like to see more from VP in that ban draft for me when they drop down to the lower bracket. Now I hope they've learned that lesson, because we've already seen one-sided mag is very powerful. You can't allow one-sided mag and one-sided Gambit. Come on.
I worry a little bit for VP here, though. They're facing off against a very hungry RAD in that lower bracket, and in the preseason, we saw them go out in their lowest placement ever in 6th place, and that was against RAD. Dropped from Na'Vi in the upper bracket, in the semis specifically, then fell against RAD there, so history could repeat itself here on LAN.
There's a lot of pressure on the board. You're talking about history repeating itself. I was telling this story a lot yesterday and the day before. Once upon a time, last year, about this time, there was a team called RAD, completely different roster, but same org, that came in through the play-in stage. They lost in that play-in stage against an American team. They then went on through the lower bracket, defeating multiple teams from America, EMEA, and all around the world in order to win the whole thing. That team went on to become Na'Vi. They are the champions of mid-season last year. RAD is waiting for them potentially lower down to potentially cause a little bit more chaos if that happens. But first, RAD versus VP is potentially waiting in that lower bracket now. As Virtus.pro, they're not out yet, Gaskin.
They're not, and I do think that if they get domination again, if they can get capturing that first point, we saw what happened in map 1, round 1,
so
right?
Important.
They capture the first point, they have the penny, they lock it down, they look brilliant. Were unable to get the first point on either round 2 or round 3, and it really hurt them. And again, I think that we saw the prioritization from Na'Vi with their ultimates. They said, let's make sure we win this first fight. We can blow whatever we need to as long as we don't allow them that first point. They won't set up, and then the rest was history.
I feel like VP were kind of focusing a little bit too much on the thing protects. Yesterday
just
they
about to
did
ask
so much with that, of course, against Gen G, but this go around it didn't seem to be too much of a prioritization in terms of any issues that Na'Vi had against them, right? It's a different team, different quality, a different caliber, as we saw by the evidence of the 2-0 this time, right? So I think maybe focusing on something else to prioritize. It could be the Gambit that they would like a little bit better there as well, but it just felt like the ban draft, as you're talking about earlier, Gaskin, just wasn't in their favor once again.
What were they thinking protecting the Loki?
Yeah, I don't know.
How many times did we see Loki pop the Gambit ult with the copy and it failed? I think it was twice.
Yeah.
If you were just protected the
down
Gambit
before you could even use it.
Exactly. If you protected the Gambit, you get that ult out, you potentially win that fight. I do think it has to be a lesson learned for me. I do think VP looked good around that. The fact they still made it work and still made it closely contested despite that fact, they should still be proud.
We're going to be heading to the break so that we can get set up for our next series. It's going to be our second upper bracket semi-final. It's the Battle of the Americas. It is Team Liquid Citadel versus Swamp Gaming coming up after this.
When it's make or break, the Razer Black Shark B3 Pro is a real difference maker. Its wireless connection is so fast, there is zero delay to how I play. With the best mic in the business, my shot calls are always on point. To top it all off, active noise cancellation, so that I can focus on what matters most, winning.
No mercy. There is only one path piece, the Avengers' extinction.
Avengers, assemble!
Widow style.
Friday, lock and load.
This is for Pietro!
Everybody's afraid of something, but true legends rise above the nightmare. Available July 30th at 7 p.m. PT. Remember who you are. The past may haunt you, but the battlefield belongs to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to our next matchup of today. We figured out one side of the region. We have another in America to settle the score. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Mid-Season Finals. I'm your host, Cozy. And before we get this thing started, we've got an awesome crowd. And I've decided, as some are making their way back to their seats for a break, to go and find a few here for some knowledge of where they come from and who they think they're going to win. We have Loki. Come up with me here, Loki, if you don't mind. And Loki, where are you from and what's your name?
I'm from Holly, Michigan, and my name is Matthew.
Well, Matthew, what made you want to come all the way here to LA from Michigan to watch the best of the best?
I've never been to an event like this, and I've just been a big fan of Marvel Rivals esports, and I'm just so happy I could be down here with the community.
Has it lived up to the hype?
For sure. The matches from Gen G, from Na'Vi VP that just happened, it has been absolutely a blast to be here today.
And who is the team you're going for? Who's going to win this entire thing?
I'm hoping for Gen G. I've met their parents, and honestly, they've just been the greatest people to watch today and in the past.
And I'm assuming, you're a Loki main, or?
No, actually, I play Vanguard. I love playing Rogue, Magneto, and Emma. Like, those are my favorite, but I just really like the look of Loki, so I decided to dress up as them today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, give it up here for Loki. Thank you so much, my friend. And wish you the best for Gen G. Now I want to go, and yesterday we found the awesome moms of some of the players from TLC and Vess's mom to the amazing crowd that you can't ignore in the Gen G mom squad. But now I want to come on over here to Kara. Hi, how are you doing? Come with me to the stage if you don't mind, right over here. And we have everybody, Nero's mom, her son just about to play. And can I just try to understand, how is it like having, your son go through playing video games? Most moms want them to stop playing video games. Walk me through the journey of how you and your son, got here today.
Oh, it was absolutely crazy. He started gaming really early on, and he told me just to trust in him, and he knew that he had what he needed to go really far. And so we're here. It's exciting to be at a LAN again. Since COVID hit, we haven't been able to see him live, and we're rooting for TLC all the way.
I love it. And what would you like your son to hear from you, speaking to him about to play one of the biggest games in his life?
So proud of him, and he's put in so much work, and he says that he literally dreams strategy, and it's 24/7, and I want him to take the whole thing today.
Well, thank you so much, and we appreciate you. Give it up once again for the amazing players' moms here in the crowd. I want to find one more here before I move forward. Let's go. Hello, how are you? What's your name?
Robert.
Robert, come with me on over here. So, Robert, where do you hail from? Where do you come from to LA?
I'm from Bakersfield. Yeah, I'm actually pretty close.
I was going to say, not too bad. Maybe not an Uber, but also not too far away. How long have you been playing Rivals for?
I played since Season 0, but I took a break until 6.5, and I came back. Yeah, but the game is so addicting, like very addicting.
Do you have a favorite team today in this whole thing to win it?
Oh, originally I came here to watch 100 Thieves, but I had hope, and they're gone. Yeah.
Pivot. You got to pivot quick. All right, yeah. Just bandwagons are open. All right. So who we hopping on?
Oh man, after what Na'Vi did. Oh yeah, Na'Vi. I mean, Terra is the truth. Stomping level threat.
This is what you love about, we have one of our great American players going on over to EMEA, because I thought for sure it's like, well, go to the next American city. No, going on over to what would some consider the dark side there. Okay, I'd love to see it. Definitely a 100 Thieves fan if I've ever seen one. What makes you love Marvel Rivals Esport?
What makes me love Marvel Rivals Esports? Well, that's hard, because it's a lot. I mean, I couldn't really get into esports at first, but I loved hero shooters. I loved Overwatch. I watch J3 content a lot. So yeah, man, we love J3.
Shout out J3, what's up, man? Our ball king there at his home and the viewers. Anything lastly I want to say to give you the floor before we get this thing going?
Oh yeah, man. Hey, any team that's not Na'Vi, back it up, man. Terra the truth. That's it.
They're right here, man. We got teams right here listening to you. All right, take your seat over here, you traitor. Appreciate you for coming on. Well, folks, you heard it. We have 100 Thieves believer bandwagon on to Na'Vi, but today, right now, match number 2, we have to settle the score. Now, we introduced them earlier as a story that has had a familiar finish. Over and over, these teams continue to be what defined this region, the top 2, and it was pretty clear and cut. But every single time, the results have remained the same. Personalities couldn't be higher. The skill floor and level as best as you get in America. Let's meet our teams and our matchup. First up, your number 1 seed, as we call them, the super team. Team Liquid Citadel. From Cooper Dastic to Nero in the back line. Paulie and Vess, the Vanguards. Energy, the Accuracy King. And of course, Speedery as your flex. Duel. Now, listen, we'll get to y'all again just in a moment. Great to have you here, Cooper. You guys feeling ready? Love it. Confidence, quiet confidence. Well, let's meet the other side. Y'all are very familiar with these opponents, of course. Your number 2 seed and their first time to land. Making yesterday look easy. Today, we have Swamp Game. From Crashman and Scatter Your Vanguards of Valentina and Forky Dog in the back line. And of course, Melophobia and doing it all day. It's Days. Welcome in, welcome all. We have our 2 teams, but for this interview, for this matchup, the heavyweight fight, it's not the players. We've got the coaches that've got something to say to one another. So first, for TLC, welcome out Coach Gator and Coach Fox for Swamp Gaming. Gentlemen, Fox, Gator, good to have you here. Come on over here. We're gonna separate here in the middle. Coach Fox, hello. Shake hands, gentlemen, shake hands. Well, we have a big matchup you guys are both familiar with. All right, first up, we're just gonna go ahead. You're staring them right in the eyes. We'll start with you, Gator. You got 7 seconds to say whatever you want to them.
They're losing, so it doesn't really matter. There's not really much to say.
Coach Fox?
All the notes I need. Liquid's bad.
Liquid is bad. Yeah, definitely. Very thorough. For a man of how many words we usually have, this is not what I was expecting here. Hey, I mean, either way, what I want to go ahead and say is, this man, let's go to Fox first from you. What is one thing he thinks he's good at, but not so much?
Drafting.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, they lose draft every time.
Okay, all right. And same question to you.
They have shit comps.
This is why I've got these coaches here, all right? Now I'm gonna flip the script. I want you to force to give him a compliment of what he's best at, but why it won't matter today.
He's great at dressing. He looks great. But that's not gonna help though. That doesn't do anything, so.
Hey, you get the fit check. We'll give that, all right? Okay, how about Fox for you? What does Gator think he's great at, but it won't matter today? Or what is he great at, but it won't matter?
They did a good job recruiting their team, but my players are the best in the world.
There you have it, folks. We've got Coach Fox, Coach Gator. Someone will be sent to the lower bracket right here, right now. Desk taking away this epic matchup for the American region in the Civil War.
And what better desk it could be than 3 EMEA casters to cover this America's game. But quite frankly, out of all the games we have had set up for us, we've been looking forward to this one a lot because we've just been watching, pining vicariously over the fence of the Americas region with such a tough set of teams. I'm once again joined by Vodable, and joining us this time is Ryan Central for this matchup. And whoa, we have had some good games so far, but this are 2 teams who have had quite the rivalry, Vodable.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, a great run from these teams so far during the preseason into Ignite qualifying all the way here for the first time for both these teams, right? We've seen different amalgamations of the Team Liquid Citadel roster play on LAN for the players individually or some of them together, but none of these teams have actually been in this environment all as a cohesive unit. So I'm actually more curious to see, you know, what we can expect from this match, Ryan.
Yeah, I also love that we've all got like 3 laptops here because we're about to queue ranked in between them. I'll sit on the desk with this. But yeah, this is like not our region, but this is the matchup that we've seen a lot of with preparation, because these are the 2 teams that consistently meet in the grand finals of preseason, the upper bracket. There's so much to go for, and of the 9 maps that Team Liquid have lost, it's come from Swamp Gaming.
Swamp Gaming, of course, won in the preseason, but Liquid Citadel had a solid run during the main stage. So we have that beautiful rivalry. Let's try and break this down about some pivotal players. Rod, let's start with you. Who is a pivotal player for Swamp?
I'd say the main one coming to mind for me right now, focusing on the duelist lineup, because I feel like that's been very important to make sure you do enough damage against the other team, is Daze. If Daze is doing well, this team is going to fly high in the competition. But the problem is Wolverine not quite meta right now, so I don't know how well it's going to be a factor here as well, Ryan.
Yeah, I also feel like on the flip side for Team Liquid Citadel, in their case, you can rely on that front line a lot. Energy had a really good series yesterday against RAD, but the player that I think you need to sort of match up well against Swamp Gaming is the strategists. Cooper had 13 eliminations against RAD when they lost on Jalia. Yeah. He was hounded by the likes of Crazy Kitty. So if Daze is having a good game, Cooper's going to be on the other end of it. But also Forky Dog and Valentina for Swamp, MVPs of yesterday. It feels that if they have a good game, Swamp are going to play well, so it needs to be matched from Nero and Cooper in the backline.
It's a lot of pressure on them. You brought up the amount of times Cooper was targeted down, which is almost as many times he went down as the entirety of the actual stage. He has put on such good performances in the past. He also had a great run at the grand finals last time, but now with this different roster to really show what they can go in here. Let's do a quick comparison here. TLC. Pivotal players, you've already mentioned that Nero and Cooper could be strong here, but Vodable, who else is going to be jumping out to you?
I think Speedery is kind of underrated here as well, right?
X-Flyer, one trick now onto just incredible flex.
Exactly, yeah. The Black Cat was very effective, actually getting a ban out from RAD because of how strong it was, but also, even with, you know, Crazy Kitty doing so well against them yesterday, was able to show that flexibility that was a question mark sometimes before. So nice to see that come out, even the more if they need to opt for that too. But I think my biggest question that I had going into this event was Polly. Captain America, pretty non-existent in this meta, playing Thing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, he's flexible enough. It's just mostly that the Captain America was so good last year in EMEA when he played for Citadel that it was just, you couldn't ban him out. He was an anomaly that seemed to work consistently, but he's been nicely alongside the other, like, new Vanguard with Vespa coming in. King Magneto, really, but you know it's a flexible role. I do like the point out of, like, Speedery, though, because he was playing a lot of Storm yesterday. We saw it in the last series with VP and now V, with the Storm being good on convoy maps. But going into domination, this is the one area that Swamp has not been able to do any damage to Team Liquid Citadel because they haven't dropped a map. Team Liquid Citadel are pretty much like 24, 25, and 0 here, and getting into the draft, it starts the same way. One of the main differences, first of all, an Ultron Protect right at the start from Liquid Citadel is crazy, but more so that it was a switch between Gambit and Magneto. Both of these teams going in different directions. Team Liquid Citadel pulling out something completely new.
A very early Ultron Protect. We've seen it protected and banned in the later stages of draft, but this is huge. This means, like you mentioned, Magneto, Gambit, all these other characters who've been in our first bans. There's the Penny banned out on the other side. It is going to be that Penny and that Ultron that are going to be secure. But the Ultron protected, the Penny banned out. They do not want to deal with that combo.
That Ultron's definitely Speedery, as we were talking about, very effective on that triple strategist lineup, and Swamp Gaming has been known to struggle against it, so that's the game plan it feels like for Team Liquid Citadel. And of course, Vest is going to be getting his mag.
Yeah, looking mostly so far like it's Team Liquid Citadel actually not being able to get their hands on Ultron once from the games that we saw yesterday against RAD. So like now it's that priority to make sure that against Swamp that they're going to have it. Loki being banned out is consistent. It's the one thing that we did see a lot of one-sided with the Cooper on Loki, but neither team's going to have access to it. Luna, just to make sure the Swamp Gaming have a bit of protection from the dive that could come in from Daze.
Makes sense, of course, that Luna with the Snowflake, for the Stone Ball for a freeze on anyone who dives, and of course that White Fox team up for a little bit of a charm and a bit of a self-purify to make sure that they don't get dove too aggressively here. It's an early setup here. Revives on one side as Rocket is taken away by Liquid Citadel, but they secure themselves the Atom. Swamp could still get themselves an Atom Warlock here, but with Rocket taken away, we head into that last ban, and Benjamin Grimm is removed. We're talking about Polly's heroes, and Swamp choose to try and target him out. We're going to send it over to our casters in just a second, but Vodable, who's your one-word pick?
I'm going Swamp on this one.
Team Liquid don't lose on domination. They're not going to lose now.
Statistics are in Liquid's favor. Let's head over to our casters. Cozy's teleported again, and he's with Gaskin.
Thank you, Tetcher. Oh my goodness, Gaskin, we've got ourselves what has been the rival of America. The top two teams, Swamp Gaming and TLC. I could not be more excited. How you doing today? How you feeling?
Oh, really good. I'm very excited for this one. I mean, you and Shib have been able to take us through this throughout the online stages. I've been watching in the wings. This is the rivalry of all rivalries when it comes to America.
No, absolutely. And I have to say, I mean, we have not seen TLC drop domination in best of 3. It's so important, right? Because all paths lead through that map 1 and Dom that we would expect to give TLC that big advantage.
Big confidence booster if you can take domination. But, of course, after watching that lock and ban phase, we knew there was going to be a lot of mind games. The instant Ultron Protect into the Penny ban as well. There's been a lot of murmurs about what TLC are going to play, what Swamp are going to play. I think that Swamp were trying to throw them off the scent a little bit yesterday as well with their lock and bans, but now we're into it.
Well, folks, we've got our game ready. The crowd is loud here for the top 2 American teams. We start here in Wakanda, the infamous location, live in LA. It's Liquid Citadel as we take a look at Cooper on the Gambit. So far, pretty interested in the bans. Definitely has defined a bit of not what they've done in past.
No, very different for TLC and Swamp Gaming. Maybe they've won that battle. They wanted this to happen so they could find some sort of counter. Very intrigued to see how Melo does on the Bucky as well. I think there's a lot of responsibility there as the Winter Soldier to get some of these hooks.
Yeah, they've asked Vest to pick up the tree, and he's done just that, but it's looking close to 99 woodcutting as going low, but gonna stay in this thing. It's gonna be the side of Forky Dog going out first, and with that, it's gonna be the tree on the opposition, and quickly going to spawn is Moses Swamp. Again, they like it muddy, but right now, it's clean gameplay from Liquid.
Another big thing was the ban onto the Rocket as well. How much does that hurt Forky, who's having to move over to the Luna? We've seen plenty of Luna from Forky, but he really does look better when he's on that Rocket Raccoon, and without it, it just means that maybe they might fall back a little bit.
I have to highlight right away, Nero on the Atom is something we don't get a full lot here, so love to see a little bit of a different play with the Trip Strat backline now. Gonna go and play aggressive. We get ourselves a little living tribunal. Those that love the Marvel there for Nero. Gonna go and stay aggressive. I like the play. Best while getting low. They use that bubble once again, coming in clutch.
And most importantly, just getting this first point is huge for TLC. Having the Atom, because now they can get the res as long as Nero gets up to that ultimate and the Karmic Revival, and he is building it fast. Melo's gone down again, so Swamp Gaming can have to back off once more here.
Oh, it's aggression turn to 11, and this is a similar result we've seen in the past. Just go with that quick Rage of Ultron to silence any form of aggression. And outside of that, you said it best. I mean, they've got Born Again ready to go. They've got the Groot and Cooper's ult. This is going to be tough here for Swamp with 52 already up.
Yeah, Liquid will want Swamp to commit ults to this fight. They'll say, we're happy to get taken down, we'll get our revivals, and then suddenly we can pop ours. And SG may just find themselves not even getting a touch on this first point.
Well, listen, Melophobia is the snowball himself and the hero that is Bucky. If they're looking to get something done, there's Daze on the Wolf as well. The Guard Truck's coming out, going to come up a bit empty. Daze is going to be the one that jumps down the tree first with Vest. Oh, Meteor Imp underground. What happened there as Paulie tried to hit but clipped by the ceiling. Melo and Forky to clean it up. That's what you're looking for. But once again, it's Marvel Zombies out here trying to Born Again, win again, but looking like they'll lose again.
Look how much was committed now from Swamp as finally you will see the Karmic Revival, but it hasn't caught everyone. Vessel and Cooper having to come back from spawn. So Swamp, this is their opportunity to try and get a point, but it is great defensive work from Polly at the moment. He is zoning Swamp away.
Gotta love just pointing to the C on the chest for Paulie and going aggressive like he did there. But yes, with that 97%, I mean, Swamp has to get this thing back. A great sustained effort from them. Just so hard to take down as Energy does just that on Daze. Puts a swift end to the X-Men, and Speedery now with the Rage. Looking close here.
So close, and it's a huge chance now for Liquid Citadel just to bully them away with this Rage of Ultron. Yes, Daze is going to have ult available to him as well, but you've got to be careful if you're Swamp that you just don't throw a player in unnecessarily. His Energy gets 2, Polly gets another, and just like that, it's going to be the capture of the point in the first round to TLC.
Let's listen in by Razor, powered by Razor, to hear their thoughts.
So let me
Team, a few words here as they are prepped and ready to go. We've got Veswa with the ult here. I mean, looking at what they've done, Gaskin. Energy is performing just how we thought we would see it. Again, the stakes are so high, but right now the results the same.
Same results. TLC still on top. So the first test, for them has been very comfortable, and really, Swamp Gaming had one attempt at a push that maybe things could have gone their way. But it was the way that TLC were able to stall so successfully there. A lot of it goes down to what Polly was doing on that Magneto, bubbling himself, getting that shield up consistently, waiting for the rest of the team to join. And really, it's Adam Warlock yet again being the prime example of, with this trip strat, having an Adam Warlock on your team can be just such a huge advantage.
Absolutely here now going in the lower ground, trying to find themselves the path to success. And yeah, looking at what they had ult counter-wise against Vest, does have that big Groot ult to get things rolling for them. I'm curious in the ult track, and this is kind of where it comes, the data behind it. Do you want to play aggressive? Melo's doing just that with a quick uppercut there to send energy back to spawn.
A lot of responsibility for Daze here. I think as the Wolverine, judging by what TLC have been able to do previously, if you could just rip one of them away, which he did, maybe SG finally get their first attempt to take this point. And we know what Swamp Gaming can do when they're in control of a point as well. Finally, they break through TLC, and it looks like they should get the first hands on it.
Absolutely here, and just have so much defense and sustained effort with Valentina going to have that boundary and more. How much do they need to commit, though? We saw that they won the fight there on first zone, and Daze is going to get the best of Polly on it. So just like that, Swamp Gaming feeling comfortable, and again, they like it dirty. Dragging them to the swamp, but Nero brings the team back to the action.
It's an early Karmic Revival, but it could be massive for them. Valentina is going to respond with an invisible boundary, but now you'll see the Strangling Prison comes out alongside the damage from SG, but now Forky's gone down.
It's tree and tree, but only one remains, and that's a Wolverine slicing and dicing through the wood, making splinters quick. Now quickly going to hold on, 20% climbing. Forky still has a show to put on. That's going to get the rest of the team, allowing them to build up. As look at TLC, I mean, they've got some work to do on the ult front.
Yeah, I think Swamp Gaming should be proud of that. They were able to power through, even though we saw 5 revives from the Adam Warlock. And now they've got control, now they've got ult advantage as well, and they're just going to be able to keep them held here. But already Meteor End is going to be popped instantly from Scatter just to help zone a little bit as Melo was able to get the opening pick. TLC again on the back foot, they're going to have to retreat a little bit here, Coach.
Absolutely here now with 44% and climbing. Yeah, Liquid Citadel's in an interesting position because they have to build up, right? They can depend on neutral, but that's a tough task. With the comp they have rolling here in Swamp Gaming, Last Stand is ready, folks. If you don't know, Wolverine capable of just getting a massive slam down, takedown, team wipe potential. Looking for that opportunity. Daze is a definition of aggressive.
Yeah, Daze is going to be there again. He's going to be a problem as Valentina gets the opener onto Energy, and we know what an important factor Energy is on this TLC side.
Wasted.
Here he comes!
Slicing, dicing, he's looking for more. It's like watching Animal Planet slowly as the hunter is looking for the hunted. Daze gonna hold on to it. That boundary got pushed, or the force physics got wasted. Thought he was gonna go in for that opportunity, chooses to save it. There it is.
Finally, we see the commitment, but that's the good thing from SG. They've delayed. They're at 83% already, and they still have Invisible Boundary as a backup. It's a back-to-back Invisible Boundary on both sides.
And that is why Magneto is the babysitter of rivals. Able to protect through the bubble is huge, but it's not going to be enough. Nero does find that neutral pick they're looking for, forcing the show to go from Forky Dog, as our show today is looking huge. Melophobia throwing down that Kraken impact, puts it into the tree, and overtime already ready.
Big touch from Energy, though, to make sure this one keeps going, and the big pick as well, but it's all about Swamp Gaming right now. Kraz and Daze working together as one goes down.
Massive freeze frame, and just like that, the Kodak moment of Forky Dog getting that huge hit. Just like that, the yellow is slimming down. Portal is opening, but it's on the side from Scatter to ensure that defensive hold. Strong decision, strong moment for Swamp to define a new era. They get themselves the second zone.
Swamper on the board. Valentina celebrates, and for good reason. What an important factor she played on that back line, just saving that ultimate for the right moment at the right time. But it was the ultimate usage Swamp were very careful with when they popped them. They had control, they were bullying Liquid back.
Yes.
They didn't overcommit to the fight. They waited for Liquid to do something, and then they responded.
Well, and Liquid had to get neutrals if they wanted anything to be even, and it was on the other side. I mean, it was Swamp that was continuing to get these important picks that we see and we expect from TLC. Folks, remember, once again, TLC has not given up a Dom map ever to Swamp Gaming. We're talking a full year here. Have not seen it. Could make some history today live in LA as we look at the Panther and Warrior Fall. So many iconic moments in Marvel decided right here. We're going to see more.
You feel like this would be a passing of the torch moment if Swamp Gaming were to take this Dom off of TLC, and it would be a defining moment in this tournament as well of who we think might be the favorite. We saw Na'Vi take down their counterparts in VP and show that they are the best in their region, but who's going to do it here on the side of North America? And even though it's still first map, it's still early stages, we will learn a lot here in this third round.
Yeah, that Adam's moving way too fast. You know he's flying right there. Love to see the overview of the position they choose to take. Right away, it's going to be TLC trying to get that point ground first, but you give the high ground. There's advantages to both here. Quickly now, Swamp Gaming trying to find an early pick. Energy is so lethal. Going to try to match Malephobia on that Bucky.
Very important that TLC get this first point. We saw what happened when SG were able to take control, but now they start to apply a little bit of pressure here. Rage of Ultron is going to be there, and it will be popped as well. It's the first ult to come out, and SG just have to retreat here. Is worth noting, Karmic Revival is going to be there for TLC in the next fight as well.
Yeah, look on the other side too. I mean, having Valentina Eve and Porkadog are dangerously close, so one of the best ult trackers and teams treat themselves as a family quickly, as it's going to be the quick hook and trying to find something from it. Going to force now the boundary on the side. It's going to be Valentina Eve trying to get this point. Porkadog and Mello make that statement known. The exclamation point is had as Nero bringing the board again, ringing through the halls of Wakanda, bringing back 2, now 3. But again, it is born again, lose again.
Swamp Gaming are on a tear. It doesn't matter if you get brought back to life, it would seem. Forky has to pop Fate for both worlds, though, as Vesper cannot connect with anything. It's Valentina, it's Mello, it is Liquid Citadel falling apart here, and they are going to have to just give this one up, you feel. They are going to commit an invisible boundary, though. They are confident they can get back off spawn.
Yeah, and that passive used by Citadel Walls is showing crack. Swamp has the mud ready to roll as folks 3 now down. It's going to be point now over to Swamp. I will say, through all that chaos, great job from Liquid Citadel, still keeping that foundation strong and having the point.
That being said, they did commit Psionic Seduction and Invisible Boundary, and yes, they gained an extra 10+%, but they have given away those ultimates now, and it's going to be tougher to break against an SG who have been able to build up ults of their own.
Yeah, this is where you want to play aggressive if you're Swamp. You have Kraz and you have Malephobia. All the strat ults are offline, right? At this point, move forward. Don't let Speedery get that rage. You have to go. Press W. Now is the time. Don't be scared. Don't show you're scared on your first land. Bubble up. Krazman looking for more. He's got the Groodle. He's trying to find value, but Paulie's the one to send him back to find himself spawn.
Both those ults were popped, and neither of them connected with anything. Mello's gone down as well. So now TLC should be able to comfortably march in, steal this point away, as SG will retreat and just reassess. As again, we're going to go back to point A here. Speedery's going to be the first one to get ult. We've reset everything, but Valentina will have Invisible Boundary this time, as Energy is showing up now on the Bucky. The switch over has been big.
Energy showing why he's one of the best in the business. And right now, Speedery holding on to that rage. I mean, it is the age of Speedery here right now in the first map. We're getting a good look, breaking that environment. Love the play and the positioning for Swamp. A little bit tougher here. You have Valentina Eve getting close to that boundary. Forky Dog at 74. So now it's kind of on the opposite side. Liquid Citadel, be aggressive even with that point hold.
All right, we're going to go for a Razor listening now and check out how the comms are in this game.
I'm in. Fine. I'm showing you. I'm looking for him. These went range. He went to range.
Break the shield. I can maybe get my team up to 2. I think they get it. Go point. Guys, I have my own 8%.
Yeah. I can damage the best 3.
I can grab range.
Give me in.
I'm linking.
Energy slamming down, making that statement known that domination is their game mode, folks. Getting the other Bucky on the other side of this multiversal war, finding another, looking for more. Vessel goes up with the Meteor M. He was a king in 2025 for the slam downs. Finds another Energy though, doing it, showing that energy in LA. It's showing why they cannot be taken down in the mode that is theirs.
Team Liquid Citadel continue to sit on top of North America at the moment, as Swamp Gaming will fall here at Domination, but that was to be expected, right? That's what we've seen all season long. Domination was never gonna be a question. TLC have been the Domination Kings, and SG could not answer.
I mean, it's like a choose your own adventure book, but all the pages lead to the same result. We've seen Swamp try this more and more. It always looks like they're close. They've given a zone before, but can't get that done. Either way, that is why TLC is so hard. You ask for a weak link. We're looking through it. Someone's gonna step up and have that Captain America moment, right, for the Avengers. In that case, Energy, right? He could not be stopped, won't be stopped.
I mean, interesting, I think statistically, Swamp Gaming had a better game. They found more KOs in their favor, but it was about the execution from TLC. Every single team fight was planned out. Yes, a couple went wrong, but when they went right, they looked so smooth and buttery, and that's what TLC have to offer.
I mean, can we highlight Speedery having 24,000 healing, 17,000 damage as the Ultron in the triple sup at that. It allows them to play aggressive. You have an amazing strategist like Nero, who is great and lethal. We talk about someone like Millennium on 100 Thieves. Nero does that job very well, and Speedery being that flex DPS, it just allows everything they do well to combine.
Everything was perfect for TLC when they got rolling. Sure, a few shaky moments, and that's what Swamp Gaming want. They want to try and disrupt the consistency and the chemistry here of TLC. And even though at times it did work, you have to look back at one of those final fights in that mid-game of round 3 where Swamp Gaming did commit some ultimates. They tried to be aggressive. Groot ult came out. They tried the Kraken Impact as well. Didn't connect with either, and then TLC never looked back.
You know what? They did shut down TLC's Vanguard line pretty well. And that's what's kind of scary, because if you look at it, Vezwa does not have a lot of games where there's some struggle. One final hit is unusual, I would say, for what we know from him and Paulie. So they got that right, but what's scary is that means they can correct the ship, and TLC, one of those teams that get better more and more. Putting that foundation of the Citadel, Mud is fine. They're going to build it up.
Both Bucky players played incredible, and they were huge parts of the success for both teams. Energy and Mellow, take your hats off. Without them finding those hooks, finding that damage, it would have looked a very different game on either side, to be honest. But what's the mentality like for Swamp Gaming now? That's going to be the question. You know, you commit so much, you felt really good after taking that second round, but now you still have to go back to familiar territory here where you are one map down against TLC.
Yeah, I can tell you by watching this team a ton, they are one of those teams that play with how they feel, right? I mean, when you look at especially land nerves on top of that, but this team is defined with how their success is rolling and snowballing from it. So if you are Swamp, one of the things that you have to perfect as you get better and better, more pro scene, more land focus, is keeping calm, cool, collected. That's one thing, Gaskin, we've seen here in LA a ton, is these teams that look down, they're not out. We got to see that from Swamp Gaming as we take a look at the final stats.
And as I said, in terms of numbers, it looked really good on the side of Swamp Gaming. They had the better of the KOs in their favor, but again, it was Team Liquid Citadel who were just consistently on point when it came to the execution of those fights. And if Swamp Gaming are going to be able to win this series, they need to be shutting down some of the damage that they're seeing from Energy. Whether it's some flanks on their side, whether it is someone targeting him completely, you can't allow the same kind of freedom that Energy just saw.
Well, on top of that, too, they were winning great fights, but they could not get the point back over and over as Spider Island is making its appearance here in LA. Listen, a lot of map choices that Fox could go to. I like this choice for Swamp Gaming. Does really favor a lot of the gameplay they want to do. And overall, I mean, Gaskin, they're hoping that this is a map they just feel like they've got that advantage on that TLC may not have as much of those scrimbucks.
Yeah, we did see Swamp Gaming lose Spider Islands during the online play, but that is a good chance for them to look at what went wrong and how they're going to rectify this with practice. And I do think that Swamp have had a lot cooking coming into this event. I actually saw a comment from Mello in the game chat there where he said, our prep didn't go this far. We thought we were going to win map 1. Well, you've got to be prepared for what could happen if things go wrong. And Swamp Gaming, we know that they are fantastic players, right? They have the capability to get back into this one, but it's always going to hurt losing that first map.
And that is why it's so important to have that domination as one of your best game modes, because all paths lead through it. Best of 3, it's so hard to get that momentum, not once, but twice, right? Getting perfect twice against a team like TLC, not going to be an easy task, but Swamp Gaming, they do not want to be known as underdogs anymore. This is their chance to prove it. You're live on the biggest stage. We have ourselves a big ban phase coming up. Now, if you look at the last one, I felt like they both had great strategies, but what do you want to see change?
Well, I think a lot is going to change naturally. You're going to get the mind games. You also get a different order in terms of who gets their first lock here. Remember, previously, Liquid were able to get their first lock. They did lock down that Ultron, but this time it's going to be Swamp Gaming who get the first protect on their side. Obviously, we have the Mantises. We know that, and we are going to see an instant Loki protect. Now, I know there's a few memes that are flowing around about the instant Loki protect at the moment, but clearly Swamp Gaming feel like this is going to help them.
Kind of funny, too, because some of those memes originated, I believe, from the coach back in the day of Fox saying, first Loki protect, what are we doing? But hey, this is going to secure what they feel like they need on that backline play. One thing I saw is you looked at the strategist front. They had great final hits for Swamp Gaming. The damage, half of what they were able to put up there for TLC. You're going to get that Ultron save again. The old plan used to be ban out Speedery. Looks like things are changing now with that save.
Well, they feel so comfortable with the Ultron, the extra healing that he provides, and also just the presence that Ultron has on the map as well as a flyer. It will be a one-sided Loki, so I don't hate that, especially after we've seen the Gambit ban on the other side from TLC. So Swamp Gaming just trying to answer back, and it is going to be once more Penny taken away. It's honestly relatively similar here, apart from the Loki Protect, of course, with Forky Dog being focused on that rocket.
Yeah, they felt like that Adam Warlock really enabled the team to continue that fight. And even though there was a lot of answer back, and it kind of sometimes can force you to play funky, which Melophobia can't do, but what does that do? When you're playing one, it takes away the other. That's why that flex DPS role is so important, to be able to fill those gaps and allow Melophobia shining like we know they can. But the group band's going to be there. Vest unable to play the tree.
This is going to be an interesting protect now then, just to finish things off for Swamp Gaming. Magneto has been often focused here, and maybe should be, because we know the one-sided mag doesn't go down well, and Swamp will decide to pick up the Magneto. On the other side, though, we did see... Oh, well, I think we might see an Invisible Woman ban here, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
From TLC. Yes, it is going to be an Invisible Woman ban, and that makes sense because the Invisible Boundary was one of the key factors for Swamp Gaming. Just in general, Invisible Woman was looking so good on the side of SG that TLC looking to try and target a little bit here.
No, absolutely. And hey, you know what? Starting out, I love the offensive pick here for Swamp Gaming, and having the one-sided Groot on this map in particular, I think can give a lot of value. These Vanguards aren't talked about enough what Scatter and Kraz can do. We've seen stronger play online than I've seen here in LAN when I continue to see this shine, because we say, hey, they took care of OUG pretty handily, but when we saw how OUG was not that shabby, it's kind of giving more to what we think of Swamp, but it's a big brother, little brother situation right now. They've got to prove they can fight up.
Yeah, how many times have we seen these two play up against each other? They know each other inside and out. But now is a chance to switch things up. TLC look like they're going to go for a trip on their defensive side as we do get into Spider Islands, one of my favorite maps to play and to watch. It can be very difficult sometimes to break out of this first point.
We are 15 seconds away to find out what America Seed is going to go up against Na'Vi, and which will be sent back and down to the lower bracket. Now, folks, they did flash it for a quick second. That fastball special is something they like to run. Hulk not really solid in the meta at the moment, but the fastball is a Swamp special. Day's going to be on that storm we saw yesterday. Gates open. Here we go.
Yeah, this is just an attempt to try and break through the potential trip that they thought they might be facing and will be facing. But can you actually connect with the damage off the back of it, and will Daze be able to avoid the damage himself?
Absolutely. I mean, just getting so much firepower to enable this stuns on the squad. Melophobia able to get that quick hit on Paulie, and that's going to open up the door right away. There's the rocket, bringing him right back to the action. But getting around that corner first and that aggression. This is typically the portal back right away. But right now, no one's falling. It's Energy picking up right where they left off yesterday on the bag.
And the one-sided rocket is going to play a huge part in this game as well. Just count those BRBs that influence this fight, because you won't have it on the other side for Swamp Gaming when they're defending. And their first attempt at breaking here, unsuccessful. And again, it's because of that BRB.
Yeah, gonna be tough too. Cooper already, that invisible boundary coming up any moment. You're miles away if you're on the strap front there. So if you don't get a pick, this is gonna be a quick 3 minutes going out. Scatter is gonna get Veswa going down. So right now, push forward. That respawn beacon is gone and force that first portal. But no, it's going to be the invisible boundary. They're committing towards the spawn. We're fighting at the gates of Spider Island. Melophobia trying to find some solace here and get that important pick.
I do like Melo onto the Punisher. It works very well into Thing, of course, and they were able to get that pick, but Thing will be coming back. Instead, though, it's going to be a Groot from Kraz this time. It looks by Veswa moving over as Scatter Genji trying his hardest to protect everyone, and it's working out right now.
Yeah, here comes Energy. Oh, he's floating the Strange momentarily, even with that team wipe. Looks like he's going to go ahead and stick to that meteor in that he has locked and loaded. Maybe someone else will pick it up on the team, or they'll choose to use that portal a little bit later there on the higher ground. Either way, good job by Swamp Gaming, kind of cut things up quick. Either way, Daze having that Omega Hurricane is a quick way to force out anything they have. And right now, it's only Nero. Speedery still 20% behind.
It's an early portal, but we know what Vest could do as well. From Doctor Strange, they opt to go onto the high ground, get behind enemy lines, and use this psionic seduction to their advantage.
Absolutely. That was going to be a big all eyes on the thighs. Paulie trying to get his best here as the Groot ult is going to try to make that difference here shortly as Kraz looking. Melophobia, all the bullets have a name. Great Castle looking for that hit, but the kite is too good for TLC.
It did force them away, and it looks like Polly might be stuck on their own, but they are able to get away, and a little bit of help came from elsewhere as now Krazman bullying once more, and does have the Strangling Prison to use here.
Oh, this is everything coming out. It is all the glory. Scatter goes up, slams down. Goodbye, Speedery, and your ult as well. Finds the neutral. It's the front line. Day's gonna get more, but everybody coming back once again from Nero. Finding that Born again, using the Meteor M on the rocket was huge, but that leaves Adam ready to rise.
It's all eyes onto Kraz. The Strangling Prison doesn't really connect with enough, but Scatter is able to find one on the Speedery, so it is a 6v5 despite the Born again. Veswa, what have you got for us?
He finds three!
It's huge as Nero off the back of it finds the first. and Swamp are going to have to fall back. It's not going to be a first point just yet.
The eye opens and closes the opportunity as a minute is on the clock, and this will certainly be all that is it as Swamp Gaming used everything to try to secure that win. But Vess saw domination last and said, let's see what I can do, as Valentina Eve is going to be the most important member. Keep it alive, staying healthy. You've got one fight to make it.
TLC switching off the Adam Warlock after they found the success from the Karmic Revival as well, because they are recognizing they have 40 seconds. They could do it here. You can hold it now, probably before that Karmic Revival even becomes part of the equation.
Absolutely love the swap here to Speedery as a cat. And that is why right there, 49 already taken out of the equation. Now what do you do? Final fight, 28 seconds. Gonna try to look for more, but Melophobia getting Paulie out with it. This is going, oh, I love the eyes here on Speedery. Just trying to get this backline uncomfortable. Knows the task at him. Trying to go for Valentina Eve. It's gonna be Speedery finding one, now two. That's why they call him the best of the flex.
They went for Valentina. Collateral damage found Melo. 10 seconds now for Swamp Gaming. Someone's gonna have to touch to try and keep this portal alive as Melo desperately switches over.
3 seconds left. Melophobia trying to summon the magic. It will not be quick enough. The same story remains. It's a one-sided rivalry. It is TLC 2-0ing Swamp.
Not quite yet. There is still going to be a chance, of course, but they did manage to find themselves with a successful hold. And now we'll have to see whether we can see an even better one from Swamp Gaming. But remember what we spoke about. You don't have that rocket. You don't have the BRB. Are you going to try and go for the Adam Warlock as well? Or will this be Team Liquid Citadel doing what they always do to Swamp Gaming and bullying their way through against their little brothers?
Yeah, listen, after 3 matches, I'm the one that skipped to the end of the book, right? Just go ahead and read it. I'm like, all right, hold on. There's still some good storyline to be had here. Either way, this would be a great story, right? If Swamp is somehow able to make things muddy enough to keep this team in it and their dream to follow. Looking at the stats here, what sticks out to you?
I mean, just Scatter Genji had a lot of success, obviously, but I think that Energy needs the credit where credit is due. Again, the same kind of angles that were being found from TLC, Energy was a big part of that. It wasn't a bunch of damage, but it was successful KOs and final hits that really influenced fight after fight. But you always have to look back at the Adam Warlock, right? Sure. The difference maker, being in a good position at the right time, getting that Karmic Revival off. It was a full team Karmic Revival from TLC after Swamp Gaming had committed literally every ultimate they had available.
Yeah, you know, but it's a hero moments over and over. The first map, it was Energy, then it was Vest, right? Getting those 3 for the Agamotto shut down any chances from that point on. Well said, my friend. 3, 2, 1 opens up the gates. We'll see how TLC chooses to attack. The Thing has been such a lethal hero thus far in LA.
Well, Swamp Gaming, they have to defend and they have to hold. This seems like the perfect chance to go to a Razor listening. Let's see what Swamp have to say.
We see one more now.
Wolf dead. Oh no, it's not Wolf dead. Well, not dead.
3, 2, 1, 2. We see Wolf.
Oh yeah, he was.
Wolf right. Wolf right. Wolf right. Wolf right.
Yeah.
Wolf right. Wolf right side. Done.
Whoa.
Whoa. Their turn.
Same.
Okay, wait.
Someone. I have them, so we're only once apart, really. You can hold on.
I suppose that helped.
Wolf top left again.
Melo, I can't see you there. This guy. No, Thing save. Can we go Thing? No save. They turn a Thing with knives. Oh yeah, we can.
Alrighty, folks, now just like that, going quickly here, and I love the calm and cool collectedness of Valentina. Just getting those comms out, trying to spread the message of hope for this team. Point to the sign, say you believe, Gaskin.
Of course, the huge difference here is having the penny on the side of Swamp. Yes, they don't have the rocket for the BRB, but this nest is proving to be a problem for TLC at the moment, and they will still have the Adam Warlock, but Speedery does find one onto Scatter, so Swamp Gaming now in a 5 versus 6, make it a 4 versus 6, because Valentina's gone down, and they are dropping like flies here, Swamp Gaming.
It doesn't matter the power that he wields, it's every hero showing out here for Speedery as the rain goes down once again. Days getting out, Portal summoned up, desperation at play, 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
This is the last chance really to hold for Swamp Gaming. If they lose this fight, this one's done, this series is over.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's why it is Days of Future Past, 1.13 meters left. This is the last hope for Swamp in the upper bracket. Up goes Melophobia, trying to find that help. It cannot get the desperate connection on Storm. Speedery available, keeping his team up and healthy with more. Nero has the invisible boundary. They have so much at play. This is going all momentum towards TLC.
Swamp did get the first pick. Cooper went down, so TLC, they back back off, but now here you come. Psionic Seduction and the Hurricane combined.
Yeah, both together using everything at once as Nero gonna go and commit as well. Throw everything out there to push yourself into the upper bracket and find yourself against the other region best in Na'Vi. Folks, TLC is your winner, and that is where I come. Skip to the back of that novel and find the same result.
He can see into the future, can Cozy, and for good reason, because we have seen it time and time again online here with TLC versus Swamp Gaming. Even though there's always so much promise, there's almost so much hope that comes from this SG team, evidently it always turns out as TLC as victors here. And now they will move on to the upper bracket finals, where we will see the best of Americas against the best of EMEA.
And here's the thing, it's why best of 3 is fine, but when these two teams go together, it's typically on opposite sides of that bracket, right? Going all the way up at least to the upper finals and grand finals. So we haven't seen them in a best of 3. It never would have favored Swamp Gaming because typically the coaching, the adjustments is made late, and that is what has allowed them to have some competitive series, but this did look like, once again, a one-sided affair.
Well, yesterday when we spoke to Fox, he said if we lose, it's because we didn't play well enough. I know what my team are capable of. I know we have the best players. Well, they will still have the chance to battle through that lower bracket. It is not done yet for Swamp Gaming.
And what that means for those that are in America region fans, it puts what is our best of the best against their best of the best. EMEA, again, winning last 2 lands. This is their big hope to send them packing down to the lowers.
TLC versus Na'Vi. I think everyone knew this was what was going to be the upper bracket final. There were some hopes from some of the other teams in the regions, of course, but now who's going to take that one? That's the real question, because TLC have been toted and touted as the favorites, but also we know how strong Na'Vi have been.
Expect the expected. I mean, sometimes at LAN you get the Cinderella. We still have 2 remaining, but right now the upper bracket is proving the best of the best, Gaskin.
The best of the best, and I'm very impressed with what TLC were able to offer there, whether it was from the ban phase or whether it was all the way down to the execution of their fights. Swamp Gaming sadly just could not keep up with the pace of Team Liquid Citadel. And as we look back at some of the replays, every single time TLC had an advantage in their fight, they made it count. Swamp Gaming just couldn't keep up with the damage output that we saw from TLC. And there were some moments of hope from Swamp Gaming, of course. They found their success. They had a relatively good ban draft, but in the end it came down to those individual clutch moments from TLC that just made Swamp Gaming fall to that lower bracket. I do think that Swamp Gaming are going to have a fantastic lower bracket run, and I'm sure everyone is going to be terrified to try and face up against this team who is going to be hot on the heels of anyone in that lower bracket. As for TLC and their chances against Na'Vi, I think at this point it's going to be whoever plays best on the day. I know who I think is the favorite, but I'm slightly biased with all the TLC I have seen throughout this tournament so far, and of course throughout the online stages. But as we look at the stats, you pick out who you think was the key factor. For me, energy played a massive part. It wasn't just the amount of KOs he was able to find, but it was the angles in which he was able to take down Swamp Gaming. Time and time again, Swamp Gaming found themselves losing a strategist to the damage that energy was putting out. And even though we saw Cooper on that rocket, didn't necessarily play a huge factor in terms of damage. Look at the amount of assists that came out in the end and the amount of healing you were able to find. And I think the BRB was a big difference, that's for sure. For Swamp Gaming, they go back to the drawing board. I am intrigued to see what Fox is going to say, because I know he's going to have a lot to say, as he always does. But it is TLC who come out as victors. Now, you might have thought Gaskin's talking for a while I was stalling, giving time for Cozy, who's down on the stage with some of TLC.
Well, thank you, Gaskin and 616 Cozy, other variant here, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for TLC once again, proving they are the best in the America region with the matchup. I'm joined by Paulie and Speedery. And hey, listen, it's looked more of the same against Swamp Gaming. First, any words? I want to ask, do you wish them hope in their lower bracket run?
I do. I mean, they're the second best team in the night, so I do hope.
Well, they're our American brethren, so yeah, I wish the best for them.
Awesome. Now, obviously, the story has been, and I've been highlighting, it's Na'Vi, it's TLC, back and forth. Ping is an issue online, but here at LAN, not so much. Any words to say right now to Na'Vi before we will eventually get to that matchup? What makes y'all better?
I mean, it's just a roster. We're just all better mechanically, and I think that's just it.
Yeah, I'd say much of the same thing. I think our players are just generally better mechanically, you know?
I love it. Just simple science. We're just better. Either way, y'all are both players full on a team that has been close to greatness. What does it mean now moving up to this upper finals to get yourself to that grand finals at LAN, at Rivals?
For me, it already means a lot because this is already my best LAN placement, guaranteed top 3. So I'm really happy about that.
Speedery, last midseason finals. This man was on another team and was making it all the way there, close to greatness. How do you feel with this team making the difference for you, and what does it mean to you?
Yeah, I feel much more confident with this squad than last year. So hopefully we can get it done.
Anything else you want to say to your viewers at home, fans of TLC and more? Gonna give you guys the floor one last time.
I got something for Na'Vi. Good luck to you guys, but unfortunately, I have to bring NA the trophy.
NA the trophy. Speedery.
To the players of Na'Vi, let's have a fun match.
Hey, I like it. We get the trophy. Let's have a fun match. Everybody's so nice around here, folks. Give it up one more time for TLC. Getting the win over Swamp Gaming. And to break it all down at the action, Tetchy, the desk.
We have some excellent points being brought up. That is the highest position we have seen so far for Poly and LAN, from Berber Patapim all the way to Citadel, now to Liquid Citadel, swapping regions, meaning that we are actually going to have a match of the teams who have poached players from each other's regions. Team Liquid Citadel stealing Poly from EMEA, and of course Na'Vi stealing Terra from the Americas. But I want to talk, we'll talk about that matchup soon. That's going to be coming up later. But I want to talk about the draft in particular. Ryan, we saw Ultron getting protected so much earlier. That strategy's been prevalent, but it's crept all the way up.
I mean, I really like it. I think here, these two teams are very familiar with each other. They play each other consistently at this point, and it was Speedery that was the one playing the Ultron for the most part as well. Yeah. And I think, like, not only did he start to show up massively with the Storm right at the end there on attack, which was one of the things that made Team Liquid Citadel look really good on Yggdrasil against RAD yesterday, but it's the fact that it really opens up the draft because it forces Swamp to have to ban the Penny, which means that you basically confirm that you're playing triple strategist with the Ultron, right, as a protect. But then you don't have enough bans to get rid of some of the other strong strategists, so... And it wasn't even one-sided. Team Liquid Citadel, like, we want this. It's not that we don't want you to have it, we just want to make sure that we have it, because they know that Swamp isn't that comfortable triple strategist.
I mean, talking about the triple strategist too, we have to mention Nero, right? The way that they were able to play the Adam Warlock with the team up using the enhanced healing from the Cosmic Cluster, and also has an AoE burst once you have the fully enhanced team up. So having that together, I feel like so many teams during this LAN have been underestimating the lethality, but also the amount of healing output that you can have sustainability to just by using the Soul Bond from Adam Warlock. He is good now. He's actually meta. Kurova, I miss you.
The Adam has been very impactful. It was great to see. You already mentioned just how well it synergizes with that Ultron. But Ryan, if we're talking about synergy, TLC just looked to be perfectly in sync, and especially on Domination. Our first map of that series, the stats are so much in their favor.
It's ridiculous. 26-0 across the year. And I think the crazier one is like, so, okay, like 26 games, how many, like 2 rounds is that? 52, right? You need 52 rounds to win 26 games. They've only dropped like 6 rounds of Domination full stop. And that was the only one that they've dropped on Benim T'Challa this year, for one. So they're going to be like, wait, guys, we've got to do better. We've started the season in like April. We're now getting into August and we lost the first round. But also, like, it's only the second time that Swamp were able to actually take a round off of them in Domination. It's like, yeah, we lost to Stick Drift and Lunex right at the start of the year. They're the only teams that have done any damage to Team Liquid Citadel over on Domination. It's too good for them. But then you go to Spider Islands, where Swamp have taken a couple of maps from them. They got full held, the same as last time that we saw from Stage 1.
But we also saw a rare appearance from the Wolverine. It's creeping in every now and again, but not finding the success that maybe Swamp were looking for.
No, I mean, a lot of teams like to play the Wolverine. Some of them try to do the Gamma Fastball, as it's called now, with the Hulk. No longer has the team up with the Thing, unfortunately, and I feel like that was what made it so good before, and what was so good for Swamp in the past is being able to use the Thing and also Hulk to just toss back and forth this Wolverine that could just be a menace of Canadian rage. But unfortunately, it was not enough this go around. Maybe they'll find some composition that works a little bit better for it, but a good try nonetheless.
We also saw a little bit of that rivalry that has started forming. We mentioned earlier that Terra called out iRemix on 100 Thieves with the first pick on the first protect on the Loki, and then later on they Virtus.pro tried it and it did not work. But Ryan, we saw it come in here and it was maybe a little bit more successful. How are we feeling about Loki starting to creep in early into the protects here?
I mean, just for the nature of the character, for one, like the ability to copy some of the ultimates, and we're seeing a lot more better play from strategists, notably like Gen G, who we're going to see later on. Even when there's like Gambit not available on their side, that you see like the Skittles go, my like royal flush, I'm going to use it. And so you see a little bit more aggression. Even if Gambit is one-sided, Loki provides some opportunity to just counterattack, and it's hard to gauge with how that plays out.
I think a big thing here too is the Vibrant Vitality team up, right? The way that you're able to use the regeneration domain and have the damage boost from that as well makes it so that you have just another iteration of damage that you can increase for your team. Storm, Loki, you have the Rocket Raccoon with Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Mantis has never seen the light of day, so they gotta use something.
That's one of the main reasons why, right?
Yeah.
Like, because that team up in itself would just be best in slot.
It would.
We have found out our upper bracket finals. Na'Vi and Team Liquid Citadel are sitting up there, but we have more elimination games coming up as well today. There's so much more action here at the mid-season finals. We are just having a delight, but we do need to head to a break to make sure that we can get those games set up. Do not go anywhere. More action coming up after this.
Inevitable.
There is only one path to peace, the Avengers' extinction.
Avengers! Avengers, assemble!
Widow style.
Friday, lock and load.
This is for Pedro!
More matches, more rewards. Earn exclusive rewards throughout the mid-season finals via Twitch drops, in-game missions, and in-game predictions.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back, my friends. We are here for our third matchup of today. We saw the upper bracket, and it went just about how we thought it was going to go, fellas. But now we've got the lower with elimination at stake. And not only that, some great teams and storyline-ship.
Yeah, this is going to be an intense one. Lower bracket now, getting towards the final day. Yeah, this is just, you know, everybody's hearts are on the line right now, Vod.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, too, is this is just a mirror of what we saw during Stage 1, right? We were hoping, praying, pleading that we'd go all the way to 3 maps. We got kind of close on that domination for Swamp Gaming, but it just was not enough. They got a sub-map, which is something, but as a participation medal at this point.
It's a sports team losing like 52-7. Be like, we got a touchdown, right? Like, we did something there, but yeah, no, definitely more of what we thought was the same. I mean, listen, with these two teams in regions, we've known now for months, going back to like January, we've known that these two teams were the ones that were going to be the best in Na'Vi and TLC. But now we've got RAD versus Virtus Pro. Now keep in mind, Virtus Pro won the whole damn thing last year in the grand finals, and RAD, this is their first. I mean, this is quite the matchup ship.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro is also coming off of a pretty decided loss, so that's going to mess with mental for sure. I have no doubt. So I want to make sure that VP can bounce back. I want this to be a tight one, but I'll tell you what, RAD, they looked pretty good early on in this tournament. I think they're starting to struggle. I mean, I didn't love the way they looked into OUG, which was a team that got destroyed by Swamp. So they need to start figuring out that ban phase a little better.
I'm really curious on exactly what the prioritization is going to be for the ban phase, right? We saw Ultron work really well with Speedery there for Team Liquid Citadel, and we've seen a very similar comp be run by Virtus Pro, so that might be the game plan for them. Focus on that Ultron. Yes, Penny might be banned, but you can play something else.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I feel like between these two teams, obviously, still some more like inner civil war. Like they know each other so well at this point, and even going back to like scrims, right? It's an interesting story between them. For me, I want y'all both to pick the X factor for both teams. One player, one thing that they do well that you feel like could give them that chance for victory. And in Rad's case, I think the hope that they can get it, right?
Yeah, so who do we start with? Want to go VP first?
Yeah.
Sparker. I mean, Sparker in that last series was like the only, I mean, I'm not trying to roast everybody else, was like the shining star. I mean, it was finding finals, was making plays.
I gotta say, for me specifically, Crazy Kitty. If Crazy Kitty is doing well, has the Black Cat, can go on the dive, can go towards the back line, make sure that they are struggling, they will be doing pretty good.
Come on, two duelists.
I mean, it's easy.
Yeah, let's give the MVP to duel. It's all duelists, and they didn't even come from a front line over there in the Vanguards. They feel betrayed. No, but that is a good point. I mean, listen. I was going to say two picks, something different. I would say when RAD has looked comfortable, which, let's be honest, even though they're where they're at, it hasn't been a comfortable ride at all, or cozy ride, you might say. But I do feel like in stage to here, it does feel like the front line and Lugigo and Ducky has felt more solid over what was yesterday. That's going to be the difference for me. I need to see how they measure up to someone like Finzi, Nivix. Those are obviously who we know they are as such great players.
Yeah, Ducky's super solid. Lugigo, the one thing I will say is I think he's disgusting he can play some really unique heroes, but I'm not loving some of the more off-meta stuff. I don't love the Rogue right now. We haven't seen a ton of success with it, so I get iffy when I see that out there.
Yeah, one thing to focus on, I think, too, in terms of that ban draft we were talking about earlier, is Ducky's Groot. Ducky, I think, honestly, is the best Groot in the game right now, and the way that we've seen them really evolve throughout the play-in stage to now and really pop off with that hero, depending on, on Convoy, even on Domination, they have looked so strong. But I do know Virtus Pro do love prioritizing a Gambit save, and, well, Gambit's pretty good at cleansing those strangling prisons.
I feel like, too, I mean, obviously best of 5 changes the story a lot. I'm going to be honest, I'm just a big proponent. I think it should always be best of 5 in stakes like this, right? Because it allows that time for the teams to shine, the players too as well, and those micro adjustments, because we've seen often, especially in RAD's case, that sometimes it just comes down to the small things to pull off that win, Chip.
Yeah, one thing that cannot happen here, though, is VP cannot allow the one-sided mag in Gambit again. That was just kind of a shock to me. Vod, you and I talked about this in the green room.
I mean, I don't know exactly what their game plan was there. They wanted to play, the Penny Ultron composition with the Adam Warlock. We saw the Elsa work out well. It was the perfect Penny comp you could ever want, but it was not the right one. There was counters to it. The Storm, I think, is a good answer.
Yeah, Domination to start things off. I mean, obviously we said why best of 3, it's so important to get the win here. But either way, looking at how VP plays, I mean, we're starting to see God's bleed, right? Over and over, I think VP has this entire persona about how this team plays. And certainly, I mean, you look at some of the players, they are represented as, to a lot, like the GOATs, right? Yeah. I don't think RAD gives a damn there, Shib.
And this is a new thing for them, being the lower side of the bracket. They haven't really been tested with their backs against the wall like this, so this could be shaking their mentals.
I think a big thing, too, we saw Krakoa just earlier from Virtus Pro, so RAD has a lot of footage already on VP from this map from today, so they probably know, okay, what were they playing? What are they good at? This is what we can look at.
Usually you get the advantage when you are in the uppers looking at the lowers, right, is what we've seen, but in this case, it's the other side, and this coach right here always has some prep. He did elect last time to go for a Black Cat and a Daredevil ban up in the upper bracket earlier. I think we might see, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because if you look at, I feel like, obviously we've talked about Crazy Kitty so much. That's the matchup that I think is so important to kind of hold strong there. Who can get the most value of distraction, but also sometimes it's that one-on-one quick hit, make it a quick 6v5 chip.
But I think Kitty wins on the Black Cat fight.
Oh, it does.
So like that might have to be a prio. I'm curious to see what VP's going to do. They need to change the ban phase up. We talked about it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I mean, speaking of that ban phase as well, looking at the series we saw ahead of time, Thing was a save both times for the second one. That's where they got the win against Gen G, and this is kind of a similar team to Gen G, right? They like to play scrappy. They have some more flexibility, some dive capabilities as well. But I feel like RAD is even stronger in that category with Crazy Kitty.
It just leans to their strengths. I mean, yeah, I mean, you said it best, and that's why we're seeing a lot of these one-sided things trying to happen with that, because do you want to go that more aggressive angle, or if it's a one-sided mag case, it's kind of like controlling the chaos, if you will. How many times did we see just then from TLC and Swamp, like quick poly bubbles? You don't see those things when you're watching the chaos, but they matter massively for team wipes, your strats in the back ship.
Yeah, I mean, mid-flight and a Wolverine ult, catching a bubble to save. Like, I mean, that's just insane reaction time, really, really, high-level play. But I think, again, Nevix on that thing has been a problem. Yeah.
One thing we haven't talked about, and this must be in the minds of Virtus Pro, is that in the preseason, they were in this exact same position. Lost to Na'Vi in the upper bracket, RAD took them down and made them have the lowest placement they have ever had. Could happen here again.
Can I say, if RAD is able to win this game, now they are dangerous. This would be a massive win for them as players. Obviously, we say they speedrun the emotions. We find ourselves in the pick and ban now, ready to roll. The Ultron save, Vaudable.
Yeah, well done.
I was hoping Virtus Pro would be the ones to do it, but it's RAD that actually read the playbook well. Shout out to Dennis, as we were talking about before, and there's going to be the mag ban right afterwards. Typically, it's the Penny instead, so maybe RAD's going to be trying to pull a page out of that composition.
Yeah, one of Virtus Pros here trying to get that one-sided mag. We'll see in a moment as the lock comes in. But yeah, what a call there on the Ultron. That comp really has been kind of a mainstay of today. It's just not really been consistent in the tournament.
They were thinking there, right? I saw, it's like they're trying to decide what they want to do with this save, and I feel like when you look at what they have available, you could go with that one-sided mag. They choose to get themselves the Gambit and equip what is so known of this team and the backline. I love the decision on
the buff rogue. I respect that as well.
Tones, I can't tell you.
It's the RAD fans for sure, and yeah, I definitely agree. You know, Xiang was in the building. Maybe he'll see that at some point, but even then,
stop bothering the man. By the way,
give her HP back specifically. You love to see it either way, and there's the opposition of having a one-sided Ultron, and we have seen that really come out to light. Shib. I mean, right now I'm in favor. I love what I'm seeing there from the top.
Yeah, one-sided Ultron, removing the Loki across the board. Loki's, that Vibrant Vitality in this meta, it's just too much to handle, especially when they don't miss shots at this level of play.
It's what was banned out all the time previously before the teamless became a permanent thing, and now you just have access to it. That's why we're seeing more first Loki saves than ever before. Still get themselves the one-sided mag this late is disgusting.
Yeah. That's deep. I mean, you know, it's weird because it's all about what they're expecting, what they see in scrims against teams like this, so they have their own decision-making process, but from a top-level POV, the mag has been a problem across the board and keeps winning even in the one-sided Gambit versus one-sided mag matchup.
The invis ban is very interesting. I think that's to make it so that Crazy Kitty can go out and play that dive as we were talking about before, but we do see the Adam save, and that's exactly what we had happen with TLC.
Yeah, we've honestly seen the team that saves Adam last year in Dom come up successful most of the time, even outside of Dom. I mean, it's such a huge thing you can add when either things are going wrong or just go right out the gates with a good old 3-3.
Could be a penny ban here, too, because they saw that the Ultron was locked in.
It has to force it, right?
Yeah. I think they're forcing it. That's a good. You have to do that. I'm happy they made the decision.
What year is this? 2020. It's like crazy to see it. I'm going to go ahead and say one word. You go ahead. What is going to win? VP, RAD, first for Dom.
VP.
I'm going RAD.
Going RAD. You know what? I'm going to believe in that Cinderella story. I'm going RAD as well. Take it away, casters, for our first match of RAD and VP.
A little bit of a Cinderella yourself there, Cozy, but Ryan and I are ready to weave our own fairy tales here between two teams we are eminently familiar with.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a horror story for Virtus Pro when it comes to going up against this RAD team in the elimination bracket. It was RAD that took the reigning champions of Virtus Pro out of pre-season, but both teams are qualified. Both teams played against each other after they had got qualification for mid-season finals, but Lugia was out sick. Wasn't really too much to say about it. Seeding game, it felt like this is the matchup that I think RAD were wanting, and Virtus Pro were maybe a little bit scared to repeat.
Yeah, we are ready to get stuck in here, and that last ban of the Penny Parker coming through from Virtus Pro, I think is going to be incredibly important for nullifying the overall impact of the Ultron. That team-wide damage as we've seen has been an absolutely distressing turn of a team that someone else has to deal with in terms of disengagement or putting forth resources.
And you mentioned turn, like now it's a big change up because we've seen RAD sort of go for the 2-2-2. Now the triple strategist with the Ultron. Crazy Kitty is very good at it, and Virtus Pro lamented for maybe being slow to the meta, going for the 2-2-2 themselves.
All right, potentially early mugging here. Charged up Stellar Shift, moving through, but straight into this Yancy Street charge. Doesn't mean that it's not quite as much of an explosive demarcation of the portal as they were hoping for. Vertigo's down already, should be able to resurrect themselves, but seems to be opting out of it, given the casualties that RAD have already suffered.
Is there going to be much changes? Yeah, you got Ducky going over towards the Emma. If you're going to make changes now, it's good because you're not losing much on the ult charge, but that first fight not going well, and Virtus Pro poised up on the high ground and already trying to close that distance, making it hard for RAD to get into position.
So interesting to see Phi on the Cylon, because we usually can attribute this character to Sparker, not only on this team, but also across many metas of Marvel Rivals as well. You can see that Virtus Pro had to give up a huge amount of space, but they did so that Phi can move in towards the back. They want the Ultron so badly, and so we'll just have to stuff a little bit of poke onto the overextended Adam, who gets finished off by Saipe with the kinetic cards.
He's got the life cocoon now, so he can come back into this fight if he feels that it's going to be good for his team, if he can actually get away from the dive that's potentially following in from Phi. But Saipe very close to having that Royal Flush. It's available on both sides, as Mash is going to likely use it first as he gets set up.
Raging Royal Flush, bringing everybody forward. You can see the pressure on the point has already started to build on up, but Saipe's rescued everybody here. Needs to move towards the back to make sure that ult does not go away, but a Glass rocks towards the back, managing to grab the opposing Gambit. What a pick up here for Sparker, who wants to, oh, what a turn! Smashness just gets his head blown to smithereens by the monster Piercer. Sparker is making himself known in the server.
Getting to see how RAD are going to respond to this with the Razor listening. They've got a chance here to switch things around, but they're still fighting.
It's broken.
If you look at thing, I'm looking at. Side's gonna have ult. Keep your link.
They're out. I don't have link. I used for. I can look on mine on top maybe.
Get your add-on.
Can join.
Careful for the thing. I think you can just sponge them.
Yeah.
Only man. Just hold him. Look at every healer.
I'm 90 on res. I can't. Tell me. Side's gonna go about. Mine. Look up. I don't think. Looking back. Okay, then maybe. I'm gonna grab back. I live. Back.
And that's going to be a big punishment there of the man called out by Ducky and followed up on by the remainder of RAD. However, Fincy will return, courtesy of the battle recall beacon. And so all's even Stevens. Fire's going to try and turn this one around. The dance of butterflies towards the back. Can they catch up to Mash? No, too fast on his feet. And fast on the resurrections as well. Vertigo brings back Ducky, and so it's a fully staffed front line for RAD to try and hold this point.
It's only the one that they brought back, but it's forced Virtus Pro to rethink how they want to fight this, but they were trying to disengage and smash theirs with the Apex Predators, brought Fincy back into the fold.
And Fincy doesn't have the speed to escape the clutches of the Wolfpack. They tear at his flesh and tear him apart.
It's a little bit feral, but that's the kind of expectation from Crazy Kitty, this time Smashdez, who has absolutely warmed up to the occasion, playing on LAN with RAD for the first time. Seen this organization at mid-season finals before, but here, very different squad that is very scary against the likes of VP. Trying to regain control as overtime is about to hit.
All right, Cypher ready to rush everyone forward. The Raging Royal Flush is going to take so much space away from RAD. Will they be able to answer it? Mash is still 12% away from having his own answer here, as Fire's got a couple of hostages in this back room. Sparker looking for an opening to try and lay down the Apex Predator. Already there, Virtus Pro get the flip, and RAD is taking it slow.
They've managed to get this point onto hand, but RAD have got that Royal Flush themselves ready to build up. Crazy Kid has just got the Rage of Ultron taken out, but Sparker finds the right target.
They're going to invest with only 5 here. RAD believe it's winnable in a 5 versus 6, but we still haven't dealt with Sparker on the off angle. Ducky moving forward, fully charged with a Sonic Beam. Fincy can't stand up to the damage, and only the thing is here to try and make it work. Out comes the Sonic Seduction. Cypher is charmed in the back, but has some cover to try and work with. Vertigo gets the angle, and only the remainders of Virtus Pro can try and keep this one contested. The Rage of Ultron rains down from above, and even while Fincy is getting the assistance of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, not much more can be done. Mash found on their way back, but overtime begins to tick. Fires to get themselves onto a point. Still long enough for Nevix to open up the pentagram, but Ferrala as Dredro is going to move forward on the Lunar Snow.
And there's only 3 players alive on the objective for RAD. Crazy Kid is going to be able to come back. Vertigo bringing himself into the fray with the live cocoon, but Lugia goes on down. The numbers are back for VP, and ultimates are plenty.
Lovely carbon crush from Fincy there onto the thing, and then Nevix blocked off the heels with the shield of the Seraphim. RAD have been sent scurrying away, but they're going to portal back of their own accord as well, and Mash doesn't really want to try and commit to this one, and has moved away from a Gambit, so they've lost all of their charge towards the next Royal Flush.
That was a very early portal, like nobody else is ready. People are still staggering to come in back from spawn, so this is very scattered from RAD.
Yeah, now it's Lugia who's on the Gambit and might not be quite so adept when it comes to dodging the incoming blade slashes of Fi, doing his father proud here as Sparker looks on nicely. Nevix going to approach, ready almost with the eye of Agamotto, looks to the Sorcerer Supreme in the sky and takes down the Doppelganger. An incursion is defeated, and so too is RAD's spirited attempt to hold the Quiet Council points. Virtus Pro walk away with their first domination submap.
That's only round 1. This series has gone the full distance plenty of times, but you have to look at it from like 2 moments from Mash in particular. One, using the Royal Flush, a player down. It felt like that's been something that has been pointed out from Mash in particular, like numbers disadvantage, still going for a big ultimate, turn in some of the fights, but if it doesn't go well, you're left with egg on your face. But then he's the one that switches over to the Strange, he puts the portal down, you got Smashdez that got eliminated, you have to wait for him to come back, and Virtus Pro can get into position knowing where the portal's going to be, and you have a Psylocke with Dance of the Butterflies. Saipe was also doing this a little bit against Na'Vi earlier today, a couple of like rogue ultimates, but he was feeling much more in control with where these Royal Flushes are coming in from both the Gambits.
Clean strategy from Virtus Pro as well. When they were leaving their portal to recontest that point, they kept it calm. Lugia was right at the portal with the right clicks for Stone Haymakers, trying to really tax that exit. But the second that he moved in, we did see a Carbon Crush get hit by the Emma Frost. They were isolated away from their team, and the block off of the heals from the shield that was put up by Nevix was so important.
The team-ups are plenty, as you're sort of seeing on the left. RAD trying to use as many of the new tech as you possibly can, but the main one being Gambit, bringing in the the Ultron alongside the Adam, and then the front lines looking a little bit stronger. Virtus Pro making sure that they use that Magneto Gambit combination to the best ability, because it is one-sided with the Mag.
All right, Vertigo ready for a resurrection as well, and this could be incredibly important in this fight in particular. You want to play for that first control because then you're playing through defensive mana. Fire's already taken down. No second chance available for them. No Battle Recall Beacon nor Adam Warlock on the table. And so Sparker now has to try and find a clutch with the Apex Predator. It might not be a full engagement, but Vertigo found on the outside is going to have to use their Cocoon Revival to return in earnest.
And Vertigo just leaving it as late in the day as possible. The point is looking likely to be flipped towards RAD. Now the eliminations are going to all but confirm that, but Virtus Pro still fight out as much as they can. Once it's lost, disengage. You don't want to feed up any more ultimates. And RAD have a good few to work with, notably the Camera Revival for Vertigo in hand now.
I mean, that early grab onto 5 was so essential, right? Like, you don't have great angle check on RAD. You don't really have a hugely mobile duelist to try and make sure that 5 can't work those angles.
Virtus Pro, you're sort of almost playing like an older composition, right? Outside of like the Gambit Elsa introductions towards the end of Ignite beforehand, you've got that front line of Fincy Nevix playing that old Vanguard front line that we saw pretty much mid-season finals last year. RAD want to try and get out there. Lugia's in a good position to try and take these picks, but the Royal Flush for Saipe sending in.
Raging Royal Flush met by Crazy Kitty. The Rage of Ultron will be well known here as the Meteor M takes to the skies and Nevix with the airball midway through the flight. Unbelievable stuff. Vertigo is going to be threatening the resurrection. The Mad Cannon's exactly what Nevix needed, and so there's no second chances for this one. RAD are going to lose control.
It seemed that the fight was like lost a good while ago, but RAD did well to sort of get it up an extra like 10%. Virtus Pro controlling hand, and now it feels that RAD just want to try and match these Royal Flushes. Rage of Ultron so quick to build that might be able to beat his stuff on the edge. So Nevix doing so well with the Meteor M to just make sure that one of those 3 pesky strategists are out, and it wasn't a great opportunity for a Camera Revival to come in either for Vertigo.
Vinci standing on business. Those things start to get a little bit hairy. They can just pop this Sonic Seduction and force a disengage from RAD. Going to be losing some HP at the back of a Soul Siphon, but already Smashnet taken down by Nevix. These iron volleys are just so precise. And what there is the democratization of damage, courtesy of the Soul Bond, finally to make sure that they get out of this one alive, is trying to confuse with the clone, but oh no, it's an absolute scuff. Disengage, I can't go anywhere.
He's just trying to back out, got caught on the corner, so RAD having a good opportunity to try and actually flip the point in the end, but Virtus Pro is so good around playing the objective, they're going to stall for a good amount of time. And RAD, despite things now, trying to retreat themselves into that fight, into that fray, and the Apex Predator trying to catch out on targets, finding Dreedro, but the point is still in hands of VP.
All in onto Dreedro, one slapped back here, Mash goes down to Sparker, but the Smashners manages to win their duel and then turn upon Fi and make his presence known. RAD are back in control.
You got to say, like, looking at Fi, he was the first one to sort of go down in that engagement. Sparker trying to go into this Elsa head-to-head, not seeing a Black Widow on either side. Notably for RAD, like Smashner's feeling a lot more comfortable on what was the queen of the meta at the start of this year with the Elsa. Full instinct, but obviously using the ultimate doesn't have too much offensively to go for. Even the likes of Silent Seduction available for Ducky might want to use it now with that Royal Flush being used again from Saipe.
Yeah, Silent Seduction is going to keep them at bay, wasting the time of that Raging Royal Flush. A quick bit of control there onto Sparker, but Fi manages to get out with their life for now. Ducky avoids being charmed, grabbing their primary threat, but can't quite get the spinning kick that's needed to deliver the burst damage, and so Vertigo is forced to use the Karmic Revival to bring back the fallen members of RAD. They've got plenty of ults to try and work with them now. 2 strategist ults on the backhand side. In fact, if they would like for it, they are going to be down Vertigo for the majority of this, as Srijo's going to drag everyone forward with the fate of both worlds. Surely Mash has to respond, and the call and response is going to be the Raging Royal Flush. Crazy Kitty finds one, Smashness 2 on the other side, and already Fincy has deployed the Pentagram Rala for some backhanded attempt at a back cap. My goodness, Nevix just floats above them, gets rid of Smashnez. Vertigo's going to go down as well. RAD, they don't even need to deploy a portal here, as they can give it up. They've got some breathing room.
How has it turned out like this? RAD seemed to be a player down, used the Royal Flush, turned the fight, but it's another amazing portal from Virtus Pro to actually flip the objective. Means that if we get stalled in OT, it's not going to be available next time. But RAD, they almost just let the point flip with VP going for that contest in itself. It was just a huge error, and VP have capitalized off of it.
Nevix now, though, has lost the anchor on his team up for Magneto, and so that clone won't last forever.
No, not even slightly. Finzi staying over on his character might be able to build up an Eye of Agamotto when things start to close out on the distance, but a Rage of Ultron from Crazy Kitty is going to be the thing that maybe starts things up for this engagement, and Lugia with the clobbering time needs to get in close. He's always close.
Oh, but he's taken so much damage. The monster Piercer just breaks through that meaty HP bar in a matter of seconds. Rad have claimed space. On the point, though, Apex Predator towards the back. It grabs in Nevix. The follow-up's going to be there. Smashnez now knows that the future of Rad is in his hands. Looks to spark it towards the outside, but doesn't want to take an undermanned fight. Instead, Cypher in Fire make move towards the back. Extra movement speed is teleported away from here as you find the stragglers on the other side. Smashnez goes down. Crazy Kitty's next. And Rad, they've been scattered to the 4 wins. They don't really have the return reinforcements that they need. Everyone has to pile in through the portal. Lugia goes finally here, and Mash has been found on the other side. A little bit appeal for themselves off the back of a team up, but Fi's just there on the chase. Vertigo's returning 40% away from the Karmic Revival. Rad are all out of options, all out of second chances, and all out of mulligans. Despite Smashnez's spirited attempt, surely Virtus Pro are just going to get in here and dominate on the point.
Only way to describe that, I think, for Virtus Pro was poised. It felt that when the chaos started to reign, Saipe's ultimates were pretty much perfect every single time they needed to be with the Gambit to find those right kind of fights. But even stuff like Finzi, Calm going for the portal contest, not letting it go to a round 3. Rad, I think you look back at that and you go, there's a lot of errors there that could have cost us this one because it was close. 99% to 99% on both of these 2 points. And Fi actually, I mean, one of the players to sort of highlight going over towards the Psylocke, having a good performance, but it really just gives, I guess, Sparker that freedom to just be that hit scan player because he was like a sort of Psylocke beforehand in the early days when he played on like Team Cats. Now he's the hit scan and Fi can be the melee character, which would include, I guess, Psylocke in that category.
11 final hits for Fi. Was MVP at the end of round 1 as well. And for Virtus Pro, this is going to be a little bit of a buoying of the confidence after they kind of got read really strongly by Na'Vi in our first series of the day.
And I think one thing for like Virtus Pro playing up against Triple Strategist, this is a team, I guess similar, like Swamp has it said about them as well, where it's just like they don't really play Triple Strategist. Virtus Pro, when they look bad, it's like they're behind on the meta, whether it is Triple Vanguard, Triple Strategist, something that isn't 2-2-2. They pretty much keep it very casual and very straightforward. And even with Rad trying to change things up to go for this first strategy themselves, it felt that Virtus Pro was still in control. Having the damage, you have to highlight players like Smash, there's 15 final hits, but he's the only duelist. He has it all to do himself, which feels like Crazy Kitty is a great player, really good Ultron. You need some more of that offensive capability just to open the map up a little bit more for Smash to get those hits.
Yeah, like Crazy Kitty, as you said, good Ultron, but doesn't quite have the agency that he has on something like a Daredevil or a Black Cat, or even the Human Torch occasionally from Crazy Kitty. And I think being able to have this like double-angled like pincer of duelists from Virtus Pro did allow them to really force some different positions coming through from Rad and catch Mash out a couple of times.
You'd have to imagine now with Rad, when they go down a map, has been the Halls of Jalia to come out against the likes of 100 Thieves, Reject, and Team Liquid Citadel. And notably, that Team Liquid Citadel game they won. Feels that Virtus Pro are going to probably expect that that would be the map of choice here. I mean, it's been like 3 picks, all of which going towards Rad. But you have to think of it like the best of 5, right? That we are going to potentially see other dominations come up. And Virtus Pro, I think that's the scary thing about them. It's like if they go map down, they don't really have that home ground at the same way that Rad have Jalia. They don't have something that like they can consistently rely on to go to as a choice. So luckily, able to win out on domination.
Yeah, the choice of stopgap against Na'Vi was the Arako, which is a very rare pick and maybe was a specialized pick against Na'Vi to go, okay, let's go to a zone where we haven't really fought Na'Vi before. Maybe they won't be as familiar with our strategy. Maybe they aren't as familiar with our game. But now that that's out there, now that the data's out in the wild, you bet that Rad were watching that series with bated breath to try and figure out everything they could about Virtus Pro.
And I think with, you look at the sort of stats certainly towards like the duelists, it's always going to be like your hit scan players doing like maybe 10k damage more. In this case, on the side of like Sparker, 28k damage, 19 for Fi. But the one thing you don't see on this graphic is final hits. It's 16 for Sparker and 11 for Fi. And I think some of those games that VP haven't looked as good, it has been like Fi doing a lot less damage. That's natural, that's expected. But like having 4 final hits, just not enough. He's not involved in the fight enough because he's been peeled 4. It felt that Rad couldn't quite get a hold of him on the Psylocke. And it is Spider Islands that we're going to.
Spider Islands. We just saw this between Swamp and TLC. And both of these spawn holds were absolutely brutal to try and contend with. Maybe this is a world where we could see a pivot into something like a Storm ban in order to make those spawn holds all the more hardy.
I mean, I'm surprised that we haven't seen some of the Storm bans come out with just what like Speed Release has been able to do on it here, but we haven't seen Virtus.pro play Spider Islands at all this year. So the last time that we would have seen it would have been the Grand Finals, played up against the likes of Na'Vi. Very close games, some of them, but overall this has been a map that has been fairly comfortable for Virtus.pro across their history, but this was also the first map that they ever dropped to Team Peps back at the Invitational.
Oh man, you are bringing up the ancient lore. The dwarves wrote that on mithril tablets.
Yeah. It's the oldies, but they're the goodies as well. So RAD is a bit more of like a surprise, but it has been a good map for them. They beat Pulsar. I remember that game as well because that was in stage 1 groups. They were like looking at Crisis, trying to actually ban around it because he's sort of gone to the strategist. Fortunately not here. Certainly one of the highlight moments at Grand Finals when he just came in, snapped on Virtus.pro in one map and then dipped.
That's all, folks.
Yeah, pretty much. But it is like a Heretics. Last time we did see RAD play, it was a full push. So this is RAD actually being able to push towards the end of the map consistently, and it does look like they're going to be attacking first.
A little bit more priority here, going towards Ducky and Lugia's hero pool, for Magneto being saved first to allow for that fragging power off the back of the Chaos Blade that can be offered over to Magneto. A Loki taken away, has been creeping into the early ban phase now, as Loki is, of course, as powerful as ever.
Yeah, I mean, especially on Convoy, it's almost been like a first protect. It just in those specific scenarios, just to have something if it's going to be a double rocket, double gambit, even like the Camera Revival, having a copy of that with an invisible boundary. There's just too many strategists to actually take out triple strategist on a map like this. So it's surprising that RAD haven't gone for the Ultron Protect. It's a little bit scary that they might have gone, okay, it didn't work on Domination.
Right out the window.
Yeah. I don't think it's that as such. I think it is just Magneto for both these teams trying to draw the line and eke things further on as you start pushing is necessary and needed, especially the bulwarks for some more sustenance.
Okay, simultaneous ban going to come through here now from both of our teams. Adam's still on the table, Penny still on the table, of course. Oh yeah, everyone's making sure there are no second chances. The mortal coil has been unwound. It's now just a mortal line. You are up or you are down.
Other than the Rocket Beacon, I suppose.
We don't talk about the
Rocket. Yeah, we've seen less of Rocket. It hasn't been quite like the big ban of it beforehand, but you've already taken out Loki for all of the different reasons, the team up with Mantis and stuff. Even when it isn't enhanced, it's still pretty good. But the invisible boundary is going to be protected for VP to just sort of allow a little bit more of that hold, I suppose. It's just making sure that you have something as like a main strategist to pump out that healing, even though like Gambit is still available on both sides. Never mind, RAD have just taken it and made it one-sided.
Yeah, it does seem like with Gambit being on the table and protecting Invis, this better be a very strong pocket strat from Virtus.pro to leave that Gambit on the table and allow for RAD to snatch it away from him. Weave equals snatched, Ryan.
I'm also a little bit surprised of like it's going to be a one-sided invis that's been hovered over. Ultron not touched by either team. Penny not touched by either team. So that team up, I imagine, is going to come out in full force.
A team-wide damage boost and a bunch of healing for everybody. Very Marvel Rivals 9.0.
Yep. And I think you've got Ji Young in the audience of just like, yeah, this was one of the like adjustments. I was very excited to see Ultron. Like, I really like playing him, but I'm like, in like 2-2-2, I would like to be able to play Ultron. But even then, it's like, yeah, this seems a little bit egregious, right? But that's just, you know, the triple strategist side of stuff. It's always a problem. It's always available. And I am curious to see with Virtus.pro, they had really sort of nailed down the triple Vanguard, triple strategist compositions on stuff like Yggdrasil, like during Ignite across its whole like inaugural year of last year. Seems like maybe now it's going to be what they roll out with, but the storm is in the sky and it's in the shape of a Crazy Kitty.
I mean, Crazy Kitty is one of those like original Storm Human Torch players, like in the Frost Mountain vibe, right? Like, these are people who are very vertically gifted when it comes to these flying characters.
I know Frost Mountain sat at home just like, just let me get on stage. This is my medal. Like, that's my girl. That's my character.
He's the Leo meme. He was like, oh,
yeah,
I've been mentioned.
Wait. So far, like, RAD's Gambit is available and open for RAD, so MASH doesn't have to worry about Saipei matching him on the other side, but it is their map choice. They don't want to get full held like Swamp just did.
All right, fine. Going to be holding the line here. With the additional power of the Chaos Blade at their back, this is going to be a Virtus.pro 3-3 that has a lot of damage behind it, including the Vibranium team up for Penny Park here as well to increase that fire rate.
You got Fidus over on the Magneto, trying to see if he can copy what Energy was able to do in their first series against RAD. But Smashnez finds that first pick onto Nevix. The rocket means that there is going to be that recall beacon, allowing those 3 frontliners to come back into this fight as RAD are trying to find a way to Splinter now that there's a bit of a cooldown.
Time moving in cycles. RAD back to the oldest tricks in the book to break those spawn holds. Storm and Punisher, we saw it earlier from Na'Vi, to great effect against Virtus.pro's Penny Ultron composition. Vi gets isolated, bounced around a couple of times, but the rescue seems to be there. And watch for that flaming shield from Invis, because if you start to get your sword projectiles through it as Mag, you are going to be doing unlimited damage.
I mean, it's a whole, like, just cartoonish battle over on the objective, but with all of these on the ground when it comes to the Penny setup, now it's the Yan Amplify trying to push on through.
Cosmic Yan Amplify is going to force a disengage here, but Virtus.pro aren't going to have anywhere to go for the second phase is what's interesting. They can wait out Cypher's ultimate because Virtus.pro can't really exit that invisible boundary safely, and that means the second it goes down, MASH is going to have the opening. Smashnez beginning to cook. Down goes the unlimited ammo. MASH waits in the back with the Raging Royal Flush and is still hoping that Virtus.pro will give away more ground to the turns that are being taken by RAD before they have to commit.
Raging Ultron is going to be the thing that starts off this engagement with a Meteor M. See if it can eat up much. It's thrown out prematurely, can't find the elimination, but there's the combination he mentioned for RAD. It's found the picks it needs, but Vi is going to be brought back very soon.
The extra speed is everything. What was Streetro doing? Oh, why is Bro peeking that ultimate? Up into the sky with a clobbering time. Maybe Lugiago can try and save this one. And Smash has been resurrected by the Battle Recall Beacon. Frank Castle has returned as Crazy Kitty lands on the floor with the Omega Hurricane. Nowhere for Sparker to go, and that is going to be surely a big pull in here for RAD. This should be the claiming of the point. Let's see how they're celebrating with our Razor listening.
Yeah, team upping. I'm putting TP, putting TP, putting TP, jump through.
I'll die soon. Push point.
I'm touching. I need to jump through.
Ja, vi har lost it.
I'm touching. I don't. You just touch.
I'm coming.
Next one.
It's fine. Yeah, we can go 2-2.
Yeah, I'm going also.
You just go.
Go side, no? Yeah.
You just go Emma. Yeah, I can go Emma. You go Mac.
Go Luna, Jojo.
Cheers, mate. Got to the soul.
Call for Luna for Dreedro. Dreedro says, no thanks, mate. Actually, I quite
Did I
like
hear
this.
a Lamau in the middle of that? After that point went in. Oh, we just lost it, Lamau. But yeah, Virtus.pro trying to contest, not looking too as hot as they did with the sort of portal contest. There was a bit too much, but RAD have been consistently pushing past this first. They don't get spawn held often. They usually finish out the map, but they've got 3.5 minutes to get to the second checkpoint.
All right, Smashnez seeing the approach of Vasalak, wondering if that is going to be a clone. Actually, Virtus.pro trying to get an 8 versus 6 here with multiple Emma team-ups, allowing for these Sonic clones to be projected towards RAD, but RAD are going to have a bit of an advantage when it comes to initiative here off the back of playing the Cosmic Yarn Amplify. Zivitrude just already been a little bit warded away by Crazy Kitty, who's just being a melee bruiser on the card.
Yeah, he said it gives him more initiative. He's on the duelist, so that sort of helps. They're actually going to try and combo up as the Emma wants to try to put Matt Murdoch in an early grave and cannot quite do that. Smash, there's punishes on the other side.
And now Virtus.pro are forced to invest even more just to try and hold it here, make good on the investment that's already been given over. The invisible boundary from Cypher is sure to go away soon as Nevix waits with the Meteor M. Needs someone in the back, can't force a resurrection. Nice play to the sky. Excellent dodge from Vertigo, who now can put down their Cosmic Yarn Amplifier without too much worry. Fi moving towards the back, the Dancer of Butterflies in hand, going all in onto the Rocket Raccoon. But look at the dash forward there from MASH to absorb a slice. Extra damage coming through from a Meteor M means that Dreedro is turned into a twisted, furry salad where a Rocket Raccoon once stood in defense of this point for Virtus.pro. Getting low on the Drakes. It seems like RAD are so close to capturing this one, and no one really has the meat to keep it contested.
And I mean, the way to describe that salad on this map so far for Virtus.pro is hairy, because it hasn't quite worked out in their favor. Still a good portion of time. And VP, just that adjustment for RAD, it was right at the perfect time. The triple strategist, the sort of like bunker breaking composition, straight to 2-2-2. Crazy Kitty having the let the devil out ultimate means that RAD can continue this momentum, and there's no strategist ultimates to work with for VP.
Oh, great responses coming through from the Magneto. Protecting Smashnez when he was caught unawares by the rising of Fincy, but so much space has had to be given away already by Virtus.pro.
There comes in the ultimate for Crazy Kitty, but Ducky's the one that finds the first blood in this engagement. He's trying to dive in and has to be careful he doesn't accidentally slip off the side of the map. He's put the pressure to force Virtus.pro pretty much all the way back to the spawn, so it's more window and time for this objective, the payload, to move uncontested.
letting the devil out, moving like a demon. Fi still threatening around the back, but Mash has the self-heal off the Raging Royal Flush if needed. A wall blocks out the Living Bullet. Sparker begins to cook towards the back, has access to the Apex Predator.
The invisible boundary is going to be forced out in the end.
That's going to mean that Cyber can sustain the remainder of Virtus Pro here as well. Fincy still has the Meteor M on the backhand side, and it's going to keep Mash at bay as they have to build up towards the next ultimate. Here comes the Apex Predator. The Glass rocks towards the back, but the Monster Piercer is perfectly placed here from Smash to make sure that no one's really going to be falling down to that. Still the Meteor M in the back pocket. There's a lull in the action to play for positions.
It's RAD trying to take fights everywhere as well, whether it was on the side with the Let the Devil Out ultimate, now it's on the high ground, then it was on the low. It's just constantly bouncing around for Virtus Pro, but somehow they're keeping everybody up and topped up. They now have the fate of both worlds if it gets rusty.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifier going to be deployed. That's so much charge, and it almost instantly destroys Luke! That's why he's the GOAT, baby! A triple with the Meteor M. The king of the birds has risen from the ocean to reign over Virtus Pro, who bow under the pressure.
Silver legendary with little bits of copper in that Meteor M, just enough to actually take out those players. And it's the third time out of 4 attempts for RAD to finish out on Spider Islands. And Virtus Pro now need to try to match it. You gotta say, like, RAD want this opportunity, right? It's like they came into it, and speaking to them before, they're Giant Slayers. They've done this against Virtus Pro. They've looked very good against these top teams, and they've played the most on stage so far this time. Virtus Pro, there's a lot of expectation. World champions, but then they drop out of preseason to this team, no less, and are not even the second seed going into the first international event, and suddenly now in the elimination bracket, something that didn't happen at all during Grand Finals.
Ryan, look at these stats. This is a pantsing.
Mash and Vertigo have not been eliminated once. Neither is Lugia, who's 11-0 as well.
This is not good for Virtus Pro, but this is a long match.
Look at the comp for RAD as well. Like, we do see some triple strategists, a lot more of them taken out. In fact, that was all of the bans. I do want to call this composition when we have Jubilee, Juba 3.
Because it's a free win when you go against it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been
We'll see.
3. There you go. It could be, yeah. 3 yellow in it.
I'm the last person to make fun of not being able to pronounce DHs, let's be real.
I mean, it's just the hop over the Atlantic and enunciate it, but so far for RAD, all of their I's are dotted and T's are crossed. So far, this defense set up with the only time we've seen Jubilee in these triple strategist compositions.
Yeah, fully charged orb here as well is going to make sure that Ducky doesn't require too much in the way of like personal babysitting either, if they can get the passive heals already, having to use their Jeff Bubble to try and disengage. The layers of walls that are erected behind him are cutting off the healing, but look at Vertigo on this off angle here, constantly able to deliver that over to Ducky. Maybe this is where Jubilee really can build up her niche on playing this off angle for healing that isn't as stymied by Groot's constructions.
As far as the one in the sky as the Storm this time, see if they could break it, but there's no Punisher for Sparky. He's just wanted to keep on the Elsa, see if he can go for these ultimates in the end, but rather doing really well to actually sustain this. Ultimate's not quite there, even for the strategist, as it's all going to be divvied out with the healing. So Virtus Pro might be able to get some big ults first, but they're obviously going to let the Gambit.
Yeah, Nevic's taken down. Vince's been doing their best to break the walls with this 100 energy on the Sonic Blast, but without Nevix to help them reinforce the front line, it's very perilous movement.
I mean, VP have just struggled to get these final hits, and against this composition, it's going to be harder. You just see the Vanguards trading blows on each other, but all that's doing is getting RAD really set up with 3 strategist ultimates on the horizon. Yarn Amplify's going to be there first, though.
Yarn to open, but will it be weaving a tail on the tapestries, or will it be pushed directly into the bin? Fi can't stick around. That's 1 damage boost orb. It's not going to be around for the remainder of this, and Crazy Kid is just getting so much neutral healing. This is what the Jubilee is bringing to the table. Inside of that orb, 50 HPS, you don't need pockets.
And RAD don't need an ultimate. They're going to have all 6 available on this defense as they manage to bot up more than half the time, but it's Silent Seduction that's going to come out first from Finzy. Nothing's been forced out from RAD other than the Meteor M just then.
Oh, overwhelming of the Meteor M gets burst in the hand of Lugia Goat rather than bursting over 3 members of Virtus Pro. Radslav plenty to work with though. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. Dare Mash go inside of this ultimate. 3 players caught in place with the Strangling Prism. The damage is so high. Sparker's the first to fall, and Nevix and Fire will shortly join them. Sparky gets resurrected, yes, but the fight's already done. The curtains have been closed.
Has anybody from RAD been eliminated at this point? Like, there's no Rocket on the defense, so there's no B right back. It's not even been needed. All 5 of the 6 ultimates available used. It's just Jubilee that has hers in hand. Virtus Pro, Strangling Prison. Nevix needs to find something with it, especially with the Punisher ultimate on the way for 5.
Jubilee going to be our most powerful here. Giving those knockbacks, can try and drive Virtus.pro back to the cliffs, but not Fi. Going to be CC immune during the Judge, Jury, and Executioner. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier moving forward. Nevix knows that it's now or never, as Vertigo just keeps everyone healed up inside of this zone. Look at this, they're just hiding away. Yeah, it's huge card control here for Virtus.pro, and RAD are going to have to try and chase after the objective itself.
They found nothing. Nobody has died on the side of RAD through these big ultimates and the damage boosts. Virtus.pro are finding zilch. Lugia finally goes down, and maybe that's where the cracks start to show.
Lugia's going to be able to prep that portal to try and return, though. Up come the walls, and what's going to be behind them? It's Nevix in a bubble. Unlimited ammo, so much damage going to be forced away of the opposing Groot, and the cart continues to move. Spider Zero going towards the Master Weaver zone, but now you've just got to try and get everyone off of this zone if you're Virtus.pro. Up comes the opening, and Lugia barely even existed in this fight before they are evicted by the Wolverine's adamantium claws.
It was like the Sentinel spray. As soon as the Dr. Strange gets there, the Wolverine scoops it back up, and now finally some semblance for Virtus.pro to work with. Invisible Boundary and a Sonic Seduction about to be ready to go, but it's more to keep Virtus.pro in this map with 20 seconds left.
Apex Predator seems to have grabbed a little bit. Sparker moves towards the back, ready with a last stand if it's going to be necessary, but can you even get onto a point right now if you're RAD? The last contester dragged away a symbiotic swing to return to the objective, and Bash believes that it's winnable. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. They need to try and break them down right here and now. Virtus.pro all out of chances. 4 seconds remain. Smashes is getting so much healing. Nevix can't find the end, but eventually they will. An extended grassy tendril, an attempted knockback from the Jubilee to try and force some manner of C9, but Nevix stays strong. Inside of a bubble, they have all the tenacity that they need to remain in contention. Mashes here on the Spider-Man, but it's all said and done for first point.
Finally, Virtus.pro continue on, but they must have been sweating, not being able to find anything to go their way. But as soon as the Vanguard starts to fall, there's very little to try to trade out the battles, even with 2 strategist ultimates used together. Crazy Kitty, though, bringing out the feline of Black Cat. See if he could dive in and sort of disengage as much as possible. As Fincy switching over to the Magneto.
Crazy Kitty knows with this slow Vanguard line of Nevix and Fincy, healing opportunities are going to be few and far between once they are committed to a fight.
It's just the trading of blows. It's not a great position for RAD to try and re-engage the objective, but you want to take these fights. In fact, Crazy Kitty is just doing the best Fincy impression, just stalling the objective as much as possible, but not Captain America this time. Trades on either side, but Virtus.pro now using this Punisher ultimate to find the retribution needed to take this map.
Ducky's just going to try and disengage here, bring up the walls in the way. Too much damage has been taken by Fi to really press that much further. And RAD safely disengaged from a primary threat.
Well, that's twice now that Fi's brought out this ultimate, and RAD have disengaged nicely. Now they do have the Royal Flush if they want to try and go in on an engagement, but right now Virtus.pro is sort of cruising along.
Mash stands ready. A Raging Royal Flush. Ducky, we know, has been adventurous with these Groot ultimates. Ducky falling low. Does he go high, though? Can't have it absorbed by Fincy. And all of the healing towards Ducky is being absorbed as well. What is bro ulting?
What did he see?
What did he see? Who spoke to him? Ducky towards the back! 2 players inside. Invisible Boundary. The instant response as Ducky just tries to platform away from the incoming erection of a forest that's been laid down here by Nevix. Saipe Tridro in the back. They've already used everything that they have. Vertigo on the backhand side is using Fate of Both Worlds.
It was just going for the Strangler Prism, force the Invisible Boundary off of the objective and then fighting on it, but Virtus.pro managed to springboard that play into taking out the Vanguards. Everybody else is going to drop, and suddenly there's life in this one for VP.
Yeah, they hit the DPS check as well. No enraging of the raid boss this time around. Virtus.pro now have 2 minutes to try and match RAD's completion.
I think they were a bit surprised at what Finzy was aiming at. Everybody turned around and Ducky's like, okay, now's my chance. Strangler Prism, go. Immediately sort of protected from VP. It forces out the Invisible Boundary, which is what they wanted, but it wasn't a good opportunity for Lugia to have a Meteor Aim or Crazy Kitty's going for the calling card. And there's a window now. No strategist ultimates, nothing to really beat this, but Nevix having a Strangler Prism might be the pick to just stop this onslaught as the defense comes in again.
Nevix caught in place. There are the walls, and there is the falling. Crazy Kitty putting even more into this. Does mean Virtus.pro are likely to just disengage despite the resurrection onto Nevix. In the back, I heard a strangling prison somewhere. I'm not sure if Nevix really got anyone. It would appear that the casualty feed is not going to be implying it. Instead, Crazy Kitty was left isolated on their own and is going to fall for it.
Maybe it just isolated Crazy Kitty enough that nobody else could really come in for the dive, but then again, you've got a Groot and a Magneto that are trying to match you. Speaking of which, Lugia seeing if the Meteor M could find much on a low HP Nevix, but there was enough there to actually keep him up and fighting. Every time Rad tried to go in on the offensive, they're finding very little. It's like the roles are reversed from the first point.
Yeah, when Nevix needed all that healing, it was not available for Fincy on that angle, getting aggressive with the sword.
And you've only got like 45 seconds left now, but yeah, an Amplifier and Fi with this ultimate. Fi needs to find something, and you know that Rad are expecting it. They have a rolling flush. They also want to just try and get in and out, but Ducky is now going for the Strangler Prison, and it's set up Crazy Kitty for 2.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty gets 2. I think that Fi's actually just going to give up the ultimate to go over to the Daredevil instead. Needs to continue checking the progress of this Black Cat. This is a forced swap onto Fi.
He has to go in for the Daredevil to try to check Crazy Kitty out in his position. Beer back is going to be broken, so it means that Virtus.pro's supports anybody that can come back into the fight after they go down can actually regain control, but overtime has to be pushed all the way to the end for VP if they want to take a 2-0 in this BO5.
Sparker looking towards the back. Crazy Kitty is going absolutely mental right now. Vertigo's off the map. Sideways been taken down as well, so the trades are good. And it's even better for Rad as they manage to find their feet. Fincy looking for something off the back of the Meteor M, but once again can only hit the Groot going up against their counterpart here. Walled in, invisible boundary drawn up to reinforce them, and Smash this is a touch too far out. Maybe some punishment can be found as the magnetic greatsword is drawn from its scabbard, but Nevix has had to come in on the emergency Venom. Spark around the outside, you know that he's been noted. A forced movement coming through off the back of the Apex Predator. Vertigo's finally returned from the gravity grave that they put themselves in previously, and they are going to have even more when it comes to the healing. In comes the fate of both worlds, out goes the Glass Rocks. Flies letting the devil out, but he's nowhere to be seen, and that's 1-1 between our EMEA Titans.
And Vertigo fell off the map at the end again, so it made it 2 for 2. But yeah, it shows how close these teams are. I'm sure there's a lot of people that have not maybe been watching EMEA as much, think they're like, oh, this is just a washed VP. No, rather that kind of team that can actually compete against them. Spider Islands went as expected, a Ducky MVP, and I loved at the end there, you saw the Glortrox coming in from Sparker, just using the Jeff team up, the duck dip dived, just to make sure that he couldn't get anything, he got a point. And then now Virtus.pro have to sort of come back on what we were talking before, a map choice. We're not sure where they're going to necessarily go. We saw the Arico, we saw some more convoy maps, but we can't see that here because the Spider Island's out. It has to be Convergence.
I can't help but feel that the last half of that ban phase from VP was fumbled. Like, they let go of the Gambit to get the Invisible Woman, and I didn't see any particular, like, compositional magic where the Invisible Woman was getting a huge amount of value, right?
And that was right at the end as well. It was like the last ban and last protect of the Gambit, so it wasn't even early on. Like, Magneto's clearly important for both of these sides, and stuff like the Adam, the Loki, making sure the convoy doesn't get too out of hand. But for Virtus.pro, you need to now show that you sort of own some of these maps, right? The bigger teams like Team Liquid Citadel have a lot of maps in their back pocket, as we saw with Yggdrasil, where they just look like worlds above a lot of the other teams. For Virtus.pro, you now need to find that on Convergence, which these guys are so experienced for hero shooters. Playing around a payload or taking a point is key to them, but rather matching them.
Yeah, rather matching them blow for blow, and well, our analysis is going to be blown out of the water by these smart fellas on the analyst desk.
Blown out of the water indeed, like Day. I mean, hey, listen, the good news is both teams are in familiar territory. I mean, VP has given up a map. Rad is certainly comfortable. If anything, they're like off pace because typically they're coming back even later than they are now. Right now, the series is tied between these two EMEA giants. And right off the bat, Ship, I've got to say, I said it was going to be the Vanguards for Rad that would impress me, and I feel like that has been a huge difference maker.
11 finals on the Ducky Groot. I mean, and some really clean play across the board. They're just leading the charge, doing exactly what they need to. I love the mag play across the board, like you're saying, buddy. I am with you. They are outshining right now. Vod.
I think the big thing here for me, too, is just seeing exactly how the Smashness glow-up has been from the play-in stage to now. I mean, on the Elsa doing a great job, but on the other foot, Sparker, the least amount of finals we've seen in quite some time, only 5 to their names. So a tough spot to look at for the, you know, MVP we saw from the grand finals, from the high highs now to low lows.
Yeah,
no, I mean, I agree. And also, we talked about the X factor of Crazy Kitty. We got some craziness. We got some, for sure, not as much kiddiness as we want to see this time around. But either way, yeah, it just feels like, again, we've highlighted this before with Rad. Virtus.pro is known as being a patient team. I think that's what's made them great. But Rad has shown that throughout. And it's like they're aggressive, but also somehow it's like a toddler with a rage, but somehow has, you know, great Jedi Master patience.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'm kind of there's a couple things I want to mention. I don't know that I prioritize the Invis over the Luna right now. I think that's a mistake. for one. And then also in Virtus.pro's favor, I think they're just really clutch, and I think that's why they keep pushing this series even farther. I think that game was dominated by RAD, truthfully, but they just always seem to make things happen when they're in overtime. So it's just similar to what we saw in Dom. I think that's their main strength. They just never give up. But
for me, Vaughn, I feel like if you look at the team as a whole, the only thing that I would like to see maybe cleaned up a bit more is that backline. Like we saw, I mean, Jubilee, or as Leg would say, Juba 3, is something we might start to see a little bit more. RAD showed it against Iconics, right, that they wanted to show and maybe test, if you will, that Jubilee to see how it went, and it was showing all right.
It's decent for the first point hold like we saw there in that triple strategist lineup, but aside from that, we really haven't seen too much out of the Jubilee specifically. Like team-ups wise, what are people rocking here as well, Shiv?
Well, for Jubilee, what I will say, one thing I just want to mention real quick, is I do like the blind. I think the blind is huge in the damage boost. It's the new cloak, right?
Yeah.
So that's why you're running that for the most part. But team-ups across the board, you mean for the backline or for Jubilee?
Yeah, for Jubilee.
For Jubilee, it's Hood is what I typically run. I mean, you're just going constant hit scan damage. You can kind of play, you know, like I said, that cloak format, but instead of having to switch to the damage front, you can just hit scan heavy in the backline and rotate consistently to make sure it's always up for you.
Speaking of that backline, can we just talk about MASH? I mean, MASH is, obviously a little casual Friday there on stage. The jersey's still making its way here.
Yeah.
But Vaughn, MASH, am I seeing this? The finals, I mean, are we joking?
We are not joking on that one, but we're also not joking here for Smashnez versus Sparker.
This is the lineup.
This is the average we have seen from this map specifically as well, and seeing actually no, this is the exact stats from this match. Excuse me, 34 finals to 34 KOs to 17. Just the effectiveness, the damage is very similar. But you were talking about the ship during the break. It feels like Sparker's just shooting tanks.
Yeah, a lot of damage there, but I mean that's also a testament to the tanks because I think the backline stat-wise were very similar, right? So if you see a ton of damage and not a lot of finals, it means the tanks are doing their job. They're getting out after soaking all the damage, and it's not necessarily on the strats back because the numbers don't justify that.
No, that's a great point, especially, I mean, you see all your favorite Star-Lord players have crazy damage out their final hits, just farming from the front. You know what's interesting is obviously that is a matchup between Smash and Sparker, rookie versus vet, but that might be on land, but Smash has said 8 years he's been doing this, right? And now finally has had that chance to shine on this stage like this for Rivals. That's a big matchup. We continue to highlight how important, obviously most important role, in my opinion, a lot of the times is that flex duelist position. But when you have the hit scan v hit scan, the 1A versus 1A, a ship, we've seen time and time again that it's those measurements up of those pressure in the first early picks.
Yeah, it's all about coming up in clutch moments too. And you know, a lot of the time Sparker is that guy. Just right now in this matchup wasn't able to do that. Talk about the Dom too with me, but
Yes, oh my gosh. So this is the first time, at least during this event, we have seen the Dom map won by Virtus.pro. So they finally got that off their backs. They say, hey, we can actually win again on Domination when we used to be the most winningest team on Dom. Now it's Team Liquid Citadel, as we've seen, what, 26-0 at that point.
Crazy.
But I think the big question mark for me for this Virtus.pro roster right now is Fi. We haven't seen as much effectiveness from them recently.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if you look at this, obviously this is why best of 5 is going to be even better, because when you get the early tie in the series, we're going to go back to Dom, obviously being a big point in factor in that. When you look at the pick and bans, VOD, and what you expect to see here moving forward as we do get the infamous location of Wakanda. We were just joking the other day that that first point used to be so like iconic, and now it's like, all right, okay, it's kind of just point 3 now, VOD.
Yeah, I mean, seeing, Virtus.pro going to a map where a lot of people were thinking they'd have some good records against them here as well, but we've seen them play pretty decently on Hall of Dajalia before, and again, I think it benefits the compositions that they like to play with the Penny Ultron. We saw that first point for a lot of teams, and one thing I did want to bring up, which we've seen with this map and a lot of different ones, is like first point now on these convoy or these convergence maps is taken pretty quickly for the most part.
Yeah, and you and I were saying sometimes even on even Convoy, right? It's like the first point is a battle, second point seems to just be a breeze every time because the teams are coming back on defense, burning all these cooldowns. The attacking side then wins the trade at the end, cleans up those KOs, gets 20% ult advantage, wins the next fight right on to point 3.
I mean, you can almost say the same about winning matches as well. I mean, it's like starting to believe, right? And as soon as you get that first one under your belt, it's like, okay, let's just go ahead and finish this thing strong. And for me, I mean, VP, they're the standard. They're the one that everyone has circled. The pressure on them, I can't imagine. They handle it well typically, but we'll see now when things get closer for that door to shut. Will they be able to handle it, folks? We've got the ban ready to go. We sponsored this by Mantis, who's always that first ban. It's gonna happen. We're gonna be seeing none of that 0% play rate, but Gambit being that first lock once again for the back line of VP VOD.
Yeah, they like to focus on that Gambit. The one time we saw, Museum of Contemplation, they went for the Loki save, and that was kind of iffy. But the big thing here is that they played this map as a counterpick from Gen G and still got a 2-0 victory against them. So no longer are they going to have any stipulations against this map. It seems to be their domain now.
There's conversation for where Widow can come into the ban phase here too. What happened to Widow? Is something in the air today? What's going on
talking
today?
about that early on. We were saying, hey, Matt, first day, we're like, it's here,
so good.
Widow, what year it is, and then has kind of backed away a bit. It's interesting. This would be one of the stronger maps to be able to take it to. Again, we're going to all of the Jolly not Spider Island there. And when you look at the bans in general, I feels like the pressure you get, but man, Smash wasn't able to play that to the level of, let's say, Delena in the play-in stage. Maybe it's just not enough time on that comfortable rework.
Yeah, that could be the case for sure. But now that we see the removal of Mag, that conversation comes back into play.
I mean, after seeing that triple Meteor M from Lugia code on third point, I mean, I understand why Virtus Pro do not want to deal with that this time.
No, it's a great point either way. I mean, you've seen a lot of the meta strong stuff happen, right? No one-sided mag, the Gambit not squeaking through late. This is the stuff you expect. And we kind of talked about it. The more this kind of leans towards the end, you got to pull off all the stops. You got to show everything and not show your old heads, you're new, you're fresh, you have something ready. It's important to play your best, but keep a couple cards close to your chest, Shib, as we're wrapping up the pick ban. It's Penny Ultron.
Yeah, I mean, that's just been the new thing. It's almost like a chess piece moving forward. You've got to react. It's going to be a removal of Penny here. It has to be right back and forth. Oh, okay, well, I guess not, as we're going to see the Atom removal. But, if you get Ultron through in the lock phase, it seems, or it has been in the past, you want to remove that Penny, but instead...
Well, will we have Virtus Pro put on the ropes or RAD go down in the series like day? Ryan, let's get to it.
And this is a map that Virtus Pro have to deal with therapy. There's trauma on it from a team like RAD, but at least last time that these two teams played in the sort of group stages, I believe, for stage 1, it was Virtus Pro that actually were able to beat RAD the last time. Even though this has been a choice for RAD consistently this event, the results aren't amazing for them. 2-4 total, and we've only seen Virtus Pro play on this map 3 times, one of which was against Gen G, where they look to be the stronger team and really command that series to continue on in the upper bracket.
Yeah, you can tell that Virtus Pro, after losing a lot of very important games on this map, have been maybe leaning towards it in their scrim schedules a little bit, and making sure that they are an incredibly proficient team on this. But this should be an absolute slobber knocker because RAD, they prefer to go to this map quite often.
Yeah, I think the big thing to highlight is that MASH, with the one-sided Gambit, only got eliminated twice in all of Spider Islands. But when we did see this head-to-head of the Gambit against Saipe had some cleaner, bigger ultimates. So we'll see if MASH can sort of make sure that he keeps up with his counterpart on the other side.
Early portal, perhaps? Looks like Fi's cooking.
Leap into the fray. I mean, we saw it yesterday against Gen G as well, sort of going from the same position, just being able to take the high ground, force and sort of make the side split, if you will.
Fi swaps over now to the Daredevil, so they can have a pincer maneuver here in our first Vanguard call of the tournament, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, for Finzi, it's one of these moments a lot of the Vanguards were taking out Magneto, not available for both sides, but Ducky has to be the one to jump onto the point to make sure it's contested. But it's just allowing Finzi to build up the ban hammer and the skill issue if he wants.
Ducky's got a ramp to work with here as well, so we can freely transition between high and low ground, but Vertigo going down already, might have to invest their Cocoon Revival here off the back of being headshot by Valuna. Saipe actually messes up their team up there, and so he's going to have a little bit more trouble peeling for themselves, but Ducky's gone high, but will he be laying low? Even more anti-heal. Finzi needs to be rescued, all surviving by the skin of his teeth, but that regrows real quickly when you're Deadpool.
Especially when it was like Nevix went down, it's meant really that Ducky was able to sort of survive and he's able to just perch up on the top of the high ground, but he's fallen in and just dunked on Saipe.
Finzi still believes it to be winnable. He's going to send him a Banhammer, admittedly not so much of a waste when you are on the Deadpool. That does generate rather quickly, but Virtus Pro have like such little space control right now. They are split 3 and 2, but they're waiting for Saipe to come back, and this means that MASH is going to have an opportunity to outpace that ultimate when it comes to the Gambit generation.
It is a messy fight, but RAD are going to be able to take it, show everybody's in positions that they probably weren't expected to be in, but they managed to stall almost all of the time. Ducky even looking to sort of use the Strangling Prison to find out these players from Virtus Pro that are trying to disengage all the way to second. They're so out of position, Virtus Pro completely split.
Nevix is left, he's like, you know what, Drudra, your problems are your own, mate. Wait, Drudra won. Oh, Drudra won! Saipe might rescue him from the back. Can he deliver the Raging Royal flush in time? No, Drudra's already fallen on down, but Nevix has used the opening to get rid of Crazy Kitty. Out comes the Soul Link from the side of RAD so they can spread out the damage. And instead of fighting, they're just going to give up the position on the point and wait out this ultimate.
I mean, it's now going to be 2/3 actually ticked up in the end for RAD. They have to try and jump onto the objective. Mash is going to bring out the Royal Flush as Saipei's used his early, and Finzy's the first to at least go down off the back of it, and RAD holding on when it's about 80% made up for VP.
2 ticks to their name, Dredro, the fate of both worlds for the next fight. It's going to be a duel, though, between the Glatroxes.
I mean, it's just a crazy engagement, right? We said, okay, yeah, Dredro, we'll see you later. Hold on. It's almost just like...
He did what?
Meanwhile, whilst this other, like, Avengers film is going on, there's a little side quest for Dredro going in for those fights. But the fact that RAD have got the triple strategist setup means that losing out on one of them, they're able to actually keep their heads above water. VP just looking just chaotic right now.
His strategy? Take Mash's head off, it would appear. Crazy Kitty, in this tiny area, is going to have an absolute layup for a Rage of Ultron, but not even going to need it. Matt Fincy already taken on down. Feast of the Abyss not getting much for Nevix, and in comes the Glatrox. Sparker doesn't appear to have gotten too active in the feed of vanquishings thus far, and so Crazy Kitty can just hold on to the Rage of Ultron for when it's desperately needed for triage.
It's just that one pick for Virtus Pro, now trying to get into position, less than a minute left. They're not at least playing for a draw, but they really need to actually get this first point against a team like RAD, otherwise it's going to be a nightmare scenario. Silent Seduction maybe going to make it worse.
Oh, just about trying to get out. That constant feathering of the shield here from Finzy is going to make sure that no one falls victim to the feminine wiles of Emma. Smashnez. Oh, Smashnez can cook on the angle here. Has the Apex Predator and has a big line to play with.
But he's overstepped, which is maybe one of the things that consistently goes wrong with RAD. He's out of position, and now suddenly RAD are a player down. Vertigo having a counter revival. He's going to use it now.
The last second was waiting as long as possible to bring that one up. Vertigo falling low. Sparker's got a fantastic angle here on the Black Widow, and Vertigo's already for... What is Mash doing over there, bro? What is my Gambit doing? Vertigo brings them back. Fi begins to dance. A dance of a butterflies is going to start extracting the blood from RAD as they just survive this off the back of the Rage of Ultron. Lugiago anchors the car in the corner, keeping this one going. Smashnez down again as Sparker's angle continues to just brutalize them. The Rage of Ultron is instantly stopped. Anger management delivered via percussive bullets.
Finzy with a Silent Seduction, acting like the Pied Piper, making these shots going, but Mash is still somehow involved in the fight. I mean, the point is gone. He's going to go through, and Virtus Pro just relying on a great position from Sparker. Vertigo had no idea where he was when he went down.
Sometimes RAD just they take a slurp of facility juice, you know? But like, we're winning more. It's like, wait, what?
With so many teams as well, like in all of the chaos, Sparker has the freedom, and Ducky decides that now is the time to go in. RAD have found the W key, and they're pressing it consistently.
Oh man, Ducky just solo grabbing the Emma there, who just pops for Diamond and says, all right, cheers, I'm out, baby.
He's still finding a little bit more. Virtus Pro, Feast of the Abyss has to be dedicated from Nevix, and suddenly again we're just in an absolute brawl on the streets of Jalia, I guess it would be. But RAD down numbers want to try and maybe get out.
Sparker going for the new fangled meta. The Black Widow reigning over these streets, caring little for Bast. Instead, is what Natasha Romanov demands. That will be the order of the day. Ducky's down. Sparker is just so difficult to try and assault as Fincy holds the front line with absolute vigor.
So now if RAD can get the numbers together to actually be able to contest this, you've got a Silent Seduction on the way for Lugia, and the strategists are sort of building up, but they moved over to the 2-2-2. Crazy Kitty's over on the Daredevil.
Oh, touching here might be a tall order. 59 centimeters in it for now. Mashdown's going to bring everyone forward with the Raging Royal Flush. What value can be found? The second that it finishes, Fincy's been counting them out as Crazy Kitty moves towards the back. A quick Sonic pursuit wants the strategist so bad, but the healing is overwhelming. But while they look towards each other, it's the front line that are the victims. Nevix and Fincy could not receive any healing, and Fi is so far back that Smashnez is able to get an easy 1v1.
It was the right adjustment at the right time for RAD, just moving away from that triple strategist that they were sort of playing on and staying on over on domination. The Crazy Kitty now sort of gets to body check Fi a little bit, who had that freedom over on Krakoa to just sort of find a backline, but they also need to close the distance from Sparker. If he has freedom, he will absolutely dominate this lobby.
Assassin's Focus, good to go. Smashnez had to give up the angle. Look at that anti coming through from side. Oh, Lugia! Just going to have to try and Carbon Crush away. Just about has the hops and the motion to get away from the assailants.
Crazy Kitty has his target locked in at the very least for Smashnez. Wants to go in with the Apex Predator, forced back in the end as Sparker's trying to bring out the Black Widow ultimate, looking for a target to just pop their heads around the corner.
4 bullets, 1 aim, trying to break on through. Mash headshot in the back, but the healing is too fast. Ducky went for a solo ult here, but it's an easy cleanse for Dreedro to get their partner out of harm's way. Smashnez disengages as the healing's overwhelming. Dreedro drags them all forward, but Nevix needs to get access to a Feast of the Abyss. Crazy Kitty from the outside shifting on through. It's a good shift in, and Fincy's been shifted to a different gear. Surely it's got to be a TB back here from Fi, but who can stay on the point? Fi finally debarks, but he's up against the corner. There's nowhere to go. Surrounded by foes, surrounded by blue, and he's drowning in the ocean of RAD. Finally, Sparker moves on him. Has to get it done themselves. Vertigo's down. Smashness is looking for an overextending gambit, but Fi has somehow managed to cast a spell. His wizardry has excruciated RAD's defense, and a cap is miraculously summoned for Virtus Pro.
All part of the plan for all of these teams. Fi, yeah, just had to dip out and then suddenly he's back in with a portal, which was at the right time, but maybe the wrong place. Back over towards the Daredevil, away from that Psylocke, so trying to match up for Crazy Kitty. Now going on to the second point, you have all of these hallways to keep an eye on, and we all know that Daredevil loves a one-shot scene in a hallway. He probably wasn't expecting to find himself on the other side. Mash, though, having the Royal Flush before Saipe, there is a chance and an opportunity for Rad to go aggro on the defense again.
Everyone afflicted here. They know where the Daredevil is, and Mash opted in for the 1v1 there. Seems to have won it against Fi. Spark pulling it down as well means that this offense is now toothless.
I mean, Mash has been happy to take these fights, a lot of 1v1s from the strategists. They have hands when they need to. And now Smashnez again, he's the one that's got these positions, full instinct, but wants to make sure that he's got these angles locked in. Otherwise, Sparker's going to start to pull apart this defense from Rad and have players on the backline isolated. Mash needs to keep himself alive and fighting, certainly when there's a one-sided Royal Flush on the other side, and almost up for Virtus Pro with 20 seconds left.
Lugia with an ult to play with, and Nevix can't bring up walls in its way as the Groot has been dropped away on the other side. Ducky feeling the same thing here as Nevix moves on forward. Up come the walls to try and give over some of that covering fire, but Ducky gets isolated, and Mash was taken down in the back. He's not going to be able to get over this one very quickly, and Lugia sentience is crushed under Fincy's brain power.
It's the right target, good ultimates to combine. It just means that Black Widow can get more out with the Sonic Seduction, and now Fi's in position to make it a little bit more hurting on the end now that overtime's here.
Rad have been saving their ultimates. It all comes down to this. Lugia forcibly engaged, looking for a sentient seize, but knows that Nevix can get out with their embattled leap, and so saves it for a less rainy day. First one coming through, building up that energy. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. There's no cleanse for those who were caught within the strangling prison. Smashness has gone down, but Fi's traded out on the other side. And Vertigo's got healing aplenty for Rad, as Crazy Kitty's got pain aplenty for the backline of Virtus Pro. Moving towards the back, the Devil's been let out, so too have all the heals. There's no sustainability for Virtus Pro. They've ran out of time, and they've ran out of chances. Rad will hold at the end of Hall of Jarlia.
111 meters right there at the end, but Virtus Pro, it could have very easily been a full hold if they weren't careful. Scrappy, this one. We saw a little bit more for Spider Islands, the ideas, adjustments, going from one composition to the other, but here it's just two teams that probably dislike each other very much in the server at the very least, just taking chunks out of each other.
Getting Virtus Pro, I'm getting deja vu right now though for Rad. They did have issues here, in particular against a Delana Black Widow on third point of Hall of Jarlia. And that large room is such a good angle.
That's why Mash has a lot more eliminations against him. Saipe only going down twice. And this is kind of like those games, 11 final hits for Sparker. 5 low on damage. Like we said, he sort of fill in that role to just sort of close in, go on the dives, get final hits, but he's only been able to get 3 in comparison to Crazy Kitty that was mostly playing triple strategist, moved over towards the 2-2-2. Same amount of damage, just a couple more picks in the end. I think you have to really look at the Vanguards as well. Certainly when you have these like high lines playing, it's not like dive, high mobility characters in place. It is just the likes of Groot and Emma. No Magneto available for either side, so it pretty much is going to be like this head-to-head. Pretty much matching up well. But you'd have to imagine, I'd love to see Crazy Kitty bring out the Spider-Man. Saw a little bit from Jerky. I was a little bit like, are we going to see the defense pull on the defense? But probably not.
This might be a scout for the Penny Comp, because they know that Virtus Pro love to play with Penny Comp, and the remainder of the team might well want to swap here. Yeah, let's see Crazy Kitty. He's going to take a look. Likely will instantly turn around. Is going to fall down, which it's going to steal like 10 seconds away. Nice little hit there from Saipe. I think that Sparker also contributed to that, but based on his ult charge.
And that's Brand New Day, everybody. That's
that's it. Full spoilers.
Yeah. 3 minutes long. But yeah, Sparker, nice to see him on the Black Widow when some of the other like EMEA sort of main hit scan duelists haven't shone as well in some of these cases. Smashdays obviously prefers to be on the L, so he's going to be on it in this case. But Sparker wants to keep that distance away from RAD, but somebody has to close it down, and that somebody is Crazy Kitty now on DD.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty's going to be able to come in through the window here. Oh, Trader's actually fallen down onto the low ground as well, which could be critical. He's going to give a little bit less in terms of options for an escape. RAD have already posted up on the point. Trader has fallen down. Crazy Kitty found them on that low ground where they could not be peeled for, but they are going to be punished for such an audacious maneuver. Now all the healing has to come from Saipe. Everyone has to share out the cards of Gambit and share out the power. It is going to be rewarded with a very quick return to the ultimate though, as Shreedro prepares a portal for a re-engage.
These have been so good in the end for Virtus.pro, but it has to be great as it's Shreedro now is trying to stop in. He gets frozen. You see the team up as well that's coming in from the Gambit to just create some space. It's not enough. It's another fast take for RAD with 5 minutes to push onto second.
Well, Saipe got to save KD at least. You see when Shreedro opened the portal, Saipe's like, I'm out of here, bro. See you later, homies.
It was an uh-oh moment, but there's been a few of those. Shaky for Virtus.pro this year. World champions not quite looking like in that form, but RAD, a dark horse for this event. Falk said might be potentially playing him later if they win up against Gen G. Ducky's found himself a nice pick on the Finzi, which staggers the defense more.
Finzi was just stuck in the Crucible down there, didn't have the Carbon Crush to get. Oh, they're going to try and make it work without Finzi. A 5 versus 6. Mash is happy to answer. Ducky falls so low, but shuts it down with the strangling prison. Farewell to 5, farewell to Nevix. Deforestation going in favor of RAD.
And it was just because both of those ultimates were available. They matched up nicely. RAD over-dedicating a little bit more, but you'll do that when you've got everybody on the objective and you force Virtus.pro back. They don't have any strategist ultimates now, hoping for a big pick for Nevix with the ult.
All right, riding the Radical Highway towards the end of second. No one can break the walls. They tried to break the walls down, and Nevik can barely even escape here. Trying to cook up a re-engagement. Up come even more walls, floating towards them in a bubble. So many CCs have gone Nevik's way. The most controlled man in history. Lugia is going to surely go down for their overextension, but they got the point.
This is looking a little bit nervous, though, for Virtus.pro. 5 minutes to hold on second. We've seen some crazy holds in the end, but maybe not to this level. Virtus.pro just being completely caught out, and you have to say, with Ducky playing well, the group walls are superb. Isolated targets and no Magneto on either side means that there's no bulwarks to make sure that people can get out of these situations. They get punished for them instead.
All right, going in onto the Groot, not the ideal target here for a Daredevil. Fight doesn't quite know where to go, instead going to go up against their counterpart. Crazy Kitty just has to try and flee away inside of the strangling prison. Everyone shares out the healing. It's a perfect ultimate here from Vertigo, just making sure that the dance floor sustains the remainder of the team.
Just pot shots now. Smashdays just trying to make sure that this objective is moving. If anybody oversteps for Virtus.pro and Apex Predator, is going to catch.
Barker takes the angle, has the bullets to work with, gets Crazy Kitty midway through. Extra damage, and it's all that you need when you want a hero for Virtus.pro. I will show you, Sparker.
How does he find these sort of moments? He can't even line up the targets because he's turning around to deal with them. The sense of space that he has, knowing where everybody is, it helps when you have Fi making the calls on where exactly these targets are, but it's just setting him up to knock him down. Virtus.pro holding on when RAD certainly looked like they were going to maybe strike the death strike.
My goodness, perfect information for both Black Widows. The question is, who will have the perfect aim to back it up? Smashner's going to be behind when it comes to ult generation here, but slowing down Sparker is going to send them scurrying into cover. Needs the pocket to be delivered. A big battle blitz towards the back. Ducky says, I'm going up the #1. What a cleanse coming through. Quick-witted Saipe behind them there, using the Royal Flush to bring the remainder of Virtus.pro forward. Crazy Kitty postulates him the back, but knows that they can't escape this one.
It was Ducky going for the play that Team Liquid Citadel used against them yesterday, knowing that the sort of these positions that the hit scans want to set up on right at the far back, where Sparker's basically going now. Put the group there, strangle prison, catch them in position, but you've got too many cleanses, both with the Luna and the Gambit on the other side. It meant that there was very little that Ducky could get off the back of it.
And that was Nevix's turn. Mash needs to be quick on the trigger here when it comes to that AoE cleanse. Can remove everyone from the prison, free them from these binds.
the chaos now for RAD. They're trying to play front to back, seeing if they can let Crazy Kitty slip in, but now Nevic's trying to go in for these walls to separate the sight lines. He's actually going to go very low down and can't really get into the choke because of the stuff thrown out from the Gambits.
He's got a good position though. The crunch needs to be here and now. Nevic's looking for an opening, but right now all he sees are Vanguards. That's a lot of piercing power from the bullets. Lugia goes low. Needs someone else to break the wall. And a smart disengage here from RAD just gets Fi off the angle, and it's going to kite out this ultimate from Sparker.
It's doing so much damage now. Mash is trying to go in and put this one to bed, potentially with a Rolling Thunder, but the wall means now we're not going to take this fight. Virtus Pro try and disengage as much as they can.
All right, Smash just tried to take the off angle as well. Assassin's Focus in the back corner if they are going to need it. Out come the bullets, and down goes the Fincy. Ducky's going to be the one to finish that. Smash does with a collapse on both the duelists. It's unbelievable stuff. And Nevix's plan, if he tried to lay down, he's just going to wilt under the wheel of RAD, taking the lead in the series.
Over in a whisper for RAD right there at the end. Smash Des, we sort of pointed out in some of those games against Delaney from 100 Thieves, the Black Widow head-to-head wasn't matching. There, Sparker was looking like he was getting into form, but Smash Des just puts it to bed quietly, a pure assassin style. He's going to get the MVP for this one as well. And suddenly, Virtus Pro World Champions looking to be eliminated from mid-season finals in this losers bracket if they lose one more map.
RAD, from Marvel Rivals Championships, from MRC to the big stage to Los Angeles, California. They can tread the royal road here, but they need to get past the old king to get there, standing in the way at the bottom of the steps. RAD have a chance to ascend.
And there's with so much left up, we sort of pointed out that like Saipei there looking like the head-to-head with the Gambits was going to look good. It did look good for the most part. But RAD on this map, it was Virtus Pro's map choice. And it looked like RAD's, right? With just how quickly they sort of take the attacking rounds, how the first defense was almost a full hold. And yeah, sure, it was good towards the end for the defense for Virtus Pro, but he had to hold for 5.5 minutes. You can't let that happen at an international event. You can't be pushed that hard on your map choice. It's these kind of moments that make me really nervous for Virtus Pro, but they're world champions. These are some of the most experienced, tenured players. They don't feel pressure. It's for Tyres. It's not for them. But against the name of RAD that took the first series against Virtus Pro in their history, that eliminated Virtus Pro for the first time in their history from pre-season, might be eliminating them for the first time from an international event. It's always RAD. It's always them.
Well, pressure might be for Tyres, Ryan. But right now, RAD are saying, you look tired, old man. Why don't you step aside and let some new, young talent take over? You can rest now. You've done your job.
And both are Apex Predators, right? You got the Bears of Virtus Pro, but Wolves of RAD are looking a little bit more hungry, a little bit more strong, and a little bit more comfortable as we potentially go into what could be a big map for VP.
Yeah, Smashnez, I want to call them out as well for having a fantastic Black Widow here too. Like the biggest problem, it felt like on day one, going up against 100 Thieves, was that Delana was outperforming Smashnez on this map in particular, on the Black Widow. But Smashnez, I don't know how they've turned it around so quickly, but they bloody well have.
I think it's also like the right changes there. I really like the Black Widow coming out from Spark. It looks fantastic, but it's the common complaint. It's good changes for Virtus Pro, just slow, just late. Whereas RAD are like Smashnez, okay, immediately sort of goes onto the Black Widow and finds that. It's just enough. It's just enough of a change, but I feel like even though RAD and VP are making sort of similar changes with compositions, right, going for 2-2-2, it's RAD that's making them a lot faster, a lot snappier, and Virtus Pro are just lagging behind a little bit with some of the composition changes. You're not really going to change much for the front line, but Lugia going towards the Thing to just add a little bit more oomph and like pushing power makes the difference, where Virtus Pro aren't changing too much with the composition outside of, you know, the likes of Sparker going over towards Black Widow, and Fi, Psylocke to Daredevil just does small incremental changes. You're not changing the backline, though, of the Gambit Luna, so it has to come from somewhere else.
Yeah, the change of the Thing allowed for RAD to reorient their whole composition as well, because they meant that Lugia could be this consistent peeling pressure against Fi, meaning that they could never really execute on that pincer that was being set up by the Daredevil in the background again and again.
I am very curious on where Virtus Pro want to take us again now. The map pool has opened up because it is a best of 5, so it means that domination is available, and I'm seeing the hover over Celestial Husk, but this is also the map that we saw RAD eliminate Virtus Pro right at the end. It was chaotic. It was Virtus Pro looking unlike themselves. So if that is the choice, it's a brave one to go to domination because it can be very just coin flippy, right? But it does feel like going for these other game modes that Virtus Pro look like the best team in the world because just playing around payloads, playing around objectives instead of a King in a Hill style suited them. But that's what they're choosing now, to go for these control maps.
Well, I mean, if we think about how so many of the RAD members were previously on that team chopped, they missed out on
Grand Finals, yeah.
By a Celestial Husk.
They got their revenge, but this is a whole different space. And you have to say with like the coach coming in for RAD, like how much of a difference that's made to just keep them focused. But even like speaking to like Mash and Ducky on the way here, you maybe think that there's going to be a little bit of nerves in, but they're like, we're sort of ready for this. We know these guys, and we're used to playing on stage. They've been on the stage more than anybody else because they went through play-ins, and a lot of these series, including this one, probably will go the distance, unless they're able to get a win here on Celestial Husk.
Most games played, RAD are getting those land jitters out of the way real quick by force of experience. The Virtus Pro, though, we characterize them as the bear, not just because it's their logo, but because these guys are kind of hibernated a little bit. They're taking their time to spool up.
And I mean, especially after like Grand Finals, like it's what the whole total prize pool of last year, similar to this year, $3 million total, right? Like they've got the Bears' share of it. And so they took a little bit of time, they didn't play in the MRC that was happening around the holidays, took it as a chance to really get some rest and respite. You could say that they were a little bit late to the meta, but it didn't look too bad when it came to preseason. But it's every time that we see them play in this kind of like Ignite draft where it's non-mirrored, some teams, certainly when they're called RAD, find gaps. And here, with all of the changes with team-ups, it looks a little bit more open. You can't even, I don't know if it's too much with draft specifically. I feel like it's just individual moments in the server, but more RAD rising to the occasion and Virtus Pro falling off completely.
Well, they're not dead yet. We'll see if they fall off entirely as they have one last chance to take themselves to map number 5. We are in the lower bracket, ladies and gentlemen. The reigning world champions stand on the precipice of doom, and they must shuffle through the desolated wasteland that RAD have erected before them.
So far, the draft is looking very similar to what we just saw on Jalia. Very different from what we saw on Krakoa right at the start, right? Because we saw RAD going for the Ultron here. They just want to make sure that they get that Gambit. Don't leave it too one-sided in the end. And even then, you can see Virtus Pro like happy to just like let it slide. Wasn't even banned out in the end. They just wanted to make sure that Saipe had it. He has it here again. The first phase, exactly the same. This is where these opportunities of the map being on domination, just how this series is going, the Magneto needs to go, but I think that benefited RAD more than it certainly did VP.
Yeah, like being able to move away from the mag so you could let Ducky have that Groot matchup that Ducky honestly is always happy to take. Like Ducky's been one of our most ardent Groot enjoyers in EMEA for the last 2 years. Essentially, he's like the EMEA equivalent of Vinny. You know, Vinny loves his Groot and Ducky loves his Groot.
Ultron is being protected. And it was the Penny that was banned out before, so Ultron is actually going to be protected. So Virtus Pro, are they going to start to show a little bit more of the triple strategist themselves? Adam. So this is an interesting start. Virtus Pro in Ignite have never lost a map, like in this case, where the draft has been exactly the same. When it was like an MRC where they were so dominant, there has to be a slight difference. In moments like this, Virtus Pro need to show that when the draft is the exact same, when it's pound for pound, who are the better players, it's them. Because it's exactly the same. No availability for the likes of the main strategists of Mantis, Loki, and Adam, and then the Magneto too.
Well, that's the question, Ryan. Is it the good old days that are coming back? Or is it a bold new era where RAD will feast upon the bear's flesh?
I'm nervous. I have to send one of these guys home. I mean, RAD have certainly had the moments where they might have thought that it could have been them if they didn't sort of get their act together against Rejects. Speaking to them earlier, they were nervous in that game, but feel like they've really come into it. But there's only going to be one team that is scared now, and it is the world champions on the right-hand side for VP. There's not only that, if this series goes the distance, whoever wins has to play later today against either Swamp or Gen G, so it is an absolute gauntlet. Right now, it seems that it's like similar compositions coming through. And whether there's been this focus on the Penny Parker, which is available, Penny Ultron composition, it's been the talk of the town. Might be neither team actually running it off the get-go.
Well, Virtus Pro have found that a lot of teams have figured it out already, going in with the Storm and the Punisher. RAD are not hedging on the penny coming out again, though. They are rolling out on essentially a mirrored composition.
Yeah, it's just the group versus Emma. That's the slight difference in the end, but Nevix wants to go in on the thing, and he's got mod, and he bargained for takes a lot of damage in this early scuffle.
Already a Soul Siphon going over onto Ducky, but it's not really going to be characterized with a lot of damage here from Finzi, who's already fallen down to the low ground. Big claim of a high here from RAD. Have to be careful to move down onto that low ground together. Virtus.pro actually in quite a split right now, where their Vanguards maybe are going to be isolated from the remainder of the team, who are still going to have to carve through all these walls that Ducky have brought out.
It just seems to have so many. He's just putting up a forest on Clintar, seeing if he can bring new life in, but it's Fire that finds that first pick onto Lugia.
Rare to try and go after a thing on the Daredevil, but sometimes you just need that lick more damage, and Matthew Murdoch is there to provide. Ducky has to give away the space here. Doesn't have the healing, especially with Vertigo down. Mashed a little bit too far out as well, and Smashnez is taken to the skies by the Yancey Street charge. All they can do is watch as they fall one by one.
Holding on, finding that first fight, so there's a little bit of breathing room in the end. Not much to change. I mean, you haven't built up any ultimates. Actually, Ducky is going to go off of the group to see if he can actually make this a full matchup as the Emma Frost is coming out to play for Duck.
All right. The Emma Frost, very good against the Thing. Can put on that consistent damage towards him, as well as only provide one target for Stone Haymaker to generate that overhealth from.
Mash has got his ultimate first, though, but Cypher's not quite there, so there's the pushing powers. Virtus.pro are disengaging completely.
Hop, skip, and the jump, and Cypher's ready to counter-strike. Bend, but don't break, they thought, but it looks like all of the Vanguards will break under the pressure that RAD have brought on forth. 5 to fall, and Spark is there as well. The damage is all gone, only the heals remain here, and the strategists, their strategy must be to flee.
It seemed that Virtus.pro were happy to expect RAD to get the Royal Flush first. They disengaged, wanted to counterattack, but at that point, Nevix and Finzi found more than they bargained for, and suddenly you're in a 4 versus 6 with one of the most impactful ultimates in team fights. It's flipped over, but 42% for VP means that they have something to work with.
Smashnez lies in wait, an Apex Predator to try and play with here. The second that road gets extended once again, but every single approach here from Virtus.pro is covered.
Fight on the high ground, the Silent Seduction is going to come out from VP first. Finzi was the one that started over on it, and the Thing tries to get away, able to, using up as much terrain and shielding to make sure that nothing else can happen off of it. But Nevix, with the clobbering time, finds the pick and forces out the fate of both worlds.
Moves towards the back, was quick on the peel, but Drudra already pops out the fate of both worlds. The clobbering time stuns 2 here, and the Glartrox drags them from the clutches of Dredro, but Sparkras plans of his own. Finzi goes down, the Glartrox is slain, and so Smashnez is able to once again take over the lobby. Monster Piercer and dual-barreled shotguns pierce into the heart of Virtus.pro, and once again they are sent scurrying back to their hidey holes.
And that was 4 ultimates used from VP, and they can't even flip the objective. RAD actually being the patient ones to sit back and just let these ultimates come in, and clobbering time, Apex Predator the difference. Fi's still trying to build up that Daredevil ultimate that Crazy Kitty sat on, and Mash has another Royal Flush to work with. He's building them up so quick.
He's just doing so much healing. And now RAD can really control the tempo of these matchups.
I mean, it's the gambit for Mash. A lot of teams say he shouldn't be able to have it, but he's been having it consistently across the series, other than the only map that Virtus.pro have taken so far. So it's a little bit scary. Cypher is actually going to go first, building up the ultimate, and he's matching it on the other side is Mash.
Raging Royal Flush to play with. Finds there's no consistent knockback coming through from a Gambit. The team has already been used and can let the devil out, but Crazy Kitty's been the one who gets the nat 20 on the initiative, and Nevix took too much damage. A little bit too far out, put on ice by Dredro, as Fire begins to assault the backline, frozen in place as well. Now faced up against the Emma Frost, they want the Luna so bad, and so they shall find it. Pure domination of will from Virtus.pro will get them back onto this map.
Yeah, Virtus.pro moved first. RAD tried to counter and fight that one themselves, but they got it to 99%. If they had any more ultimates, I think they'd be holding on to them just to bank it all up, because a little bit more has to come out of Virtus.pro in this play. Cypher's not going to have that ultimate, and I think this is a perfect opportunity for Spark to show up, trying to sort of get these fish in the barrel to line up, but instantly RAD are in.
RAD move quickly, scaring away these players. But it seems like thus far it's been a bloodless approach. Virtus.pro have had to give up their positioning to make it happen back.
It's respected, though. That's the main one. And Crazy Kitty's been spotted on the flank. Spark is trying to keep an eye on it, but he's left the rest of his team that are trying to fight on top of this high ground and being forced below.
A trap to play with. Nevix now going to be playing the front line. Fi's fallen down to their counterpart, so all the flank pressure is going to come through from Rad. But Glartrox moves through, but it's easily slain once again by Smashnes, keeping that one sustained towards the back. Grabs one instantly. Dreedro is so quick with it. This guy's hands are moving at the speed of light. And Virtus Pro are 6% away from claiming the point. Crazy Kitty's already casting.
The glass pad is looking clean for Dreedro as he's showing that he can fight back in these engagements. Portal forced out from Crazy Kitty, and the rest of the rabble for Rad is trying to fight on, but they're dropping one at a time.
Getting out of this portal was a no-no zone. Gambit's made it so, and the thing has been the reinforcement on the other side. Nevik stands tall and proud to body block, and Virtus Pro are back in the race.
Rad's pulling off the objective and getting it to 99%, but just it shows how important it is to win that first fight in the end. And now that you've got some ultimates sort of banked up in these cases, it was Saipe with a rough, like, Royal Flush to start off, bounces back nicely, and in fact, the backline hasn't been eliminated once, right? Like, Dreedro and Saipe, like, it's kind of ridiculous, actually, considering how, like, end-to-end, back-to-back that kind of stuff was. But you're looking at Crazy Kitty, he's sort of beaten the better, like, melee assassin playstyle. He's only managed to get one final hit and fight, similar damage. Just keeping things in check and opening the game up for Sparker.
Yo, chill on Dreedro, though. 6 final hits, the most on the team.
He needs to fight back a little bit, and I think certainly when you know, like, one of the reasons I think the Fi's been struggling this series is because you've got Vertigo and Mash fighting against that, sort of stacking up as much as possible. But Dreedro and Saipe are the most, if not the best, backline. But I don't think you could say that anymore if they get eliminated from this tournament at this stage. Rad are certainly putting them to their poaches. And Virtus Pro need to bring out that world-class performance from everybody. They want to keep this one going.
6 ults on the table. Both Fate of Both Worlds ready to go if someone presses the emergency button.
Yeah, it's who's going to blink first. It's a game of chicken up on the high ground, certainly with the things just throwing out. It's Saipe that goes first again.
Raging Royal Flush moves first. Vertigo and Ducky both going to attempt to answer this one as Fi decides that discretion is the better part of Valor in this case. Look towards Smashnes, has moved over onto the Black Widow to put down that long-range pressure on the longer map. Vinci's found themselves an opening, but Mash has said that the opening actually belongs to us. Call an ambulance, but not for me, as Dreedro just heals everyone up off the back of the Fate of Both Worlds, and Virtus Pro should be able to claim the first cap here, bar the intercession of Lugia, but maybe bit off more than he could chew. Crazy Kitty's the next to move on, but Virtus Pro get the first cap.
Yeah, we're certainly moving on to these like second 2 points. The map opens up a lot more than the bottleneck that we saw previously. So Virtus Pro using this high ground, and Spark is just everywhere right now. Rad have to completely disengage. Ultimates basically traded out the 2 strategists and the Emma Frost on either side. Lugia maybe could have turned things around because he did get that clobbering time early on, but he was immediately eliminated. Smashnes now on the Black Widow, seeing if he can find a difference against Sparker now.
Smashnes has the Assassin's Focus, and on these narrow lanes, those piercing bullets can do so much damage. A little collat to try and work with Lugia can stun them up. The clobbering time's ready to go. 5 found in the air. Lugia knocks them up. Only Nevix is going to be the primary stun, but it's still easy headshots for Nevix to evict Ben Grimm from the defense of this point.
Might be enough to turn it, but it is looking to be 41% this time. So Virtus Pro winning that first engagement on the second round of Steel Husk again. Even if Rad get it to 99%, you know that Virtus Pro can actually still turn this one into their favor to make it a 2-0. It literally just happened. But you at least have some duelist ultimates to work with and a bit of time to actually build up Mash another faster, quick Royal Flush.
Crazy Kitty's playing close here, making sure that there are no flanking angles that Smashnes will be unaware of. Perfect information is the perfect space for a sniper to work with. And here comes the Assassin's Focus, piercing through many. 3 bullets remain, but look how aggressive Nevix is getting! He just absolutely incinerates Smashnes, and Lugia goes for the next one to fall down. Crazy Kitty's timing wasn't there. Oh, Mash is going to try and make it work with 4! He believes it to be winnable, but could he be right? Extra damage won't help Ducky as Nevix lays into them, and while Mash tries to Bayou Bash on through, the pentagram of Faral is opened by Smashnes. They're not in time to save the point, and Rad were late in all aspects.
It's a sunk cost fallacy that's sort of come in from Rad, and Mash, that's not the first time that he's done that this event. Players down thinking, nah, I'd win, grin, and hope for the best.
Mash grin, bro, Mash grin.
Well, VP have maybe just given themselves a perfect opportunity to bring this to a map 5 with so many offensive ultimates and a Fate of Both Worlds for Dreedro, just 5% away. Silent Seduction from Ducky's going to get there before Finzies, but he's pulling in the front line and everybody else dips.
Yeah, Dredro have already had to use a Fate of Both Worlds. Mash can't afford to go down, but Fire decides to just move on to a more fruitful target, apparently. The Emma Frost demanded attention, but I'm not sure what Fire saw in order to try and turn this one around. The Devil to be let out by Crazy Kitty, moving in towards the back. You've got to be careful of the control, but Fincy is going to try and lay down onto them here. The constant knockbacks of a broken brain that Fincy has crafted where Crazy Kitty once stood, breaking down the sentience as Smashnez has the angle. Rad still aren't in control, so it's now or never to turn it back. The Fincy falling back, there's no one to contest, and Virtus.pro are back to the drawing board.
I mean, they're happy to. They've managed to have the point flip in just a scuffle of that fight, but they have so many ultimates to try to turn this one. It's wherever Saipe can get there early again with these Gambit ults. Fate of Both Worlds is set for Vertigo. Rad needs to be patient here. They're on the precipice of doing some real damage to Virtus.pro in their history of Marvel Rivals, but you can't rush this. You can't rush. There has to be a perfect performance, and VP having 4 are going to go straight in.
Here goes the Raging Royal Flash. Vertigo going to answer. They're feeling Radical Road right now. They're going to follow their own rainbow. Maybe off the side, but no, the Glatrox is slain. Smashnez is keeping it rad.
Lugia got there first. Clobbering time was used from Nevix, but it got stunned out 50%. So Lugia is the one that strikes first, and it's now 85%. Virtus.pro might be panicking as it could go to a round 3.
And so the panic is going to set in. The Pentagram of Ferala will be opened.
I mean, this is the flashbacks of before, right? Rad can maybe close the distance and interrupt this, but instead they're going to play around the objective, play from different spots, and set up Smashnez with the ultimate in a great position. Where even is he?
Where is Smashnez? And can Mash hit them with the Raging Royal Flush? Already down to half. Mash can't afford to fall on down. Smashnez is going to be able to rebuff all of this incoming aggression now. The Assassin's Focus good to go, and Fincy's already fallen. The Wizard's gone, and now only the Paladins of Virtus.pro remain. The bear-like barbarian strength is surely nothing against the circling Wolfpack. They have smelt blood in the water. They are following the tracks in the sand down the Royal Road towards the crown that once sat on Virtus.pro's head.
It's going a long way here now for Virtus.pro. It's poised now to finish out over on basically a pillar. This final engagement.
Ooh, who's ready for a 5-minute fight?
I mean, to begin with, right? It was literally that micro moment of Lugia that has been sort of throwing out the thing now and again. He's like, I don't want to go for this typical Vanguard line. I want to throw in Hulk. I want to be like Swamp Gaming. I want to be able to pull out these kind of characters to show that I'm one of the best rogues when it's not banned, when Angela is playable. Now he's getting to show the thing up against one of the most flexible Vanguards in Nevix, and just got there ever so slightly first. And it stunned out Nevix, it stunned out the rest of Virtus.pro, and it made it a good fight. And Mash, yeah, he's using some interesting ultimates, but when you get them that frequently, you find yourself some pretty interesting timing to work with. Skybase still hasn't gone down, he's 12-0.
Bro's playing for KD,
He's wrapped in bubble wrap, I swear.
It's going to be a duel of 2 ultimates here. Clobbering Time versus the Sonic Seduction. What do you give the edge to?
Well, we've seen Nevix use himself as a projectile.
Yeah.
Why need the fastball special for Nevix anymore on the thing when you could just do it yourself?
Fine, Crazy Kitty. Gonna report back the information. That's an early usage of a team up there from Mash, but Ducky's moving first on their own when it comes to these ultimates. There's just so much damage taken. Where are Bro's heals? We've all fled away, but apparently Nevix didn't get the memo. Fire's gonna be the next to fall. And it's such an easy first cap for Rad. Usually it just takes minutes.
Awkward, uncomfortable. I mean, it was Ducky that went first with the Sonic Seduction, so Nevix still has the Clobbering Type in hand. You don't want to overthink it, though. Like, sure, it's a big ultimate that can win these team fights with a long stun, but just finding the right target is going to be key. Certainly with Crazy Kitty, he's finding so much. The backline is opening up for him, and Dredro and Saipe have more than they bargained for, but they do have 2 strategist ultimates to maybe turn this fight in their favor very quickly.
Clobbering Time still on the back foot. But Crazy Kitty gonna have to try and deal with Saipe here. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. Five's doing the damage towards the back. A spinning kick from the Black Widow is all that's needed to try and rebuff them. Farewell to Smashnez, farewell to Vertigo, and au revoir to the heels of Rad. As Crazy Kitty still thinks it's winnable. Could he be right? Mash has managed to do it from beyond the grave. A martyrdom for Remy LeBeau there, as they manage to throw in even more with the Raging Royal Flush. The portal's going to open up soon.
Yeah, he's managed to get there just in time, but the knockback. Oh, there's enough stall there in the end from Mash.
Smashnez wondering how do I get out of this portal. The body blocks there should be strong, but they can't stick around for long. Nevix is just making sure they're smashing into so many. Fincy round the backhand side could do even more. Spark is taking so many away. An express delivery of Rad, but I'm afraid it's an ambulance to be called, not for Rad, but for Elsa instead. Ducky's got the energy to work with. Looking towards the thing, Virtus.pro managed to flip in the midst of all of this after many players were evicted from the point by the Glartrox.
That was a big dedication from Rad. They did so well to stall the point. The Smashnez managed to pull up the portal and get himself an extra 30%, pretty much doubling it from where it was at. So Virtus.pro having less room to breathe, having to use a lot. For Saipe having 2/3 of his way to another ultimate means it is going to be like a bit of a space race of how many of these like flushes could come in. How lucky can these gambits get?
How many cycles can you work? Well, Fincy! Oh, the door closed in his face! And now 5. They have to get something off the back here. They are able to let the devil out.
But he's making it a little bit more cautious in the end, making Rad over-dedicate in the end. But Crazy Kitty's found himself 2 in the meantime. He's on an absolute tear with 3.
They just win every single initiative roll. The door slammed in Fincy's face, and it might slam in Virtus.pro's as well.
It might be a different script in this one in the end, but for Virtus.pro, that's a cheap way to end up losing the point. And with Rad doing so well to stall things out, VP are on the back foot.
And going up this hill into the sniper. The assassin's focus ready to go. Smashness has been given the emergency flake to try and sustain through all of this. Saipe drags them forward. The Raging Royal flush, but Rad's disengage has been pretty good thus far. Fi goes towards the back. He's building up the fury. He wants for Luna. Can he find it? Yes! A Devil's Cross to crucify the backline of Rad to give Virtus.pro one last chance.
And it's Rad getting it to 99% right to the end, but the portal play was dedicated earlier. It might be available in time if Virtus.pro push this to the nth degree. A potential map 5 on the horizon if VP can pull this one back into their hands. And the Vanguards are the ones with the ultimates in hands, but they're also the ones that have let Rad into this domination map.
All right, Finn's taken off the high ground a little bit less violently than last time. As Fi continues to work at these margins, moving in towards the back, could move rather quickly here. It's a good dodge away from Mash.
It's Mash with the ultimate. It's not even close for Saipe, so Dreedro has to get that Fate both in hand, but he might not have the chance.
There's the Raging Royal flush. We're looking towards the back. Lugia gets stunned out of his own ultimates. It's globbering time, but it's all time for Nevix to rise up. Oh, Captain, my Captain, he leads them to glory, and he takes them away from these hallowed halls of death and despair.
It's Nevix this time, not Experience. You're not going to let the new kids make the same trick against him. Lugia even switching off of the thing entirely. Smashnez now the one that has the portal in, and the Venom is going to leap in to stall things out a little bit for Lugia, so triple Vanguards for the time being.
Raw Fist, Rock and Stone, Virtus.pro bad to the bone. Lugia Goat's already down, but how do you exit from the portal? First up, it's got to be the CC immunity of Ducky with the carbon form. Now Crazy Kitty has to follow after. A righteous got thrown directly into the Glartrox. The timing from Spark is so good, but there are no frags to be found on the other side. Lugia's down again as Crazy Kitty going to try and make something work. Ready to unleash the devil on the other side. The healing's going to be solid. They move towards the back. Dreedro with yet another stun. And Crazy Kitty's just going mad with it. Devil's throw all over. Dreedro's gone down. Sideway 2. Oh, Virtus.pro. I will show you an Odyssey. I will show you a victory. It was written in the Virtus.pros as Rad tread the path. And Virtus.pro are slain.
There was no time, just enough. And world champions being sent out from the team, the organization. It's always them, it's always Rad. And even Lugia at the end interrupted with a Spider-Man play. It was everything, and that trauma keeps coming up again and again, but this time it sends the Bears back to EMEA and not a chance for a top 3 finish.
To tread the royal road, you must kick aside old kings every single time. And this, Ryan, is a coup.
It shows that it's maybe chance for the new kids to come onto the block. And Rad having moments would have to play again, so they're at least going to be glad that they're done in 4 maps instead of 5, because that would have taken an awful lot out of them. But the adrenaline of actually getting a win in a similar fashion to last time with VP, but with bigger stakes, that's going to take you to the rest. It could even take you to tomorrow. It could even take you to the grand finals if this road keeps going, because right now it doesn't look like there's many teams that can stop Rad when they're this scary.
Here at Ignite, it's time to go down with dynasties, and it's time to crown some conquerors. This is what it is all about. You could go from your couch, playing with your controller in MRC, to that stage right there. Go up against world champions, kick them to the curb, and claim their crown for yourself. That is RAD's story.
Even with a couple of whack ultimates for good measure as well, because like it brings out mistakes from even the best players. Like RAD looked shaky to begin with, but they don't look like the green team anymore. They actually have built up so quickly to play at an international level to the point that they're knocking out, again, the old guard of hero shooters. It feels that that's going to be a big one. We're going to have to see what RAD have to say as we're going to be joining Cozy on the stage with good old Mash Grin.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for RAD. We have a new wielder this year of the Infinity Gauntlet as our previous champs have been eliminated. I'm here with Mash. It might be Casual Friday, but wow, the performance out there. You just eliminated VP, Virtus Pro. For those that don't know, Virtus Pro eliminated Chopped and prevented you to go to LAN last year. How does it feel now to even the odds and everything involved?
It feels good to get my revenge, you know, because last time we didn't make grand finals because of them. But yeah, it just feels great. I don't know.
Listen, I have to ask. I mean, we can continue to say the story of couch to pro, but for y'all to go truly from the MRC and make it all the way here now to eliminate VP all the way back, what, February, January, can you even have imagined that this was going to be the result of this team coming together?
I mean, not this far, but I expected to make LAN after we beat VP because I was very confident in his roster. And yeah, I mean, I'm just glad that we are going this far. I'm going to try to win this all.
Mash Grin, Mash Grin. I've got to say, I mean, listen, what makes RAD different? Because y'all have been putting it over. You're here more than the hotel. You're staying from morning to night now, both days. Now a bit quicker work, but I've got to ask it, what is the identity of this team? What makes you different? What's the heartbeat?
We just always keep adapting. We never give up. We can play every character in the game, so there's no weakness in our roster. And that just makes us better than everyone else.
Love it. Love the answer. Last one for you. Moving forward, the lower bracket, the hardest thing to do in esports. Have to ask you, though, we've got Swamp Gaming, Jin G. Who do you want to see?
I think they're both really good, but they both have a weakness, so I'm not worried about them.
You love to hear it, folks. I mean, we talk about the VP LAN buff. No, I think it might be RAD's buff in the mid-season finals. Listen, I mean, you are going to be able to take on potentially, go through the same journey that they did before to win the first mid-season finals last year. What would that mean for you and your team?
I mean, I don't know.
Hey, he's locked in. He's ready for the next matchup. Give it up right now for Mash and RAD. Once again, the desk is going to break it all down. We're here in LA witnessing history. Take it away.
So much, Cozy, for the interview there, and Mash Grin, as we keep saying. But we got to talk about that. The conversation, you know, we saw during the Stage 1 competition, people were frightened of Mash's Gambit.
Yeah.
Mash versus Saipe, where are we feeling with that?
Okay, so my take on this is they're both just insane strategists as a whole, but Mash's KO participation just was so influential. There's just 10 finals, I believe, on map 2. This guy, and that was halfway through the map. I mean, this guy is just an absolute demon on the heroes. But do me a favor, walk me through the history of these two teams.
Yeah, so as Cozy talked to before, we saw in the old Chopped roster in Stage 2 of EMEA, Mash, Vertigo, and Crazy Katie were on that team, went all the way to map 5. Celestial Husk was the last map where they lost against Virtus Pro, dropped to lower bracket, and of course Na'Vi 2-1 them afterwards. Now, fast forward to the preseason, well, we got to see them actually get their revenge there and send them out in the lowest placement Virtus Pro had ever had in 6th place after losing to Na'Vi, and that was also on Celestial Husk. And now in the mid-season finals on Celestial Husk, they take them down and give them the worst placement on LAN for Virtus Pro. This is crazy, Cozy.
We talk about revenge tales, you know, and it's usually like within the LAN, for the LAN. I mean, for you to be prevented to go to LAN in general, and then send them packing the previous champs.
World champs.
Listen, you could tell he was kind of speechless with some of it. The emotion there was the first of it that we've seen from this team that's been through a lot. I mean, in already their first LAN, and you can't highlight it enough. I mean, listen, Rivals has opened the door to give you the MRC to prove that you're a gamer, right? You belong. Millions of players, right? And I was saying this in the intro, millions of players thousands believe they're the best, and to be able to do that with a team of 6, insane.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, we just made comparisons. There's plenty of comparisons you can make across the board, but Fi versus Crazy Kitty, I think, is a comparison that needs to be had. I would say Kitty is winning that argument for me right now. What do you think, Vod?
What's so insane about it, too, is Fi was the one who innovated on Daredevil in the grand finals. The reason that they got the victory in the first place. But Crazy Kitty has come out of the woodwork, really shown and put the work in themselves that he's one of the best Daredevils in the game for good reason.
Listen, okay, keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. We said it's the most important position there, having that flex duelist.
Yep.
In my humble opinion, I feel like Fi let Sparker down. You've got to look at it a bit in the schematics. Sparker was doing as much as a previous MVP could have done in that situation. It's a heavy role. They make it look easy. Trust me, I understand. But if you're looking at the entire front to back, what makes a championship team and what they had last year, quite frankly, that was a bit of the missing identity for me there, Ship.
It's so difficult to go DD into Gambit, and then especially match Gambit, so I can't imagine trying to get that, but Kitty was still able to do that into Saipe, who's just also equally in the conversation of just as strong on that hero. So being able to do that is a testament to strength on that particular role for the team as we check out the stats.
I have a question for you, Vaughn, because I hear this about VP a lot, and I know their fans are wondering this too. What I continue to hear from coaches, behind the scenes players, is that there's some old heads there in the sense of like they're kind of like they used to set the meta, and now it feels like they're catching up a lot to what this meta is. And when you have something as like fresh and crazy as what we got in what we're calling Rivals 2, right?
Yeah.
To me, it just feels like it took too long to adjust.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here, right? In their old age, but also because they've been, playing the game for so long in hero shooters and esports in general for a while, it feels like they've maybe not really gotten complacent, but they've fallen behind the meta so much. It's those joints, they're not as flexible. Same for the compositions.
My heart goes out. I absolutely adore this team and their players. They have some of the most talented on the block, but you've got to come together as one. It's not just one, like we always like to say, right there, Ship. Obviously, Crazy Kitty getting MVP is so fitting to the story. I remember I was up there in the Casters booth and Gaskins kept saying, "You're going to hear it all land, Crazy Kitty." And it was they were almost out. Right, with Regen, and it was like, not all land. I mean, maybe we'll talk about it a little bit. Yeah, hey, the story is going to continue. We got both Crazy, and we got that Kitty there, Ship.
I think we also need to say, shout out the org of RAD. I mean, this is the second time now that they are going from MRC potentially all the way through this tournament. That is insane.
Through the lowers, Vod.
Yes.
Through the lowers. I mean, if y'all don't understand, you go back and it was Envy, which, yeah, they're gone. But they were able to take down Envy from that uppers and create what was, I would say, a lot of the standard. Obviously, that team has moved on to now what is the favorite here in Na'Vi. But it's crazy that we're seeing similarity. And shout out to RAD to identify talent and get that thing rolling.
Yeah, no, it's a huge shout to any of the organizations that are supporting the upcoming talent here as well. I mean, half of a new roster from that Chop team. Ducky didn't even play in Stage 2 of Ignite, and now is taking down world champions. I mean, everyone putting in the work.
Hey, Groot, player over there. I think he said
and Emma. They're both killing it.
I think you said it best. Oftentimes, right? I'm hesitant to say like this is the best X player for this hero because all regions, it's so hard to tell. Vaughn has been trying to pitch to me that Ducky's the best Groot right now in the game. Man, we're seeing some plays that back that up, Ship.
For sure. And obviously, all consistently on that new team up with the bubble, looking really solid in moments. We saw avoiding Glartrox with bubble, right? Really good timing on that. I mean, this team is so locked in as a unit. I can't believe they took down. That was such a David versus Goliath story. MRC versus world champion.
What I'll say, Vaughn, all right, is that last midseason final, VP didn't even make it, right? So this team's not out, right? Like, this team is going to be fine. You don't want to piss them off. They're the Hulk, right? Yeah. So they will be back. We know that. There's a lot of great talent there. We do bid them adieu. But again, we got to keep with the Cinderella story one way or another. We're going to find out who they clash with. Coming up next, it's going to be Swamp Gaming versus Jin G. We will see what that is up to on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
When it's make or break, the Razer Black Shark B3 Pro is a real difference maker. Its wireless connection is so fast, there is zero delay to how I play. With the best mic in the business, my shot calls are always on point. To top it all off, active noise cancellation, so that I can focus on what matters most, winning.
no mercy. There is only one path to peace, the Avengers' extinction.
Avengers, assemble!
Widow style.
Friday, lock and load.
This is for Pietro!
Everybody's afraid of something, but true legends rise above the nightmare. Available July 30th at 7 p.m. PT. Remember who you are. The past may haunt you, but the battlefield belongs to you.
Welcome back to the mid-season finals, and we are looking at another elimination. We just lost the current reigning defending champions, although no longer defending. Can you tell what region is about to have a team in this game, audience? I'm not so sure, considering that I'm joined by what might be an incredibly biased panel for our next matchup. I am joined by Cozy, once again pulling triple duty, and by America Man. Hi.
Hi. We're all winners today, honestly, with the content. It's been great.
Well,
I'm a loser.
I'm a loser right now sitting next to this European. Honestly.
Yes, American Man. I've been waiting for this day. It's been what, since November?
It's a pleasure to meet you, Homelander.
Oh, it's so great. Yes, absolutely. I've got a lot to say to that. Okay. Yeah, no, listen, American Man. Swamp Gaming, right? Wasn't looking so great up in the top. Obviously, it was the big brother TLC, which is another American team. I feel like it's perfect for you to talk. What do you think they did wrong there?
I mean, realistically, everything. Like that last game, it was just a slopping back and forth, and like we saw, it was a little one-sided. And this match today, too, kind of be the same thing. I mean, Swamp Gaming really is one of the best teams this entire tournament. We've talked about it, Cozy, behind the scenes so many times. We know how strong Swamp Gaming is. The only problem is they're stuck in the best region against the best teams.
They are also against one of the best teams so far. We have had a team that has now been proven multiple times that there is no fluke in their playstyle. Genji, formerly Ground Zero, formerly Chopper Mag, are once again back, and they have matched their best finish ever, basically, and are continuing their run, but Swamp Gaming stand in their way. I want to break down the roles bit by bit of like what do we think is actually going to be the advantage for these two teams, because starting with Vanguard, Cozy, Duep and Zenstari have just shown so much, especially Duep on the mag.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I want to highlight the Vanguards. I have to say, too, gentlemen, that I guess not for you, American Man, I hate you. I would say that it's sad either way. If you look at both these teams, one of them getting eliminated, like, I kind of like have an attachment to both of them, just like they're so lovable as players and together as one. For me, though, even though I am on American Region Caster and more, I would say probably the Vanguards, I'm definitely going to get the edge over to Genji. I feel like Duep might be the best mag in this entire tournament. I know, American Man, that's hard for us to say, but you got to agree.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like an American. Realistically, just how he plays, absolutely.
That's all it takes.
Is that guy. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, duh, it is. He's every American player here, he is one of them, right? Like, and now at this point, we could just adapt him, and we might as well. I mean, we'll probably come for Australia eventually, so might bring him over here. Why not? In the North American region, because it's the best region in the entire world.
Speaking of bringing over players, let's move on to Duelist. I'll be starting with you here. We, of course, have that incredible Duelist lineup for Swamp Gaming, including Dace, who's been so flexible throughout the region, but bringing over Bobo from China has been such a massive boon for Genji.
I mean, the only compliment I can give is that Bobo has looked very American. I mean, at the end of the day, he has been, and that's the only compliment I can say. That's the highest praise that anybody could say about realistically any human being, and Bobo has been the most American player this whole tournament.
Land of the Free, break me free from this desk right now, from this man. No, hey, listen,
Yeah,
if you look at the Duelist, yeah, I would agree. I mean, Bobo is such an X factor for that team. Melophobia, though, I think if you were to put him on a few teams, it would be like a clear, crazy standout player. Melophobia is an absolute unit when it comes to clutch factor. I will say hard on the sleeve a bit, right? That's what I want to see change from this team. It's the first land. We've seen RAD adapt. We got to see Swamp do the same, or it's going to be a quick end to that story.
Speaking about adaptations, though, FMCL has also been very flexible for the side of Genji, having some incredible Daredevil plays at the Grand Finals, which is one of the big reasons they were able to push on so far, and has definitely widened their hero pool since then.
No, I mean, I agree. If you look at what we've continued to talk about in that flex duelist position, right? Daze has always seemed like he's one hero short of making a massive difference to not be bannable. Coach Fox, smart guy. Love Coach Fox. But this is it. This is where you've got to completely let everything out of the bag, because obviously elimination is here. You did not come all the way to LA to quickly get sent back home.
American Man has just been sent back home, it seems. So we have Dogman returning to the desk. So Dogman, I want to start with you for the strategist. This is where a lot of people bring a lot of attention to Swamp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the strat department is definitely where I would say they live. And yeah, like we mentioned, yeah, he's out of here. Get that guy in a different place, not the guy to be around in this matchup, because both Genji and Swamp are phenomenal. Personally, I had Genji making it all the way to the grand finals, winning the grand finals. So they were that team that can beat Swamp Gaming, I think. And Swamp, while they did look good, versus other, teams potentially, I think there's a good chance, like you said, the backline dominates.
Would you even say that Swamp Gaming have potentially been looking a little Australian in their play style here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Australia has the most underrated players in the entire world, and I think that's shown today. Like, genuinely one of the best regions just that have been able to compete over the past few years. And we've seen it every single time. There's so many Australian talent that have come out.
To be said, though, I would say when you go against what is the best team in the nation, right? Like, this is where it really matters, right? Because outside of this, Swamp hasn't been tested. TLC beating them, we know that was probably going to happen, right? It's the same when you lose to Na'Vi. So for me, in my opinion, this is where it's like, okay, Swamp, how do you compete to these other regions? Because if they take Genji down, this definitely is going to rise the stocks on Swamp Gaming believers. Then they go against RAD, and I like their odds there too. So Swamp Gaming, this is easily the biggest match these six have had ever to face.
Speaking of big match moments, all these players will be at least comfortable while doing it, as they are all sitting on that incredible Razer Iska V2 New Gen. It's the official chair partner of the Marvel Rivals Ignite Mid-Season Finals. It is equipped with Razer Hyperflex lumbar support system to keep these pros supported, and the Gen 2 EPU leather with cool touch technology to handle the heat of battle. It is available right now on the Razer website, and the draft is available right now in front of our eyes.
I mean, Dogman, we got the thing right off the rip, getting saved. Love that. That's kind of more of the same that we saw a couple times from yesterday. Just kind of leans to the play style of the team. Bobo, it felt like forever was trying to get like that flank on 100 Thieves, and it wasn't happening. Like when they're passive, that's when I feel like Gen G kind of starts to choke up, and the thing just enables what they love to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, I mean, Thing play style right now is very hyper-aggressive, and the best teams do that. The best teams are proactive with their gameplay. That was why some of the teams that have played that kind of those compositions before are out of the tournament now. It's because they're playing the comps that were more traditionally slower, but because of the new team-ups we've had, and because of the enhancement team-ups, it's changed so many different things with the gameplay.
We've also got to address the heretic in the room here. So far, Gen G have not really been able to come to a tournament with a full roster once they've had Bobo and Salvation on the team. Salvation unable to make it to this event.
Just got there.
But Alex is, thank you, but Alex is doing a fantastic job filling in for this and is really making sure that Bobo especially can play that aggressively.
Yeah, listen, I mean, it's a great point to have there, Tetcher. For me, what I want to see, as we will continue with the bans in a second, I want to see this a one-sided mag. Take away Duep and that amazing mag that we know, and then start having that safety net on your backline that you know so well. Valentina, one of the best in the game in the backline. And so Gen G has to start targeting now, right? We've got to start seeing the Gambit and more.
Absolutely, you're right, Cozy. I mean, I think when we take a look at this too, it's interesting because we brought back up to the thing, and also, like you said, Zinstari, you know, known for the Groot, right? And Daze, known for the Wolverine as well. So that matchup, how is that going to play out, right? That's going to matter in the long term.
It's all about where you can place down those ironwood walls to try and prevent yourself from getting picked up by the Wolverine. And as Cozy said, we will see that one-sided Magneto and Groot taken away by Gen G. They don't want Swamp to have it, which could leave it one-sided for Zenstari.
Yeah, I actually like that Groot ban a lot because, you know, we think we're most likely, obviously, the one-sided mag going to be going over Scatter to have that role. So Kraz, what is Kraz now going to lock in? Maybe do we get that Hulk fastball special? You know, they've been teasing that a little bit. That'd be a perfect thing to shut down and to come out at the right time. Venom ban at that is going to make it even more lean that direction.
Absolutely. Oh, I've kind of had a weird theory this whole tournament. The best teams are the ones that are banning out Vanguards. Currently, I feel like a lot of when I talk to the pro players behind the scenes, it seems like the Vanguard players have a very good read on the meta. Everybody has their own opinions and biases, but yeah.
Hey, this could be a one-sided Gambit. This, hold on now, because on Domination we've seen. Okay, I was hoping. Gen G, you had me worried there. So for a second, and now Swamp Gaming though, one of their weaknesses is Adam Warlock. Here is what a lot of people might go with. I don't know what they're going to end up rolling with, but either way, that Gambit save was huge.
Dogman, I actually want to bounce off of what you said here about the fact that we're seeing more teams ban Vanguards. Vanguards seem like they have been kind of the heroes of this tournament. We've been seeing a lot of teams go for triple strategist comps in the past, but in this competition is one of the first where we've been seeing triple Vanguards without triple strategist to follow it up with just a single duelist to really bounce it outside of Vanguard Deadpool meta. So it's good to see that flexibility come on in. As we will see, while we have had Penny and Ultron sneak through the phase, we will see at least one more removal at the end from the Adam to prevent that hyper revive composition.
Yeah, the Vanguards definitely have been the heroes of the storm of Ignite.
Yep, Adam is gone. That's what I expect. Get rid of the cheese while you can, folks. I've got Swamp Gaming taking this first one.
Who do you have, Dogman?
I have Gen G in 3-0 fashion.
And I have host neutrality, so I'm going to send you over to the casters in order to bring you all the action of this elimination game.
Thank you, guys. And thank you, Mr. America, for leaving the set. One of the worst things that's happened to America since four-way stops, I would say. But this one is nice for us because we get to get out of our region and see what one of the best of Pacific, is going to do against one of the top contenders to settle some scores, to see where Swamp Gaming settles on the international scene. And then a best-of-5 elimination game on Benim T'Challa. Great way to start with a triple Vanguard of all things as well, with the bans that came in from Gen G.
I saw someone on Reddit describe Gen G as either your first or your second favorite team, no matter who you like the best. And I think that's pretty accurate. This is a team that is so lovable for their story.
But even Swamp Gaming are just a bunch of sweethearts. They just don't have as much pedigree when it comes to playing on the international stage. Gen G last year said pay us, and Gen G, the organization, did. But this is where that cost needs to come back tenfold.
Duep a little bit isolated right now, but knows that their strategists are going to lean in behind them. Swamp Gaming still threatening with this Wolverine. You have to be on your toes when it comes to trying to dodge. As you can see, the Daze went for the Feral Leap on the opposing Thing, but it was not going to get too much because, of course, the Thing is immovable, and now Zenstar can cleave through so many of these tightly packed players.
They're looking at the compositions, it's just very different in the style of what the duelists want to go for, and Bobo trying to sort of make sure that he's playing at distance if he can help it, and throwing himself up high in the skies, just almost keeping Daze locked in. Like a cat up a tree, he's got the high ground, and it's actually Duep that finds the feral hit.
Going to be difficult to dislodge him from this one. Daze, though, doesn't want to go for the leap and gets hunted down on the disengage, and Bobo can just play this one safe now. Jiggle peeking the corners, making sure this escape route is going to be revealed, and now Genji can hold close.
And now you've got the Daredevil as well, that can just get all of this information where this fight is going to come from and any other lanes that Swamp Gaming want to try and hit through. They have to change up. Daze switching away from the Wolverine to Daredevil himself means he's going to be a bit behind with ult charge, but not by much, as FMCL is actually behind 47%.
A little bit behind, but there's plenty of time to try and catch up here. Alex doesn't need to play catch up when it comes to the Gambit ultimate, though. Already, Valentina ready to go with the first of a Raging Royal Flush. Skittles is going to try and answer this one with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. It's going to amplify Bobo's damage, and you've got to be careful if you are going to be blinded here, because they will take your head off. Too sweet. In come a couple of charms, but the shield is enough to rebuff the incoming control of Duet. And with a couple of charm players here to work with, Melophobia is going to go down. Zenstari peeled off of the Magneto. It's great defensive play here from Krasmang, but Swamp Gaming still haven't really got any progress on the point to speak of. Zenstari takes the corner, just breaking down these health bars and activating their team up for even more damage. Scalagengi takes to the skies looking for a victim. Will settle for the Daredevil.
Yeah, it's just Swamp Gaming having out these ultimates to sort of stagger out, but somehow Genji are holding on to this defense, got themselves up to 2/3.
Get themselves another Battle Recall beacon soon as well. The question is for Melophobia, do you want to try and invest into this one? They've got a lot of pressure towards the point itself, and getting rid of Skittles might be what seals it. Oh, the portal is just not in time when FMCL decides not to commit to this one.
I have enough time if it's going to be a push all the way to the end for Swamp Gaming. Now that they're set up in position, duelists with ultimates, the one thing that you can say about them is, like, that fight was looking great for them. It forced out a lot of ultimates and it forced out a lot of time. So Genji just holding on to that objective pretty much until the very end. But losing out on the portal for potential overtime could be a big miss for them if it doesn't go well.
It's been a brutal exchange of blows thus far, but Melophobia has the most brutal of them here. Great quick draw on Duet's shield to parry the incoming Garnet Cook and take away a turn.
It's a hard head-to-head for him going up against Bobo, who is just like the shining star, I think, of Grand Finals, won all of our hearts, and Skittles is going to make sure that hearts stop on the other side, but a copy from Swamp Gaming with the Loki means it's going to be another Royal Flush to come through with 4 keys on the horizon.
Valentina, a goddess of mischief. Skittles, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is not enough to stop this one. It would appear that Genji have decided to call this one curtains, as it's going to be yet another hold from Swamp.
And this is where, like, the ultimate economy works so well for Swamp. They're very disciplined. They have plenty to work with. It was only really just that dedication of the Royal Flush to go for that fight that ended up working well for them. The Skittles actually switching away from the Rocket to go for Invis, feeling like maybe they could pull Daze out of position, but that swap over to Daredevil has done a lot for him in the end. Genji otherwise keeping the comp the same.
Yeah, just constantly threatening that backline. You can see for Skittles on the Invisible Woman is going to potentially be able to push this one away. Extra damage, extra movement speed. Daze can't get through the barrier that's been erected by the Gambit, though. Melophobia has no such issues. The bullets of Rotterstern pierce flesh and bone alike from Genji and keep them at the gates.
And that was the trade out as well with the Royal Flush from Alex. Nobody really seemed to go low HP. It was just Melophobia that found that one pick, but they stalled it all the way to 90% for Swamp. So it's go time for Genji without that ball.
MCL noted on the other side. Anyone who gets charged, their head's going to be taken off here by the Assassin's Precision. But Bobo is leaning towards over here. Forky Dog found in the back. While everyone was thinking elsewhere. Low on the HP. Matthew Murdoch has to try and dodge away. Bobo's just having this consistent sleep paralysis demon. And there's no one there to help them. Daze finds the 1v1 in the back, shutting down the Assassin's focus, and Zenstari isn't reset upon here. Placed down on the floor, Duep never stood a chance. Carbon crushed and crushed by metal. Swamp Gaming win out their first round of domination.
Better late than never for Swamp. It's a bit of a slow start, but they're still like getting used to it. This is only like their 3rd series on LAN in this kind of performance. but they're at least able to get things going. And as soon as they had control of the point, they looked a lot more comfortable in the end for Gen G. So it puts a lot more onus and focus on how these first fights are going to go. This time, however, ultimates are going to be available. It's the one thing, you saw Bobo there just sort of getting caught out from Deus and switched over to the Daredevil. That's where Salvation missing and Alex coming in. Even though Alex is doing a tremendous job of being a substitute, it was Bobo and Salvation, the two Chinese players that kind of, not so much did their own thing, but looked after each other. So if there's a lack of peel coming in for Bobo, it's almost maybe that assumption that like Alex should be the one doing it, but obviously he's filling in for that slot. It's just that missing piece of Gen G that could be the difference maker when you have one of the better melee players that is looking to go in and actually fight. Otherwise, Melophobia's kind of held down the fort when it comes to the duelists, and the Vanguard line that's had the majority of them banned out in the end, surviving and keeping their heads above water.
FMCL, potentially moving over to the group here, was having a lot of trouble finding entry onto that backline on the Daredevil. And admittedly, maybe thinking that Bobo needs a touch more peel, or like a little bit more biomass between Matthew Murdoch and himself, because we saw Bobo, during their ultimate, assaulted pretty handedly by Days with no real help coming their way.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. He just needs a little bit more help coming in, but like if the focus is coming in from like FMCL to make sure that Melophobia or the backline of Valentino Forky Dog that have only been eliminated once between them, they have to feel a little bit more threatened because it is Gambit Loki. There is a good chance to dive to Loki as we've seen from like previous games, but it's going to be just a brief pause in the end, which seems to be like the modus operandus, I suppose, for like Swamp Gaming. At the very least, like you're playing on stage for the first time. It might not be them, it might be the other side of like Gen G, just making sure that they can come in, but hopefully the Mogger and the Mole, the podcast, doesn't have to continue on.
Well, Aurora is ready to answer the call of podcast when the beacons are lit.
So we got Mr. Fantastic in goal. That's what we decided. We're not going to go there again.
Oh, I'm wondering here if Duop was just on the the Doctor Strange here for the teleport back towards the end.
Yeah.
Or if they're going to try and commit to this. I imagine it's not really going to be a commit, given that Krasmang has been doing absolute bits thus far on the Emma. We did see an interesting combo as well from Krasmang and Scatter, where they went for that Carbon Crush just to lay someone down on the ground, crushed by Carbon, then crushed by Iron. It's a great 1-2 punch.
Yeah, it's just make sure that there's no peel, I suppose, in the end. And you know that that same level of peel isn't going to be available on the other side because, as a reminder, you can sort of look at the likes of Magneto being one-sided for Swamp Gaming. They've also taken out the Loki, which wasn't traded for Gen G. Mantis banned on both sides because Mantis has been the first ban for both teams in every single series so far for multiple reasons. I feel like team-ups for sure, but she's just as strong as she was before, even with the changes to like less damage boost down the speed boost. Is certainly doing a lot. As we saw the scene with some of the like the Storm play, like the Soul Bond combination, like speed boost plays that we're seeing from some corners of the meta. There's still just one map to be played as the clock is now ticking again. And Gen G wanting to show that it isn't just going to be another episode of NA versus EMEA. The Pacific can be involved in this discussion.
Question is, Swamp Gaming strong enough to knock Gen G off of their well-deserved perch? Looks like Forky Dog is going to shuttle them forward here with a speed boost of the bubbles. Meanwhile, Duop is actually going to go for this early mugging.
See if they can find the right kind of target, or whether Swamp Gaming are going to be ready and they're not. Scatter Genji is the first to go.
Yep, the slowest of the bunch. The old man can't move so fast unless he's got his metal skates on. Valentino be rounded upon here, already having to use the regeneration domain. Forky Dog pulled in as well. Sonic Vortexes are just elucidated from Duop. And already Scatter Genji is beginning a counter-strike here. Swamp Gaming do not want to give up first control despite their disadvantage in that initial fight.
They really don't want to give it up because there's 3 Vanguards that Gen G are going to park on this. You might as well build a whole parking lot because everything concrete is going to come down to Gen G.
Oh, Valentina, no!
But she's got the wrong copy. Aya Bagamoto's going to get thrown in, but it stuns 3!
Stuns 3! She's the best Vanguard in the game, baby! FMCL on the other side, ready to go forth with some manner of control. They do have access to the Strangling Prism, but decide not to use it right there.
I appreciate Valentina being like, oh, whoops.
Never mind.
Might as well yeet, throws herself into the fray.
When in Wakanda.
It was a good stun, and Gen G certainly weren't expected it, but neither was anybody else on the server, including Swamp Gaming.
Well, what do you mean things were strange? Since when?
But now it's Gen.G taking the point first again, and they have now got the bodies on it to hold, as well as a Strangler Prison. It might be great against this push-in, as it's going to be the Royal Flush.
All right, tenacity gained by a couple of members of Swamp Gaming as well, due to the amount of control that was in their path. Zenstar is already fallen on down. FMCL now needs to make a decision. Are they going to try and commit to this one? Oh, Melaphobia, what a parry! Unbelievable CC immunity off the back of the Kraken impact, and they're just going to keep going and going. Down into the hole, potentially. Is there going to be a reset available? There's enough healing to stop it from happening, and still Gen.G are going to hold on to this point as well. Krasmag's found the offer angle, and they've managed to grab a bunch of squishies. The mind control is there. Just look into Krasmag's eyes. Don't worry about the days that's on the other side.
Nobody else that can hold on and touch it, but Swamp Gaming managed to get through these bouncers on the objective, and now it's getting those bodies back on. Is there going to be any adjustments here? So Strangler Prison was used from FMCL. Do they want to go back to 2-2-2? Or they just want to get those bodies in because of the Royal Flush? You're catapulting these beefy hitters along with an Apex Predator. You're sending the Goon squad after Swamp Gaming.
The old classic style of Goon. The good Goon.
The good Goon.
Or the bad guy Goon, I suppose. Alex opens up, Raging Royal Flush. Oh, Dave's already caught them! Will they go for a solo here? Is the bravery there? No, instead just going to pop away, cooldowns to try and go away and find themselves a better angle later on. Melophobia's already falling on down, though. Today's going to be the only DPS to speak of here. Surrounded, Krasmag just tiptoes. It's a little pirouette on top of the wall that the Groot left behind, but it's not going to allow them to stick around for long as Gen.G are back in control.
I think you're really starting to see, like, you know, Emma Frost is very much back. Some of these ultimates that we've seen Sadok Seduction across this tournament have found so much value. It's so cheap as an ultimate to use, and there's never really a bad case scenario in order to bring it out. Swamp Gaming do have plenty to try to work with, but it's about setting up Daze, who is really wanting to make this Wolverine work. He has the last stand and plenty of targets to pull out of position.
We know that he loves to use his Feral Leap to go in towards the back and then last stand everybody forward. Valentina making sure this time to have the Gambit in hand and ready to propel the team with the Raging Royal Flush. But Gen.G, they've already given up some space. They've complied in advance. Daze looks towards the back. There's the Raging Royal Flush. Can you drag the Invisible Woman from her armored carapace? But no, Daze just going to play it slowly now. Gen.G are within one fight of winning this. There's the second Raging Royal Flush. Daze gets put down on the ground, but they've got plenty of healing behind them, and Melophobia's joining the symphony as well. It's call and response, and the response sure is bloody. Yet another for Melophobia. New phobia unlocked.
Yeah, it was the Glartrox thrown out for Bobo, but that was all that was really time for. Even as the clobbering time ended up being used from Zenstari, it was not enough actually to stop Swamp Gaming, just absolutely sending the Swamp straight to Gen.G. It's getting a bit more hot and humid on the server as the point is flipped over, but Gen.G, 99%, just build up those ults.
Control immunity for many. Daze goes towards the back. Who will they bring forward? Both of the strategists. You don't got a strategy for that one, do you? As Daze punches you in the face.
It's the typewriter effect of Daze, just getting the last stand, pulling everybody across, shifting it, and it's an absolute jackpot in the end there for Swamp Gaming. Yeah, Gen.G now just have to waste a bit more time and at least going to have the portal, but they're dedicating it early. It's not an overtime play. They're just going to try to get out of the way of Swamp Gaming that are blocking off this hallway.
All in for zone control. Melophobia around the outside. What a pull onto Bobo into the midst of the enemy, and there's nowhere safe to disengage to. And now Scalagengi can play so confidently, knowing they're not going up against an Elsa. Even more anti-heal. Perfect play coming through from Forky Dog. You want the thing, you get the thing. Instead, you look to Groot, put it down on his head, but there's still so much HP to try and work through here. And Gen.G are in control. What was gamed there? Was it blocked off by the shields? FMCL is dragged over. Look what you have wrought upon yourselves. And Daze just makes it so difficult to survive. Adamantine claws carve on through, and Alex falls back as well.
But in the chaos of the fight with Gen.G, when they went for the portal, they did actually flip the objective, so Swamp Gaming need to get it to 99%, but there's not going to be much to try to stall. It has to be Zenstari on the Venom to hit.
Oh, Zenstari looking to make the landing. Instantly going to be potentially controlled here by the Emma Frost. Takes to the sky with a symbolic resilience, keeping it going. Overtime is slowly disappearing, and Duep has pulled one down into the grounds below. There's no friendly neighborhood for you here, Duep, and there's no chance for contesting. Swamp Gaming have out-humidified Gen.G.
And seeing what the Pacific Best can do here is domination. I mean, I don't know if it's a bit of an anomaly. I'll have to check with Dan Gaskin, but from the stats, I have one game. One game from Gen.G playing on this map, and it's a win against Reject, which was this event. So I don't know what's exactly been happening over in Pacific, whether we've seen the likes of Gen.G play on this map too much. But for domination, it's pretty good going, all things case scenario for Swamp Gaming, they basically beat everybody except for that team that they lost to earlier today with Team Liquid Citadel. That's the one area on domination, but everybody's losing to them. It is Melophobia with the MVP, and I think well-deserved with like some of the hooks, the picks. Even you could say that like Days was trying to find his footing, playing the Wolverine to the Daredevil on that first point. Wolverine looked a lot more solid, but it was just Melophobia just controlling where those fights were happening. And Genji, even with like more bodies on the point, immovable objects had to be shuffled a little bit more from what we just saw from Swamp Gaming.
This is one of the advantages of having an old head team, right? Like Krasmang and Scattergengi have been playing together, well, since the times of Jesus. And it means that they can play this very old style of Vanguard line. The Mag and the Emma together, when so many of the more like nouveau tank du jour of the Vanguards have been banned away.
Well, also, it's just like some of the scary ones, like Venom for no dive, C in the top right, stuff like Thing, Groot, but you're leaving the Vanguard line that we just saw pretty much in every single map of the series from RAD and VP, so it's still good. It might even be like one of the best in slots. Stuff like the Thing works in these kind of scenarios. They're trying to basically use the one-sided, like all the Vanguards that they had, even putting 3 on the server at once. But it just didn't seem to be enough in the end. So Genji sort of pulling out a different strategy, not looking good. They can either stick to it going into some of these other like payload maps, whether it's Convoy or Convergence, it's their choice. And just sort of like either iterate on it, make it better, or just go back to what was working.
We definitely saw some interesting strats come out from Genji here. The question is if Swamp Gaming feel the need to over-adapt towards them when it would appear that their neutral gameplay with the old tried and tested has served them very well. Admittedly, the Thing and Groot are going to be particularly invaluable against the amount of displacement options the duelists are using on the side of Swamp Gaming, where they're playing both the Wolverine and the Barnacook of the Bucky.
I want to look a little bit at what Genji potentially going to be picking up this event. It has been a lot of Central Park, which is like a map that we've seen a little bit of from Swamp, but not too much. It's only like 2 wins that they managed to get, and it is going to be Central Park, actually, that is going to be the choice from them. So that's actually an undefeated map for Genji. Bit of a last bastion in the end, but it means that, you know, potentially we go to like a convoy choice of Swamp Gaming if they do end up dropping the map. And I want to see like this be just a close series similar to the one that we just saw from RAD, because you do want to see a little bit more from the Asia region. It's not just a case of like China picking up a series or whatever. Now it is just like Pacific, generally speaking. Genji need to sort of like lead the line with that, because you mentioned the front line, the Vanguards of Swamp Gaming, been together a while. It's the exact same for Genji. They've been playing together a good portion, even with Boba and Salvation coming from Nova, from China. That's a year ago now.
Yeah, that's true. Admittedly, their scouting in the home region might not be the most, might not have the most options, but who needs them when you are the best team in your region by a considerable margin? Oh, is that the Mandy Celestine cosplay? Very nice.
I missed it. I was looking at my stats.
Oh,
Bring them back up.
You're such a nerd. Cosplayer's back, Jarvis. My boy here was busy nerding out. He was looking at numbers. Lord forgive him, but he has mathed.
I was just seeing a lot of green on the side of like Genji when it comes to this map, including a win over 100 Thieves yesterday, which, you know, went the distance. So those kind of moments are going to work nicely, but have a chance to reconvene, see if they can make things worse. And it's a win over TSM and Lunex on the side of Swamp Gaming in both the Stage 1 playoffs and then the preseason playoffs. So it's intermittent, I'd say, on the side of Swamp Gaming. But you'll look at the results. If you're expecting to win that first map, this is where you expect to go again after this with the choice of Genji.
All right, as we head into our bans, you can never guess what was banned first.
It's Mr. Fantastic.
Yep,
finally
Mr. Fantastic off the table. Now who's going to be in goal? Mantis is going to be taken away. And it would look like there's going to be a pivot towards that first protect on Magneto now from Genji. The gambit that they made, the first protect on Thing, was certainly a unique approach to bans over on Domination, but it didn't pay dividends, and so Genji are going to be forced to pivot.
I mean, I feel like on the subject of football, it does feel like it is bringing on Big Dan, but just like, you know, it's just bring on the defenders, hold down the fort. And then I think I'd be making that kind of like joke on a broadcast like this, but it is the same sort of premise. Magneto is going to be that main protect. It doesn't mean that Gambit is looming across, so both teams are going to be happy to potentially pick it, but also Loki does climb up the rankings when a payload map starts to come into the fray. Most certainly, when you let Gambit and Loki be available on the side of Genji, it meant the Folky Dog and Valentina's job was very, very easy.
Yeah, for Swamp Gaming, they're one of the teams that is particularly adept when it comes to both the Loki and the Gambit, because, well, both Valentina and Forky Dog are fantastic at Gambit, and Valentina's got a nasty Lady Loki in her arsenal as well.
I mean, we saw a little bit from Swamp Gaming against OUG yesterday, like just kind of happy to have these like drafts be completely identical, right? Yep. And I mean, that was the one thing, as I mentioned with like VP, of like they were very good when it was a mirrored ban, and obviously that was completely broken by RAD, who just sat and chilling waiting to see who their opponent is going to be at this rate. So it is going to be pretty much identical across the lines here. We're hearing some more of the lock-ins, which I can tell you one of them is going to be Gambit on the side of Swamp Gaming. They're going to be defending first. And I see the hover over Invis. You guys don't get to see it, but there's still a little bit more of a look of both teams now just taking out as many strategists instead of that Vanguard approach for Gen G.
Question is, are we going to protect the Gambit here? Or are they going to go down the Virtus Pro? They're going potentially down the Virtus Pro route. They were hovering the Invis. Now
They did this last time,
the
though.
Rocket. They've got 13 seconds.
The thing is that nobody else could see this other than us, so they're only just trying us to. But they have actually gone and protected Invis.
Oh, they've done a Virtus Pro.
What does that mean?
Well, this is what Virtus Pro did on Spider Islands against RAD, allowing the Gambit to make it all the way through. And now one-sided Gambit's on the other side. It did not go well for Virtus Pro.
It did not. That's the only difference, though. And I mean, it was a little bit like somebody else did this. Like, yeah, we're happy to actually just make this a one-sided Invis. It might have even been like Gen G in some of these cases. Certainly like one of the Pacific region teams have just like, we don't really care about it, and it's like fair. When you're at this stage, play to your strengths, but you know that there's no Loki either, so it doesn't mean that you're just going to have those ultimates to consistently fight with. But I want to see exactly what the composition is going to be from Gen G, whether we are going to see some triple strategists, 2-2-2. Right now it's a bit more like Gen G, if you've got some ideas, you've shown this map and it's gone pretty well, but Swamp was certainly watching in the wings. You might have even scrimmed each other because you're on like different parts of the bracket to an extent. But yeah, it's a little bit nerve-wracking for Gen G, but this is where you sort of make the big bucks, to be fair.
Yeah, it's time to put it all on the line here. Neither of these teams will be able to have a second chance. Survival in the mid-season finals on the line, and the Americas are looking bloody powerful right now, Ryan.
Not too much to our dismay, I don't think. But I think it's also the side of it is like for Swamp Gaming, I do want to see them put under some pressure. It was very easy win over OUG. It was very easy win for Team Liquid Citadel earlier on. So I want to see them just pushed a little bit more. And Gen G on this map, it's undefeated 6-0. This is the place to do it.
Okay, question is Bobo cooking here with unlimited ammo? The ammo overload is going to be enhanced by Skittles to allow for higher rate of fire and a bottomless magazine.
Might be also just an element of like Alex coming in as a substitute. He has had the experience of Team Heretics to sort of play in the sort of like main Loki. Okay, never mind, Melophobia goes down. This is a good opportunity to push in, but the dive has come in for a counter-attack from Swamp, which means the Daze goes down too.
Melophobia must have just taken such a wide swing because Bobo didn't even use the unlimited ammo to get that pick to open up. They could just go in with the Deliverance shotgun so quickly. Melophobia is going to be portaling back here, and Gen G mercifully haven't got any progress on the point yet.
Might not even be able to get a third before it's contested. Melophobia went down so early. He's like, I know exactly what I need to do. And because the switch over to the things happening to Presman, you're able to actually get those bodies in. Valentina's there to jump into the fray, so Gen G have to do it all again.
Mystical off angle found. Swamp Gaming have plenty of HP to work with. A Bayou Bash through the midst of their team will heal everybody up, but Zenstar is coming awfully close towards that Groot ultimate. A strangling prison could try and tie a noose around Swamp Gaming's neck here, and with Daze down as well, you can be all the more aggressive as a Groot. Cut off from heals, you see Valentina and Forky Dog desperately trying to burrow their way through the wood walls that are placed in their path. Gen G, let's have a quick listen in to see how they're celebrating that point cap with Razor.
Random DD. You should go Elsa. Can you go Elsa? Or use your ult first, Bobo? Up to you. Yeah, Elsa. Just go Elsa and Harm, you can swap out there, I think. We play left side in the house. Come left side in the house. Come left side in the house. I'm just gonna rock it over here. I'm moving res. I'm moving res. Left side in the house. Just push card, just move card. When they touch, I will use. They close gambit. They won't have it yet though.
I'm slamming.
I'm using the I'm using the mount. Venom behind, Venom. Walk it, rocket. We can win. Walk forward. Bow one. Dead. Nice ult. Alright, they're gonna gambit all out.
You can almost make a mixtape, I suppose, with all of the dee-dee-dee-dee-dee, mag, 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 mag. It'd make an amazing trance music, but this is also for Gen G. It's been an amazing run as that payload has started shifting across. So Zenstari with the Strangling Prison, Bobo just under a good amount of onslaught from this dive from Krasmang, but it's not quite worked for Swamp Gaming. They're pushed all the way back to the second checkpoint.
Although we can't hear Skittles calling it, we'll certainly hear Skittles' mum in the crowd soon if we get yet another successful push here. FMCL already forcing Daze out of a position that they would like, and Krasmang's been discovered as well. That's going to complicate matters, not going to be receiving Valentina's ultimate, and Daze has already had to run away. Being able to answer this, a last stand into the midst of Swamp Gaming, and Genji have finally found my tempo.
They finally found some Chungus life from FMCL to go and fight this one a little bit more. So Bobo, he doesn't even need to use that Apex Predator. He basically had everything set up from him from that last stand. All of Swamp Gaming pulled out of position to make it a nice shooting range. And I don't think Bobo's been eliminated once. He's absolutely cruising on this attack as Elsa. 14-0.
They got to look towards Krasmang and Melophobia here for a big combo. Feast of the Abyss often gets people down into a culling or a range for an execution and a reset. But also, you got to worry about that big drop down to the left-hand side. Someone could be dunked into there rather readily by FMCL. Oh, good by Alex.
At least Alex goes down, so this is a good chance for Swamp Gaming to try and go in for the attack, but it's a Vera back, so it's an intermittent break from the strategists that are going to come back as Swamp Gaming dedicate more.
Yeah, and second that Meteor Ram is over, Bobo is under assault from the Devil being let out, and it seems one by one, Genji will fall inside the castle.
Fighting in the end. Swamp Gaming still have a lot to work with, and it was one of the highlights from them over and for them to challenge just the ult economy. Being a little bit more reserved, not over-dedicating, and it's great there for a fight win, and you have so much like backed up now. Genji sort of losing the objective in a rough position, but having 4 minutes on the clock, they have plenty of chances and opportunities for this team to push all the way to the end, like they did against 100 Thieves.
And Starry tries to rescue themselves here with the Ironwood wall. Walls broken down by the frenzied arrival of the Venom, and Zen Starry just taking so much damage, but gets saved. A turnaround, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and the Groot ultimate as well. Call in Scalagengi and Daze for their appointment, and I'm afraid it's not good news, Doctor.
I mean, Duep, it just feels like every 13 eliminations that he has, everyone has been a final hit. He's been absolutely connecting with these shots from Magneto. It shows why he's so good in this meta. He's got some of the setup and even the damage boost coming in from Alex on the invis. And no wonder, he's just pushing, and Swamp have to respect the space that pretty much the king of the X-Men himself seems to be taking.
Melophobia does a good job buying all of that space. You can see the anti-heal onto Duep, and there is just no triage to try and deal with it. A deep dive coming through from Krasmang and by Daze, but can they find the value here? Phoenix team up and ask for Krasmang to cleave through multiple players as they set up for yet another frenzied arrival.
Invisible boundary for Alex when that dive comes in. It might be just making Krasmang's life a little bit harder to actually go for those picks, but Daze on the flank taken out from FMCL.
Now Krasmang has to carry a frenzied arrival and a Feast of the Abyss, having to deal with the shield in the back. Already has gotten rid of the invisible boundary, and so Swamp Gaming, they can just disengage.
That's perfect, yeah. Feast of the Abyss forces that invisible boundary off of the objective itself, but it's still moving uncontested from Swamp.
A big pull onto FMCL, who has the last stand. There goes the second life. Regenerative Healing Factor has been popped now, and FMCL can be a lot more cowed into submission towards the back. Krasmang's aim is certainly being rewarded, but a quick float away from the Rocket Raccoon will keep them safe for a moment longer. The aim is solid. Skittles dodging, ducking, weaving. The energy of the mother is flowing through him right now. And where can Krasmang go? The door's blocked off. The door's stuck, Ryan.
It just felt like it was a trap set up perfectly from him. You've got the peel, amazing work from the super sub of Alex, but then everybody from Gen G showed up. Duep has been sent down from Logan himself, but the rear back brings him straight back up.
Unbelievable clutch. Scalagengi looking towards the back, needs to shut this one down. Here and now, FMCL just about survives by the skin of their teeth or by the hair of their beard. Bobo towards the back. Daze is noted. There goes the glass shots. It's grabbed up a couple into the hole you go, but Bobo's been unable to dunk away Magneto. Melophobia with a perfect dodge. Duep has to hit the ground once again, and Bobo's found himself a brand new angle to try and play with. Daze hasn't found anything off the last stand. Tua grabbed in. The cleanse is solid. Valentina's quick on the sticks when it comes to a drawing of the cards, and it's a reshuffling of the fight.
It's 3 minutes already burnt off from this defense of Swamp, and Alex has built up another invisible boundary, so Krasman wants to try and bait it out, but here it's all on the point, it's all to fight for.
Genji isolated, taken in again. Krasman goes around the back to use their biomass to try and hold this in place. 1 minute, 1 meter. All that remains here is Bobo falling down to the charms of Forky Dog, but brought back straight away by Rocket Raccoon. The walls are brought on out, and there are the Thorn Lashes to try and carve through them. Krasman's down as well, floating away in a bubble. Duep had to stand alone with 44 seconds remaining. Genji have reset the fight.
It's still scrappy, it's still going on, it's just been one long battle between these squads. No ultimates to rely on just yet, but Melophobia with an Apex Predator, he's setting the sights, he's finding FMCL, who is just surviving consistently. The CC means nothing to him.
Has to be done here and now because we got Amplifiers here, moving forward, grabbing one, they're gonna call it back, but Days of Valentina already gone! What can Krasman do? Taking down Alex as a majority of the heals, but Bobo smells the blood in the water, and the Sharks begin to circle, taken from midair like an orca in their prime. Genji finish their run.
And Swamp Gaming were just left a little bit sloppy. I think on the first and second defense, it was all Genji, but 4 minutes more on, it's 12 seconds that are left in the bank. So there's still signs of life in the end for Swamp Gaming, who have not lost on this map all year, but just haven't played it as much as the likes of Genji. Different kettle of fish, and it's now Zenstar and Skittles that haven't been eliminated. That has continued on, but even then, it felt like maybe those like half a dozen eliminations that went against Genji were well after the second point. Duep, yeah, I was right. 10 final hits out of the 16 eliminations that he got, just constantly connecting with the left clicks and the right clicks.
Someone get Cozy a lasso. We need it if we're gonna interview Duep at some point during this run. But Swamp Gaming still in the lead, and they still have their attack to go. They got Genji all the way down to overtime, and Swamp Gaming, they've been playing remarkably against all of the controlling factors. Valentina's been so quick when it comes to those cleansing cards.
Yeah, I mean, it's only that era before of just copying over the Doctor Strange ultimate on the first map of Domination. But that's one of the things, like, you forget the Swamp Gaming, still Green's playing on stage. You've got, like, a new setup. You obviously can change the sensitivity of who you're, like, connecting onto. That could easily be a setting that's, like, just missed when you're, like, setting up on stage. So it could be just those kind of small moments, teething issues as you get used to playing in this position. But you're already thrown up against, like, the Kings of Pacific, a Genji. And this is one of their main castles to Bastion and defend on.
One of the controlling factors, the Barnet cook by Melophobia, has been taken away to go back to the Elsa Bloodstone. Melophobia was an absolute beast in the preseason during the Elsa meta, one of the best in the world.
Daze is still wanting to not even go for the head-to-head with a Daredevil, who's very good on this section of the map to go for the flanks, use the sort of little bit of high-end terrain to rain havoc on the backline of Genji. Certainly when it's a bit more intermittent with Alex coming in instead of Salvation, means that there might be some gaps to exploit. If it isn't for FMCL, just keeping it in check.
Deja's been doing a good job here of being threatening on the Wolverine, making it untenable for the Magneto to move into this zone and control it. Daze falling low has already lost out of the regenerative healing factor, and it would seem that FMCL has been rescued from the Feral Leap. Still Melophobia on the hunt, turns it around. The Monster Piercer accuracy is absolutely disgusting. Rancid stuff.
But Abira back means that FMCL should be back in fray, but everybody else from Genji is forced off at the point. The third has been captured at the very least, and something from Genji needs to start pushing out if it isn't for all of these group walls from Krasman.
Yeah, but Krasman really sealing away this team. Genji needs to try and break out of their zone, and having used their defensive bubble here, they are going to allow Valentina the time to build up.
It's so very close, but yeah, an Amplify is going to be used first. You're not going to combine them. That might be able to just actually bank up the Gambit ultimate, not even need it for this first point as Duet goes down, and it has to be the Amplify traded on the other side.
So much damage already gone their way. Krasman looking towards some victims, doesn't want to see this one finished already. Invisible boundaries brought on up. 2 players are stunned by the clobbering time, but there's plenty of extras off the side. Melophobia! Unbelievable stuff off the back of the Apex Predator, and ain't no one touching this point.
It's another portal that's going to arrive for Genji. It was just right at the end, pulled immediately off the point, means that nobody else from Genji is going to be able to try and contest this in the end. But you forced out the ultimates. You don't have to worry about a Gambit on the other side, and because the portal play was used, you don't get that Alcatia play where you can actually go and contest this one very early on because you tried to contest it on the objective. So Swamp Gaming have a lot of freedom to set up, and most certainly Deus is looking to leap in.
Scout Gengi wants this poke spot and still has their cast of the sword. Oh, look, he's baiting. The second someone would pop up there, it would have been Daze on the other side. Daze taken so much damage, has to move in the other side. Valentina was grabbed by FMCL. That's a big pull from the jackpot.
Beer back means that you've got one, but Bobo's already taken out another, so this fight is actually going pretty well for Gen G. The position is solid, the payload has stopped and held onto the defense, and Swamp Gaming need to be careful that they don't get spawn held here, but Gen G are given a lot of respect, mostly allowing FMCL to find another target.
Don't want to be stuck in with Quagmire. Quick draw on the shield there from Scattergengi, but that means that there's one less resource to try and work with on the disengage. FMCL just claws out, moving forward, almost as the last stand could bring everyone in if they could only get what they need. Into the midst of them, the last stand is ready. An attempt to block the incoming Meteor M, but you know what? Duop's just having to try and take that one in midair. Knockback after knockback, control of the group. They're plant benders out there.
Just Krasman just facing eye to eye with a Magneto with a Meteor M in hand and somehow winning.
I want you to hit me.
Yeah, it's a bring it on. Jeff, help me, please. But FMCL is like the switch over to Wolverine has done a lot for just the sustain, and obviously you have the full enhanced team up with, well, not even the Gambit on their side. It's available for days, but FMCL is just looking like he has it enhanced with the way that he's playing.
I'm second with days is taken away. This means a lot of room for Duop to work with and start building up towards that next Meteor M. Still Swamp Gaming. They have so many ultimates to work with. Valentina thinks it's winnable, and so out comes the boosted Meteor M. Alex surely can't survive this one. They've been tracked down, and that's going to be Bobo crushed under the magnetic mastery of the magnetic mutant. Sitting in the middle with the bubble. Good parry on the incoming leap of Days, and now you've got to disengage because so much damage is being pulled out from his Cosmic Yarn Amplifier.
And more time stall, 2.5 minutes left. Yarn Amplifier and Apex Predator use, so Swamp Gaming are straight back in.
Oh, Melophobia gets it done again. What an absolute hero. Was that FMCL's ult?
That was FMCL's ult, and Volky Dog's gone down in the process, but so is everybody else on the other side. Melophobia pretty much finding a team ace, clearing up one at a time, but Ultimate's dedicated.
Ew.
Yeah, it was one of those, like, I could be the hero. I am going to see you guys back at spawn.
It ain't that. You ain't on the title of the comic book, bro.
Not yet. But what a title of a comic book. FMCL gets Swamp Gaming, FML. Probably Days, though, is thinking, OMG, might have a great opportunity to find these more picks and find himself a second checkpoint.
Took their time, though, not enough. Melophobia's already taken down the CC immunity wall, and so Zenstar is going to be eminently bullyable. They could be pulled in. FMCL is going to be the first one to fall on down. The trap gets it done here. Tick damage overwhelming, and Melophobia still in the midst of a brawl. The Monster Piercer piercing through multiple targets and just burning them away. Farewell to Zenstari. Duop's got to be the one to move in now. Bobo tried to get some action going on the Black Widow, but the Red Room won't save you from the red that Swamp Gaming are seeing.
Holy, I'm getting motion sickness watching from Melophobia's position. He's just dashing around like crazy, using the team up to have the two traps as well, so it's not even like 4 instinct, 2-second dash. It's like the olden days. I said the olden days, like 2 months ago. The Swamp Gaming actually might be able to set a better time here, but Gen G hoping to sort of pull what Swamp Gaming did on the defense and stall this out, but it's already climbed a good portion of the map so far because Swamp Gaming have pushed all the way to the throne room.
2.5 minutes. Plenty to work with. You can see that the high ground has to be given up here. As Days is noted on the approach, would really love to grab this mag, but the mag CC immune during the Meteor M tried to use it to peel. FMCL taken down by Krasmang, it would appear, but there's been a turnaround. Bobo around the back with the headshot! A wide shot there is a bit of a miss, and so Scalligan can turn it around on the off angle that was so desperately curated by Bobo.
He's flipping around to turn Swamp Gaming around in play, but everybody was prepared, and this is looking dire for Gen G.
Melophobia sends forth the glass rocks. The minions have been sent. Skittles can't even pop the ultimate in time. Invincibility not on the cards, and Scattergengi reigns imperious over the castle. Move over Dracula. There's a new king of this swamp.
Done in good time. It took a while to get going on the second, but Gen G, first and second blitz. The Swamp Gaming on that defense have done maybe enough. It's going to be a 48 seconds added in the end on the side of Gen G to make it a full minute, so Swamp Gaming get a little bit more time allocated too. Also means that Gen G have a chance to push this first. And we have seen some like crazy overtime pushes, but that requires you to get this objective. And Swamp Gaming, they might be a little bit like loose, a little bit clunky in some of these positions, but they're very like disciplined. It just feels very like reserved. So many teams tend to overplay, they over-communicate, they talk really fast, it's a little bit more chaotic. Swamp Gaming, I feel, are just like in their element. Just very relaxed, like a lizard under a UV bulb. It's just chilling out.
Zen, cold-blooded.
Yeah.
I think the Krasmag saw over to the Groot as well instead of the Venom has been instrumental. Swamp Gaming quickly realized the dive wasn't working. Too easily rebuffed by the choice of a one-sided invisible woman. and instead of just playing a lot more front to back because, hey, they have a gambit.
I mean, Melophobia is looking fantastic so far as well. Like the amount of damage that they're outputting and days like the Wolverine. It's not about doing a lot of damage. It's not about getting a lot of final hits. It's not about getting a lot of elimination. It's just about causing chaos into Gen G. And that has been consistent. Gen G, it certainly felt on that defense, certainly as we got to that second checkpoint, that they were just uncomfortable everywhere they stood on the map.
All right, last time this happened, Swamp Gaming lost to Melophobia early to some greedy positioning. This time, being on the Elsa has a lot more disengagement option.
I mean, this is an early fight. It didn't quite go well for Swamp Gaming, but they did have the pole play to work with. But Daze has been caught out again. He's able to at least escape from little slippery hands from FMCL, and Swamp Gaming aren't losing half of their team in the first 20 seconds.
I knew we shouldn't have played catch with all that butter before we started. He had never missed. Feral Leap there from Daze does force out resources to make sure that he can't get too much in the way of control. But now we're looking towards FMCL to try and turn this one around. Krasmank's already had to use their bubble, gets it from the Magneto as well. That's all the peeling power basically gone. Now this is a very imperiled front line, relying mostly on their back line to keep them sustained in this final fight.
Overtime is clocking in, and nobody from Swamp Gaming has been eliminated. Gen G haven't had anybody go down yet, which means ultimates are building at pace, and Melophobia full instinct goes low, but he's holding on with the help of the strats.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifier makes some tracks, but already Melophobia's taking it on down. Krasmank instantly gets resurrected. He's actually going to be able to move in from behind FMCL and Gen G here. A surprise from the back could be the last thing that Gen G wants, but Dave's already been taken down. They found Valentina as well. A perfect bubble from Scattergenki at just the right moment as they get kidnapped away by the Reformation of the Castle. Already 2 ticks gained here from Gen G. Moving forth, Valentina heads on high. Melophobia almost already has the Glantrox, and we saw how many it took off of the point last time. If you play inside the invisible boundary, know that Melophobia lies in wait as Gen G are building up towards the remainder of their ultimates. Valentina sends them all forward. They're going to be caught by the double CC though. There's so much control, and FMCL feels like he's the one who's in it. That's going to be a cap. Ratatoska is unleashed.
Gen G says, stand still for a second. We have some work to do, but overtime is going to consistently truck along, and you can see half that wick is burning. None of it's going to come back. So Swamp Gaming looking to pull people off, and that means Jeff the Land Shark gets to say hello.
Okay, just objectively?
Never mind.
Okay, yeah, they're just going to go back over to Rocket Raccoon. Maybe they're just forcing everyone out with speed bubbles.
Get in there, but the wick, look how low the wick is. What happened, Gen G?
I guess they just couldn't stay on it for too long, or it's just going down over time anyway. They need to stay on the point no matter what now, and already Valentina's been dragged into the midst. Krasmank's down as well. Scattergenki too, but all Valentina Eve will be able to do is flee as the remainder of their team have been ripped to shreds.
The land down under might have turned things upside down for Swamp. They might have felt that they had this in the bag, but this push has made it to the end of the map in plenty of occasions, but has it happened at an international event like this?
The Gen G mums, they feel it in their soul right now. There is an opportunity here, but Swamp Gaming have so many resources to work with. Meteor M will be the first to move on in, up against the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. They want Skittles real bad, but instead they're going to set off the Ironwood Wall, a dodge away from the Rocket Raccoon, and Scattergenki is overextended. Melophobia can make their way around the walls. They have to make something happen with the glass shots going in towards their counterpart in Bobo. Elsa Bloodstone has hit the dirt. Krasmank now stands on business and stands solid as an oak before Ratatoska. FMCL back and forth. Claw after claw after claw, 3 players dragged into the strangling prison, but no one's on the point! And Swamp Gaming hold on second!
You had the rocket rushing in, and then the portal started to loom from Duep. But still, I think you take that if you're Gen G. It's 2.5 minutes to push now for Swamp Gaming. Not quite done and dusted just yet. Whew. But for Swamp Gaming, it's whether this defense is going to be good enough in the end. It was a fast point A take on their attack, but Gen G did buy a lot of space on that second point. And I imagine at that point, if we do get there again, if we are making some sort of return trips back and forward to the Dracula Castle, it might just be that case of like Gen G would do that in overtime.
Let's think about how Swamp Gaming took first on our first run around. It was all about bisecting the team. They forced Alex and Skittles into those backed rooms and then walled them off with the Groot. The question is, are Gen G going to identify that and modulate their positioning to not be vulnerable to such a play?
The one small update, though, is that FMCL was on the Daredevil. They didn't have the same sustain, right? Daredevil can only do so much, and Daredevil can still do quite a lot. It just deflects everything. But FMCL on Wolverine just seems to be very lore-accurate Logan. Of just, yeah, I don't go down. Even as much as I want to go down, I still somehow find myself taking these fights.
I don't see Zenstari having got a jump pack here, which could be problematic if they do get grabbed, but of course setting up that Ironwood wall in a more obfuscated position will grant them limited CC immunity.
Anything changing up? Forky Dog just sending everybody out similar to last time with the Jeff, but otherwise it's the same for Swamp Gaming. Composition not changing up too much. No cheese. There's only 2.5 minutes on the clock to try going for the fight. Scat Genji gets stunned out first, and
the mid-air kill.
Knocked out of place for a second, but it gives Genji some chance to maybe contest the high ground. At least FMCL is looking to.
Oh, that's a big grab onto Duet. Nice surf as well there from Daze, but it seems like they've managed to slip the clutches of Swamp Gaming, and Scalagenki might have overextended to try and follow up on this one, but eventually Duet gets hunted on down, and Bobo's gone too. Now, with the Resurrection having been used, FMCL needs to find some value in the back line, but Swamp Gaming are just all over this point.
Bobo's going to come in with the Doctor Strange, so it's about everybody else from Genji stalling to make sure it works better than last time.
Portal opened. Could be in isolation. You could see that it momentarily grabbed out the Wolverine, and Zenstari is going to find themselves a path back onto this point as well. Alex almost up there to the invisible boundary, but Bobo's been taken out, and Alex won't be able to build it this time around. Swamp Gaming are barely having to use anything to take this point, and that's perfect considering they need to make it all the way through second.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Sorry, there's the thing. Zenstari comes in to try and fight that one a little bit more, but can only do so much. But still, time stalled out. It is going to be Swamp Gaming taking this first checkpoint and pushing on, but just a minute left, and Genji now seeing if they can just get everybody off that objective before it goes to the end. They have to worry about Valentina, though, has got the one-sided Gambit ult.
Genji here, they want to just take 2 fights. They want to try and force out early economy, and you can see that's why they didn't go to the second point. Valentina's getting mighty close here, and she is putting in so much pressure. Ratatoshka's been kept away, and they stop the Gartrox! Oh, Zenstari so quick on the draw with the wall, that's disastrous!
Melophobia doesn't want to go inside this time, apparently, as the walls was just stopped in, and Yan Amplifier now going to come through, as it is going to be the Royal Flush used. FMCL going down, just shy of having that last stand, but beer back means that they're straight back into the fray.
As we got an Amplifier used, Bobo around the outside, caught out here by the trap, but Krasmag's falling low. Great bubble usage and straight up into the sky, and there's a really safe resurrection here. Krasmag has managed to grab multiple people. Bobo's not inside of the invisible boundary, they managed to get him just in time. Scalagenki's trying to hunt someone down with the Meteor End, but can't find a target, will instead settle for Duet, and Genji will lose control of Ratatoskir soon.
But it's 10 seconds left, so you've given yourself another fight. Even if Genji start to go down here, they're not dedicating anything more. They've got every ultimate other than the strategist, so this is just stalling, because overtime is about to hit, and they have 100 meters to stop this one completely.
Genji have 4 ultimates to work with. Swamp Gaming have won. This is all about economy. If you want a hero to bring Americas one step closer through this bracket, it's got to be Daze. Oh, he's already made a move! He's got no one! Oh, he's got up 0 on the last stand, and Scalagenki's already down! Now Genji are moving forward. The Vanguards are starting to dissipate before the Valentina's been crushed! So do the remainder of Swamp Gaming! Genji rise up once again on Central Park and carve through with claws of Eastern Fury!
The last stand brings us to a 1-all scoreline as Pacific strikes back on their home ground. Means that it has to be convoy of choice for Swamp to try to get this best of 5 over the line. But it shows in these big moments that Swamp can let it slip out of their fingers, out of their claws, and find themselves in positions like this.
What a smart maneuver to rotate around towards Ratatoska while it was still in the underground. That was where you were going to be safest from the Wolverine kidnaps, because he can't take you to the sky when he's got such a low roof over his head.
And it's a Skittles MVP as well on the rocket. Like, they were happy to go for the one-sided invis instead of going for the Gambit. If it's comfort, it works. Skittles is incredible on the rocket, and it's one of those elements that certainly Swamp need to look at. It's one of the few times that we've seen him play on stage, but this series, it feels like it can go the distance. I want to see Swamp push to see what they can do in these moments, but I also want to see Genji show what Pacific is made for now that they've made that trip across the Pacific.
Now I'm wondering, like, what happened that we had the invis one-sided? It got so much value. I guess that came down to the Wolverine versus Wolverine being able to hit those force physics for peeling.
I mean, also just a head-to-head, but there is a desk ready to break down some of the stuff that's happened in these first 2 maps. So guys, what is going on?
What is going on? We are having just the best games at... I'm less keen. We are having the best games coming in right now. Swamp have an incredible start. We were a little worried. You guys were talking in the break about just how much domination has been, the potential, like, the pain points for Swamp Gaming in the past, but they absolutely cruised it here.
I mean, can we just talk about that epic comeback? They had a minute and a half over Gen G, and for them to be able to pull off what seemed like impossible. Swamp Gaming was clicking on all cylinders, quite literally put mud all over the ground, and they just sliced right through it. It got on four-wheel drive and pushed through. I mean, Gen G, this is why they're such an interesting team and fascinating to watch.
They've really put up a lot of potential here. America Man, hi, welcome back, by the way.
Hey, how's it going, loser? What's up?
I would like to point out that two of my teams are still going and still in the tournament, just like yours, so loser is a bit strong.
Well, that's true, but they're about to be eliminated later on because of how Swamp Gaming are playing. Looking at these highlights, yes, they didn't have the best map, but like we talked about, Gen G have a very free play style, very much so like the land of the free. And I think realistically how Gen G is playing is quite good, just to give them some credit. But that's the end of it there because Swamp Gaming tied this up, yes, 1-1. We're going to another map type that they should be good at, and I think that Swamp Gaming have the consistency to do that.
It felt like to me, listen, what does Swamp like to say all the time? We're family, we're all together as one. All I know is if you look at final hits, there was only one all-together family in that department. I mean, Gen G, they shared the load across the board, and they did and answer the call of what a lot they couldn't do yesterday, even in the loss against 100 Thieves that they had in that one map of Museum of Contemplation. Like Bobo not being able to get those ultimates, check, right? Duep getting that mag back, check. I think the ban phase was important on this one. Cool. The one-sided thing catcher wasn't the plan. You don't take the ball away from Tom Brady. No, you give mag to Duep.
You give mag to Duep. There's the thing you mentioned as a potential ban as well, but they also let Zenstari through on Groot so many times.
Yes.
There was so much attention, as Dogman brought up earlier. You'll be in American Man.
Don't mention that guy ever again. He's
the person who will remain unnamed talks about potentially banning out Vanguards being potentially important, and you can see exactly why by the performance of Gen G, where they just get some of their preferences. Duep, though, also a very impressive game on Emma.
For the first time, you made a good point, Tetcher. Dogman absolutely so wrong about that comment, and I'm glad you pointed it out. So I think it's like Homelander said over here on the left of me. Realistically, this team, Swamp Gaming, are so good because of what they play. Duep, though, give him Magneto. I'm like that you mentioned Tom Brady. He's the GOAT.
Yeah, hey, listen, American Man, we can talk about that all day, but what I will say is I'm disappointed in that loss from Swamp Gaming there. I mean, it really was everything that they do well, and what they typically don't do outside, obviously, like TLC, but what they don't do typically is let something like that slip through. I mean, once they look dominant, they really don't hesitate, and this team does wear their heart on the sleeve. It has me worried because you gave Gen G even a sliver of that confidence from the full state.
And speaking of confidence, you've got to be a little worried about that. We have Swamp Gaming, the team where their players, it's their first LAN. Gen G, we can very much call them experienced now. They've been to every LAN and they're essentially at their best ever performance so far. And they're now only 2 wins away from an even better than their best ever performance. Looking at the statistics here, Bobo with an incredible 43 eliminations. Zenstari with 49. This was just a very ICO game.
You're noticing one major thing. Bobo had 13 KOs on it, 13 casualties. So that you have to bear that in mind. Obviously, we're stat watching, and I'm watching how bad Bobo played in terms of that win. Cozy, by the way, Homelander. My apologies. I forgot he's not here.
Got to ask what's going on.
I've got a little bit of a present for you. I know that behind the scenes, well, you're Homelander, let's be honest. I mean, I see how you dress, I see your hair and how blonde it is, and I figured this is for you. This is a present for you. I know that you've lost the way of America. And
what are you trying to do here? I'm stronger, I'm smarter, I'm better. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? And on top of that, you guys are the real heroes. You guys, listen, Bobo comes up to me in the hotel yesterday. He's like, hey, come over here, Cozy. And then he's like, he's on live stream with like half of China. Can't wait to talk. So excited.
Why are you, wait,
and
hold
listen,
on.
He calls me Homelander. They said they all call you Homelander. Listen, this is Marvel, dang it. I'm not having the milk. That's
You're
right.
having the milk.
That's
You're having the damn milk, Cozy. Homelander.
Somebody, okay.
Right now.
This is.
I'm upset.
Okay.
I need an adult.
He's lactose intolerant, by the way.
God. Help me.
You're welcome for that one. Anyways, back to the main show. Swamp Gaming, because of that.
Man, that's tough to make speechless, and damn it, you just did it there. Listen, hey, all I could say is not a lot.
Hawk in, man. Hawk in.
All right.
Going to Spider Islands. We're going to Convoy. Cozy, what do you think about that? Oh, man, what do you think about that?
Yeah, listen, Convoy, listen, I think Swamp gets right back here. You know, Spider Island, this is a map where they wanted to take it, you know, against TLC. Obviously didn't go the way that they wanted to there. Ended up not even getting past that point 1, but this is a map they feel confident in. Coach Fox, you talk, you've got the talk, you got to walk the walk. We got to see how this team responds. But Gen G, we've seen it before, Tetcher. Once they get a little bit of that hope, man, they seem impossible to stop. And the crowd out there, we're in America. Oh, yeah. You would think it's all in the land down under.
We saw some clips yesterday of some of the matches from the Gen G versus 100 Thieves game, another American team, Dogman. Sorry, America Man.
You're getting lost.
I really am. I'm fried. I don't know where I am. But we saw them at the crowd. There was some loud support for Gen G.
Yeah, sadly there is. And that's why we need a lot more USA in the crowd. Okay, and if I'm not seeing any shoeies on the other side, then obviously there's not a lot of Gen G fans out there.
We'll have to see if we do get a shoey by the end. If we can find a shoe for some milk, perhaps.
I'll do a milk shoey. Yeah, I'll get a milk shoey later.
Yes, you will. If Swamp Gaming loses this, you're doing a milk shoey.
Yeah, hey, done.
No, you have to say yes right now. My name, Homelander, you will do.
Done deal.
Oh, they're in the ban phase already. My apologies. Okay.
In breaking news, American Man found dead. Yeah, listen, guys, we've got a ban up and ready to go. It was the one-sided mag that made the difference for Gen G. The first Loki save here, huge. We saw that before with TLC when they were going against them. Didn't go in their favor, but I do like it here.
It's kind of the argument. We saw the bait from the side of Na'Vi, from Terra, calling out iRemix. He's going to protect Loki first, and he's going to lose. Then we saw it in the Virtus Pro Na'Vi game a little bit later on, and Virtus Pro did lose. It's a little bit of the argument of, is this Loki protect early and actually worthy pickup here?
It's always a debate, yeah, and it's depending on if we go to Convoy and Convergence, obviously, with the Magneto. How good that character is, I'm kind of in that department, and that's why I have to partially agree with Dogman there, but realistically, Magneto's broken.
Going to the Invis save, and either way, don't you love to see that the Golden God is making its way, really for the first time, midway through the ban. I mean, we don't see that too often. Yeah. No cheese to be had here. They want to win it the old-fashioned way, and either way, this is where you have to make it. You can't have one-sided Mac, right? I mean, at this point, if you're Swamp, you got to use this last ban on Mac, or do you just feel like they're going to give it to what?
Well, this is why going
my bad.
Going back to stage 1, Swamp Gaming lost a match that they shouldn't have lost, banning all strategists. Fox cleverly said this was all planning for 2 months in advance. He was reading the meta back then when he lost.
That's a great point, actually. Yeah, Tetcher. I mean, listen, it is full strat ban here. Swamp Gaming has tried this before, and it's worked somewhat in the past, but this is a risky play. I like it.
Speaking of the strategists we're seeing banned out, you already mentioned we're seeing the Adam being banned out. There's a Rocket ban out and a one-sided Rocket secure for Swamp Gaming. When we go over the history of this map in particular, it's one of the first maps we started to see the full spawn holds on first point being attempted. It was this one and Midtown, where teams would set up sometimes with Penny. It was the first time we started seeing triple Vanguard, triple strategist, who really just try and burn time, try and delay, and make something happen.
Love the Rocket save here, the best Rocket in the game. Mini save, Forky Dog, so giving that action over to him. Wolf ban, no fastball special for days.
Not allowed.
That is interesting for sure. Tetch.
Who have you got? Give me one word answer, Cozy.
Like Swamp Gaming here.
Who do you have, American Man? I hesitate to ask.
I'm with Homelander over here on the left. I got Swamp.
Well, there's only one way to find out who will take the lead in this series. Let's head over to Leg Day of Ryan Central to bring you map number 3.
Is there anywhere that American Man won't clip farm, Ryan? Is nothing sacred anymore? What happened to the American?
I don't know. I'm kind of into watching Cozy be force-fed milk. I mean, that just seems to be like, that's my esport, you know?
Mic's on, bro.
Yeah, well.
My mic's on. Oh my God, I'm stun locked. Yo, can I get some of that? Can I get some of that nice food? I need a snack and a lie down.
Definitely need to lie down, I think, because I mean, either these two teams, whether you win, you've got RAD that have been just chilling, setting up. What's going to be the order? Well, for Swamp Gaming, it's going to be a lot less Logan, a lot less Adamantium, and it's going to be Days on the Daredevil. It's going to be that composition to break out of spawn of Swamp Gaming, trying to make this map choice work. They've only ever used it against Team Liquid Citadel, so it's kind of a new look for them to go against the big team in the Americas.
Didn't go great earlier against Team Liquid Citadel, but maybe Gen G are a different tier of competition to the #1 seed coming out of North America. Dueb's getting involved, and on top you can see that unlimited ammo for the Punisher is being really problematic for these Vanguards. Melophobia just lets loose with adjudication and pierces through the skin.
I mean, it's also like there's no rocket on defense, there's no triple, so all of those eliminations going against Gen.G have to sort of make it all the way back from spawn. FMCL is going to be actually going pretty low, but means that Gambit's available. Skittle is very low. It's just Alex, please heal me, please heal me. He manages to back up, but he has to give a lot of space for Swamp.
Days here. Just able to put down so much long-range pressure as well. Makes it very difficult to approach Swamp Gaming without taking a bunch of damage.
Melophobia trying to be pulled off of the high ground, but it's not going to do all too much. Not too much of a disrupting play in the end, but Gen.G's composition on this defense isn't looking too robust in comparison to some of the other teams that want a full hold.
Melophobia's almost off cooldown. 10 seconds to the next unlimited ammo. So that means that Gen.G needs to make a move now or never, but Krasmang might want to move first here. Almost has the strangling prism. Up comes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but still Zenstar is feeling safe inside of the invisible boundary, but there's no safety to be had because Melophobia's just doing so much damage with the ammo overload. Look towards the back, MCL is still back there, and Valentina Eve is looking for a copy here of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Gets it straight off of the opposing rocket, and Bobo is caught in a corner with nowhere to go.
Yeah, Amplifier is going to push on, and it's an early pull from Zenstar, but this hasn't really bought all that much time for Gen.G across this series. Certainly when Melophobia sat there with the Retribution ready and waiting to strike, but if they can hold on to this ultimate for a little bit longer, they're going to use some of the other ones in case to clear off the point.
Pressure sitting and tracking. Now Dave's looking for the backline. Where can Alex go? It's all about the healing, and the healing's being delivered. And now Dave's might be a touch overextended. Melophobia can try and bail them out here as the judge, jury, and executioner all join the fray in favor of NA. FMCL towards the back, letting the devil out, but surely it's going to be so easy to carve through the water reflex, and Zenstar is there with the finish. Still, there's not much to be done. Bobo sends them off the map. They need to keep it contested. Scatter Gengi has no means of returning to this one, and Job's going to come back on the Captain America. We're going to turn your freedom against you, Americas, they say, as Skittles falls at the hands of Krasmang and Valentina Eve's magic missiles cast at level 9 for a quick victory. FMCL's got Forky Dog. What's happening in this fight, Ryan?
I mean, Storm's apparently clearing up, though, as that Soul Guard is coming in, as Spider-Man is trying to be the hero at the very least, but it's going to be the Punisher, not quite tagging up with him this time, instead sending him to an early grave. It seems that Spider-Man has been come and gone every single time very quickly, but it means that Swamp Gaming, for the first time out of their 4 games, have actually got past this first part of the map. It's either been a full hold for them or against. This is new to them. It's new DLC to play.
I love a new DLC, Ryan. Thank you, Guang. Thank you, Xiong. Bobo's got themselves an angle here. Having moved everyone to a Black Widow, they are going to be a long-range threat that Melophobia is going to have to be very careful about.
Well, Daze is not going to have the Wolverine option for one. Would have to go Daredevil if we want to close that distance, but it is the double hit scan trying to set up, use Melophobia a bit more, but Alex just dives on in.
Dude, Alex getting involved here on the Gambit. No fear, and Duap sets up on the cart. This is where he is happiest, sitting on the Magneto, almost has the blade back in hand, but has to back away because, of course, Scalagengi is throwing it the other way as well. FMCL went too far in towards the back, but still, after all of this is said and done, it's going to be all about the unleashing of power from the Gambit. Bobo is invigorated, and he's ready to ignite the battle and ignite the enemies.
And Bobo's got Swamp Gaming going, oh no, but Swamp have so many ultimates now that they're just happy to let that fight go their way. It's just a royal push that was dedicated in the end. And now, as Gen.G can actually get a bit more comfortable, and Swamp Gaming need to find a way to close the distance. Dave's going back to the Daredevil. It's just sort of flip-flopping away of which character he wants to be on.
Assassin's focus already found. I think that Valentina's managed to steal away a Raging Royal flush. Great play from her, but can Gen.G rebuff the incoming aggression? Seems that Swamp Gaming haven't been able to make that much space off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's Duep. It's like, where is everybody? I just heard the Gambit ultimate and nobody's actually fighting on the objective, but Bobo, we cut away from that because it was too brutal to show on TV. It's Daze that goes down as the ultimate is activated.
Oh, Forky Dog solo, follow-up coming in from the Venom. They've called in the reinforcements. They've called in the airstrike. Valentina's tricks don't work on Bobo. They're too smart for this one. And Melophobia's approach is shut down. Toot sweet.
And it's now just Bobo just going in for the fight. Now it's the one-on-one against the Daredevil. Magneto is there. Scalagengi has managed to find it, but also Alex in the process. It's traded out from Duet, but now it seems that Gen.G are losing out on the numbers.
Okay, taken down at what cost? It seems that Swamp Gaming were willing to pay it. Just get the Magneto and the Daredevil on top of that Widow.
Yeah, Zenstar just trying to touch on to the point. I mean, Gen.G, they've watched it up as probably like, just throw these Vanguards on the point, keep stalling it, keep forcing out fights, just basically make this a battle of attrition and Genji have all day. It was all night for them with the time zone difference, but they won't matter all too much. Melophobia has the Apex Predator. It's the only thing that Swamp have in hand.
Then sorry, can't get away. Pulled back in by the Yanzi Street Charge. The purple's there as well. Vulnerability breaks through symbiotic bonds, and Melophobia set up. They see the landing strip for the Glatrox. The airfield is prepared. All they need to do is make the landing to bring Swamp Gaming home.
Just finding the right angles here, but he's trying to get this crossfire, even going offensive, but it is going to be the Devil out and the Gambit all in.
They're going to pause the back, already for a generation domain runes have been used, but FMCL doesn't stop, he just keeps on going! Forky and Valentina are taken down with the constant pocket from the Invisible Woman. FMCL keeps it going.
Absolutely on the same wavelength. It's a blur of red as the Gambit and the Daredevil just rush on through, and 15 seconds for Swamp Gaming to touch. The portal's going to be really hard to do for Strange because Genji are in their spawn.
So instead they have to send Krasmang forward on that Venom. They had trouble on the previous map getting value out of a Venom. I heard the Devil being let out in the back. Days looking for the back line. Skittle's already been taken down. Melophobia adds as well with the Glatrox, and Danny gets it done this time. Bobo scattered. FMCL goes down as well, and Melophobia will reign over these lands as a cruel monarch.
It was just that in between. Genji wanted to close the distance, stop a portal play, but as soon as that Venom swings in from Krasmang, they have to go back. People are split, and that finds opportunities for all of Swamp Gaming. Valentina does have the copy. She's already managed to grab one of the Royal Flushes on the side of Alex, but it's going to be a lot harder with a minute left and all of this high ground to perch on. You got to keep your step. We've seen people fall off of here earlier.
Scalagingi just going to try and buy all the space they can, using their metallic curtain. And you've got to make sure that Alex is staying hidden here as Duep goes above it all. Might try and follow down Krasmang for Regeneration of Maze. Need to be taken down by someone else, but Duep can't get it down in time. And now cannot afford to charge up the Meteor M. Looking towards the back, he said, now that's what I call peel. A turnaround here, possibly off the back of the group inside of the Invisible Boundary. Swamp giving up everything they need, the healing, the numbers, the multiplicity of prowess as well. And Duep just has to exchange their vitality for time.
He fell down to the low ground, but still managed to stall for a little bit more time and space. Swamp Gaming now throwing the thing in, just want to see if they could get right to this choke, exactly where the Groot is, close the distance, and he's been allowed to. This is going to be hard to move Krasmang away from this spot.
A hallowed path that they must tread now. Up these difficult stairs, each step more difficult than the last. A double parry on the clobbering time, but Valentina still has options here. They're pushed on out. FMCL's found her, and now only Forky Dog is going to remain on the outside. Scalagingi stands tall and stands proud as he will guard the realms of Swamp. With 0 seconds remaining, they must keep this one contested. Melophobia is evicted from the other side by FMCL as the portal begins to open, but Krasmang can't drive it fast enough, and Genji hold on last.
FMCL is absolutely earning himself a salary here for Genji. The parries, the blocks, even finding a pick onto Valentina that goes for the copy on the Invisible Boundary means that it's shut down near enough instantly. And the one time that we have seen Genji put onto this map from XOXO in Pacific, it's XOXO01, which is a fantastic name for a team, and very narrow to actually miss out qualifying for this event itself. But Genji pushed it all the way to the end, so actually it just stopping shy of third. It's good for them, but it's just we haven't seen an awful lot of it in the end. Swamp Gaming have been very good at full holding or being full hold. They want to make sure that things end here on first, and when you have the likes of Loki, you have the Rocket, you don't quite have stuff like the Adam to work alongside, but you imagine that there's going to be that triple composition coming in again. Something that Genji just didn't opt to do.
Jarvis, bring up the fan cannon machine, because I have never seen a more Vanguard duo thing than both Zenstari and Duep reading that clobbering time and double parrying it with the bubble and the diamond form. That was absolutely sick.
It's the experience now that these guys have managed to get, even before we saw some of the players coming in from Nova, like I mentioned before, to really make this like Chopper Mag squad. International squadrons plenty with like qualifying for the grand finals. But it's just even a little bit beyond that though. For Genji, they've set themselves in a good position to maybe take the lead in this best of 5 series. The Swamp Gaming's defense on their map is one to definitely respect.
All right, FMCL not going to opt in for the penny just yet, alongside Bobo's usage of the Storm. Of course, it would usually be Bobo who's playing that hit scan prowess.
There's no Ultron too, so the Penny was free, the Ultron was free, but they're still running this triple strategist just with the Rocket and the Loki. It means that Forky has a lot to do when it comes to the sort of main strategist putting out that healing. Bobo wants to try to send people out, and FMCL over on the Wolverine one-sided. Found a target to pull in, but I don't think it's actually led to any eliminations.
Yeah, I think it may well have been a clone from the Magneto, or maybe Krasman, which is able to instantly get out using their Cyberweb snares. Bobo just continues building up all of his damage. Has to be careful at range, though. Krasman is going to be the first to fall. Scatter Genki to get revived. It was that Metaphobia just have a little bit of a wiggle, a little bit of a roll around there as they go in to keep this point contested for as long as possible.
Yeah, just one at a time dropping, so it gives Krasmang the space to go for a portal. Like, Swampert very well drilled when it comes to these plays, and it's all about just stalling for as many fights as he can. Swampert just happy to go down because they're going to just contest Neron instantly again.
Have to be careful here if you are a strategist to not get picked off early when the Goon Squad rolls out, and wow, the Gambit really does mess with that formation. Everyone on Swamp Gaming is going to have to reconsider their position, but they do at least keep the point contested, so it's not running away from pulled in to the Wolverine. A dangerous place to be inside of the invisible boundary. Valentina's already gone down, but should be resurrected here by Daze. The Battle Recall Beacon brings her back, but Scatter Genki's not going to be able to grab it now. Wolverine's next upon the docket. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet for FMCL. Vanguards and their big health pools are easy pickings for the Wolverine, but inside of the invisible boundary, things are more complicated and you cannot convert.
Not at all. Alex even got the Royal Flush, but that fight was just going on. Valentina gets a great copy, and that's a great leap in, but just dodged him away from FMCL, who somehow has survived all of this fight that's going on. The stall continues for Swamp.
Now Krasmang has Naya Agamotto. Going to be quite easy to shut down, though, between Duet, Skittles, and FMCL.
Just whether they can see it coming in the end. There's another invisible boundary built up from Forky, so Swamp are happy to go for this.
Melophobia grabbed on in, and towards the back, the Omega Hurricane is going to be unleashed. Valentina's already swapped over. Melophobia grabs two! Skittles and Alex hiding in the same location, but I'm afraid you're going to need more than cuddles with your co-strategist to avoid the incoming wrath of Melophobia.
It was Bobo who came in with the Omega Hurricane and thought at the very least he could clear up some of these lamps set up from Valentina's Loki, all of the copies, but he was immediately sort of sent packing. Melophobia goes offensive, finds two with a Meteor M, but it's on the back line that now is time to pull out the Royal Flush.
Krasmang wants to cook. They just need to try and find the opening. Last Stand takes down both Krasmang and Scatter Genki as Daze still thinks it's winnable with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but they could not be more wrong. Krasmang, resurrected, returns to the point, but is summarily evicted.
It's 2 fights, 1 for Genji, but 3 minutes burnt and bought off, and they have to pretty much get towards the end here, so Swamp Gaming going to have at least another fight. Maybe even having another portal. Daze is switching away from the triple setup to more of a 2-2-2. Might just leap into the fray and take this fight, but it means that ultimates are missing. You have to look at the Vanguards for Genji to be the difference makers.
Bobo's taking this opportunity as well to swap over in their own right towards the Elsa.
And he might be able to just get some sightlines, but he's actually very involved in this fight, and Wolverine wants to be in this sort of big closed space. It's a scrap here at the start of Spider Island.
He's though stalling the cart already. Very strong play. A couple of players have been stunned here by the clobbering time, but already Duep has gone on down inside of his invisible boundary. FMCL just keeps on playing, and Daze can't make it to the cart. He's inside of the Gambit team up, and the knockbacks are simply too strong. Melophobia's taking on Bobo on the other side, but it's a big grab from FMCL, spear tackling them away from the point. And Duep is just here for a little bit of, you know, it's a cameo. New movie.
Yeah. Hey,
consume!
Spider-Man's here, everybody. And there he goes. That's pretty much about it. But Skittles had a really good invisible boundary just to sort of set up and take that fight there, like Swamp Gaming were just pulled into an awkward position, but they have another portal to go for. Just keep forcing fight, send the bodies in, Swamp Gaming go again.
Here we go yet again. Skittles already down. Alex probably going to call this one as you can try and rotate back towards the spawn room where you are technically invincible. Melophobia rolls the dice. No nat 20, unfortunately, for that bionic hook.
He's very much in the focus there. He's sort of forgotten that the spawn of the enemies is right behind him, but they're still finding targets for Zara to send Starry to send him back to spawn. Everybody's going to adjust, and a great perch for Swamp Gaming to sit up on.
Melophobia looking for yet another hook. Wants Bobo, finds Bobo, but the peel is solid off the back of that personal Guardian shield.
Because of the swap overs as well from the triple Vanguard, it means that these ultimates have been built up fairly quickly. Deus is happy to swap over towards the Strange to go for the portal. Very close to having an Eye of Agamotto to join the other 5 ultimates available for Swamp.
Now, Swamp very close to using a bunch of ultimates as well in the back of him. Zill's already fallen on down despite being bullied up by the Gambit. Scatter Gengi just gets taken out there by the shield, and already so much damage has been done. Forky Dog's still going to commit, going in with the invisible boundary. As Melophobia heard the call, is it time to do or die? They've taken down Bobo, and there are right Skittles as well. The believers are rising up on Swamp Gaming, but when all the dust settles, Gen G have found their purchase.
It doesn't matter. They didn't hear a bell. Swamp Gaming are going to throw themselves into another fight. They'll have the copy and actually switching away from the invisible boundary to go for the Luna. Feeling that FMCL has just got way too much freedom. He has been swapping around, went for the Black Cat, didn't work, so he's going to go to the Daredevil to try and match Deus. But it means a change has to come in for Swamp Gaming's defense.
This is going to offer Valentina Eve a good early ultimate, though. She can instantly copy over that Fate of Both Worlds, but Duep's going to make sure there's no such options. Already using their Duplicitous exchange. What a play from Melophobia. And where were the remainder of Gen G? Duep was out on an island, and the rest of Gen G were watching from afar. Have fun, mate, but we're going to get reset over here. Tainted Voltage into a quick pull, and there goes the last one. Count them on down. The cleanse is solid to end the ultimate, but Skittle surely is going to fall to rot astern.
You have to sort of back up a little bit more now in the end. Melophobia does get caught on the exit. So it does mean that Gen G are going to try to go in as fast as they can. They've got the bodies to do it. Zenstari is going to be over on the Venom, has the ultimate, going to leap in with a Feast of the Abyss to see if he can catch on to somebody as the regeneration domain from the Loki of Valentina going to be used. Even the ultimate has to be copied in the end. But Swamp Gaming somehow bringing this out, and it's overtime pretty early on in the second checkpoint.
No! Oh, that one Dan's co-stream is going to be very invigorating.
The whole cinematic universe, it feels like, felt that.
Echoes across the time streams. 1,000 voices crying out in sad unison, and that is an absolute mental breaker. And it's all grins for Falx on the stage.
I think, has Pacific woken up yet? Have they gone to bed? It might be just okay, we're done.
Stay in bed.
Yeah.
It was all a nightmare. It was all a dream.
And that's all off the back of Swamp just forcing as many fights as they did.
Yeah.
Like, that's just the perfect position of, like, we can go for the portal, we can keep doing this, we can go for that, but, like, that hurts if you're Gen G. You have to be able to bounce back, and we saw some, like, long fights go the distance on stuff like Museum of Contemplation yesterday against 100 Thieves. But it does mean that Swamp Gaming are one map away from knocking out the last Pacific team that we have and going up against, in a fourth place game, against RAD a little bit later on.
I mean, I'd love a little bit more Americas versus EMEA, but I'm not sure if this is the way that I want it to happen. For Gen G, it's time to lock in or get locked out.
Yeah, I mean, I hope we're not throwing to the desk of American Man's there. I don't want to hear what he has to say about that, because it was just feeling like good for Gen G. Like, it was, defense was set in a good position. They were dealing with one of the strong teams when it came to these, like, defensive holds. It was the map choice of Swamp, but you just saw it from the glimmer of Fox's face there. It was just like, oh, okay, we'll take that, but we were expecting that to go a little bit further on.
Yeah, Gen G grin in this case. I mean, unfortunate, but like you said, credits to Swamp. They played that defense so perfectly that we burned through 6.5 minutes of defense with Spider Zero, making it barely halfway through the map, despite a couple of lost fights from Swamp on that defense. They just played it sublimely, and like, you know what? We don't need to win. We just need to lose slowly until you mess up.
It is just, you didn't hear a bell, but Gen G didn't hear overtime was on the horizon either, it feels like. But it's the fact that this is what tests it here. That's a harrowing experience. We've all done it. Most of us have done it. None of us have really managed to actually do it on the stage, mind you. But it's the fact that you have to quickly bounce back and go like, okay, that was the last map. We have the map choice now. We can go for something a little bit different and try to sort of prepare what Swamp is going for. But we are going to hear what the analyst desk have to say about that. And please, don't let American Man on stage, please.
Well, thank God American Man is gone. It is me, Cozy, joined with Dogman. And hey, listen, all I have to say is it's nice to see America get right back on that track as we see Swamp Gaming kind of take care of business. It's always tough to see the old the C9, the Gen G happen there at the end. But either way, Swamp Gaming, how did you feel like they played?
feel like you're getting some maybe quotes from American Man with there saying that it's now the Gen G if they don't touch in the cart. But I felt like, yeah, Swamp Gaming played a phenomenal map, and it really is through a lot of this Vanguard play, the front line, but it's everybody right now. I mean, this team is such a cohesive unit, and you know, I thought that Zen Story back when they were playing on group with a little bit more was phenomenal, but now today, you do have Swamp Gaming's front line popping the hell off.
Well, and Daze was able to come back a little bit, right? I don't think we saw the best of it in Central Park, and we did there in the other map of Spider Island. Either way, I mean, Bobo looks so clean out there. A lot of the pieces are there, kind of like Swamp Gaming kind of giving up that last one as well. But for me, it's really that if they were going to, if Gen G wants to win this thing, it felt like they had to get that map from them. Now they got to be perfect to finish off this BO5. Gonna be a lot tougher when you are ice skating uphill, as Blade likes to say, Dogman.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think that the thing is as well that you mentioned about Bobo being so good is that, I mean, even though they did lose that round or that map, it does feel like Bobo is, I mean, well, no, he is. Statistically, he's the most successful Chinese player of all time so far in this game.
By a lot.
By a lot, yes, because of what Tetra said. I mean, he's played on Nova, he did well in mid-season, and yeah, he's just such a talented player and really good. It's a shame that, you know, I think some of the other players couldn't make it, but he's really good.
Can I say this? I feel like if Swamp Gaming somehow won this whole damn thing, I think Melophobia might be regarded as the new Thanos. Like, it doesn't matter their role or what, Tetra. This man continues to shine.
He's been absolutely dominant basically every single game we've had. Even the ones that Swamp have lost, he's been a shining beacon to try and bring them back into the series, and was instrumental to Swamp now heading to match point, which we have just found out is going to be Midtown on Convoy for our next map.
I got some thoughts on this. I mean, I feel like when we saw that last map and what we've seen out of Gen G, I know they don't want to go back to domination, and I get that, but based on what we've seen out of Swamp behind the scenes in Stage 1, they're not the best on domination, at least just versus Team Liquid Citadel. So that is something to take into account, but Team Liquid Citadel are closer, I would say, to getting that trophy than Swamp Gaming just because of the fact they've been dominant throughout the tournament.
So here's the thing. Obviously, Midtown, really front-to-back map, right? We've got a ton of front-to-back going on it. If you look at the teams, both of them obviously have a pretty solid front-to-back comp. I'm curious on what happens here because Daze and the Wolverine didn't really work out for them last time. Groot, they want to go that route. You know, obviously, we have some counterplay to be had. The ban phase could be ever so important. But I like this map pick against Swamp Gaming. Seen a lot of it, and this might be the one.
I'm literally going to mirror what I said during the last draft. This is the second map where we started to see these big spawn holds. We started to see the pennies. We started to see the triple strategist, triple Vanguard. This is where you can really try and shut down momentum of any team.
Hey, and listen, starting the right way. I like it right off the rip. No funny business. Just get the mag to duet, all right, to get the big time plays. And obviously, we saw a lot of that, you know, with what was pulled off yesterday. Dog, Loki ban off the rip. You like it?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of an interesting point because of, like you guys were talking about, I mean, maybe you get the one-sided Loki. Is it really worth it? On Convoy and these type of maps, it's kind of worth considering, at least what I feel like about the meta, which is everybody has their own takes, so I'll take it with a grain of salt. It does feel like Loki is almost as good as Magneto, I would say, in the lock phase.
It's creeping up.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Listen, there's not a ton of teams that have an amazing Loki player. Someone like Valentina having access to Loki, what does it do? Hey, if you have an amazing mag on the other side, it's a quick way to shut down that Meteor Imp, and you have all the other greatness that comes from the Trickster.
We've talked so much about, hey, what's the optimal pick here? What's the best pick here? But sometimes you just can't beat a player on your team who's goated on a singular hero and making sure that they absolutely get it so that they can get some control through. They now have access to the Loki. They prevented access to Loki and Adam on the side of Gen G, so if we do go for spawn holds, Gen G's is suddenly a lot weaker.
This is a sexy draft right now from Swamp, in my opinion. I mean, if you look at what Gen G's trying to do, listen, I like the Gambit. It might be one-sided unless they choose to save here, which, you know, might be the play. Either way, you know, one-sided mag also is going to shut down a lot of the 3-3 or any of the Vanguard business you want to do. We saw Melophobia pulling off some crazy Meteor Imps there, even on that side. They want to make it a one-sided Adam, though. Hello, special Marvel Zombies. Born again right through the halls. I'm digging it.
And what my problem with both these squads so far through the draft phase, because I do have a bone to pick, it's that they're not doing what somebody like Na'Vi would do. I feel like they're very adaptive, or they have great adaptations rather, in terms of their ban phase, in that they're doing things ahead of the meta and ahead of the curve. Right now for Swamp and Gen G, they're doing something we've seen all tournament, and I like when we have new iterations come out.
Genji with the rocket at the end, just so they have at least one revive. We are heading into what could be match point for Swamp Gaming. Cozy, who do you have?
Yeah, I got Swamp again, taking this home and moving on forward. I'm shocked that Fox, who doesn't like the triple, went with the cheese for the end here.
And Dogman.
Yeah, he looks like he's ready to go for this match as the coach of Swamp Gaming. I got Genji, though. I think they'll come back, even though this is a tough map for them.
There's only one way to find out, though. Will Genji bring it back and keep the hopes of Pacific alive? Or will Swamp shut them down? Let's head over to Leg Day and Ryan Central.
Hey, Ryan, what's the matter?
A lot, I think. But in this case, it's a map. I sort of highlight this, as you pointed out. These are the two teams that have brought out a blade on this map, whether it was the grand finals of last year with Gen G or Swamp Gaming doing it in the playoffs here. It could show up. It's less than likely, certainly with the team-up changes, but there is always an option. If there's any kooky, crazy ideas that Gen G have been sat on in the Oceanic region, now is the time to use them.
All right, Gen G. Up against the wall now. Swamp Gaming are on the precipice of victory and booking their ticket deeper into our lower bracket.
It's going to be Gen G attacking first on that map choice. They have to want to draw this line, and they have to draw the Penny's utility out as much as possible. And I'm surprised they're not good for the Storm to try and clear this, but they do find a first pick on Scat Genji.
Yeah, but here comes the first resurrection. Battle Recall Beacon already used. Now you've just got to worry about the two resurrections coming through from Melophobia and Valentina Eve. So much damage taken already by Zenstari, but the healing is good. The triage is strong. You've got to worry about those Penny mines. For Spider Spawner has been taken down instantly by the Vortex of the group, though. And now look at this Gambit team up. That's actually split Swamp Gaming in half and allowed for Zenstari to get stuck back into this point.
As if there wasn't enough to deal with on the ground to move people in and amongst these positions. But
oh no, he's too big! He's too chungus!
He's too chunky to fit through the door. Put him on a bit of a slimming plan, but Daze has managed to get himself out into the fight yet again, and Bobo finds himself stunned in the middle of this brawl in the streets of Midtown.
Oh, the extra HP from the charge wasn't enough. Now Daze taken down, might well be resurrected here by the Battle Recall Beacon. Indeed it is, but still too much has happened already. Many players falling. Valentina, Forky Dog, all gone, and Melophobia is still 24% away from that resurrection, so it's going to have to come back next time.
It feels that, like, for Swamp Gaming's whole, like, composition with the draft, it's about, like, how this first point goes, and we've already seen that they like to take as many fights as they can do. Scatagenji's going to come in again with the portal, and a couple of camera revivals on the way.
Oh, Bobo's got such a good angle, though. Bobo's got such a good angle. The adjudication's just tearing through them so quickly. Got to worry about the incoming fire, though. The strategists don't have a good line of sight here onto Bobo. And the second that the Gambit comes up to try and pocket them, Bobo's going to leave. Out he goes with the Judge, the Jury, the Executioner, all are going in to show what they think of Swamp Gaming. Daze, Scatagenji, Krasmang, Melophobia, all falling tandem, all fall in a line.
And it's just as Camera Revival came online for Melophobia. He had the Life Cocoon, but he's decided to opt out against it. There might not be much of a chance to touch now.
Zenstari's going to look for an early ultimate here. Maybe wants to try and get rid of Valentina before she can make something happen. You can see already all the CCs heading their way. Going around the back, Valentina's fallen, Melophobia too. Finally, Gen G have actually managed to win the initiative fight.
Oh, that's a big miss as well, right? Because Melophobia gets sent down again. Life Cocoon and Valentina Eve was at 98% to go for the copy. So no Karmic Revivals get used in the end. At least they have the Strategist Ultimates, but that whole strategy, playing around the one-sided Adam, it finds nothing.
Now Swamp Gaming, though, they have the resources they need to retake control. 2 Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers to play with.
Yeah, at least you're going to be able to sort of take those fights. And Melophobia being over on the bookie feels like that has been one of the saving graces for Swamp. Melophobia has been certainly on one, but he's already pushed back to second checkpoint.
So much base has been gained, but maybe Swamp Gaming just want to play inside of a second zone so they do not get snowballed, instead opting for a more defensible position in the underground. Valentina already having used the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, copied it away from Forky Dog. Genji looked for a disengage here. Perfect timing onto Zenstari, but a nice parry to get away from a Trooper's fist and up into the sky, into the midst of Genji. Daze falls on down, and Scatagenji gonna try and save them all via the power of the mind itself. FMCL resurrected, all's fair in love and war, but Skittles tries to tilt the tables in their favor. Krasmang goes up against the damage boosted adjudication. Shotgun is just too much damage to try and deal with. Bobo parries an incoming grab, yeah, using the turret, but they're just stuck in place for Scatagenji to beat him down.
There was an attempt to just try to hold on, to pull out something in order to protect from this oncoming storm that is Swamp Gaming. But it means that that copy's done. Yarn Amplifier is going to be quite a way off for Swamp Gaming. And the Royal Flush very close from Alex at this point. Gen.G, I would have thought that they would have switched up some of their composition a little bit. No, Bobo wants to stay over on that Punisher. And if he's timing well with all of these like bits of utility, the unlimited ammo with damage boosts, yeah, he is a winner for Gen.G if he can get stuff going.
Oh, Daze already has made their position known here, and yep, is actually going to fall. Oh, he gets shut down by the bubble. FMCL gets dragged in, at least the Melophobia and Scatagingia there on the other side to make this one work. Great triage there from Swamp Gaming onto a plan that went a little bit awry.
Means that they've pushed all the way back to spawn, so what's going to be the way? You might even have to dedicate stuff like the Royal Flush once the rest of your teammate comes back in order to just get back out of this first choke point.
It's a great hold here from Swamp Gaming, and they're doing this thing once again where they just keep on fighting and draining that time back.
FMCL is going towards the Black Cat. We've seen spitterings of it, honestly, but really not picked too much out of a couple of picks now and again. So calling card needs to be built up. He wants to try and dive in and just goes invis off the back of his Silent Seduction.
Money to work with going towards the back. Raging Royal Flush makes it so easy for them to try and find their angles. They want Melophobia so bad, and they are going to grab them. Carbon Fist pierce the flesh of the wayward Bucky. But Bobo's just taking so much damage. Whoa, my boys heals! Forky Dog take him down in the back, and Bobo gets resurrected, but Skittles has already been taken down, and Swamp Gaming, they have locked down Grand Central Station.
They're just losing too many people in quick succession, so every time we do see Skittles be right back, bring somebody back into the fray, they have to go down again because everybody else from Gen.G started to drop. It's looking a little bit scary, and this point is very hard to retake once you lose it as the attacking side. And certainly now the Swamp Gaming building up the Strategist Ultimates again means that there's a sustain, but there's a chance here maybe for Skittles.
As we are on Amplifier used already, and Valentino ready to match. Putting up on the high ground is a great location. It's going to be difficult to try and take on down, but Zenstar is looking for something here. A multitude of players are grabbed on in, and Daisy's going to be the first to fall, but should be easily resurrected on the other side. Forky Dog's been found in the back by FMCL. The Black Cat may finally pay some dividends, but Melophobia is still alive and kicking. Alex getting involved himself. Scalagengi down to 3 HP. Someone's going to finish it. It's got to be Alex there. The tick damage is enough. FMCL goes deep. A phantom pursuit onto a wayward tree, and Melophobia still needs to be evicted from the back line, but not before Alex is traded out on the other side. Krasmag floats around in a bubble. It's just going to keep this one contested.
Overtime now, and I'm sure the Gen.G are going to attach themselves, handcuff themselves to this objective so it doesn't C9 again. But calling card is really the only thing to sort of close in that distance. FMCL can't be the one to go in from that Route 1 approach. He has to go in and flank behind.
Forky Dog has the answer. Forky Dog has the tickets to the finals. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier already used. The calling cards are sent on forth. The team bisected by the Gambit team up, and you can see that FMCL has so much position to move on in. They've taken down Forky Dog in the back. No resurrection this time, but Skittles, Bobo, FMCL, Melophobia will find them all, and they're not going to stop right here. Yeah, there's going to be some desperate attempt from Gen.G, but all they've got is a tree, and they're going up against the entire swamp of mangroves.
And Swamp just keep clearing Gen.G out in such a way that there's no chance to keep stalling. Time is the name of the game for these objectives with a payload. And Swamp are really making those things count. Gen.G went for the attempt of the Strange Portal, but much like a lot of the other ones that we've seen today, it's just you're just coming out of spawn. You can't really get set up. And Gen.G just losing out too many people too many times. And Melophobia again, the king of it. Not that many final hits, but when you're playing with this amount like of sustain, you're not seeing that much eliminations in the server full stop at this point. Really looking at Bobo that's managed to get the 10 final hits, 15k damage. And one thing to really sort of highlight, I believe, is just Valentina Eve. It's the small stuff. It's using the copies, the regeneration domain on Loki, getting the copy over and Rocket for an Abira back down using the Yarn Amplifier. It's like all of the utilities available. Gen.G probably wishing that the likes of like Jean Grey was a little bit more meta, because Swamp Gaming are just throwing out all of the utility when they get their hands on it. And Valentina's had so many good lamps coming in from the Loki, it's saved them from some big ultimates from the likes of FMCL.
I mean, she's got a great multiplicative punch, right? Because not only do you get the damage boost from the lamps before you copy over onto the Rocket Raccoon, you also are going to get the multiplicative damage boost from a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. So in those first few seconds before the lamps are taken down, you are doing so much damage you can get that crazy burst.
And I think every time that we've seen the double Be Right Back's been placed down, they have brought people back in that little window that they have of the God of Mischief being in play. But Gen G want to try and make this a full hold defense if they can, but a lot of the tools to do it have been banned away, so they have to sort of dig in deep with a 2-2-2 setup.
Dave's just walking up to them, menacingly, has lost their regeneration for the trouble, and Folky Dog's already been found in the back by Duet, being able to weave those sword blasts through the midst of Swamp Gaming, but it's taking a lot of damage and it's going to require some attention from Gen G.
Krasmang's walls are going to be a real problem here as Melophobia is trying to sort of do his best like impression of Bobo, what he was able to do on attack, but Bobo finds that pick up the days. Be Right Back means he's not going to be out too long.
Yep, Zen Starry. Don't know if they're going to have any similar luck here. Indeed, they will be resurrected. That means FMCL won't be able to come back very quickly. And Gen G are giving up so much space here, which means they aren't going to get as many fights as Swamp Gaming did.
It's staggering. It's one after the other, just in a way that Gen G can't quite disengage for fights they don't want to take like now. They're pretty much forced to fight here for Swamp, and they don't want it.
Doing it, but Bobo's behind them. Isolated, they can get themselves a 5 versus 1 right now. And yeah, Bobo can't stand up against the arrayed armaments of Swamp Gaming. So close towards the goal already. Swamp Gaming moving fast. Big pull in onto the group who takes the Sky, try and turn this one around. But Krasman could be the final note in this symphony with their own ultimate. No one can approach the cart, and that is going to be Bobo with the quick TP that's a touch too late, surely.
He's not even attempted it. Krasmang's gone in on the other side, like just close out the distance. He's managed to actually a little bit close for comfort. But at least a window there for Swamp Gaming. The changes have to come through. Bobo going over to the Black Widow. Needs to keep check of Daze, who I think is actually winning up this battle against FMCL now, who just cannot get a hold of this.
What is that from Krasmang? I'm putting that wall in my little Rolodex of tricks for comp.
It's rebuilding its way into Midtown, and they're already making good way of this. Be Right Back, though, means that it's not going to be too long out.
Yeah, extra damage going to come through from a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but as far as Swamp Gaming are concerned, they have not lost anyone, and Zensari went too deep, and now it's Melophobia's turn to break on out. A perfectly positioned shield there from Scattergengi. The peel is solid, and Daze is only going to add to this. There's no mercy remaining in Daze's heart, even if their grab did get peeled away from here by Alex. Bobo's going to go for the Assassin's Focus! Oh, it's working out! Zenstar and FMCL find low HP targets. Scattergengi's on top of the wild Black Widow. This backline is being severely punished.
And Valentino was able to at least grab 2, but the duelists of Gen G have given themselves a bit of respite. You'd think so, but they're still going for more. Zenstar is hungry to find his backline, and Folky Dog for a second has gone over to Elsa. Now he's gone over to Luna just to go for the portal for Daze as the Swamp Gaming are back in.
Daze is TPing back. Not the ideal hero for this, but will still have access to that big dark maelstrom. FMCL towards the back, letting the devil out. It's going to be combined with Zensari on the dive, but they are going to be partitioned away from the remainder of the team. They need to try and make it work here and now, but seems like the back and forth feeling between Folky Dog and Valentina is very solid. Bobo now going to be isolated and can be shielded away from the remainder of the team. Valentina looking for a copy, manages to take away the opposing Rocket Raccoon, but they can't press it. They can't press Q in time. Oh, Valentina traded out with Skittles. Melophobia next to go. This is such a disgusting back and forth. And it's all about the backline for Gen G, but they don't have the staying power on the point. Alex is going to have to try and make it work themselves, but going up against all of this biomass, Swamp Gaming stand tall, stand proud, and stand ready to advance in the brackets.
It means that the final 4, 2 of Americas, 2 of EMEA, as Pacific have to sort of finish out in a 6th place finish. And Swamp Gaming, they're not going anywhere. They've got RAD to play up again next to see who's going to be making it to that final day of mid-season finals. You got to say, like, commiserations for Gen G. A harrowing moment that came in over on Spider Islands, but Swamp Gaming showing that this environment is their environment. They look comfortable, the meta suits them, and they know exactly how they want to take this approach. Now, they want to take the lives of an EMEA team in RAD to send one of them home.
Great to Swamp Gaming. They went into a game that was fully Gen G pilled, and they managed to win it. That was an absolute maelstrom of chaos. What were those last 2 fights?
I mean, it was everybody was so spread out as well. It did sort of just descend into a bit of a doom match, it felt like. You got Bobo trying to set up with the Black Widow, but then you don't have much that can actually just keep on the objective itself. People get separated. And so much of a focus went in, just a small adjustment. Swamp going for the portal play, having Folky Dog move over to the Luna, just to get away from the Rocket to give themselves a little bit more going power, find some of the isolations, CC some of the people at FMCL that are just in the backline. it was a very quick sort of knee-jerk reaction, I felt, but it broke the ankles, it felt like, from Gen G, who just ran out of steam at the end.
Swamp Gaming, they are going to have a very busy day today, Ryan.
I mean, yeah, did go up against like the team that has been harrying them in their own region into playing somebody that I imagine you've been scrimming quite a lot even with Ping or even at this event because you're on other sides of the bracket, and then going up against RAD, who I know folks has had some good opinions of the likes of, you know, Crazy Kitty and stuff on the other side. Now he gets to see if he can sort of outmatch them when it comes to the draft. To really, like, you've got the second seed of Americas versus the third seed of EMEA, really has sort of climbed over Virtus Pro. Pretty much the two best teams behind the likes of Na'Vi and Team Liquid Citadel, who we're going to be seeing tomorrow, really seeing who's going to be the better region.
I mean, it's what's been incensing chats across esports for generations, right? NA versus EMEA. And honestly, the Americas region is looking more powerful than they ever have, but the big avatar of EMEA, Na'Vi, is looking still infallible.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like that series as well, like a general like MVP to work with would be like Melophobia for the series, and that's exactly who Cozy is speaking to on stage after that series.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Swamp Gaming, taking down Gen G, and now ensuring, once again, LAN will go through the EMEA or America. I have Melophobia here, getting MVP after MVP, play after play. It feels like we've been talking for so long to lead to this moment. You're on your second LAN win. You just went through a bit of a nail biter. What's on your mind? How are you feeling?
I mean, I feel amazing. This is everyone's first LAN on our team. You know, we competed last year. We did pretty okay, but this was always what we were striving towards. And I mean, it's surreal meeting the fans, meeting players, like surrounding myself by people who do what I do. It's surreal.
Hey, Melophobia, first of all, beautifully said. I've got to ask, I mean, you are Thanos at times. Do you feel extra pressure because you, as the one on the team that just has elimination after elimination, and a lot of that match can run through you, does that build extra pressure behind you?
Yeah, I know a lot of people expect me to be the best, anything else, Bucky, whatever. And, you know, it used to get to me, but I mean, the pressure that I put on myself and with how much I believe in myself far outweighs what other people think. Like, no matter what happens on the stage, you know I believe in myself. That's all I need.
Amazing. I love to hear that. Listen, hey, love the claps on it. TLC, Swamp, upper bracket, they put you down here now. Walk me through that, motions forward. Obviously, revenge match can still happen, absolutely.
I mean, you know, people look at the loss and think, you know, that sets us back. They're the only team we've lost to yet. And I mean, besides RAD and shout out, yeah, we lost, we're the only team to take maps off of them. And it's just like, I feel good. We look back at it. We realized, you know, the mistakes that we made, you know, not in game, in the ban phase, et cetera, and the mistakes we did make in game. And I felt like it showed in the Gen G match. And I feel really confident going into that.
I love that. Lastly, I'll end on this. You're going up against RAD, who just took out the champs in Virtus Pro. How do you feel like you match up against RAD moving forward, which will be the match to come?
It's hard to say. Like, you know, the practice and scrims, that is 100, if not 1,000% different than what happens on stage, how I feel on stage. Like, I feel in my zone in this arena. And I mean, they're tough. I'm not gonna say, you know, obviously they made it, they beat VP, but I mean, I think it's a win for us, 3-1 if not 3-0.
Well, the job's not finished, and again, it's just been amazing to watch your journey. I've been watching it a long time with Marvel Rivals. Again, give it up for Swamp Gaming as they move on forward through the lower bracket, and Melophobia, Desk, break it all down. What did we just watch?
We just watched an incredible series of Marvel Rivals, Dogman. We had one of our best series once again, which is kind of seems to be a theme with Gen G, but Swamp what a performance.
What a performance from Swamp. I mean, they continue to impress throughout the tournament, and that's the concern, or that was the concern about Swamp going into this, is are they too green? Are they, you know, experienced enough? Kind of the same dialogue we have with RAD. And, you know, going back into it, it seems like they've really prepared well enough, and they've continued the storyline, right, between these Americans and EMEA, right, Tetra?
Yeah, we're down to our final 2 teams in the lower bracket before we get to an upper bracket match later on, and we're down to our final 4 teams, which happens to be 2 EMEA teams and 2 Americas teams, and 2 of them have never been to LAN before. Ooh. And speaking of LAN, we apparently have another interview on stage, so let's head down to Cozy and see what's going on.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tetcher. Listen, with high highs can come low lows. I think all the fans here and across the viewers across the world have just loved Gen.G in this story. From last LAN to this to China. Bobo, you're a sensation. And the entire team of Gen.G, we love the support is there. Want to talk to you as we say goodbye on what are you feeling? What do you want to say to your fans at home and here in this arena today in LA?
First, I want to say thanks, Alex, because we lose our support. Salvation, he can't here. So we call Alex come here, help us. He played very good. Shout out to my, Swap Gaming. They are very strong. We already try our best. We still lose. Our mid-season story is, and we won't stop. We still wanna chase the champion. Maybe not today. You know what I mean? Maybe not today. Maybe not next month. Maybe not next year. But one day, maybe we will be the champion.
Can we give it up here for Bobo, everybody? Gen.G will return. Thank you so much, Bobo, and we wish you best of luck, and we appreciate you and all of Gen.G once again. Tetcher, Desk, break down the action of Gen.G versus Swamp Gaming.
It truly does feel like a crowd favorite team. Gen.G captured everyone's hearts when they were Chopper Mag at those grand finals last year, but they really do feel like they have just continued to grow in both the love of the fans and in skill. Like Bobo said, maybe not next year, maybe not next month, but in the future, I really do see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could tell that meant a lot to Bobo to say such special words like you said. And, you know, I mean, just huge shout out to our production team over at Game Square. Same thing with Cozy for getting the interview with Bobo on stage, because I know how much that means to the players. I mean, there's a situation that I had to deal with in another league where they canceled the loser interview because a player cried on stage. And I understand that's a very sad, like, a lot of people don't want to see that, but that's a part of the game.
Yeah.
These guys put so much time, so much hours into it, and Cozy very well understands that. That's why Bobo got the interview, got to speak his heart out, and it's hard to do that, so I'm glad that Bobo did it. He did such a good job in the interview.
Humility just to say, you know what, we just lost to a great team, and we will be back, right? I mean, that's a beautiful thing about esports and hero stories, right? Like, the heroes don't always win. We saw that in Infinity War. I mean, come on now, but without the Infinity War, there couldn't be the end game. So I really, Bobo, we've fallen in love with this kid, going all the way back again to China, through Atlanta to today. And Gen.G, honestly, and Bobo, great. Gen.G, I have fallen in love with this team, Tetcher.
It's exactly what we're saying right before you got here. They have really just captured the hearts of everyone. But speaking of capturing hearts, we have to talk about Swamp Gaming. Their first LAN versus RAD, their first LAN, but Swamp, everyone just seems to just be vibing with this team. Maybe it's because we're in America. The American fans are really starting to get behind them here, Cozy.
Yeah, for me, listen, we said this kind of in a segment, right? That we haven't, and funny enough, Meliphobia said it on stage, right? He said, we've only gone against TLC. That's all people are seeing with us, right? And so we got to see them now.
Else, please.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see them against Gen.G, who obviously, I mean, they eliminated 100 Thieves pretty quickly there. And then they looked strong, obviously, even outside, I mean, take away Central Park and the shenanigans at the end. Swamp Gaming looked pretty dominant there, right, throughout most of that series. And so I've got to say, obviously, we're going to see them in the matchup up ahead. But yeah, they are showing that they are every bit of a 2 seed and maybe more.
And you've been singing the praises of Melophobia, and that's been a great call out, considering on the bench of Swamp Gaming, they have another fantastic hit scan player in Amadian, but Melophobia is just such a talented player, such a flexible player. Back in the day, started as Magic, now goes over to things like Bucky.
Hasn't he grown up so much too? Even in just like the year and a half of like doing interviews, he was like the quietest man I knew, and it's crazy to see Tej.
No, man, I actually want to bounce off you a little bit here. You talked about he's been bringing out the Bucky. Bucky's been really creeping up. That we started off with a lot of Widows when we first started, and then we moved to a lot of Elsas. But Bucky has actually been the constant here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it has to do with the character's mobility and that kind of stuff. There's so many different ways to move around, not go down and get KO'd. That's the tough part about this game. That's the hard part about why so many players that were washed up from other esports that we brought up earlier didn't make the transfer over, is because you have to play your life so much more than other games.
Honestly, yeah, if you look at Melophobia, the reason I talk so highly of them is because people like Terra and Energy, they can play anybody, and that's Melophobia. When Daze plays well, that allows Melophobia to access that hero pool. I feel like the only time Swamp can struggle is when you take greatness and you try to put it in a box. You can't, right? And so Melophobia, when the access is there to go Bucky, to go Elsa, to have the hero moments, which is why I asked him, Tetra, on stage, like, is the pressure there? Because it does. The whole team's great. If Melophobia doesn't play his game, it's done.
We have two of the most experienced teams in Marvel Rivals Ignite playing in the upper bracket finals. In the lower bracket finals, you could ask them if there's any pressure. It's about the best possible case scenario for Swamp Gaming now, because they're playing against the only other team left in the tournament with almost zero LAN experience, with the exception of MASH, who subbed in for OUG here. RAD versus Swamp to try and move on to that lower bracket final.
And it's like looking in the mirror. I mean, these guys basically had the same exact path, right? Just through and through, teams that were green trying to figure it out in their region. Coming through, they had to play, RAD on their side had to play against Na'Vi, which is the same situation like you guys said about TLC.
I just think it's cool because no matter what, I think both these teams, they have a shot against whoever's going to be sent down from that upper bracket, but we love them both. This is an amazing finish. Tetra, I said it. America, EMEA, land still runs through them one way or another. That was a big takeaway for me.
You talked about teams that have tried to earn it. You've talked about teams that have really just been trying to fight to finally earn that spot. Will it finally be America's time, or will it be time to send one more of them home? We're going to head to the break, and when we come back, it'll be one more goodbye. Will it be RAD? Will it be Swamp? Don't go anywhere. We're about to find out.
inevitable.
There is only one path to peace, the Avengers' extinction.
Avengers, assemble!
Widow style.
Friday, lock and load.
This is for Pietro!
More matches, more rewards. Earn exclusive rewards throughout the mid-season finals via Twitch drops, in-game missions, and in-game predictions.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. All good things must come to an end, and day 3, we're getting close, my friends, because we have had an incredible day of action, and we've had to say goodbye to some great, powerful teams. It has left us in the lower bracket, and Ryan, Swamp Gaming, RAD, both these teams deserve to be here in this moment, right here, right now. You just casted Swamp Gaming. Immediate thoughts?
I mean, I think that Genji played well. They had a substitute, Salvation missing, so it's one of those cases. But I'm impressed that Swamp Gaming sort of kept their heads above water. It didn't feel like they panicked. They didn't really flounder too much. They had a game plan and they were able to stick to it in a sort of new environment, right? So it feels that these are the two green teams that didn't have any line experience going into this. Swamp is looking the most composed of the two.
Listen, I mean, this is a matchup that I feel like we've been waiting for. Not only America versus EMEA, I think that's always just, setting up for a good time. But really, the way these play are very similar in their play styles. You kind of have a somewhat hyper carry, if you will, Crazy Kitty and Melophobia. Backline's both very solid and holding up strong. For me, once again, it's that front line versus RAD. I feel like Vaudeville, when we look at Swamp, Krasman, Scatter, they can play with anybody. They showed that there with Jin Ji. They got a big assignment here with someone like Ducky.
Well, it was so interesting, too, because, it felt in the first series of the day that Days Wolverine wasn't really doing as well as it could have. We saw a lot of it towards the end here, though, and I feel like he's been able to lock in since then, and that might be a good counter once the Ironwood wall is down to take out Ducky.
Yeah, no, I mean, without question, right? Listen, RAD, they're definitely feeling themselves. They just beat VP, sent them packing. I mean, that is just such an emotional high to ride off of. But the hot team, who just played, sometimes that can benefit you. I feel like most of the time, especially in an environment like this, I would want to be in Swamp's position. You just got off a game. Some don't like it, but what do you think?
I mean, when it comes to jumping on the stage, so often it's been RAD that have just been in and off of it multiple times a day, so they're kind of used to it. I would have thought that, you'd maybe do some sort of warm-up scrims, but that's hard because you've got teams maybe taking a bit of an interim, certainly at this time, depending on what part of the world that you're in and playing from. But they were mostly just watching this series, just taking it a good moment to make sure that they're set up. I think for RAD, the thing about it is the first maps in these series, we saw going up against the likes of 100 Thieves, just trying to go for one-sided Black Cat, Daredevil, going for that in the bans. Today, though, we saw the Ultron, right? The Ultron Protect, trying to play around that a little bit more for Crazy Kitty. So I would like to see just RAD not go too crazy with some of the ideas, just use this best of 5 as a way to feel out what Swamp want to try and play, especially if domination keeps cropping up.
For sure. Learn from your mistakes. We haven't gotten a lot of EMEA versus America, but if you do look at it, I mean, it feels like forever ago at this point.
Yeah.
And it almost feels like a different RAD team at this point. But to your point, 100 Thieves, they kind of took care of business. When they did go against RAD, we know what Swamp can do against 100 Thieves throughout the year. So when you look at the two, obviously you're American man, but you're from EMEA. I mean, who do you like in this matchup?
I mean, the big thing for me here is momentum, right? We always have to talk about that. Usually a team coming from the lower bracket has a decent advantage going into those finals. This is what we saw with preseason from Swamp Gaming, or from TLC, excuse me, against Swamp Gaming in the Americas region, and worked out well. They got the win there, and were eventually able to carry that forward. So Swamp Gaming, I think because they have the momentum, the nerves are gone, they're on the stage, they could take this.
I mean, I think that's what they're like leaning towards in the end. But I think the thing for Swamp is that even though, you know, the amount of times I tune into like Faux's stream and he's disparaging our region, he always takes time to compliment RAD. He always takes time to compliment Crazy Kitty, especially. Like, it just passes the eye test consistently. And some of those inconsistent parts, whether it's the front line of Vanguard's overstepping, being punished for it, or some of the MASH ultimates that we've seen, they somehow, for one, still make it work, and two, they're becoming less frequent, I suppose. Some of those like really egregious errors that you see on stage from RAD are becoming less and less as this tournament has gone on.
I like that you said the eye test, because it's the it factor. We see it in sports, it's in esports too, and that's what I wanted to see from Swamp Gaming that last series. Like, you just lost kind of a map they gave up, right? How do you respond? You let it get your mental? No, they handled it well. RAD, though, has been in that position how many times now? Backs against the wall, elimination here, you know, more, and so they've got the it factor. They've shown that under pressure completely, they're still fine. Whereas with Swamp, they got pushed a bit, VOD, but pretty comfortable throughout this, I would say, land so far.
The one advantage I say RAD have is that they played through the play-ins. They played every single day of competition. They've been warmed up. They know the setups. They know exactly which rhythm they need to get into. Swamp Gaming has only played a number of series this go around, and I think this ban draft is going to be so crucial for this. Last time we saw more mag prioritization for Swamp, and it didn't work. They lost that domination, but we'll see if it turns around this time.
Yeah, we see the handsome man, Fox, ready to go. Was it Gator said the fit won't help him here on the stage? Well, we'll see if it matters. We do have a one-sided mag. We just had that against what was Jin Ji and Dwep, the best mag, some of us say. I like that they're doing more of the same against RAD and the powerful Vanguards.
Well, I think as well, from what RAD found out against Virtus Pro, when the mag was taken out on both sides, you don't get as much sort of protection from some of the mistakes. Certainly if you're like out of position, the bulwarks aren't there and available, and that really hurt VP. So I think it's one of those cases that RAD would rather have the gambit for MASH than actually have that protection. It means that the Vanguards can sort of open up a bit more.
And VOD, you know who's the other one that can help you from mistakes is Loki, right? You get the lamps from the whatever chaos out there. RAD made sure they don't have both.
Yeah, I think the Loki's a huge comfort pick, I would say, for Valentina, and we saw them actually saving it a couple times in that last series, so not having that available is massive, but also the Daredevil not being available, one-sided vision. I wonder if we're going to see an answer back.
Yeah, trying to go against Daze there a bit. I think obviously we know Ducky's a great Groot. You got Luna and that cleanse that really shuts out a lot of the opportunities for Groot, and also just Luna's save really helps out what a Swamp wants to do mainly through their back line. But either way, last ban here, where do you think it goes?
I mean, it's gone towards Black Cat, actually, so that's a lot of respect given over. Like, Daredevil just at the end to make sure that Daze can't quite match it, because we've seen, like, bits of the Black Cat in that last series, but not an awful lot.
Oh, I mean, hey, the crazy kid, we always say we're going to get crazy with RAD. How much kitty we're going to get? Obviously, this one in Domination, not as much. Well, we've got new casters bringing you all of the heat, all of the action. Gasket, Tetcher, what do we got?
We have one more time to say goodbye to one more team. We have Swamp holding on and coming in hot after that series, Gaskin.
Very hot indeed. I mean, both of these teams now, the pressure has been lifted a little bit. The LAN jitters are gone. Because remember, for both squads, this is their first LAN, right? This is their first chance being under these lights. And now both of them have an opportunity to get a top 3 position guaranteed, which is maybe something that they would have been kind of screaming to achieve when they first had their invite here.
We got to be talking about the journey these teams took as we head on into Celestial Husk. These teams came in from MRC in some cases. RAD qualified for Ignite through MRC in order to try and get there, and then had an incredible preseason, an incredible stage 1, and now they're guaranteed 4th place, potentially 3rd if they win this.
And Swamp Gaming, of course, they won MRC Season 5 under Doom Crew, if you can go all the way back to there. So these guys have gone through the ranks to find themselves here today on the main stage. We're underway between RAD and Swamp Gaming. who is going to have enough to take that one step further into that lower bracket final and have the chance to compete in potentially a grand final if you can continue to be a giant killer, which in the moment, RAD have been the giant killers of this tournament.
They've taken down multiple of some of those top teams, including Virtus Pro, the current world champions, but we will have a new world champion at this tournament tomorrow. Dace already sending some shots down range as we see a quick retreat out of Krasmag using that Jeff team up to make sure that he doesn't get caught out of position. The Bucky already looking for the bionic hooks, but everyone just retreats to the low ground as Brad looks to try and take the point.
Crazy Kitty on Daredevil was always going to be a concern. It was a respect ban over to the Black Cat, but last time when RAD, we saw them on this map, it was Crazy Kitty popping off, and yet again, Kitty gets the opener, Forky's down, Daze follows, and Kraz is going to be the next. It's a clean wipe here for RAD, and Swamp Gaming saying get back to sport.
The freeze was good, but all it did was sort of freeze that respawn timer as the rest of RAD are able to close on in and finish off that pickup. Smash this, utilizing the best out of this Widow, just staying at range, whereas Swamp, they move over to the Bucky and they move over to the Elsa. So they now have that team up with the Bucky Elsa. Dace is going to get a lot more instinct charge and is going to be able to get massively reduced cooldowns.
I think the versatility of Smash, being able to play the Elsa or the Widow, is hugely important for RAD's chances here. It's been fantastic at bouncing between the two of them, depending on the situation in front of them.
A lot of pressure onto the board right now. RAD up to 34% as Swamp Gaming looks to try and break through that front line. Great wall to try and zone him out, but Melophobia is picked off as he tries to go for a flank. Smash this has a great angle onto the side. It's Crazy Kitty slowly breaking through walls, looking for a correct angle. Great shield once again. This gives a damage boost over to the Widow with that Human Torch team up for the Invisible Woman, trying to just ping them out of the sky, trying to take down Melophobia. Vertigo will fall though as the backline for RAD will get massively whittled down, and the front line will fall shortly after as Swamp step onto the point.
Yeah, that's a great break from Swamp Gaming. They assessed that one, perfectly manipulating the map in their favor. They saw there was an opening. RAD kind of was sporadic all over the place, and they found their one pick, isolated that one player, and now Swamp will be able to hold here. But ult charges are definitely there on the side of RAD, depending on who pops first here. There is more on the side of Swamp, so if you can find something in the neutral, it would be massive, but both teams giving the respect that is due.
Full ult charge for Swamp Gaming on every single character, whereas RAD is still building up towards Lukia Goat and Crazy Kitty. But like you said, if Swamp can win a neutral, then that's huge for their extra defense. If RAD try and push in one more time, here comes the Raging Royal Flush from Mash for the extra commitment and the Sonic Seduction. Scalagetti with the Meteor Rim will absorb a lot of that damage output. Needs to try and find a target that's going to be blocked down by that barrier for the Invisible Woman. Dace is taken down by Lugia Goat, who's pushing on to the point. It's an ult Bonanza coming in as Forky Dog is going to drop that coffee gun amplifier with the Glass Rocks in the attempt at the follow-up arm. Kraken impact, but no one's going down, so there's no reset for Daze.
Everyone plays a part in this one, but RAD still somehow surviving, but eventually Daze does find the KO onto Crazy Kitty, and now surely RAD will just start to fall apart here, which they will. 1, 2, and 3 are found. Swamp Gaming successfully win the Battle of Ultimates, where everyone, it seemed like, popped theirs. And with Lugia being the latest to fall, RAD finally will just disassemble here, back off, and reassess how they want to approach it. As we get towards 70% for Swamp, maybe one last push here for RAD before they start to think about a Strange Portal.
A lot of these games seem to set up as who gets the first point and then goes up to 99%, and then it's all about the other team to flip it and try and maintain. But this one's been back and forth, up to 50, then up to 50, now up to 80 for Swamp Game because RAD look to try and push on in. A lot of damage coming in from that Chaos Sword of Scalagetti to try and weaken them down on the assault. Eats a lot of damage themselves, but with that magnetic barrier will sustain on through. Good group walls from Ducky, trying to isolate anyone from Swamp Gaming. If they can take down Scalagetti, then that will be a big setup for them.
Love this positioning from Valentina at the moment, making sure she's not vulnerable, but also being there to support both the backline and the duelists at the same time, and also making sure that your vanguards are topped off, but eventually Scattergengi goes down.
We have ult charge for Mash, but he's trying to make sure he stays up. He's not able to, as he's taken down to the side by Melophobia, but he's traded out by Lugia Gold. Going to be the fate of both worlds for Valentina Eve, and Invisible Boundary will mirror that for Vertigo. As we're waiting for that to expire, so Smash this can try and drop the Widow. Ult 4 to set up a Strangling Prison is enough to group up Swamp Gaming, whittle them down, and now it's all about the Stragglers. Portal is going to be incoming, so they will be able to delay. Incredible delay coming in from Swamp Gaming, and it's already at 99 for them. RAD, they look for to sustain, and it looks like Swamp might try and go for a Portal gank, or at least a high ground position.
Yeah, they can take their time, wait to be a full 6 here, and they are going to use the Portal to try and re-engage as quick as possible from a different position so they don't get caught out and really ambushed from the other side. But RAD still have plenty to offer here, and it is going to be the Raging Royal Flush up and available for Mash.
covered, but he's holding it for as long as possible. They're trying to see if they can grab someone on the neutral. Cosmic Guard Amplifier will be dropped, so immediately the flush has to come out to make sure that they can contest. But it's going to be Melophobia who falls down first. Eve was followed, but they bring back at the Battle Rebirth Beacon. Daze falls, straggling Prison from Krasbank to try and turn it. They get a couple, but the numbers are so heavily in favor of RAD. We're seeing a lot of members of Swamp Gaming being forced off the point. Now it's all about getting back to the point fast. And in the meantime, the rest of the team just has to hold. Scanner Genki is holding this as long as they can. Ult comes out from Smash this to try and just ping from a distance, try and take them down. But everyone is just tanking through this.
There is going to be an Eye of Agamotto available. Could definitely be the difference maker in favor of Swamp Gaming here, but RAD are aware of it and they're spreading out to make sure they can't all be hit at once.
Krasman coming in with the Venom to try and put some disruption onto Smash this, who's caught in the trap. The shield is good though for the Invisible Woman Vertigo. The Eye of Agamotto is going to be blocked out from the counter shield. Suddenly Scanner is going to get focused down, and the backline of Swamp is nowhere to be seen. Valentina is one of the only people still up and is trapped in the corner, which means they are not on the point. The duel is good though, but Crazy Kitty comes out ahead, and overtime ticks down. RAD are going to take the first point on Celestial Husk.
So RAD will take the first lead here then in our losers semi-finals against Swamp Gaming. And I think this is so important here, Tetch, because Swamp Gaming, they're going to be coming into this one hot, right? You just had that series, you get to stay on the main stage, you're going to be feeling it. RAD, were they going to be cold, was my main question coming into it. They are everything but. We know Celestial Husk is a strong map for them. We saw them take down VP on it, and they have carried that in through to this losers semi. And now for Swamp Gaming, they need to find a way to respond. Did they portal a little bit too early? Could be a question from me. They could have perhaps taken that fight and then portaled as a desperate play at the end. But either way, RAD will be delighted with the victory there in the first round.
Fatigue versus warm-up. That's the battle right now that Swamp are playing with themselves. They come in with all that experience. We've talked about lower bracket buff at a lot of these tournaments where teams just literally get more reps in, more chance to figure out the meta, more practice, and just get better. But RAD coming in, potentially just off warm-ups and scrims, are looking good right now versus Swamp Gaming.
Swamp taking a look at a couple of changes as well on their hero pool, maybe looking to try and find more comfortable heroes that they can use. Daze on the Wolverine building up the ultimate as well, but it is going to be Lugia who can kick us all off with that clobbering time. By the way, I'm going to say it again, I love this map overhead, and I hope we see more of it. And the further we get into Marvel Rivals Ignite, as we see now the approach here from Swamp Gaming. Can you catch anyone off guard? But the clobbering time does come out.
Healing output is good, though. The backline Swamp Gaming once again showing just how much value they have. Last stand from the Wolverine is able to take out Bucky. Lugia unable to find anyone to capitalize off of that clobbering time. And as the front line falls, RAD will be forced off the point. That's going to be Swamp with the first point cap.
And it shows if you can get that first pick onto Crazy Kitty as well, because you such an advantage going into the next fight. Kitty has to be careful when jumping in. But that is always what's going to be your responsibility as a Daredevil player, as a dive player. You either get that pick, you win the fight for your team, or you go down and suddenly your team's going to struggle.
More shots coming in from Melophobia. There's the bubble on the group to try and go up to the high ground as we see the Rage of Roll flash, but it's a double ult from Swamp Gaming. The strategist trying to keep the team topped up, but as such, the Battle Rebirth Beacon will bring back Krasbank, but the Cosmic Yard Amplifier will expire. It allows the rest of the team to hold the low ground for at least a little bit longer as they are able to trade up to Crazy Kitty, which might be the saving grace here, but Vertigo has that invisible boundary, meaning that when this fight comes on in, they can hyper commit, they've got the healing, and now it's all about seeing if they can pick off these members before too much charge goes over to Swamp Gaming.
Raz goes down before that. Prison can be used as well in their favor. Melo does still have cracking impact. That could be the difference maker. We know what Melo is capable of, but the Psionic Seduction is just going to force them off this point, and they find a couple of KOs to boot, and they will regain, take control, and now start to score on their side. Swamp Gaming, they'll be disappointed with the double strat ult. You've got to do better than that. You need communication to make sure it doesn't happen.
48% for Swamp Gaming. RAD finally getting on the board, and they're building up towards a couple more ultimates. They're about to have clobbering time once again. They're about to have Let the Devil out, but Swamp Gaming are significantly ahead in the ult economy right now in terms of having Strangling Prison, Meteor, and Kraken Impact, and soon to be Last Stand. And with the speed that Volkidot's going to build ult on that rocket, this could be Swamp Gaming's chance to try and turn this round and kind of shut RAD down before they even catch up.
Is it going to be a case of shoulda, woulda, coulda, though? And Smash can certainly be the difference maker with these shots. And Daze gets ripped off the server. Melo will come back from BRB, but they are still going to find themselves in a 5v6.
A lot of pressure coming in from the Widow, trying to find anyone who pokes their head up, anyone who comes above the surface might be at risk. Lugia just keeping the pressure out, making the use of that bonus health from the Stone Haymaker to try and keep the high ground. Every time comes on out, great double bubble, sits them, set back to spawn. Immediately the Meteor M coming back in. Swamp Gaming are also going to pull the trigger to try and set this down. Let the Devil out is going to come on in for Crazy Kidneys. He looks to try and trade out to gain advantage for their team, but again shut down by the man cannon from the Magneto. And it's all about Swamp Gaming right now as they look for the stragglers, get the reset on the Kraken impact. The Raging Royal Flush will not be enough for RAD to sustain it, but Portal will come back in. They want to contest this here. They don't want to give percentage back to Swamp Gaming. As Scanner Genji, though, is just going to continue to pick up one after another.
They're still ticking up, though, up to now close to 80% as they're trying to make this awkward for Swamp Gaming, and it's been everything but good for Swamp in terms of getting... Finally, you get the conversion, but there was already 82 on the side of RAD, so I like that stalling ability from them. But of course, they did give away a couple of ults alongside that fight as well. Dace is going to be where the focus point is, of course. We'll have to see whether he can just grab one of Ducky or Lugia, be able to steal them away, get that damage in, and potentially that could help Swamp tick up towards their 99 they're looking for.
Holding the high ground, they want to make sure that RAD fight for every inch. They don't want to just wait on that low ground and wait for RAD to come to them, so they drop a little bit of damage and then drop down to the low ground, waiting for an opportunity for anyone from RAD to once again poke their head above the surface to get picked up, and that would be a perfect target. They can take out Smash this early, but instead it's Daze who gets dropped low, is able to stay up thanks to that regeneration from the Wolverine, as immediately it's RAD with the high ground. Psionic Seduction into the choke point, the bubble pulls them back in, Fate of both worlds keeps them back up as Valentina dances for their lives to try and hold this back. Smashes are picked up on the background, and there are very few ultimates left for RAD. They're about to have the boundary, but it needs to be up in order to use it. Last stand, trying to take Ducky out of the boundary, but it is too much. They sustain on through with Crazy Kitty falling. It's a staggered elimination of the duelist for RAD. They don't have the damage to come on in, so they're forced to portal. Crazy Kitty's going to be coming in, but the rest of Swamp Gaming are holding for now. Scatter's dropped low, but the healing is good. They're zoning the rest of RAD out. Portal coming in for the reinforcement, but neither team is dropping. Finding Days comes down, but the Rebirth Beacon is still up. Widow on the backline takes out one. Melophobia's gone. They're trying to pick up another. Valentina E falls, and the wraparound into the front line, but Mash is completely isolated, but he tags it through thanks to the force physics of Vertigo.
I was going to say, who have you got, Smash or Mellow? It's Smash in the end who pops the ult and forces Mellow to switch on over to the Strange now, as again, Swamp are forced to portal just to try and keep this one alive. Otherwise, RAD might be taking this first point, and this is going to be a desperate attempt as they all bundle through.
Yeah, street charges come on in. The Clockwork Time finds very few things thanks to the bubbles. There's just so much protection on the side of Swamp Gaming. Golden God Amplifier's going to be coming on out with the buff from the Meteor M for the blow up. It's blocked out by the shield, but suddenly that's not a great position. Lugia Go is going to be taken down, but Forky Dog on the backline will be removed. That's a lot of the healing output going to be taken down. Valentina Eve is taking on through thanks to that Luna team up. Straggling Printer comes on out to take them down. Scanner falls. Eternal Bond is already charged, and that's a huge amount of healing for Swamp Gaming, and that might allow them to survive a little bit longer as they focus on Kentucky. Remove the front line, remove the delay. Lugia is on the Venom, but he's taking a lot of extra damage thanks to that damage boost from the Toad team up onto that Cloak and Dagger. The focus is big, but Lugia will not go down. He's still delaying. He's 1v4 right now. Crazy Kitty joins to try and take some of the pressure off, but they're running out of bodies. They're running out of delay. Last stand to focus down, and now the backline is under pressure. I don't think RAD have the tools to hold this Gaskin.
I don't think they do either, but they are going to get a full overtime clock to try and get someone on the touch. You've got to be aggressive here if this one. Forky goes down. Ducky will be taken down as a response, and there will be a touch now from RAD as they desperately try, but they cannot cling on. Swamp tie us up 1-1 here on Celestial Husk. Boy, it wasn't pretty, but they made it work here.
Smash There's really trying to prove that they are that clutch god that some people seem to be referring to them as. They throw their own body at the point on the Widow to try and delay that, but there's just too many members for Swamp and too little time on the overtime. It just took a second to be pushed off before Swamp even up the score. Looking at the ult economy as we head on in, Ducky is already charged up, meaning that it will be RAD who pulled the trigger and look for that first point cap, especially with Boundary also just around the corner.
It is a battle of Smash versus Mellow on these final hits, and how influential they've been in some of these fights as well. You saw that it looked like RAD were behind, but then Smash suddenly on that Widow able to find 1-2 picks out of nowhere, and it completely swings the fight in their favor. You can say the same for Mellow and what he's been able to do on that Bucky as well, and both of them being able and being prepared to switch over to that Strange if they need to, just to get that portal in. But I wouldn't have had it any other way in our first map here. We're going to round 3 here on Celestial Husk.
Both teams know what's on the line. It is survival is all that is available for them, and that third place guarantee and the chance of that grand finals. This is only map number 1 of our best of 5s, and these teams already take each other to the limit.
Well, we expected it to be close, but you mentioned it as well. Now, going into this fight, RAD have an advantage in terms of that ult economy, and they are going to use it straight away. The Psionic Seduction, just to try and force out a little bit of space for the rest of the team, but it is going to be countered a little bit from the wall of Krasman. So good job there. But now RAD on high ground need to decide when they want to drop and make sure they drop together.
Coming in that diamond form to try and look for a setup. They go for the crystal kick, but they haven't gone for the full commitment, trying to focus down Valentina Eve, who used that Luna team up with a little bit of protection, and it is going to be Swamp who will fall one by one. A delay is going to come in from Krasman, going to come in from Valentina Eve and Daze, but overall RAD just have so much momentum and such a big numbers advantage, they will be able to pick this up. They don't actually get the first cap. That went over to Swamp, and they were just delayed to try and build anything they can. They get to 18%, but now RAD have the defensive position.
Swamp did really well. A lot of it was down to Krasman on the group, being able to isolate them on the high ground, then take that point, and that 18% could be everything when we look at the end of this round as well. But now with MASH having the Raging Royal Flush available to RAD, they certainly have the advantage in this next engagement, depending on whether you can get in the position to use it properly here. You could use it as a response to something that comes out on the side of Swamp, that's for sure, because Mellow, cracking impact is certainly going to play a huge factor if you can get anyone low, as Lugia does take down Daze and gets caught off guard, but he's going to get brought back from BRB.
A lot of pressure being dropped in here. Lugia once again making the most of this. Clobbering time comes on out. Media M to dodge it and absorb some of the damage. The Raging Royal Flush comes on out. Media is blocked beautifully here by RAD. And that was Swamp Gaming using a lot of defensive tools and not able to convert them into anything right now. They're going to make their way down to the low ground to see if they can step onto the point to try and get a turnaround. Good spot onto the Widow and taking them down. Smashness is completely scouted on the flank.
It was defensive tools used, but think about the offensive one used on the side of RAD is now Kraken Impact will come into play. Swamp have been able to find 2 KOs. On the other side, Kitty says, I'll let the devil out, but do you want to go toe-to-toe with Mellow? That's the real question. Kraz gets involved now as Swamp Gaming looks to take control of this point.
Straggling Pins will try and knock them down as Crazy Kitty pressures the backline, takes out Melophobia, and Smashness has rejoined the fight with the mobility, takes down Scatter, Krasman falls, and RAD continues that charge up, approaching that critical 99%.
The delay was insane there from RAD, allowing those players that were picked off early to get back into the fight and get back in quickly and influence it with those ults. Now at 84% already, Swamp already having to consider a portal here. Krasman is going to go for the switch on over, and this is a last desperate attempt once more. It did work out in the previous though. What does Swamp have left? Daze again is going to be the one on the ult, and it's going to be, can you actually find that pick?
Last Stand being potentially a very literal name for that Wolverine ultimate as they look for the turnaround. Coming in from above! Picks up the backline! Vertigo and MASH are cleaned off the board, and suddenly RAD Sustain is eviscerated.
Well, he had one job, and boy, did he put it into effect. Still Smash is finding picks, by the way. Forky Dog taken down, so there is going to be a little bit of a race back to the point on the side of Swamp. You've got to make sure Forky's in the fight before the likes of Ducky and Crazy return to action. But at 99% already for RAD, and they do have time on their side. They can start to build up these ults. Maybe try and bait out some ults on the side of Swamp Gaming before they then turn this around and flip it onto Swamp's side and say, look, we're prepared to take this one and take the first map.
They only really need one fight to win. There's no portal available for Swamp. Their backline ultimates charging up but not yet ready, so Crazy Kitty can find someone before they're able to get set up. That could be huge. Raging Royal Flush getting charged up to make sure they can get the rest of the team with the Psionic Seduction for the focus onto the backline to make sure they can't heal the front. Good attempt at an escape from Scatter, but they're taken down. Eve falls for Smashness, and it's full control for RAD.
It's full control. It's probably the round. It's most likely the map at this point. Daze is going to try his best to stall, but no one is going to be there. Overtime ticks over. RAD take the first map here in the losers semis.
A very solid setup, but Swamp are making them work for it. So much of this is coming down to the front line of RAD. That Psionic Seduction was such a shutdown onto the backline, created a huge opening for the duelists of RAD to move on in and try and get some pickups, and a well-deserved in-game MVP, at least for Smashness, means that their damage output, every time they were taken down, it felt like they returned to the fight and made the most of that Widow range to just get even more picks. 22 finals.
Yeah, how many times were RAD down and out in that fight, and then suddenly Smash just brings it right back into the question for their side, and very impressed. Color me impressed, and for good reason, because I think going into these next maps now, they're going to be full of confidence. For Swamp, they're going to have to try and bounce back here. Don't be too disheartened. It's a best of 5, most important.
You've got so much time. You've got so much recovery. There's been a lot of teams that have said, Swamp, their domination has been where some teams have taken advantage. But when you're talking about that, it's Team Liquid Citadel. That's the team they have had to play up against, and Team Liquid Citadel haven't really lost almost any map types, let alone domination. So Swamp are trying to make a name for themselves here, but RAD are still managing to snipe these wins from these teams, and it's an incredible LAN debut for both of them.
I mean, both of them have a point to prove, right? They've been in the shadows of the likes of TLC, of the likes of Na'Vi, and Virtus.pro in the case of RAD, but they've already been able to topple one, and they would love the chance to topple the other, I'm sure. But as we look back at some of these key moments, I think that Swamp Gaming maybe will be a little bit frustrated that they gave away some of the fights where it seemed like they had the advantage, but it was that man on your screen, Smashnez, who turned up time and time again on the Black Widow as the difference maker, and again just shows with this Widow rework how important and integral it is to have someone on your team that can play it effectively.
I do want to continue a story that I've been telling on the desk. Cody's even mentioned it on the stage. This time last year, there was a team called RAD at an event called a mid-season finals. They came in through the playoffs. They had to fight their way through. They lost in the playoffs to an American team, but still made it through to the bracket phase. They then had to fight their way through the lower bracket of that bracket phase after being knocked down by an American team, and they went on to win the whole thing. That team is now what we call Na'Vi, but RAD at this event are looking to try and mirror that performance. All that's standing in their way right now to get it to that lower bracket finals and be in with a chance is Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, maybe it's a good luck charm being on the RAD organization when you're at a mid-season finals. But Swamp do still have time, and that's for sure. That's one thing they're certainly going to be aware of here with a best of 5. Sure, it gets a little bit dicey if you find yourself 2-0 down after the second, but now it'll be their choice of map. They can go to something they're a little bit more comfortable on, and they can reassess this lock and ban phase as well. Do they really think they have to be banning the Black Cat away from Crazy Kitty? After you just saw what he was able to do on the Daredevil, is the respect ban a little bit of a waste now, and would you like to put it elsewhere?
If you're banning one, is it worth banning both? You're starting to struggle. They had the thing to try and counter it out with that anti-dive, with the grounding of the anti-streak charge, but it just did not capitalize. It's the issue with these players who are most well known for one hero. What do you do when they have others? If you've got to force that ban onto it and they still have the flexibility, you're just giving something to someone else on what is an incredibly good team.
For one of the first times as well, we see the one-sided mag not going in favor of the team that had the Magneto as well. So I think that RAD should be very proud of themselves, because so many times the single gambit against the Magneto has just not worked out. But they made it work, and I think a lot of it was down to the Widow that we were talking about, but they were also fighting so well as a unit, making sure that no one was forgotten about, no one was isolated either, and they just allowed and gave freedom to Crazy Kitty, giving him that space to be able to jump onto that back line and then supporting him with the extra damage. I think Kitty's communicating well, he's letting them know who is weak on that back line or on the front line, and then they will be finishing off those KOs effectively.
We've also got to bring up Ducky here, starting off on the group, but moving over to the Emma as time went on. Contact the Hellfire Company, because this is money for them right now, as we see RAD begin the lead in the series. Here are the post-game stats, and you can see that in terms of being taken down, it's Vertigo who was able to stay safe on that backline the most, whereas if you look at Swamp, their backline was being so pressured by Crazy Kitty and Smashnez.
Thing is so often the unsung hero as well. Lugia putting 31k damage on the board as well. Of course, you don't get the same final hits necessarily, but that was a huge factor for the reason why RAD were able to take it. Wow, speaking of taking it, Swamp Gaming are going to take us over to Spider Islands here.
It's a convoy map. This is one of the maps traditionally that really, well, pun intended, spawn holding as a strategy, setting up as many defenses as possible, triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, low-key Atom compositions, the Rocket Battle Rebirth beacon placement. Everything on this map can lean very heavily towards a first point hold, and of course, the real, initiation of the Doctor Strange portal back on first point to waste as much time as possible. This is a map that has seen it all when it comes to hefty defenses. Now it's just about what we'll see in the ban phase, especially with Penny coming into the meta.
Yeah, I'm intrigued where Swamp go with this one, because they tried to do the same thing against TLC. It didn't work out in the end. Maybe TLC had their number a little bit, knew what they were trying to play for, and got their bans correct. If Swamp are able to get the composition they are looking for going into this one, I do think they have been cooking something up. But perhaps everyone is wise to this Penny Ultron meta now that we've seen so much of through this tournament.
No surprise, Mantis is going to be potentially banned away for these teams. It's been the go-to in literally every time. Your bans will be joining us very shortly. I'm very curious to see if we do see that Penny making its way onto the board. And if so, will it be because of an Ultron being let through? Is Ultron going to be taken out to prevent the team up? While Penny gets the team up from Black Panther as just a base, is it worth for the combo here? As we are going to be heading into that draft, and there is a first Loki Protect, brought up by Terra earlier, but still seems to be making its way into these games. And mentioned very beautifully on the desk, Valentina Eve is absolutely insane on it.
One of the best Lokis in the game, that's for sure. So even though it's become a meme now, the Loki Protect, it completely makes sense for Swamp Gaming, and I like the strategy that they employ following it. On the other side, most likely, yeah, you will see a Gambit Protect on the side of Rad, so we are going to get the one-sided Gambit in their favor again. Really worked out for them. They were timing their Gambit ultimates successfully in that first map. Every single time that Swamp were going up against it, they really did struggle to try and contain the damage output that you have once you are able to tag everyone with that ult. Now, for Swamp Gaming, they have a decision, though. Do they want to try and get the single-handed mag again like they did? It didn't help them in the previous, but they are going to at least ban it away here.
Magneto removed for good reason. We've seen just how aggressive Rad can be on it, but of course we still have some great heroes for both of the Rad frontline with the Thing still available, as is the Groot as the potential. And Rad will secure the Thing. They want to make sure that the team is comfortable, want to make sure that frontline is sustained, and they have removed the Rocket Raccoon away from Forky Dog.
I do think banning Rocket against Swamp is an important one, especially here on this map. We know how integral that BRB can be to the game plan, both defending and attacking, if I'm completely honest. Rocket is just such a fantastic hero to have on your backline, and in particular, Forky Dog, one of the best to pilot it. Now, this is an important one for Swamp Gaming. They recognize how much of a problem Emma was towards the end of that game after the switch, and they will remove it immediately. Emma is a problem in general, not just the psionic seduction, but the grab is something that is so difficult to play against.
Going for that over the Groot, choosing to believe, like you mentioned, that psionic seduction shuts down ultimates even before you're caught in its thrall. So being able to get rid of that is very effective, and like you already mentioned, it goes all the way to the end, but Swamp Gaming do secure that one-sided Magneto. Rad, with their final ban coming in to try and take a 2-0 lead in this series, it's going to be a Daredevil ban against Swamp Gaming.
Well, Rad have said, all right, you're not targeting our Black Cat, let's look after Crazy Kitty here, and let's make sure that Daredevil is not going to be a counter to it. So we should, at some point during this game, get to see Crazy Kitty on the Black Cat again. And it is exciting because he has been touted the best Black Cat in the world. So we'll have to see whether he can put it into effect here in map 2. But that's going to be our lock-in ban phase. I feel like both teams have been able to achieve what they set out to here. There's a clear strategy on both sides. But of course, it comes down to who can actually put it into effect once we're into the map.
We're going to have to find out as we're going to head on into Spider Islands. Rad starting on the defense, and Swamp Gaming will be bringing it on the attack. Having that one-sided Magneto is very important for Swamp. We'll have to see how they're able to execute it. But in terms of rollouts, you know that this map can lead to some very hefty defenses. Will we see Rad go for that triple Vanguard, triple strategist? The answer is no. They're starting off on a standard 2-2-2.
Let the Kitty have his claws out. That's what I say. As we saw previously as well, Swamp, when they tried to do this against TLC, they did run Mellow on the Punisher just to make sure that they have you an answer for Thing and how oppressive he can be, especially in this opening point, just hitting those haymakers left, right, and center. Swamp, show us what you got, because I'm excited for this game.
Speaking of oppressive, we saw a rollout on the Hulk to try and send Jace into the backline to get them through that first point, but they're unable to get the final hit thanks to that force physics of Vertigo protecting Mash, who was almost caught out of position. It's literally just a rollout for aggression, immediately makes their way back to spawn, swaps to the Storm, get a stick with the Winter Soldier in the end to make sure that they have the range damage to deal with any bunkered up members of Rad.
So much of Marvel Rivals is knowing how to play your heroes and how you can counter other heroes as well, as Dace almost gets walled off, but is going to be able to get back behind his teammates as Crazy Kitty does get the opener onto Forky Dog as well. The Kitty's been let loose and she is starting to scratch.
And look at the power we're seeing with Crazy Kitty here, unmarked, because they banned away the Daredevil, the character who would be able to see them every time they go into that Helm of Hades invisibility. So now that that's been removed, Crazy Kitty has so much more freedom to try and track down the members of Swamp Gaming without being punished. And already it's working out as Swamp Gaming are sent back to spawn and Rad set up the hold.
It's very difficult because you want to peel to be able to help your backline here, but then if you do so, you just give so much space to Thing to start bullying you as well. We'll have to see whether Swamp can find the answer here, because at the moment Smash also on the Elsa is being a real problem with the amount of damage being applied.
Ultimates are charging up very quickly, though. Valentina Eve's going to hit theirs first, and with that Cloak and Dagger for Forky Dog, they could go in for an Eternal Bond to try and go for a backline setup. Mash is going to be zoned away by Scatter, but it's going to be picked off on the flank. Beautiful positioning from Swamp Gaming, able to get the full wraparound and cut off that backline, and suddenly that defense of RAD collapses as quickly as it was set up.
It was a big switch over from Daze as well, moving over to the Bucky, being able to get that pick onto Crazy Kitty. You eliminate Black Cat from the game, you have the 6 versus 5, and at that point you just have to use the damage output of Mellow on that Punisher, which is exactly what they've been able to achieve here. And Forky Dog does find one onto Crazy Kitty again, so it is going to be another stagger here on the side of RAD, and they have to make a decision whether they want to commit to this one. They do have ults to do so.
Brute Balls trying to be zoned out, trying to get a punishment onto Ducky, who steps forward. Goblin Time going to be coming on out, knocks up Krasbag and Valentina Eve, preventing that ultimate, but it is going to be an Eternal Bond from Valentina Eve with the God of Mischief and the Kraken Impact, looking for the first reset, but the boundary is going to keep them topped up, preventing Ducky from falling. Glassrox comes on down, grabs 2, but it's not enough for the finishing blow. Smashless just cannot find them here. That's ults from both sides, but RAD find nothing, and Swamp still have tools to use. Finally, Valentina Eve's going to fall on the backline once again. Crazy Kitty is piling on the pressure, and despite Swamp having the ultimate economy advantage here, they still lose members, meaning it might be down to the next push to drop those ultimates.
Fairly certain it was another double support, or another double strat ult from the Swamp Gaming backline, which again is going to be a little bit frustrating for them. And it has allowed RAD to come out on top despite the fact those ults were used. And yes, there is still some form of economy here on the side of Swamp Gaming that they can utilize and gain an advantage from. When you use both of those backline ultimates, you'd be expecting to win that fight.
You would hope, as Melophobia is just going to be sending some shots down range. You can see the Elsa trying to just unleash fire from above. So Melophobia plays close to the building, making sure that they're at least a little protected and not going to get burst from above. But once again, Crazy Kitty is in the backline, causing a mischief. The final judgment comes on out for an attempt at a turnaround, but the rest of the team is just falling around them. But while that's happening, while they avoid it, the point just moves forward. It's going to be a dive from Mash to try and delay it. Scattergun is going to be coming on in with the media air. It is tanked beautifully, but it's just too much damage. Lugigo will fall, but Melophobia will be picked off in exchange. Scatter goes down, and somehow Mash are still holding this as RAD is forcing them back. Mash healing is fantastic here.
Scatter committed heavily to that fight. Maybe got a little bit power hungry on the Chaos Swords, as I'm sure all Magnetos do at the moment, but it leaves us with only 14 seconds left for Swamp Gaming to try and make this push just to the first point. Is there going to be any attempt at a portal here, or Swamp Gaming just going to try and run this one up? They're running out of time.
They need to step up. Valentina Eve's being focused down, which is building up a lot of gold for that Black Cat. Daze on the flank, though, looking for an opportunity. He's 66% of the way towards a last stand. A move on in, straggling Prism for the setup to try and zone them out on the backline. It's going to be a triple, with the point moving. Daze on the backline, nearly gets the back cap, but it's going to be marked by Ducky, preventing that from going on in, and the rest of Swamp Gaming are whittled down 1 by 1. Daze tries to play for a portal, but there's no way he holds in time, as RAD hold on point 1.
At the start of this tournament, I was told RAD might just be the underdogs, the dark horses of a team that could go on to win this entire thing. And the further and further they get in this tournament, the more I start to believe that they definitely have the capability to do so. And a lot of it does come down to Crazy Kitty on that Black Cat. And now you understand why Swamp Gaming had that respect ban in the previous. I questioned it. They now have allowed it through on the second, and Crazy Kitty has punished them. But Swamp Gaming do get a hold here. And remember, Swamp Gaming chose this map for a reason. They have a game plan. Do they have something up their sleeves? The penny is an option.
Look at what is banned on the side of Swamp Gaming, what they cannot play. They have access to the Adam, they have access to the Penny, they have access to the Ultron, even if they want to go for the full whole hog here. But instead, it looks like they choose Forky Dog to stay on that Invisible Woman to make sure they have the damage boost, the healing output with the boundary. But they will be bringing in the Loki. So no matter what, it's the potential for double revives or even double boundary. Of course, if you have the option, you would rather make sure your team never goes down at all than to revive them. But having the option is nice.
It's an interesting mentality to go into this one for RAD as well, because it feels like a win. It feels like a success. You've denied the first point, but how many times have we seen on Spider Islands where a lot of these teams fail at that first point as well? RAD need to know full well Swamp Gaming have the capability to do exactly the same thing to them, so they need to particularly calculate how they're going to break this initial setup to give them as much time as possible.
Vertigo started the pre-round on the Daredevil just in case anyone was trying to set up or set a trap with Wolverine outside the spawn door, just so he could see through the wall. He swaps over to the Invisible Woman once the round starts, but I love the min-maxing here from RAD to make sure that they do not get cheesed out here. and now they start to move up. The penny webs are set up, and it is going to make it very difficult. The side door, that side building is very hard to push into, but it also means your team is not there to help you if you get pushed in. The damage output is a bit too much for Crazy Kitty, who will fall down, and Smashness will retreat back to spawn, but it's just unloading shots into the penny, and the penny seems mostly unbothered.
Yeah, whose job is it to find that nest? Or are you just going to try and brute force it and take the penny down? If so, would you like to switch over to a Bucky perhaps, see if you can get a grab, and then everyone just pummel the penny at the same time? Or you could just pass it over to Smashness, who gets the opener. Kraz goes down from Crazy Kitty, and the break looks like it's going to be here already for RAD.
Numbers very heavily in Rad's favor as they clear on out and immediately scatters over to the Strange. They know they can't afford distance. This is exactly how this point is played. You fight everything you can on first point, you portal in, you delay as long as you can, you do not let that point move. That's your entire strategy here, and you hope that you can build up to that Adam Warlock ultimate right away. As Smashness is absolutely body through that portal.
Yeah, that is a fantastic opening pick there from Forky. Such an important one for this next engagement, but still, RAD are applying the pressure, and they are going to commit to the Raging Royal Flush as well. Valentina, Dace, and Forky all go down.
The entire front line is getting focused through the portal, but it goes down. They can't leave. So it's going to be a full team reset on foot here. They can't just retreat and swap characters. They have to wait for those timers, and immediately RAD roll on out to try and set up for that hard defense to make sure that Swamp can't even touch that point.
RAD will march on forward towards this point now, and Swamp Gaming, even though they are going to be having the chance to touch here, they will have to defend for an entire 2 minutes off the back of winning this engagement. They have no ult to work with. Vertigo is going to have the invisible boundary as well. It's certainly advantage RAD here. Swamp Gaming, their backs are against the wall.
Dace tried to go for a wraparound, but was caught out of position, so was unable to capitalize. The Black Cat, as we've already mentioned, is not contested here, but the conquering time comes on out. It's a focus onto the front line. If no one's on the front line, who's on the point? Invisible boundary, just so the Black Cat can touch. They have to force this, but with one of their front line down, how long can they hold? They don't have Adam. They don't have boundary. Second boundary comes up just in time. Omega Hurricane, and the final judgment is just too much damage, though. Who can stand up to that? And who can stand up to RAD?
RAD continue their march on as they find their second map now here against Swamp Gaming and put themselves on series point going into this third. What I'm sure a lot of people would have been considering a very closely contested match here in the lower semi-finals is turning out to be completely one-sided. And Swamp Gaming, they need a reset. They need to be looking at themselves and saying, how on earth do we get back into this one? They've tried the attempt of banning out the Black Cat. They've then said, all right, we'll give the Black Cat, see what you could do. And boy, did they learn a lesson quickly.
It did just so much. They didn't even need it on the attack, going back to the standard that's sort of shown up in previous patches and has returned in this one. The Punisher with the Storm. Not even a team up. This is just an old-fashioned team up of just, I'm giving you bonus damage. There's no fancy overlay. There's no fancy logo. This is just Storm gives Punisher damage, and Punisher does damage. We're going to head over to the analysts to break down that incredible first two maps.
Thank you so much, Tetra. I mean, when Destiny has a name, it is hard to erase it. I mean, the Fate threads are showing RAD. I don't know what it is about the mid-season finals, but it's crazy. You look at someone like 100 Thieves, it looked light work for RAD. I mean, they handled it easily. Swamp Gaming typically can beat someone like 100 Thieves easily, but RAD is just clicking on all cylinders. We keep saying this, they're getting better as this thing goes on.
Yeah, and I think that, like, for Swamp, they've been a lot more, like, reserved in their approach, but now the mistakes are starting to come out, and it's like RAD have just been going gung-ho with their approach. That was probably the more, like, patient approach that we've seen from them. Swamp Gaming again wanted to go to Spider Islands. It was the only time against Gen G where they actually played past the first point, either full holding or being full held themselves. It's the latter against them. RAD actually having a good defense, even with all of the triple, like, strategist Garbo banned out. It was a 2-2 setup that was held in from RAD to Swamp. It feels like they're kind of out of options, whereas RAD have got more and more creative.
I think Swamp Gaming are so practiced against triple strategists. When they play against a comp that isn't that, they kind of fall apart a little bit, especially with Mash being one of the most aggressive Gambit players we have seen in this entire tournament. 8 finals in the first game, 7 in this one, going toe-to-toe with even some of the star players from Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, Mash has really impressed me throughout this entire thing. And honestly, I mean, we can't... listen, the domination was very close, fellas. I mean, that was as close as you get. It's not like it's just been like a one-sided affair. That map, though, like, if RAD was in the position Swamp was in, I was like, okay, there'd be some hope. For me, I get nervous because Swamp not being down 2-0, this is just... it's not built for how Swamp is. Like, they like it messy, right? But this is just a team that it feels like it will be very tough. Everything's stacked against them to be able to climb that reverse sweep. Not saying it's not impossible or possible, but RAD, this is a team that makes me uncomfortable in this position.
I mean, the best analogy I can think of is, you know, like they're a team called Swamp, and it's like imagining Florida, you know, Georgia, like swampy-ass regions of Americas, and they've gone over to the West Coast in LA where we play mid-season finals. It's still hot, but it's a different type of hot. That's kind of how it feels for like Swamp Gaming. Like they're still trying to play their game, but RAD are sort of well aware of it, and they're not afraid to just take a few more risks. It feels like RAD are playing to win, where Swamp are playing to not lose, and that costs teams.
And we have to highlight this, right? This is first-time land for both teams, right? And so one has gone and sped run all the things you could possibly go through. It does kind of feel like a bit for Swamp Gaming that the inexperience, if you will, in environments like this. Now, Melophobia did say on stage, like, this is my environment, this is my home, this is where I feel the most like me, and the respect is absolutely there. But you have to keep your mental strong if you're trying to make it into what is going to be a very competitive top 3. Vaudable, what do you want to see for the pick and ban here?
I'm just shocked that we're going to Symbiotic Surfers. We have not seen this map in some time, especially during this event. So, I mean, they might have a good strategy here. I think the big thing is making sure that you can secure either the DD. I mean, we have not seen that be online at all to try and counter Crazy Kitty. And I feel like the one-sided vision of the Daredevil has been such a monumental advantage for this side of RAD. And the Wolverine's just not working. We got to go with something else.
I mean, for it going to Clint Tower as well, I think we've only seen Swamp play it once, but it's more the fact of, like, at this event, Swamp have only chosen Spider Islands, have not been in a position where they've had to be choosing Convergence, but the other main option that they've gone for across the year is Jalia, which is a very, very good map for RAD, as we've been seeing, so they have to go something a little bit different.
Here's my opinion on this for a couple of reasons. First of all, this map can kind of lend to all playstyles. It's front to back. If you want to go dive, you can go dive as well. The second point is built well. And funny enough, again, I've been covering this team now for as long as this esports been around. They were Nemesis before Swamp Gaming, couple of changes there, but Nemesis used to love this map too. This was kind of their home base back in the day. Melophobia, it feels like the home court for them. We talked about, like, it's so important to have a map locked down. You said RAD there. I think that was a great point. That's kind of their map, right? For Jalia or for Wakanda in general. For them, Swamp Gaming, if they can get this win on this comfortability for them, it gives them options, and it really plays to what I feel like Vaudable Swamp does well, and that is having that flex. But it's when you ban out days, it can be tough. Those options get limited, and then Melophobia is uncomfortable, and you go from there.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that comfortability, as you mentioned. I mean, it felt like the backline as well of Swamp Gaming wasn't in their elements. I mean, we saw, you know, the one-sided Loki, but the rocket ban that came out was so crucial. Forky Dog was trying to figure out exactly what to play. Val having to flex even from the first map into the Luna Snow, and we hadn't really seen that throughout most of the events. So I think the big thing is just like MASH and Vertigo have such a synergy going on the backline that has not been disputed by anyone so far in this lower bracket.
And RAD's like going to be defending first because Swamp want to play on attack. So like we saw Swamp play it once against 100 Thieves back in groups of stage 1, and then a little bit more often peppered in. RAD haven't lost on it, 4-0, like beating Shikigami and Pulsar in playoffs. So there was a couple of teams at EMEA started to throw this out towards the end as a Hail Mary, and Swamp's going to add to it.
I'll touch on this with what Vaude said too. I just want to say, listen, when we look at our best strategists in the American region, Valentina has been put in that role so many times, and that's what's so shocking to me is that right now it's MASH and Co. really just shining bright. And I say this all the time. In a region, it's so tough to compare things, right? To look around and see just how good in those roles you are. But right now, it's showing the tail. Now, obviously, both teams believe in that back line, as they should. Gambit being saved. Loki ban on the other side. We've talked about why that's important, obviously, with that Gambit. Gonna have to kind of match the same, right, if you're Swamp?
Yeah, I mean, the main one, I think, is that Swamp have been going for the one-sided mag right at the start in these drafts, but now they just want to get the Gambit. They're also going to be looking to try to get the Loki one-sided, but it's going to be banned out early from RAD. They've just wanted to try to get that kind of combination together, but seeing the Swamp have gone for the Gambit, Swambit, I guess is what I was trying to say.
Swambit.
Like the Loki ban comes in a lot more prevalent for RAD.
Yeah, the first two maps, we have also seen the one-sided Gambit too from RAD, so that's been maybe the difference maker that Swamp has not been able to have that available. But I do like the thing ban here. It does allow Daze to be a little bit more unleashed on that Wolverine if they opt for it. And of course, we see the Daredevil ban in tandem.
Yep, so my guess is they're going to go back and put the same respect on the flex duelist that is Crazy Kitty, right? Daredevil's gone. Now, what is Daredevil? Yep, great against going to be the Black Cat, right? So you have one save left. one ban either way. And looking at it, Rai, what do you want to do to close it out for Swamp?
I mean, they have been going for stuff like the Emma, but you've got the Magneto sort of like protected. So yeah, just the Magneto to just make sure that you have that team up in full force. Swamp Gaming can make it work, but RAD have been really good at the Justice series.
Goodness, I'm so sorry. I got spoiled a little bit on this one, but the Wolverine ban comes out against Swamp Gaming.
Yep.
They're respecting it fully here for this matchup.
Yep, absolutely. Listen, we've seen it in America time and time again. Ban days, that has been the plan, and it's more of the same here. Gaskin, Tetcher, this could be it for Swamp Gaming. Take it away.
This really could be it. There's so much pressure on these teams. And I'm going to take advantage of my co-caster here. Gaskin, you've actually played in quite a few esports in the past. How do you deal with when you're in a situation where the next map could just be the end?
I mean, this is where you look into your coach, right? This is where Fox needs to step up, make sure the mentals are brought out of the gutter. It's so easy as a player to start to think about what losing might feel like. Coach needs to turn that around and say, just imagine what winning will feel like. Just imagine the victory of being able to overturn this one, get that reverse sweep. That was what pulled me out of things when I was competing. I'm hoping that the same can be done for these Swamp Gaming players, because right now I'm sure they are feeling dejected. But all it takes is that one map and you feel right back into it.
And that coach, you've seen they'll be communicating to them through those Razer headsets that are keeping them locked in that you see on stage. These are headsets that are tournament optimized, ensuring they hear everything they need to and nothing they don't. And if you're looking to upgrade your home setup, Razer's brought the same advanced wireless audio to the Blackshark V3 Pro. Check them out on the Razer website and stay ahead of the game, just like RAD are ahead in this series. The Petty, the Ultron, and the Adam coming in one more time as what could be the last gasp for Swamp Gaming, or an incredible turnaround hold as they get the first pickup immediately. Krasmag is here to play.
Right onto Smash as well, one of the best players to take out of the fight to begin with. Get a 6v5 that sometimes feels like a 6v4 with how much damage output Smash has had so far. I do think Swamp will be happier with this lock and ban. Of course, they were able to take out that Black Cat this time. They do give the respect over towards Crazy Kitty, and they have been able to get close towards the first notch here. It does tick up, and now RAD are going to try and push back through with this Storm.
It's a big choke point. It can be very difficult to fight through this, especially as one of your players is a flyer who has to come in through a doorway. They use the walls to make sure that they have an opening, but that means nothing to Forky Dog, who just flies up and is just pinging over the top with the damage boost and a little bit of movement speed from Crazy Kitty. They're trying to play safe, but they're picked off. Both damage dealers are finished off on the side. They have to bounce retreat just to try and delay this. It's at this point probably going to go down, but they can't afford to let Swamp Gaming take all that time.
And it looks like Swamp Gaming have just been able to overpower them through sheer brute force here after getting that first pick, and they are going to get the first point in a commanding fashion. Again, exactly what you needed here, Tetcher, when you talk about getting yourself out of that drought. A quick first point regains that confidence a little bit. Swamp Gaming now in a little bit of an ascendancy, and RAD are going to have to reply.
Swamp Gaming also going to be pushing forward. They don't try and stay on the cart to get that extra movement speed. They have a Penny. They have an Ultron. They want to be as far forward as possible. They want to set up those Elsa Bloodstone traps. They want to make sure that they have the positioning advantage, and they're going to try and do exactly what they did on that first point. Rush in, maybe get an early pickup, and take position again, force RAD through choke points. But RAD have been able to zone them out at least a little bit.
Yeah, RAD just need to make sure they don't get picked off as easily as they did previously, but the Glaratrox comes out, and Mello will get the opener onto Mash as well. There's not going to be any sort of BRB, so now suddenly RAD start to fall.
Jays will go down, but he has the Cocoon and can come back. He's 86% of the way towards that extra revive for the Karmic Revival, but it's all about the positioning for Swamp Gaming right now, coming in from above, holding the high ground, and they're able to clean out the defending members of RAD, who are just trying to stand on the point and slow it down. And honestly, that's been the whole story of this map. It's just Swamp Gaming's just picking people off as RAD slow them down, but it's not by a lot. They're approaching the second point with 4 minutes on the clock.
And I wonder if Swamp Gaming will look back at those lock and bans as well, the instant protect onto Loki. Should they have just been having Valentina on the Gambit? Yes, she's one of the best Lokis around, but don't forget, one of the best Gambits to do it in the game as well. As now Scattergengi trying to be a little bit aggressive here on the mag, but you're going to get Meteor M on the other side.
Meteor M to absorb at least some of that Rage of Ultron, but it is going to get popped as Forky Dog unleashes. Rage of Royal Flush from both sides for the turnaround with the Omega Hurricane onto the objective to try and focus down the front, but it's right into the Penny Desk, but it's enough to keep Crazy Kitty top. Second Meteor M to look for the blow up. It's enough! Crazy Kitty falls, and they defensive tools from RAD are running down, but they're about to have that invisible boundary. It's once again, they're down 2 people, but they want to fight for every single second, but this time they're committing the portal, Gaskin.
Yeah, the invisible boundary just delays enough to try and get this portal out and re-engage, but Mellow, Kraz, and Mellow again will take them down 1, 2, 3, and RAD, even though they have the portal, you'd imagine they are just far too staggered here at this point, and Swamp Gaming look like a completely different side, but RAD is still going to try and hold.
There are too many webs on the point. There are too many spiders in the RAD defense as they are taken off the board. And Lugia says if you can't beat them, join them. They're pushed off the point and they move over to the Penny themselves. They pick up the Ultron, they pick up the Atom. They know that they need to hold. So it's all about that triple strategist. It's all about the sustain. And it's all about trying to stop Swamp Gaming just walking forward. But the difference is Swamp have been doing this for longer. They already have the Atom Warlock Karmic Revival.
And you just wonder, why weren't Swamp playing this composition earlier? They had the possibility to do so on map 2. They had the chance to have the Atom Warlock plus the Ultron and of course the Penny. It's been so prominent in the meta at this tournament as Swamp Gaming continue to push forward.
Ducky gets caught in the trap, focus down, magnetic barrier, has to drop the self bubble in order to tank on through. Very nearly finished off. Aggressive move from Lugia with that cyberweb snare. Not enough of a finishing blow as in comes the Rage of Ultron into the glass drops, pops it, and might have just saved the rest of the team here as the positioning is pushed forward by Swamp, forcing RAD around the corner. Here comes the Raging Royal Flush from Bash. That's enough to take out Melophobia, enough to take down Valentina. But Daze, the perfect being, brings them all back. Swamp won't stop pushing.
Does get 4 back, because now Swamp Gaming, after all those ultimates have used, can now turn and flip this script in their favor. It is going to be Rage and Royal Flush, tried to be countered here by the Meteor M, but that gets sucked up. It's hoovered, it's vacuumed, but Crazy Kitty still has Rage of Ultron.
It's going to be absorbed with the Meteor M from the other side, though, but it's not going to find another pickup. Dace is going to get dropped down, but there's no revive. Vertigo, this fight's been going on for so long, they're at 80%. Lugia with the Spider Time is able to control the point and at least force Swamp into the caves to try and prevent them here. Cyberweb snare onto Ducky, but it's not a finishing blow. They tank on through. Smashness has to retreat up to a high ground here. It's honestly like the teams have swapped positions here. A Swamp play on the low ground on the defensive side, and Brad trying to hold the high ground while trying to just keep Swamp in here. Don't let them step out and keep the pressure on. There's that Black Panther team up for the extra attack speed and that shield. Smashness goes down, and Vertigo somehow got a charge, able to bring back 1. Looks for 2, but will go down, but he has the Cocoon.
As the Cocoon can come back, of course, but now the Extermination comes through from that Rage of Ultron. Yes, people are being brought back, but if Swamp Gaming done enough to apply the pressure, Kraz is going to have Spider Time available to him as well if you want to try and just apply that extra little bit with those mines.
Neither of these teams want to go down. Glartrox comes on out to try and pull him into the nest, but it's not enough. Forky Dog chases him down, takes a smash nest. Vertigo falls as well, and there's no more Cocoon. 2 members, 3 members fall for RAD, and Swamp, after stalling a bit on that corner, begin the slow, seemingly inevitable march towards the end of Symbiotic Surface as RAD begin to respawn, and they've got to start throwing bodies at this point.
Yeah, that was a big stagger there from Swamp Gaming. Glartrox carries so many as well as Ducky gets removed.
They're going on in, setting the trap to see if they can pick someone off outside the spawn. Lots of damage onto the back line. Daze takes Lugia. Melophobia gets Vertigo, and they make sure to put an exclamation mark on it with the Raging Royal Flush. Swamp Gaming complete the triple.
That is the response we needed from Swamp Gaming to have any sort of thought that they can come back into this series. They managed to take it to 3, and they do it in an emphatic fashion as well. It's a dominant one from Swamp Gaming, only losing really 1 team fight, and even in that team fight, they were able to get the Karmic Revival, get back on their feet, and re-engage instantly. RAD fell apart a little bit defensively. I think ever since they had that first pick on them on the first point, right? They just were never able to reset properly, and they tried again on the second point, but Swamp Gaming were far too quick to stagger. And even just looking at the statistics, I mean, RAD weren't involved in half of those fights in terms of their own KOs. Swamp Gaming very much one-sided here.
Look at how quickly RAD are locking in compared to Swamp Gaming. Swamp Gaming just know to run it back. RAD, they know that they only really slowed down Swamp Gaming when they mirrored the comp, but now they're on attack. They know that the Punisher can be very effective into this, as can an Elsa in theory. They just need to find the right angles to deal with it. They're also looking at the potential of the Wolverine. If you can't get through the Penny Nest goes down when the Penny does. It's that or the Storm. You don't need to worry about it if, once again, the Penny's removed from the board. So you might as well just maximize the damage and try and pick them off, especially with that hit scan that we now have with the Thor team up to help take out that Ultron in the sky.
Mello putting himself onto the Elsa as well, of course, having that possibility of trapping the Black Cat sorry, the Daredevil that could come out on the other side as Black Cat is banned, just in case we see the dive from Crazy Kitty, which I'm sure we will after the initial Storm push happens.
Looks like they're going for the side wraparound, exactly the same as Swamp Gaming did. It's all about building up to these ultimates as quick as you can, especially for days. If they can hold a little bit longer than RAD did, remember, RAD's strategy here was just to delay as long as possible and burn through as much of Swamp Gaming's time, but they couldn't do so until point 3. Vertigo's already finished off, and it's almost an exact mirror, but the sides are reversed. As we see Daze finally getting taken down, RAD actually trading out evenly, and that might give this push a few more legs.
It certainly gives them the option to re-engage here, right? Yes, okay, Daze is going to have the cocoon, but they were down a player. Now they have the ability to re-engage, get some damage out, and maybe apply this extra little bit of pressure, and Smash is the one who is basically frontlining at this point, and I don't blame him.
Just piling on as much damage as possible, taking as much as well, but that's building so much ult charge. You can see it's going to be Mash who's building the ultimate first. Vertigo, after going down early, it will be rejoining the fight, but this means that Raging Royal Flush will be the first commitment to this fight as they push on in, and it's the first ult to finish charging. There's the commitment from RAD as they make their way in with the extra attack speed from the Punisher. They do so much damage with the Raging Royal Flush at the front line. What front line, but what Smashness! Crashbang with the extra mines is able to finish them off from the grave.
Maybe Kraz can do something on the penny. Forky does take down Vertigo as well. This is not over yet. As I say that, Crazy Kitty says it wasn't, but now I will end it myself as Swamp Gaming and have to back off, try and rely on a portal here. The good thing is they are going to have time to get it down.
They're really taking the risk for this. Is a hard position to portal from, as there are several tunnels where you can't do it, so you have to go for a little bit of a wraparound to get that positioning, but they will still commit to it. Scanner gonna be on that Doctor Strange 4 to set up. Forky coming on in on the Ultron and quickly immediately shields the whole team to make sure they can try and force back RAD, who will give up some positioning just to make sure that they don't get burst out here. Rage of Ultron comes on out for Forky Dog, and RAD don't choose to fight it. They back up. They just got 2 points on the board and lost very little for it. They were more than happy to just back away here, but if they lose something here, that will slow down. Lazarus comes out with the Meteor Ram to try and absorb some of that damage and make sure they don't capitalize with the Straggling Prison completely blocked out and then blocking the Meteor Ram mid-air.
Final judgment is going to be here though. Can you tag through? Scattergenji gets taken out, but remember, Karmic Revival is going to be there for Swamp Gaming, but they are so close to getting this notch and they already get it before the Karmic Revival even comes into effect here, and RAD will find the first point.
The Mega Hurricane to try and finish them off. They don't want them to be slowing down. They want to see if they can get a stagger. Crazy gets caught in the Cyberweb snare, but they really want to just pick these people off. And look, they're not even going as aggressively as they can. They slowly finish them off to try and stagger those eliminations. And with that, while Swamp Gaming were able to hold for much longer than RAD did, RAD are able to get a stagger, and that will give them a big chunk of distance.
I did like the portal though, and with Kraz having the nest down on the other side of the portal, just firing those mines through, it made it difficult for RAD to try and contest it. And yes, it's just about eating away at the time for Swamp Gaming. Maybe they recognize RAD definitely have the firepower to get through these first couple of points, and it may come down to time going to that overtime.
Smash falls down once again. Melophobia is just getting so much value. The trap onto Lugia, but they keep the pressure on. The Chaos Sword is on cooldown, but it's not for the side of Swamp Gaming. They push on in. Scanner's able to push onto Lugia Goat, and Melophobia gets the finishing blow. And now it's time for an attempt at a hold. They move past the point and want to try and keep RAD in this open spawn area from the first point.
Yeah, I like this aggressive positioning from Swamp Gaming as well. You can get that nest down. It can be in an awkward spot for the side of RAD. So again, it will be eyes on over to the likes of Crazy Kitty and Smash. Can you manage to pick apart the penny or at least find the nest to allow everyone else to push up? But there's too much damage there. Scatter gets the opening onto Smash, and RAD already just thinking about backing off at this point, and it's going to be another Glartrox available for Melo.
Damage boost from that Invisible Woman shield with the Human Torch team up is doing so much work for Melophobia, allowing them to finish off members over and over again. Looking for Mash on that backline. Forky Dog comes in. They have the Soul Bomb for the extra damage with the Rage of Ultron to try and commit. Vertigo is once again finished off in the backline. The damage boost on the Rage of Ultron is focusing down the backline, and it's once again 3 more members of RAD that fall, and more time is being eaten away by Swamp. And even worse news, Boundaries on the way, and they're 50% of the way towards Karmic Revival #2 Gasket.
Swamp just needs to make sure they don't get overzealous here, and they do back off accordingly. They wanted to see if they could stagger a little bit more to add more time in their favor, but now RAD, they've grouped up, and they might just be able to do enough damage to go front to back as Scatter's gone down and Forky follows.
That means a lot of that extra damage is going to be coming off the board, as well as some of the healing. A Glartrox is good though! Melophobia says, what difference? What numbers deficit? I'll make my own! Takes down RAD, and suddenly Swamp Gaming, their defense was about to disappear, but it's only needing one man. Melophobia.
A one-man army at times, but of course Swamp Gaming need to quickly rejoin the rest of the squad here, as RAD are going to have everything to throw at them in terms of ultimates. If you want it, they have got it, but there is also replies on the side of Swamp. They've got Invisible Boundary as a counter alongside the Spider Nest as well.
Kraken Impact is at the ready with the Storm damage bonus. This is what we've seen on Museum of Contemplation as an attempt to burst this, but Vertigo once again falls on the backline. Invisible Boundary comes on out from Valentina Eve to make sure they can try and absorb this, but it's Ducky who goes down, and Swamp just keep finding pickups one by one. Lugia will find nothing, but he is contesting the point, trying to make sure that they can force Swamp off this. Comic Revival comes on out, brings back Melophobia, and Swamp keep the numbers in their favor, but RAD have been patient. They have Boundary as Vertigo returns, they have Kraken Impact, and Omega Hurricane to try and force out any remaining defensive tools from Swamp Gaming. As long as Crazy Kitty does not go down attempting this, then it's a great setup and an early push to try and give them an opening.
But they still just don't have the time here. I mean, they only have 42 seconds right now. They're only halfway through this point. Spider time begins here from Krasman again as an attempt to stall and delay. Even though Smash was able to get a pick onto Scatter, Swamp are still stopping this from moving too quickly, and they definitely have time on their side.
Gana was in Rad's backline, finding himself isolated, did draw a lot of attention, but was picked up. And once again, we see Swamp realizing that that fight is over. They throw bodies at the point, let the backline retreat to a safe position, but the front line was always going to go down there. It was just about burning through even more time. And now we're heading to what could be a final fight with Strange Portal potentially available for Swamp Gaming. Ultimates creeping in as well, and with only 5 seconds on the board for RAD. RAD need to hold this here, but they still have Kraken Impact. As long as Smashness is here, they have the potential to try and wipe and try and push on to point 3.
And now they engage as well. There's going to be Rage of Ultron that comes out. Invisible Boundary as a reply. Melo still has Glartrox. Keep an eye on whether Melo can find those picks that we've seen so many times. He's going for a wrap.
Vertigo was finally able to get the Invisible Boundary out. Here comes the Kraken Impact. Gets 1, gets 2. Crazy Kitty falls, but it's Smashness all the way again! Again! Takes them down, and point 2 is open. And now it's all about the conversion. 1 minute, 20 seconds for RAD to even up the push with Swamp. But Swamp had that much time left over when they pushed all the way.
Yeah, regardless of what happens now, Swamp will have the advantage if we do end up going to the overtime at 3-3. But of course, Swamp will want to try and stop that right here, right now. But with Forky falling, it does mean they are probably going to have to try and think about approaching this one a little bit differently. They do have Invisible Boundary if they would like to use it from Valentina, but I think you try and save that a little bit later. You've done your job by stalling initially with the portal, and now you re-engage naturally.
Even more seconds off the board. Once again, it's all about burning through time. Dace was also able to get even more charge onto that Karmic Revival by doing this. And there's still RAD trying to get space with 40 seconds on the board to push the rest of the way towards this final point, while Penny is already getting set up. Forky Dog's returning, and Valentina Eve has that Invisible Boundary. This is looking great for Swamp Gaming to try and delay this, but they just need to make sure to not get caught by RAD as Ducky comes in. Psyonic Seduction grabs 1, but can't convert it yet. But they've got a great angle onto Dace, finishes them off with no Cocoon. This could be the opportunity for RAD. Swamp Gaming, they've got a touch. Scanning Genji is all that's left on the point, and RAD might be able to even this up and go to overtime. What a final push!
Even though Swamp Gaming had the up on 1 and 2, it was RAD's final push that was far quicker than Swamp's, and it does keep them in contention here. There is 1 minute and 16 as the difference after that extra time gets added here on OT. And Swamp Gaming, I'm sure they would have loved to finish off there, but at least they still have the advantage. And remember, they did hold that first point a lot stronger. So they are definitely going to be feeling confident going into this OT as well, as we take a look at some of the stats as well. I mean, it's looking pretty even Stevens across the board when you look at some of those numbers, Tej.
It's looking even Stevens across the board. It's a very high elimination game. Smashness and Vertigo have been being targeted because Swamp Gaming do know how dangerous they could be. Vertigo was targeted down about 3 times before they could ult in that last push, but when it came down, it was right when Smashness needed them. Those two went down the most, but they capitalized together and created that opening on the second point in order to make their way through that allowed them to even get to this point.
So RAD with a chance to set the pace here then, but remember they only have 1 minute. That is realistically 1 fight before a Strange Portal, or if you wanted a Strange Portal first, but of course I imagine they will try and go for the normal walk up alongside the Storm here as Swamp look to try and hold. If Swamp can successfully hold here, it's about how many notches RAD get as well, remember. All we need to see is Swamp hold the entire point, and then they would only need 1 notch to win this map and send us to a map 4.
Starting off with a little bit of min-maxing here. Mash is going to be starting on the Jeff, not to roll out here, but to give their team movement speed because they know they don't have time. They have to touch. So they're going to start off on the Jeff, speed boost their team with the bubbles, and then swap to Invisible Woman with that double jump, can roll out quickly and catch up.
Oh, it's an ambush as well. It's a very aggressive position from Swamp Gaming. They want to take the fight to RAD and delay them as much as possible, and they do get an early pick, but it's traded out.
Daze goes down, but he has to cocoon, so he returns to the fight. It's a very similar situation to what happened on Rad's last attacking point, but they're not going to give up yet. They continue this push. They continue the momentum. They know they're close to their spawn. Good trap, Crazy Kitty. It's not going to be converted on. Swamp have already backed away and will not get caught out of position as Rad regroup and make their way in for the push with 20 seconds on the board.
You've got to have that strange portal out there ready if you are the first to go down here, just to try and stay alive in this fight and maybe get a notch on that ticker. But Swamp Gaming holding strong in the moment. And the grab catches Thing. It's not going to be pulling him anywhere.
Gets Daze though, and the Cocoon's already down. No reses, even though they're at 40%. And that means Daze may have to give up all that charge just to strange portal back, or he might try and fly as Adam. And it looks like that will be exactly what happens. Crazy Kitty drops low, but is going to be healed up for the rest of this fight. There's a lot of ult charge coming in for Mash. They're funneling it onto them for a Raging Royal Flush. Grasbag falls, meaning that the front line of Swamp is being taken off the board. Scanner delays as long as they can, but overall it's Rad with great momentum, and they are trying to convert onto the first point. Smashless gets another, and first point goes over to Rad, and Swamp Gaming, they back up and choose to regroup.
That was far quicker from Rad, wasn't it? They knew exactly what Swamp wanted to do. I like the attempt from Swamp with the aggression at that first point, but it was the fact that the trade happened. It had Daze out of position for a short while, and it allowed Rad just to reposition a little bit and try and find that angle, and they did catch Swamp a little bit off guard here. But now we go into overtime within overtime. They cannot afford to step off of this point here.
That life cocoon is not going to be back for a while here for Daze. Forky Dog with the Rage of Ultra at the ready, but it's going to be Valentina even charges up first. Mash pulls the trigger. Raging Royal Flush mirrored from both sides. They try to fight into the choke point. Ducky dives onto the backline, almost finishing up Valentina even. They escape with the mobility as Meteor M from Lugia. Looks for anyone. It might be Krasbang. Sends it back. Blocked beautifully by Scanner. Omega Hurricane just going to be used defensively here just to zone away. Will not find anything, and that's a big ult to burn. But Smashnez is still here with the most important one. That Kraken impact with Vertigo about to get the boundary. They may choose now to use it before Daze might be charged up with that Karmic Revival. Boundary comes on out. Meteor Air from Scanner to try and take out the backline. They take out Vertigo, removes the boundary. Kraken impact for the burst to try and take out Valentina Eve on the backline. But Melaphobia attacking on through. Daze falls. Cocoon came back. Glass rocks onto the point to take out the front line. Ducky falls, and Daze is seconds away from the revive. The fight shows a shutdown to Rad, and Swamp Gaming clean them off the board. They don't even need it. Swamp Gaming will not go down yet as they hold, but now it's their time to push.
Melaphobia, again, just timing that Glartrox so successfully. He was biding his time, almost went down. Great work from the strategist to keep him up so that he could get that Glartrox out. It was the difference maker in the end after all those ultimates flew around on our screens. But it is a good distance, still pushed by Rad, considering the time they have here. And even though Swamp have a significant time advantage going into this one, we have to remind ourselves how difficult this first point can be sometimes. Do Rad change their strategy and their approach on the defensive side this time?
20-9 for Melaphobia. They are putting on a clinic here. Like you mentioned, that Glartrox was huge. It's going to be Swamp, once again, sticking with the same strategy. They know it's working. It's got them this far. Like you mentioned, is it time for Rad to mix it up? The answer is yes. While they don't have a penny on their side in this case, they do have an Ultron, they do have an Adam, and they do have a Gambit, but instead of Penny, they choose to lean more heavily on their stalwarts. Lugia sticking on that Magneto, and Ducky will be continuing to bring out the Emma.
I really like Ducky on Emma. I think he's been such a big difference maker throughout this entire series. Swamp have struggled to deal with that Sonic seduction at times, and if Rad can build up this ultimate a little bit quicker than the side of Swamp in the neutral, there is a fantastic chance for them to just get a full-on hold here and still not just win this map, but remember, Tech, they would win this series, they would send Swamp Gaming home, and they would send themselves into a guaranteed top 3 position in those lower finals.
Or their first ever land for both these teams. It comes down to this. Swamp fighting to just stay in the series. RAD searching for an opportunity to go to those lower bracket finals. Krasmang looking for an opening, sends a couple mines just downrange in case anyone backs up and isn't paying enough attention. That could be a huge pickup if RAD do not spot it. For now, less aggressive at this point than we have seen in any of the rounds so far, as both teams just look for a couple openings, start sending the damage, but I don't expect that to last too long, as both look to try and create an opening, pushing on in soul bombs from both sides to tank on through, as Forky Dog is trying to find an opening from the other side, but this triple strategist healing is a little bit too much to burst through like we've seen previously.
Smash is winning the ult race at the moment, though. It is worth noting that actually Crazy Kitty suddenly takes advantage and potentially will be the first to get that ultimate if no one goes down in this neutral. Smash trying his hardest, does get netted at the moment, but you do stay alive. And again, it's the pressure that's been applied with this damage from Smash over and over again onto the front line of Swamp.
Shooting down to the low ground, RAD are forced into the choke point. This is where Swamp were able to take advantage of them last time. That Penny can make this a really miserable point to push, but they're still trying to fight this. Ducky onto the point, good damage, but it's enough healing to keep smashing this up. We have range of Ultron at the ready. They pull the trigger early to make sure that they can keep the healing onto their front line. But that dispossession from that Gambit and the Magneto team up is good. Ducky will fall, and here comes the counter from Swamp Gaming, making the most of their timing advantage here with the fact that Ducky is still yet to respawn. They zone them off the board. Glardrox coming on out to try and push them off the board, but he won't find a finishing blow. But Melophobia has a beautiful flank going on.
It's a great flank from Melo, does some damage, but recognizes there could be a lot of threat if he stays there. So instead he goes back to the point, and they will manage to capture. They have 30 seconds on the board to try and match what RAD were able to push just previously. And RAD, they back off, they set up, and they do have the utility here. They've got the ability to get that Psionic Seduction a little bit later, which they may save during overtime.
Which is just approaching here, 19 seconds left. Crazy Kitty will fall. Daze is 90% of the way towards Karmic Revival. Vertigo is 83, but Mash, even though they're down, they choose to pull the trigger now. Here comes the Silent Seduction with 9 seconds on the board. They choose to pull it down. Meteor Earth not going to be finding the finishing blow. Counter on a Silent Seduction from Valentina Eve to keep the team topped up as Lugia looks for anyone on the side. Had the right instincts, but does not find the target onto Valentina Eve as they're able to take them against them on the turnaround with the sword. Daze comes in with the Karmic Revival, tanks on through, stays up. Mash goes down, but it's now Smash and it's Kraken Impact, Cyberweb Snare, and they are taken down. Swamp Gaming creep inch by inch towards the finish line, but the Karmic Revival from Vertigo brings back all of RAD. They will not go down without a fight. Spider time onto the point to delay as long as possible to surround that point with as many webs as possible so that they can keep the pressure onto the board. Krasmang is dropping low, but the healing is good. Melo's on this portal to bring it back with Doctor Strange as RAD just have to keep the delay going.
It is a big stall at the moment, but Rage of Ultron, can you find anything if you're Forky Dog here? It's the only ultimate, but now you see the counter on the other side from Crazy Kitty here, as RAD are desperately trying to force them off this point, but now we get back to the neutral. No ultimates available. It's a straight 6v6.
Portal comes on in because they have to keep this contention going. Swamp Gaming throwing bodies at the point. Their lifeline is that little yellow bar at the top of the screen. Krasmang falls. There's no revive, so it's all about RAD to see if they can finish off the frontline members onto that point. Go kick from Ducky to isolate it, but Crazy Kitty is doing so much work with a finishing blow. Melophobia falls. Valentina Eve falls. Swamp falls as RAD will move on in the lower bracket.
The Giant Killers continue to take down team after team as the underdogs are dark horses. They guarantee a minimum of top 3 here at the Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals. And sadly, we say goodbye to Swamp Gaming, who will finish in 4th place. A valiant effort from the Americas team, but I'm sure a disappointing one. But again, we have to remind ourselves, the first LAN performance for this Swamp roster. But the same could be said for RAD as they just keep going. From play-ins all the way here, they look like maybe, just maybe, they could go all the way.
They look like they could potentially make history repeat itself, Gaskin, as once again, like you mentioned, RAD continue to show up. They continue to take down teams. An incredible debut on the main stage by both of these teams at a LAN. Swamp Gaming should be proud of that performance, making it all the way here, all the way through this bracket, taking down some of the best teams in the world. But they will be stopping here. RAD, on the other hand, they move on to play against the loser of Team Liquid Citadel and Na'Vi, a team they are very familiar with.
The last remaining team from America is Team Liquid Citadel to try and keep the region alive, because EMEA will win out in this NA versus EMEA battle, which we didn't know really how it was going to go. I thought it might be a little bit closer in the end. Swamp Gaming, they gave it a bloody good effort towards
really
the end
did.
there. I thought they had done enough, but we have to give the respect to RAD. They really were able to analyze just how to break down the composition that had been set out by Swamp, and they did it perfectly on that initial push in overtime.
I thought it was over. On the triple cap from the side of Swamp Gaming, they did it with so much time. Finally, we did see, as we already mentioned, RAD react and be able to basically mirror the comp to slow them down and stop them on that first push. And then when their push started getting slowed down so effectively by Swamp Gaming, I thought it was over. And yet, RAD never give up. And we're going to find out how they can stay so cool under pressure as we head over to the main stage with Cozy to talk to RAD.
Destiny has a name, and her name is RAD. I mean, I'm left speechless. I'm here with Coach Dennis, who was anything but speechless after that win. 3-0. Dennis, first thoughts, words, what are you thinking?
I don't know. I would say that my guys... yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, take it.
My guys played insanely. I have never seen them play on this level. Today we unlocked something. I have never seen them that locked in. All props to them. It's insane. I know. Congrats, guys. You deserve it.
Give up for RAD one more time. I'd love to hear it. Listen, Dennis, you know the story of this team better than anybody. And again, it's just insane from couch to dream to now having a shot to play-in stage, to the main stage, to potentially the grand finals. Walk us through all this journey and just what it would mean for your entire team to have that shot.
I've been with some of these people from Chopped, and us losing map 5 versus VP. It was a very hard hit to all of us. I can't lie, a lot of people wanted to retire, and we were thinking a lot about what we could achieve together more. We couldn't get an org, we split up, and now I'm back with some of these people, and we're here on the big stage, and this whole journey was insane. Congrats again to all of them for performing this good today. I can't imagine what they're feeling. I'm just a coach. Those emotions in the game as a player must be insane, but I'm pretty sure they're surprised that they're this locked in.
Listen, you have TLC and Na'Vi up above. Who do you want? Who do you think you're gonna play? Let me hear it.
100% TLC. I'm sorry, guys. I need to root for my friends, for my region. I want Na'Vi to win. I want to match them in the final. I hope we are this locked in for tomorrow. I hope for a very, very close series against TLC. And I really want to go to the final.
Well, listen, we've done 3 lands, and so far the road has always led through the EMEA, and right now the odds are stacking in that favor. One more time, give it up for RAD! 3-0 in Swamp Gaming here on the big stage, and to break it all down and to close today, let's bring it to the desk to check out the action.
Credits where it is due, Cozy, to Swamp Gaming. They gave it their all, even pulled out the strats they were probably saving for Team Liquid Citadel with that symbiotic surface. First time we saw this event, but RAD just seemed to be on another level.
And when you have the likes of Dennis even saying it like this is beyond his comprehension, he spends a lot of time with him. It's how do we feel as EMEA? So we sort of expect RAD to sort of look promising and then just have weird moments, but certainly this series, there wasn't really anything given up when it came to some of the mistakes, right? It felt that everything was locked in. We were starting to see Swamp Gaming pushed and making some errors, some misplays, but more RAD individuals especially rising to the occasion. Stuff like Crazy Kitty, not having to rely on Daredevil or Black Cat. He's not a one-trick pony going in for the meta storm on maps like this, having grand stuff, the backline, the front line. Every element of RAD has been like a world-class contender.
Listen, I was just there on the stage, and as they won, Dennis just kept saying, holy shin shabuya, over and over. I've never seen y'all play like this, and I think we were talking about it here, in the green room, that at LAN, it's who shows up. It's any given day, and RAD picked every day to play their best, and that's exactly what you need to do. I forget the level of competition comparison, Ryan. If you show up and there's enough belief there in clutch factor, RAD right now feels like the team to beat.
Well, it almost feels like, you know, we're on NA soil, Swamp is in America's team, but there was a good amount of cheering for RAD because you can't help go for the underdog, but also the way that they play, it's the panache. It feels like Swamp Gaming, getting to see them play, it's very like, no for the football analogies, but it's like Italian football, like 1990s. It's a lot more defensive. It isn't flashy. It's a little bit boring, but it's just well played in the end. So when you have a team that is just doing like terrific stuff going up against a very disciplined approach for Swamp, you always lean to the team that's just sort of like firing more neurons and endorphins into your brain, you know what I mean?
Vod, we're gonna make it. It's soccer over here, all right? It's soccer, you know, but I know what you mean. I mean, Vod, listen, what's impressed you? I mean, we've all watched RAD so long now, and we're gonna have to, you know, have the pleasure to talk about them. The job's, you know, not finished. What's impressed you about them? And I do want to talk about Swamp Gaming and the end of their journey.
So for me, the unsung hero, and honestly, us at the desk, we've been kind of doubting a little bit throughout this competition, was Vertigo. Actually, stepped up huge on the Invisible Woman, using the Flame Shield, the Human Torch team up, 20% damage boost. Using that in combination with the Ultron that we saw from Crazy Kitty, with the Rage of Ultron ultimate, just so that they can just do so much damage to the other team. We saw it there with the Punisher ult at the end as well. Damage is key for RAD, and it seems to be the name of the game for them, and they've just figured out this meta in a way that the other teams have been struggling to so far.
Yeah, figured it out, especially hero-wise, but also just like exactly what needs to be done in that current moment. For Swamp Gaming, obviously, I've covered them for so long at this point. You know, I know definitely they're disappointed, you know, to come here. It is their first land to get in that top 4 element. I'm sure they are happy at least about that. But overall, you know, I know their expectations were so much larger. Hey, Ryan, I think you said it best. It's not like, oh, do we replace this, that, the other? No, they can go back to the drawing board. They have the talent there. You said pizzazz, yeah, like the sexiness of a team, if you will.
Yeah, exactly.
When you're looking at like the play style, what they do. And for me, you know, you can highlight a couple of things like days and adding those hero pools and everything combined.
I mean, it's also, I think it's just like Swamp Gaming. It doesn't like really invoke sexiness as well, but it's not as if the way that they play is like swampy. There's still a style to it, and there's a level of respect that you have to give when it comes to the plays, but it feels like from watching Swamp at the start of the year, like take a series against Team Liquid Citadel, it's getting further and further away, and I think like as a player to highlight, like the MVP just across the series was Ducky to sort of highlight, but there was clips of him like just looking to the camera, pulling silly faces. He's feeling a lot more comfortable. When you looked at him on the first day in play-ins, he was like a ghost. He was making a lot of errors individually too, but now he's completely in his comfort zone, and RAD are looking above and beyond. And I think even the likes of Na'Vi, who have typically been smashing RAD in officials, if there is the chance of them meeting up tomorrow with like Na'Vi falling to losers bracket, or even RAD going all the way to grand finals, whichever way, they have to be a little bit more afraid of this RAD because they have become something else here.
I just don't know why so many teams have not been banning out Ducky. We finally saw it in that second map. The Emma ban came through right after the mag, but I feel like they should have continued with that into this one, and the Emma was so consequential, especially with the Sonic Seductions, creating so much space from that. I feel like it was a bit of an underrated hero for them because they were so good on the group.
Yeah, you know what? I think Dog said it well earlier. The best teams right now are banning the Vanguard line. Like, if you look at kind of what have been the strengths of some of these best teams going through the entire thing, that's been a lot of their focus, and then having the trust for the rest of the game plan. You know, sometimes it's like, do you ban to lose, or do you ban for your team and like to enable yourself of what you do well, right? Not just go with this stereotypical things. You know, I do want to say, as we wrap for Swamp Gaming, to not let this get to you as players. Melophobia, an absolute just young star in the making. Valentina in the back line, we know what they can do. You know, we're still seeing very much just the beginning of this team and what's been put together. But I could not have put together a better script through the lowers as RAD has just shown. It's the hardest thing to do in esports, right?
Yeah, I mean, but it's also something that RAD has done with
exactly. I know.
History. It's a flat circle, I think, at this point. But I also want to say, like, a 4th place finish for Swamp. I know they'll say, you know, we're expecting to win and stuff. I'd still take a 4th place finish. I think that's a good showing for your first like international event. But seeing how both of these teams sort of grinded it through, RAD sort of knocking out world champions Virtus Pro again, but at an international event, and then Swamp Gaming making sure the Pacific only leave with a top 6 finish. Here it was a lot more standard for RAD, who are just good when these days are long. You know, they qualified for 3rd seed, having to play in this sort of similar position in that match A and then going to the semi-final. They're used to it going the full distance.
Yeah, and Vod, it feels like they're learning from their mistakes.
100%.
Right? It's like everything that's happening to them, and if you look at playing to here, that's where that advantage comes from playing so much. You're learning more and more as, again, we take a look here from that upper bracket of who they might play.
I mean, you're talking about 100 Thieves, which seem to be one of the few teams aside from TLC who actually put up a showing against RAD, right? Unfortunately for them, they fell to Gen G earlier on, but if they made their way, could have been a different story at this point in time. But the story is RAD are that Dorella team. But we also got to talk about the upper bracket, right? Na'Vi, Team Liquid Citadel, undisputed, and Na'Vi the only team to not drop a single map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ryan, listen, at the beginning of the game, day was not super dramatic or climatic because we knew that these two top teams were exactly that. Na'Vi, TLC. Yeah, if you've been a fan of this esport, right, you've heard it all year long, and guess what happens tomorrow? The Titans finally clash.
I mean, it's unstoppable force versus unstoppable force. It feels like you have got to see like Na'Vi just on this like current form looking tremendous, really, only dropping one map of Central Park against VP like in group stages of Stage 1. It has been completely dominant from them in the end. But for Team Liquid Citadel, they've dropped a little bit now and again, but it's more getting comfortable and acclimatized, and they're going to know well enough when it comes to Na'Vi, certainly with Polly, that is going to look to play up against the EMEA region again.
That's true.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, taking a look at that schedule as we are on our last day here for LAN. I mean, we open up with the matchup that everybody has been waiting for. Both teams, no weaknesses, as we all like to say, but one has to lose, fellas. One has to go down to the lower to play RAD. Obviously, we did see that TLC RAD matchup before, and we did say in that lower bracket, the team that we felt like had the best chance kind of moving on through that lower was going to be RAD, no matter who they play either side, because they played one side and the other is, you know, a local team. But
yeah, I think them having, footage on both these teams is more of a benefit than anything else, right? Na'Vi going into this Team Liquid Citadel matchup, of course, they probably scrimmed and done whatever preparation they can, but, Na'Vi and scrims are not really the best at it. They're more on the day, and I was talking a little bit earlier to Gaston. He still has not been truly impressed with Na'Vi. He says they still have not been tested. VP went out early. This is the true testament to how Na'Vi can be dominant or if TLC are going to show up.
Right, it just feels like everything we've been building to all year is leading to tomorrow. All paths lead to what is a great final day. Want to go ahead before we close? Let me just get your prediction there. Shock me. Who do you think is going to be in the grand finals?
Probably the two teams in the upper bracket.
Okay.
I think Liquid win that upper bracket game. I think Na'Vi have to do the whole gauntlet tomorrow.
I said shock me and color me shocked.
I have Na'Vi doing the whole thing again, but I don't know. Liquid on home soil, scary.
Yeah, especially with it being the Championship Saturday, right? Hometown crowd here for Team Liquid Citadel, the last America's region team remaining. They're going to have everyone cheering them on. We saw FlyQuest in the grand finals be the last bastion of hope for them as well, taking a map against Virtus Pro, but this is a whole different ballgame, whole different story. And I gotta agree with you on this one, Ryan. I'm thinking Team Liquid Citadel take the uppers, but then Na'Vi come through lowers.
Listen, tomorrow, day 4, we have concerts, voice actors. There's so much cooked in on top of the amazing gameplay that we are going to see. We appreciate all of you watching what was an epic Day 3, whether your team moved forward or not. We can promise that tomorrow is going to be special. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you on the other side tomorrow.